Synopsis. In the year 2022, a legendary lunar princess finds herself trapped within the first-ever virtual reality world, a vast floating castle where the game has become a struggle for survival. Alongside thousands of other players, she must navigate dangerous levels and defeat powerful foes to escape. Armed with her courage and a mysterious connection to the game's creator, she fights to protect her friends and find a way back home. This epic journey tests her spirit as she leads the charge through a digital frontier to end a nightmare and restore hope to everyone lost in the machine. Chapter 1. Full dive into a bunny's worst nightmare. Crystal Tokyo, November 6, 2922. Inside of Crystal Tokyo, the capital city of 30th century planet Earth, we head into the Crystal Palace, home of the ruling family of this majestic world of beauty and peace, where we find a gorgeous woman with golden blonde hair and 2 long pigtails, with the buns of the pigtails looking like round meatballs, a golden crown on the front of her scalp, a golden crescent moon sigil on her forehead, blue eyes, lovely and full pink lips. And she is wearing a pearly white royal dressed with wing-like bow attached to the rear area of her dress. This gorgeous woman is Neo-Queen Serenity, wife of King Endymion, king of the earth, and the rulers of what is known as New Silver Millennium, in which people don't know sickness, and they live at least 1,000 years. People still die since they are still mortals, in which even the king and queen agree that people living forever will destroy the balance of the universe. But people live for a really long time, and their bodies don't physically age beyond their 30s, in which they don't suffer the diseases of old age. It isn't perfect, since even the king and queen agree that perfection is a contradiction. But it is as close to paradise as possible, while making sure that people don't suffer through laziness or greed due to the excellent health, long lives, and peaceful time for the planet and its people. While they live in the palace, the king and queen try their best to rule with the people, not rule the people on a crystal throne, since it is believed that it is a ruler's duty to protect the people and their rights as living, intelligent beings. Their duty is to their people, and they rule only through the hearts, minds, and will of their people. And today, Neo-Queen Serenity remembers an event from her past, as she watches a holographic screen showing a television with the words, 900th anniversary of the SAO incident today. Neo-Queen Serenity thinks in her mind, SAO, Sword Art Online, it was to be the start of the next generation of gaming, the VR MMO. The full dive promised a new frontier for all of mankind, a brand new virtual universe where you can go and be anything that you only thought that you could do in dreams. Or that's what I thought until that day, the horrible day when a family member that I so loved and trusted turned that dream into a nightmarish netherworld for me and nearly 10,000 other people. It was an ordeal that tested me like never before, and my heart still feels the scars to this very day. It has been nearly a millennia since then, but I remember what happened as if it was just yesterday. November 6, 2022, Tsukino Family Home. Inside of the Tsukino family home, we find Serena Tsukino, aka Sailor Moon, age 16, laughing excitedly as she is holding a box containing a picture of a castle with the words Sword Art Online, with giddy look on her face. Serena says excitedly, I got it, I actually got it. Serena's talking Lunarian feline, a black female feline with a golden crescent moon on her forehead and ruby red eyes, Luna, responds, Well, it isn't surprising since you are the niece of Akihiko Kayaba after all, Serena. I was surprised to find out that your mother was the sister of the creator of the nerve gear. Serena tells Luna, Well, Mom always said that Uncle Kayaba had the brains of the family. Luna asks, What is your uncle like, Serena? Serena thinks for a minute and she responds, warmly, He is a bit strange, but then again, he doesn't stray away from the typical genius. Mom said that he didn't do social circles, but when I was with him, he always called me his princess. And he always dreamed about castles and floating castles, and he showed me the development of Aincard, the floating castle in Sword Art Online. In fact, he and I always shared our ideas, and in fact, I gave him the idea to make his game unique by not having any magic in it. Luna asks amazed, Really? Serena says, with a grin, Yep, and in fact, I'm the first person ever to do a full dive with the first completed nerve gear. Luna asks stunned, "Are you serious, Serena?" Serena responds with a pout, "Of course I'm serious, Luna." Serena points to what looks like a helmet with a deep and smooth blue color with the letters NVG, with the word nerve gear below those letters. Luna asks, "However, I wonder, why did he make only 10,000 copies of the game?" Serena replies with a scoff, "A marketing gimmick, Luna. There are a ton of hardcore gamers out there, including yours truly, who have been waiting for an awesome game like this one. To go into another world to meet people, have adventures, and enjoy yourself." Luna says, with a nod, "True. MMO are among the most popular video and computer games ever since the start of the information age and the 21st century. With the World Wide Web, the internet, wireless connections, satellites, and the like, people from different parts of the world can meet up, discuss, and even go into different worlds." Serena says, with a nod, "Yep, but this way you don't control an avatar that you make with a keyboard or controller. You become your own avatar. You are the one actually swinging the sword, talking to people face to the face instead of doing it like emailing or texting. It's just so cool." Serena says, with a sigh, "I just wished that Mina-chan and Lita-chan managed to get one and we could have gone adventuring together." Luna says, "Well, there were only 10,000 hard copies made, Serena. Since you are the niece of the creator of the game and the nerve gear itself, it isn't surprising that you managed to get one." Serena says, with a mischievous smile, "It pays to have friends in Argus, Luna." Serena then starts to set up the game on the computer hard drive, and such that she needs, in which Serena then starts to undo her pigtails and lets her blonde hair flow, in which Serena says, "However, it is a real pain since I've got to let my hair flow free in order to fit my head into the nerve gear." Just then a male voice says, "Your big meatballs would bust the nerve gear that Uncle Kayaba gave you through. I'm surprised that you didn't already." Serena then glares at younger brother, Sammy Tsukino, age 13, and Sammy says, annoyed, "I can't believe it. This is the day that game goes official and I have to get a checkup." Serena tells Sammy, with a sly tone, "We've got to make sure that Uncle Kayaba's nerve gear didn't mess up that mind of yours, but then again, you are already quite nutty." Sammy sticks his tongue out at Serena and Serena retorts, "Don't give me that, Sammy. You got to beta test the game for 2 months and I couldn't stand you bragging about it." Serena says, with a grin, "Well, I get to play it on the first day that it opens. I can tell you that the final version rocks and I get to see it before you. Maybe I'll make it to the top floor first." Sammy responds, "Ha, when I come back I'm going to kick your meatball head butt. We'll see who gets to the top first." Serena says, with a grin, "You are going to eat my dust, squirt." Ikuko Tsukino, Serena's and Sammy's mother, comes over to the doorway and she says, "That's enough, you two. Both of you will be able to enjoy my brother's game soon enough." Sammy says, yeah. As Sammy walks off, Ikuko tells Serena, with a warm smile, "Now, don't stay in there too long, sweetie. If you get too immersed in the game, you could really get trapped in there." Serena responds, "Oh, Mom, I'll be fine. This is Uncle Kayaba we're talking about." Ikuko says, with a sigh and smile, "He always tended to be a perfectionist when it came to his work. Despite him being famous as the first one to develop the full dive system and creating this wonderful VR MMO, with yours and Sammy's help, he has been quite humble." Serena asks, "Has he always been like this?" Ikuko responds with a nod, "As far as I knew him, sweetie. Despite him having such talent, he never was boastful or arrogant. He is always calm and soft-spoken, but despite his calm attitude, he never really got into social circles. Like many genius, he is your typical bookworm, and despite him developing the nerve gear, he wasn't into computers or gaming in the past." Serena asks, "Really?" Ikuko nods her head and she says, "Oops, we had better get going. We'll see you tonight, sweetie." Serena says, with a smile, "Bye, Mom." Ikuko then takes off while making sure to leave Serena's door open, in which while Serena prepares to do a full dive, Ikuko, Kenji Tsukino, Sammy's and Serena's father, and Sammy get into a family car and take off for Sammy's doctor appointment. Luna tells Serena, "Anyway, I'm heading out. I'm going to meet with Artemis." Serena asks with a sly grin, "Finally going out on a date?" Luna responds with a blush, "No, what gave you that ridiculous idea?" Serena replies with a grin, "Well, you and Artemis do have Diana in the future." Luna replies with a blush, That's in the future, Serena. Serena tells Luna, with a sly grin, "You can deny it all you want, Luna." Luna gives a pout while still blushing, and she takes off out of Serena's room, in which she goes out the back door with a special pet door installed for her. On the meanwhile, Serena has nerve gear on her head and she lies down on her bed. Serena thinks in her mind, "Geez, why did Uncle Kayaba make the nerve gear so heavy?" But then again, it is cutting-edge technology after all. Serena takes a deep breath, smiles, closes her eyes, and she says, "Link start." Serena then goes into a slumber, as her mind is transported into a virtual world, and after going through a check of the system and such, Serena creates her own avatar and gives it the name of Usagi. When she is done, the words "Welcome to Sword Art Online" appear in front of her mental eye, and she sees herself in front of a large city in which more and more people are appearing in the square of the large city. Serena's current avatar, Usagi, is a young woman with short blonde hair, brown eyes, wearing a simple red dress with the skirt going to just above her kneecaps, pink sleeves that cover from her wrists almost to the tops of her arms, simple brown boots, and a brown belt across her waist containing a small sword, one of the initial weapons for the players in the game. Serena, or Usagi, as she is called now in SAO, says with an excited tone, "Oh, wow. Hello, SAO, Usagi is in the house." Our moon princess jumps for joy and sets out while a black-haired young man whose avatar name is Kirito, and he is a former beta tester of SAO, heads out, in which a dark red-haired young man wearing a bandana runs after him, seeing that Kirito seems to know his way around. His name, or should I say, his SAO avatar's name, is Klein. What the three of them don't know at this moment is their futures are going to be intertwined together with others in a nightmare for them and all of the players of SAO. November 6, 2022, around 4:00-5:00 p.m. Cherry Hill Shrine. Inside of Cherry Hill Shrine, Serena's friends, Ami Mizuno, Rei Hino, Lita Kino, and Mina Aino, also known as Sailor Mercury, Sailor Mars, Sailor Jupiter, and Sailor Venus, are assembled together, with Mina giving a pout. Mina says, "Oh man, I can't believe it. Serena managed to get her hands on one of the copies of SAO." Lita says with a grin, "She must be having a blast by now." Ami says with a smile, "She must be, Lita-chan. I was surprised to learn that her mother is the sister of the creator of the first successful full dive system and the first VR MMO to go with it. Not to mention that Serena was the first one ever to use a nerve gear." Mina says with a pout, "Must be fun to have a genius uncle." Just then Rei gasps as images flow through her mind as she sees the city of the game that their best friend and princess just dived into. SAO, a large faceless red-cloaked avatar in the sky. The players of SAO assembled together in panic, Serena in her avatar of Usagi. But her face and body structure is exactly as she is in real life, is looking on from the deck of an inn, Serena's real body with her nerve gear attached to her head. And the massive floating castle that SAO takes place in, Aincard. Rei gasps in shock and horror, and Ami asks, stunned, "What happened?" Lita asks Rei, "What's wrong?" Rei says, "I can't believe it, I just had visions." Ami asks, surprised, "Without using the sacred fire of your temple?" Rei says with a nod, "Yes, Ami-chan, I saw a huge city, a faceless man, through I'm not sure, a huge group of panicked people. Serena was among. She had a look of horror and disbelief in her eyes. I saw Serena, with a nerve gear on her head. And then I saw a huge floating castle." Mina asks, "A floating castle?" Rei says, "A very huge castle, like it is whole other world, and I heard a name, Aincard." Lita asks, surprised, "Aincard, are you sure?" Rei asks, "Yes." Ami asks Lita, "You know something?" Lita responds, "That's the name of the floating castle that Sword Art Online takes place on. Serena told me about it. Her brother was a beta tester for the game." There are multiple gasps, and Rei, realizing what the visions meant, shouts out, "We have to get to Serena's immediately. Transform and move." The other Sailor Scouts are shocked, and Mina asks, "What?" Rei yells out, "Meatball Head is in danger. Big danger, we have to go now. Now." Rei takes out her transformation wand, and the other Sailor Scouts do the same, in which they prepare to transform and run to the Tsukino household as fast as they can. November 6, 2022, around 5:30 p.m., the first floor of Aincard. Back inside of the game, Usagi yelps as she gets injured by a weak wolf monster, and she notices that it didn't hurt as much she thought it would. Usagi says, "Whoa, it didn't hurt as much as I thought it would." Usagi yelps as she dodges an attack from the wolf monster, and she says, nervously, "I really should have read the manual more." Somehow, she managed to defeat the weak wolf monster, and she takes a deep breath. Usagi takes a look at the time and she says, "Mom said that after Sammy's appointment, they would be going shopping and bringing home dinner. I can't wait to see what they got." Usagi licks her lips, and with her right hand, she opens up her player menu to go to the options buttons that has the logout button. But when she gets to where the logout button is, she doesn't find the logout. She asks, confused, where's the logout button?" Usagi pushes what should be the logout button, but nothing happens, in which she asks, "Is this some kind of bug?" "No, no way, not after the beta testing. Uncle Kayaba was so through with this game. He took every detail SAO personally. Not even a minor bug would pass under his watchful eye of the game, code especially with the beta testing to make sure that nothing went wrong." Usagi becomes nervous and concerned as a horrible feeling creeps up, and she says nervously, I don't like this. Something's wrong. I can feel it." Just then Usagi hears the bells in the starting city, the starting area for all of the players in SAO, ring, and Usagi then gasps as she is covered in a bright light. And the next thing that she knew is she was inside of a building, and she asks, "Hey, what's going on?" Usagi tries to exit out of the building, but she can't. Usagi says nervously, "Okay, I seriously don't like this." Usagi looks out the window, in which she sees the sky of this virtual world become filled with panels that either say warning or system announcement, and Usagi says, "I can't see." Usagi then sees a stairway, runs up the stairs, and out onto the balcony of a building some distance from the starting plaza, in which she witnesses a massive red robe figure without a face in the hood of the robe. Usagi says, "Hold on, that's the clothing of a SAO GM. Sammy told me about them." Just then the massive avatar says in a male voice, "Attention players, I welcome you to my world." Usagi thinks in her mind, recognizing the voice, "Wait, Uncle Kayaba." The massive avatar says, "My name is Akihiko Kayaba, and as of this moment, I am in control of this world." Usagi wanted to call out to the avatar, but something in her gut told her not to, and the massive avatar says, "I'm sure that most of you have noticed something missing from your main menus, the logout button." The massive avatar creates a player menu in front of him, and he says, "Let me assure you, this is not a defect in the game. I repeat, this is not a defect. This is how Sword Art Online was designed to be." Usagi gasps in shock, and she thinks, stunned, "Uncle Kayaba, what are you saying?" The massive avatar says, "You cannot log yourselves, and no one from the outside will be able to remove the nerve gear from your head. If anyone attempts to, your nerve gear will discharge a microwave signal into your brain, destroying it and ending your life." Usagi becomes completely horrified, and she thinks, shocked, No, uncle, what are you saying? What are you doing?" The massive avatar then says, "Despite my warning, the friends and family of some players attempted to remove the nerve gear, and as a result, the game has 213 less players. They have been deleted from both Aincard and the real world." Usagi gives a look of pure horror, and the massive avatar says, creating dozens of holographic images of news reports from television, internet, and print, showing reports about what's unfolding in the real world. As you can see, there is round-the-clock news coverage, including the deaths. At this point, the likelihood of a nerve gear being removed is minimum at best. I hope this brings you a little comfort as you complete the game. It is important to remember the following. There is no longer any way to revive anyone in the game. If your HP drops to 0, your avatar will be deleted, and your nerve gear will simultaneously destroy your brain. Usagi stumbles backwards, shakes her head in disbelief, and she thinks, completely horrified, No, Uncle Kayaba, what have you done? Why are you doing this?" The massive avatar, supposed to Akihiko Kayaba, then says, "There is only one way to escape now. You must clear the game." The massive avatar then displays a hologram of the floating castle of Aincard, and it says, "Right now, you are gathered on floor 1, the lowest level of Aincard. If you get through the dungeon and defeat the boss, you will be allowed to advance to the next floor. Defeat the boss at 100th floor and you clear the game." Usagi thinks in her mind, But how? Sammy told me himself. The beta testers only managed to get to the 6th to 10th floors. I'm not sure with his bragging and teasing me during the beta testing, but I know that they didn't even clear the first tenth of this game. The massive avatar then says, and last but not least, I have placed in the item storage of every player. Have a look. Usagi goes through her player menu, and she finds in her item area, there is an item that says mirror in it. She gives it form and a small mirror takes form in her hand in which she looks inside to see her avatar's face. Just then she gasps and yelps as she is glowing, and the light is bright that she is unable to see for a few moments. When she opens her eyes and she looks in the mirror, she gasps to see her face in real life reflected in the mirror with her long blonde hair flowing since she couldn't keep it in her classic pigtails while using the nerve gear. Usagi says, "That's my face, what I look like in real life. But how? I don't get." Usagi then gasps as she remembers a while ago when Ami explained about the nerve gear and about how it has a powerful scanning feature which she didn't pay close attention, but she still remembers. Usagi says, "Okay, it explains how it knows my face." When Usagi looks over herself and she sees that her body, under her current clothing, looks exactly like it does in real life, she asks, "But how can it get my body exactly as it does?" Usagi then remembers about when she used the nerve gear for the first time and how the other Sailor Scouts, who also got nerve gears before SAO came, also talked about calibration, and she thinks, does it means that when we touched our bodies, it got our physical data? Uncle Kayaba is a genius, so I wouldn't put it by him to figure out a way to get every bit of physical data about the users of his nerve gear. Usagi shakes her head and she thinks in complete disbelief. But why? Why is Uncle Kayaba doing this? As if to answer Usagi's question, the massive avatar says, right now you must be thinking, why? Why would Akihiko Kayaba, developer of Sword Art Online and the nerve gear, do this? An act of terrorism? An elaborate kidnapping to exact ransom money? I can assure you that this is nothing of the sort. The answer is simple. I created Sword Art Online was control of a fate of a world of my design. Usagi thinks in her mind, completely horrified. Do you how insane that sounds, Uncle Kayaba? The massive avatar then says, as you can see, I have achieved my goal. This concludes the tutorial phase of Sword Art Online. I wish you the best of luck, dear players. Soon after, the massive avatar turns into virtual smoke and fades into the virtual sky, which returns to normal soon after, and Usagi and all of the players in the main plaza stay there silent in disbelief. But Usagi knew that this was no joke and no gag. She was no technological genius to say the least, but she knew that her uncle, Akihiko Kayaba, was a genius of a level to do such a thing, and she knew that everything that this avatar that was said to be her uncle is the completely and utter truth. She completely realizes that if she dies here, she will die in real life. Just then Usagi can hear massive screams and yells of horror, fear, anger, and disbelief, in which she falls to her knees and her avatar's eyes now flow with virtual tears. Usagi says weakly, how could you, Uncle Kayaba? Usagi then starts to cry and wail, in which she screams out, how could you do this? How could you? This was a wonderful dream that we were supposed to share with everyone. A new world for everyone to love and enjoy, a new frontier, and now you have turned it into a nightmare. Usagi holds herself and she thinks in complete disbelief and horror, this has to be a horrible dream, a nightmare. However, Usagi knows that this is happening for real despite it being a virtual world. She is trapped in a virtual world with close to 10,000 other people, and over 200 are already dead because her uncle, Akihiko Kayaba, who had turned this, the first VR MMO, into a death game. She collapses to her knees and she thinks in her mind, pure fear and horror on her face, Mom, Dad, Ami-chan, Mina-chan, Rei-chan, Lita-chan, Amara-chan, Hataru-chan, Michelle-chan, Trista-chan, Darian Kun, someone help me, save me, please, someone save us, help us please. Usagi then falls into a fetal position and cries her virtual eyes out while Kirito leads Klein and tries to convince him to come with him, but Klein declines since he has a group of friends that also brought game and joined him in it. Kirito feels that despite his beta tester experience, he won't be able to help Klein and his friends. However, Klein, knowing what Kirito is thinking, tells him to go off alone and he and his friends will be fine on their own. Kirito, very reluctantly, leaves Klein, and it is a regret that will always haunt him. However, what Kirito doesn't know that he and our Moon Princess along others will be crossing paths as this nightmarish death game starts in chaos. November 6, 2022, after 5:30 p.m. Tsukino household. Sailor Mercury, Sailor Venus, Sailor Mars, and Sailor Jupiter arrive at the Tsukino household and kick in the back door, in which they rush into the house. Sailor Mars yells out, "Serena, Serena." Sailor Jupiter shouts out, "Serena." They rush to Serena's room and they gasp in horror as they see Serena's motionless form with the nerve gear on her head on her bed. Sailor Venus says, shocked, "Oh no." Sailor Jupiter steps forward, but Luna leaps onto the bed and she screams out, "No, don't touch it. Touch that nerve gear and it may think that you are trying to remove it. If it does, it will send out a microwave that will fry Serena's brain and kill her instantly." The Sailor Scouts gasp in shock and Sailor Mars says, shocked, "No way." Sailor Mercury responds, "I believe that's possible, Sailor Mars. The nerve gear uses microwaves, and if the safeties are disabled, it could create a microwave that could damage the human brain, and it has the power to do it since it has an internal battery. A third of the nerve gear is a battery." Luna says, with a nod, "That's right. Over 200 people are dead when family and friends of the players of SAO attempted to remove the nerve gear." There are more gasps and Sailor Jupiter asks, "What's going on?" Luna responds with a sneer, "Akihiko Kayaba has started his game." There are more gasps of surprise and Sailor Mercury asks, "Serena's uncle, the creator of the nerve gear itself?" Luna says with a nod, "He is claiming reasonability and there is nothing that we can do. Serena is trapped in SAO." The inner Sailor Scouts gasp and Sailor Venus says, horrified, "No." Luna tells them, "Transform back. By now, Serena's family have already seen the news and they must be on their way. Call the emergency services and get them down here immediately." The inner Sailor Scouts transform back into their civilian forms and Mina says, with a nod, "Right." As Mina runs out of the room, Luna tells Ami, "Ami, start scanning the nerve gear. We need to find something. Anything that could allow us to bypass the traps that Kayaba set up in the nerve gear that could activate the trap that could kill Serena and free her from the nerve gear and SAO. We need to work fast." Lita asks concerned, "Why?" Luna responds, "I managed to get information from all over the world in Central Command. From what I know, if Serena dies in that game, her virtual avatar will be deleted and the nerve gear's kill switch will be activated and killing her instantly." There are gasps and Ray yells out, "Are you saying that if Serena dies in that game, she will die right here and now?" Luna says with a nod, "Exactly, Ray." Ray tells Ami, "Hurry, Ami." Ami gets out her computer and she responds, "Right." As Ami is typing and scanning the nerve gear, Lita says, in a fearful tone, "Hold on, Serena. We'll get you out of there. Just hold on." But deep in their hearts, Ami and Luna had a horrible feeling that it won't be that easy since they know that Kayaba is an incredible genius, and Ami feels that he rivals her own intelligence. Ami asks, "Why? Why would Serena's own uncle do this?" Ray responds with an enraged expression, "I don't know, and right now I don't care. If I ever find that son of a bitch, I will fry him, Sailor Scout rules or not, Luna. He is a dead man." Lita tells Ray, "If we find him, beat the information on how to get Serena and everyone else out of there first, and then kill him." Ray responds with a snort, "Fine." Ray says, looking at Serena with pure fear in her eyes, "Don't you dare die on us, meatball head. Not after all that we've been through. Don't you dare, Serena." As they can look at their leader's motionless form, they can only hope and pray that she will survive in that virtual world without them, until they can figure out how to set her, and everyone else trapped in SAO free through Ami and Luna have a horrible feeling of helplessness in which they fear that they can do nothing for Serena. November 9, 2022, Aincard First Floor, Town of Beginnings Starting City. Within the Town of Beginnings, our Moon Princess, known as Usagi in SAO and looking like her real self, is sitting down on a bed in an inn in the starting city of SAO known as the Town of Beginnings. But unlike the joyful and bubbly Moon Princess that she usually is, her blue eyes are filled with sorrow, despair, and guilt. Her own uncle, the creator of SAO and the nerve gear, has trapped her and nearly 10,000 other people inside of a virtual world where death here will mean your death in real life too. A virtual world that should have been a new frontier in game and adventuring was instead turned into a nightmare by her own uncle. She didn't want to believe it. She hoped and prayed that it was some kind of nightmare, but the cold hard facts quickly caused to accept the truth that this is really happening. And it became even clearer at what she found at Blackburn Palace. Within the building in the city, there was a chamber known as the Chamber of Resurrection, the area like in regular MMO where a character that dies is revived, in which it was the same for the beta test. However, now, there is a large metallic epitaph known as the Monument of Life, where the avatar name of all of the players of SAO, including her own, were etched. And if a person dies, his name is crossed out and the player's time of death and cause is printed on it. The first person, 3 hours after the official start of this death game, came when a person, unbelieving of what Kayaba said, jumped off the edge of Aincard where he vanished into the world below. His name was crossed off and the words "fell from a great height" were etched by his crossed-out name. The other players didn't know if he was dead or not, but Usagi knew better. She knew that genius that's her uncle, Akihiko Kayaba, and she can feel it deep in her heart that player was truly dead. Dead by her own uncle's hands, and dead from a game that she helped create with him when she was a child. And now, every single day, she is hearing of more and more people dying in this death game, and it tears her to her very being. For the past 3 days, she had hoped that her friends, the Sailor Scouts, especially Ami and Trista, would find a way to free her and thus free everyone from this nightmare, but she also knew better. She knew that her uncle was that rare one-in-a-million genius. She remembers conversations with Ami and Trista about how complex the nerve gear was to them, and she knew that her uncle would prepare for every trick in the book. She knew that by now, her body, her real body, had been transferred to the hospital, since Kayaba sent a message where he informed the other players about the ways that nerve gears, kill switch, will activate, and those situations will allow their real-world bodies to be taken to hospital for long-term care, where nutrients and liquids can be safely forced into her body to keep it working and keep her alive in the real world. But even with her powers as a Sailor Scout and the silver crystal supporting her body, she knew that she couldn't stay like this for long. She was trapped in a prison and a nightmare made by a member of her own family. A member of her own family that she beloved as a child and called her his princess. She couldn't understand it at all. Why would her own uncle do this? An uncle, in her mind, was calm and quiet yet so gentle that he couldn't hurt a fly. Was someone making him do this insanity? Was an evil force controlling him like Hataru's father, Dr. Tamo, and Hataru, in the form of Mistress Nine? Nothing made any sense to her. All she knew that her uncle has trapped her and nearly 10,000 other people in this death game, and she had no one, no mother, no father, no brother, which now she was glad that Sammy had that appointment and he wasn't trapped with her in SAO, which is the only comfort that she had right now. No Sailor Scouts, her best female friends in the whole world, and finally no Darien, his warm touch, his loving kisses. Gone, she was trapped and completely alone. Usagi sheds a few more tears and she says weakly, "Girls, Darien-kun, I need you." November 9, 2022, one of the hospitals in Tokyo. Inside one of the hospitals in Tokyo, there is a hospital room where Serena's real body, still connected to the nerve gear, is lying motionless where it is made sure that it is connected to a network. And power is constantly supplied to make sure that the kill switch in it doesn't active and destroy Serena's brain, as well as various tubes with needles poking into her arms to force water and nutrients that her body needs to survive, as well as monitoring equipment. Assembled around Serena's motionless form is Darien Shields, age 20, who is interning at the hospital, by Serena's side, and a look of pure horror and disbelief in his eyes, and the Sailor Scouts, in their civilian forms, all of them with horrified, disbelieving, and other sets of emotions including anger and rage on Lita's part as she paces around the room. Lita yells out, I hate this, we've got to do something, anything." Amara shouts out, "Don't you think that the rest of us feel the same way, Lita-chan? But we can't. That thing is a booby-trapped electric chair, and one wrong move will turn our princess, brain into burnt toast." Hataru asks in horror, Why? Why would our Heim's uncle do this?" Michelle hugs Hataru and she responds, "I don't understand either, Firefly." Darien looks at his love's motionless form and he says, weakly, "Serena, meatball head." He can only remember when he had come back when he heard about this, and he remembered about Serena talking to him playing SAO. Flashback, November 7, 2022. Rushing through the streets of Juban in Tokyo is Darien Shields, wearing a motorcycle outfit and riding a motorcycle in which he is racing through the streets as fast as he can with a look of pure panic in his eyes. After Sailor Moon freed Sailor Galaxia from the wicked entity of chaos and dispelled all over the universe to seal it away, Darien spent time with the others before deciding to go to America for a year, but only for a year or so. He had recently come back and gotten within the best college in Tokyo, in which he left on a field course to study all of Japan's hospitals and medicine practitioners as part of his studies at his college. But now, he is racing back into the city after learning about what's being described as the SAO incident, and he remembers talking with his lover, his princess, Serena, about sword art online since her uncle, Akihiko Kayaba, was the creator of the game and the nerve gear. While not as much a gamer as his beloved, Darien had respected Kayaba since he knew that he had created a revolution not just in gaming, but a new frontier for humans to explore, the virtual and digital frontier. But right now, he has just heard that same name has trapped around 10,000 people in that game and programmed their nerve gear to destroy their brains if they died in that game, or anyone attempted to remove the nerve gear itself, in which he had just heard that 213 people had already died on the first day alone when their family and friends attempted to do so. Knowing that Akiko Tsukino is the sister of Akihiko Kayaba and her children are his niece and nephew, in which Sammy was a beta tester for the game, Darien knew that it was easy for Serena to get a hard copy of Sword Art Online, and she had told her himself. As he races through the streets, he hopes and prays that for some reason. Any reason, she didn't put on the nerve gear and is trapped in that death game. Darien thinks in his mind, please Meatball Head, please be okay. Soon enough, Darien arrives at the hospital in which if Serena is one of the victims, which Darien hopes against hope, she would be taken here due to the conditions set up by Akihiko Kayaba to allow the transfer of his victims. After finding a place to park, he rushes into the hospital proper and finds a doctor that he is a good friend with. Darien screams out, "Dr. Namashima." The doctor looks at Darien and he asks, surprised, "Darien." Darien runs over and he says, his voice full of panic, "Dr. Namashima, are the SAO victims being brought to this hospital?" The doctor responds a bit nervously, "Yes." Darien asks, hoping that the answer to this question is no. Was a girl that goes by the name of Serena Tsukino admitted? The doctor asks, "Why do you ask Darien?" Darien yells out, "She is my girlfriend." The doctor's eyes widen, his expression becomes solemn, causing Darien's eyes to widen, and the doctor says solemnly, "I don't know how to say this, Darien. But yes, your girlfriend is one of the 10,000 victims of this horrible incident." It was like a bullet was shot straight through his heart, as his worst fears were confirmed, and the doctor tells Darien, "She was just admitted." Actually, she is one of the first ones admitted when we learned how to transfer them without triggering the sequence that causes the nerve gear to destroy the brain. She is a special hospital room under guard. Darien asks, "Under guard?" The doctor responds, "She is the niece of Akihiko Kayaba, the man behind this madness. And right now, more and more people are dying every day, and it is for her own protection in which the government is doing its best to make sure that the relation between Kayaba and the Tsukino family aren't found out." Darien realizes that it is for good reason in which they might take out their rage against Kayaba, against his helpless beloved despite her being a victim of her own uncle's madness. Darien tells the doctor, pleadingly, "Namashima-sensei, please, I need to see her." The doctor responds with a solemn nod, "Follow me, Darien. Her family and friends are already there, and when they confirm you are her boyfriend, I'm sure that they will let you in." Darien nods as he follows the doctor to a wing of the emergency treatment area of the hospital, where there is a room with 2 military police guards, in which Darien is admitted into the room where he finds, much to his horror and disbelief, Serena's motionless form on the hospital bed, the nerve gear attached to her head, and her body connected to various sensors, with needles connected to bags to put water and nutrients that her body needs to survive and stay functions. Surrounding her are the Sailor Scouts, all of them having looks of horror and disbelief on their expressions, and her family with her mother crying by her bedside, Sammy, a look of horror on his face with tears streaming down his cheeks, and Kenji with a look of pure rage in his eyes. Ray notices him and she says weakly, "Darien." However, Darien could only look in disbelief as he sees the love of his 2 lifetimes lying in that bed, motionless, and he stands there before he stumbles forward, in which Amara stops him. Amara tells Darien, "Easy, Darien. We don't know if anything could set off that thing on her head." Darien nods his head weakly, and he is sat by Serena's left side on the bed. He holds her motionless left hand, and he says, tears in his eyes, "Serena, seer." Ami says weakly, "She can't hear you, Darien. She can't hear anything of us. Her mind is trapped in SAO." As Darien starts to shed tears, Sammy says in disbelief, Why is Uncle Kayaba doing this? I don't understand." Kenji says in a calm tone, but his rage evident in his voice, "I don't know, son. I just don't know, and right now I don't care why." Kenji bangs the wall with his right fist and he yells out angrily, "We believed in him. He betrayed us, all of us. He betrayed our princess most of all. We thought that he was creating a brand new world. A new frontier. I didn't care much for the games, but even I knew that the creation of the full dive could bring humanity into a new age. And now he has turned it into a nightmare. He has betrayed our trust and he has betrayed my girl's trust. He believed in him most of all, and now he has taken her away from us. When I find him, he is going to wish that he was never born into this world." Ikuko says weakly, "Kenji, please don't. This isn't helping our girl, our princess." On the meanwhile, Darien is thinking about all of his memories with Serena in their past life as Princess Serenity and Prince Endymion, and today, from their first meeting and all of their adventures after Serena became Sailor Moon. After Galaxia, he thought that he and his lover could finally enjoy a time of peace before they had to become Neo-Queen Serenity and King Endymion of Crystal Tokyo. But he always knew that future could always be destroyed at a moment's notice, since Trista always said that the future is like molding clay and can shift forms at any time. Now, the love of his life is trapped in a virtual world and could die at any time at the hands of her own uncle, a member of her own family that she beloved, which was evident in the way that she talked about Kayaba in her own worlds. The knowledge of this turned Darien's sorrow into anger and rage, and he quickly gets up from his seat and starts to stomp off. Lita says, stopping him, "Darien, where are you going?" Darien responds, pure rage in his voice, "Where do you think, Lita? I'm going to Argus right now." There are gasps, and Michelle says, "There are police and government agents already there. You won't be able to get in." Darien yells out, enraged, "I don't care, Michelle. I'll find a way in and I'll make them tell me where Kayaba is. And when I find him, I will force him to release Serena-chan and the others from this nightmare immediately, even if I have to beat him to an inch of his life." Ray stomps over to him, slaps him in the face, and she yells at him, "Idiot. Don't you think that any of us don't want to do the same? But that's not going to help Meatball Head right now. How do you think that she will feel if she knows that we let ourselves get consumed by anger and rage over her and do the unthinkable? Do you?" With tears in her eyes, Ray glares at him, and Darien's eyes widen, in which Ray struck the point home as Darien turns to look at the motionless body of his lover. Kenji says, with a serious tone and the look of rage in his expression still evidence, "And even if you do find him, I doubt that there is anything that you can do. The bastard is a genius and knowing Kayaba. He has trapped himself in the game to make sure that no one can make him tell how to stop this death game of his. But then again, he could have made it that he couldn't stop it even if he tried." Trista says solemnly, "Those are distinct possibilities." Darien lowers his head, knowing Kayaba, being as smart as he is, had taken steps, even with himself, to make sure that no one outside would be able to stop his death game, and now, he, along with everyone else in the room, are helpless to do anything to help Serena on their end. End flashback, return to the present. Later on, a hastily formed organization, the SAO Incident Victims Rescue Force. The people helping the 10,000 victims to have their bodies moved safely to hospitals, to prevent their nerve gears from killing and trying to find a way to help and save the victims, led by Seijiro Kikuoka, a former SAO best tester that didn't move onto the full version, and who is a member of a new government organization known as the VR Division. Visited the Tsukino family to learn all that they can to find a way to get Serena and the other victims of SAO released from the death game, as it was being called now. They quickly realized that not even members of his own family, the Tsukino family, had any idea that Kayaba was even capable as such an act which made plenty in the group hate him even more, seeing that he would trap even a member of his own family and risk her life as well. These people did their best to comfort the family and used all of their resources to make sure that no attempt of retribution by the other victims' family and friends, living and dead, were taken on the Tsukino family just because of their relationship to Kayaba. The government, quickly realizing that Serena's family had no idea that Kayaba was going to do this, felt that they are completely innocent of his actions and also worked to protect them. However, they gathered as much information on Kayaba from the Tsukino family as they could, feeling that there could be clues left in their memories with Kayaba. Kenji, as a magazine editor, had plenty of connections in which he worked with the government task force in order to find Kayaba, Ikuko, showing technological prowess though nothing at the level of Kayaba, worked with Ami and Trista, with the government task force and scientists to figure out some way to free the victims, or at least make sure that the nerve gear couldn't kill them when they tried to remove it or they died in SAO. And Sammy, out of fear of his relation to Kayaba getting out, was taken out of school and moved to live with relatives out in the country. Right now, Darien and the Sailor Scout are looking at their Moon Princess motionless form, and Michelle is using her aqua mirror to see if she can look into the world of the game through her magical talisman, which doesn't seem to work at first, and then an image of Serena, in her SAO avatar of Usagi, appears in her mirror. Michelle says, shocked, "I can see her." There are multiple gasps and they assemble around Michelle, in which they see their princess, SAO avatar inside of the inn. Mina says, "It's her." Ray tells Mina, "Quiet, Mina. My spell scrolls can keep things down for only so long." Ami asks, "Is that the inside of the game?" Michelle says with a nod, "I believe so. It was shockingly hard to get into. It might be a man-made world, but it is another world." Lita asks, "Can we communicate with her?" Michelle responds solemnly, "No, my mirror can only show things." Hataru says, "She is so sad." Amara says, "Her own uncle betrayed her in every single way, trapped her and nearly 10,000 others in that world, and she is all alone in there." Mina says solemnly, "Serena." The images fades in and out, and Michelle says, "It is hard to maintain a visual on Serena for some reason." Lita says, "I just hate this. We can see her, but we can't do anything for her." Darien goes over to Serena's motionless form, touches her hand, and he says, "Serena, I'm here. We're here with you. Please don't give up. We need you. I need you." Just then a golden glow comes over Darien's hands as he closes his eyes, and the others are surprised. Amura asks, "What?" Ray says he is trying to communicate with Serena with his heart. Hataru then gets an idea and she asks, "Maybe we can too, right?" Mina asks, "Is it possible through our powers?" Trista says, with a nod, "It is possible since we are all joined together in so many ways." The others nod their heads and put their hands over Serena's and Darien's hands, in which they focus their powers, and a rainbow of colors form over Serena's and Darien's hands, as the scouts attempt with Darien to send their feelings to their trapped princess and give her strength to survive. November 9, 2022, Town of Beginnings, Aincard/SAO. Back inside of SAO, Usagi is just so sad. But she then has a warm feeling in her heart, and she looks at herself to find the area of her avatar where her heart is in real life glowing. Usagi asks, "What's going on?" Just then Darien's voice calls out, "Serena." Usagi gasps and she asks, shocked, "Darien-kun." Just then the Sailor Scout's voice ring out in unison, "Serena." Usagi leaps to her feet and she shouts out, "Girls, girls, is that you?" Darien's voice booms, "Serena, we're here for you. We're right here. Please don't give up. I need you." Usagi then gasps as images fill her mind as her real-world body in her hospital bed with the other Sailor Scouts and Darien come into her mind. Usagi thinks, "Darien-kun, the girls, they are with my real body. They are sending their feelings to me." Ray's voice booms, "Don't you dare give up on us, Meatball Head." Hataru's voice booms, "We're with you, Haim. Please don't give up. You never gave up on me even when I was possessed by Mistress Nine. You didn't care about who I was or what possessed me. You never gave up on me no matter, and I won't give up on you." Usagi thinks in her mind, "Hataru-chan." Lita's voice booms, "You can't give up now. Not after all that we have been through. We've faced life and death together as Sailor Moon and the Sailor Scouts. You never gave up before, and I know that you will get through this now. Usagi thinks in her mind, Lita-chan. Usagi then remembers her days as Sailor Moon starting from the first day to the end of the Galaxia, and she thinks, they're right. As Sailor Moon, I've always faced life and death, and in fact, I actually died at least once, which is a memory that I wish to forget. But I've faced down Beryl, Metalia, the Doom Phantom and Black Moon, the Heart Snatchers, the Dead Moon Circus, and Chaos when it possessed Sailor Galaxia. I've fought against the worst that the universe has to offer, and as long as even my friends and Darien-kun's spirit were with me, I never gave up and I never lost to anyone. I can't just give up now. I can't just wait here to die. They need me. They are waiting for me. Everyone is waiting and hoping for my return. Usagi's face turns into one of determination. She gets to his feet, and using the game system, she rearranges her avatar's hair to look like her hairstyle in real life, her classic pigtails. She then uses as much as her remaining game money, core, to buy as many supplies as she can, and she goes to the edge of the town of Beginning and looking towards the fields. She draws her sword and Usagi charges into the open fields and out of the town, which is a safe zone in which a player's HP won't go down by any means at all. A wild boar monster appears in front of her, and she hesitates for a moment, but she then charges in for the attack and she thinks, I won't let this game beat me, girls. I will return to you no matter what it takes. I will survive and I will win. And Uncle Kayaba, I don't know why you've done this or even if you're doing this of your free will, but if you are, I will stop you. I will end this madness and save everyone. In the name of the moon, I will stop you, Uncle Kayaba. Usagi then uses a basic sword skill to strike hard and fast and kill the boar instantly as she rushes into the world of SAO with renewed spirit and determined to get back to her loved ones and end this death game once and for all. November 9, 2022, Serena's hospital room. Inside of Serena's hospital room, the others are assembled around Serena and transferring their feelings to Princess in which they hear her voice ring in their minds. I will never give up, everyone. Everyone gasps, the glow around Serena's hand stops, and they leap back a bit. Mina asks, was that? Trista says with a smile, yes, it was. Lita says with a smile, I knew that she would never give up. Ray says with a grin, she had better not. Hadaru asks, what can we do now? Amara says solemnly, there is nothing that we can do, Firefly. Michelle says, all we can do is hope and pray. As Michelle looks into her aqua mirror, an image of Usagi appears on the mirror as she battles through one monster after another in her new quest to find her uncle, figure out what's going on, and stop this madness in which to save as many players as she can while ending this death game once and for all. Chapter 2, The Bunny and the Beater. December 2, 2022, Aincard, first floor. Within the forest and fields of the first floor of Aincard, there is a person player wearing a pearly white cloak with a hood, covering this person's face, as she uses a sword known as a Neil Blade, a one-handed long sword, to defeat a wolf-like monster, and it shatters into data polygons when its HP reaches 0. The hooded and cloaked player says in a familiar female voice, no contest now. The person lowers her hood to reveal our moon princess, known as Usagi in SAO, looking around. She looks at the timer from her main menu and the date in which she says, solemnly, nearly a month already. A month without my friends, Darien-kun. They are with me, my body in the real world. But I'm all alone here in this game. No, this death game. In which my uncle turned this dream adventure into a living nightmare. 2,000 people, 2,000 dead. Usagi shakes her head to come to her senses and focuses in which she focuses on the labyrinth of the first floor and she says, I can't give up. I have to keep going and keep trying. Man, I wish that I asked Sammy more details about this game. I'm glad that he isn't trapped like me, but right now, I would love to have the squirt with me. Usagi then leaps down and heads to the lab. Now, you must be thinking, why would someone like Usagi/Serena be by herself? Well, it is out of guilt and reasonability that she is alone. She feels guilty that since it was her uncle, and in a way, she had helped create SAO with her ideas as a child through completely unknowingly, since she had no idea at all that her uncle would do such a thing to all of them. And because of this, and because it was her once beloved uncle that did this to all of them, Usagi can't help to feel responsible for this nightmare, despite she had nothing to do with her uncle's actions, with her own personality and nature as Sailor Moon kicking in. Because of this, Usagi had decided to remain a solo player despite her nature of being friendly and able to make friends so well. She also knew that plenty of the players wouldn't take too kindly to her because she is Kayaba's niece despite her being a victim, more so than many other players in SAO like them. Every single day, with every single death, Usagi feels like her very being is torn apart, and she is confused on why her uncle is doing this to all of them. Because of this, she tends to avoid the other players as much as possible, and to be honest, she can't even step into Blackyearn Palace at this time because even she sees the monument of life in general. She feels that she would suffer some kind of stress, attack, or something. Right now, Usagi is determined to complete this game, save as many people as possible, and find her uncle to find out why he is doing this, in which, if necessary, stop him. However, part of Usagi isn't sure if she has got what it takes, but she knows that her family, friends, and her beloved are with her, at least in spirit, in which she is determined to end this nightmare once and for all. Usagi puts on the hood of her pearly white cloak, and she takes off into the labyrinth, and she goes through the monsters one after another. By this time, Usagi has really worked hard to develop her level and sword skills, and she has become a strong player at this time despite being new to the game. However, Usagi was a real gamer as she showed back in the real world, and loving every chance to play at the Crown Arcade, in which she has experience at MMO games with Mina, Lita, and even Ami and Hataru. Plus, she remembers what her brother told her about the game during the time that he was a beta tester for the game, and her childhood memories with her uncle during the development of Sword Art Online. However, like many non-beta testers, she had to learn on the fly. At this moment, she is high in the labyrinth when she spots monsters known as Ruin Kobold Troopers, humanoid creatures with bulky bodies, large tails, and rabbit-like ears. Usagi thinks in her mind, a bit nervously, "Whoa, they look like hulked-out rabbits. That's just too weird and a bit creepy." But then she notices a green cursor among them, and she thinks in her mind, "A player? Alone? Here." Usagi immediately investigates, in which she sees a player wearing a dark red leather tunic with a matching hood that covers the player's face, and Usagi noticed her use a basic rapier sword skill linear against one of Ruin Kobold Troopers with 4 strikes. But then another trooper is coming to attack this player at the player's blind spot, and Usagi shouts out, "Watch out!" The player turns to see the trooper about to strike, but Usagi comes and cuts down the trooper, in which shatters into polygons. Usagi asks, "Are you okay?" The player responds in a female voice, "Yes, I am. Thank you for your assistance." Usagi thinks in her mind, she's a girl, and from the sound of her voice, she is probably about as old as I am or just a year younger. Man, I'm glad that I got some detective skills from the girls. Usagi then can hear the player breathing heavily, and Usagi asks her, "Are you all right?" The female player responds, "Don't worry about me. Please take care of yourself." Usagi responds, "No way, you are exhausted. These may not be our real bodies, but our minds are, and using sword skills take concentration, which wears us out. I saw how you were fighting, and you went overboard on that trooper. From what I can see, you could have defeated him using your sword regularly. You are a strong enough player." The female player replies, "I thank you for your concern, but if I die, I die." Usagi says, annoyed, "And with that attitude, you will die. I mean, you have got to have something to live for, don't you? You must have friends and family that are horrified and are crying their eyes wanting you to come home. I can't let you waste your life like that. Come on, I'm getting you out here." The female player responds, "I." However, the female player collapses to the ground, and Usagi barely manages to catch her. Usagi then notices bright lights coming from the distance, and she says, with a growl, "Just great." Usagi then puts the female player on her shoulder and starts to run, knowing that this way, she wouldn't be able to fight back effectively. But just then, a young male player with black hair, black eyes, blue under brown leather chest plate, black pants with a matching black belt, and dark boots makes his appearance. The male player asks, "Is she all right?" Usagi says, "Yes, she just exhausted." Usagi hands the cloaked female player to the male player, and she tells her, "Get her out of here." The male player asks, "Is she a friend of yours?" Usagi replies, "No, but I can't see anyone die in this nightmare. There are just too many deaths already. Please get her out of here and I'll cover you. Usagi twists around to see that a newly appeared trooper has spotted them, and Usagi draws her anneal blade in which she charges in and takes down the trooper, but more make their appearance. The male player thinks in his mind, wow, she is good. Is she a beta tester like I was? Anyway, remembering the female player, he says, okay, good luck and don't die. Usagi responds, I won't, thank you. The male player is hesitate to leave Usagi, but seeing that she is doing just fine and taking the safety of the unconscious female player into account, the male player leaves with the unconscious female player on his shoulders. After seeing that the male player and the female player are gone, Usagi makes her escape out of that area of the labyrinth, and she hopes that both players that she met got out all right, not knowing of what the future will hold for the three of them. December 3, 2022, Cherry Hill Shrine. Today, at Cherry Hill Shrine, Luna, Artemis, Rei, Mina, Lita, Amara, Michelle, and Hataru are having a sailor scout meeting about the current situation with their princess and the other people trapped in the first VR MMO, Sword Art Online, which is now known simply as the SAO incident. Artemis asks, where are the others? Mina responds, Darien is staying at the hospital where Serena is being kept, and he is working there as long as he doesn't have any classes. Rei says, Ami and Trista are part of the SAO case victims' rescue forces in order to figure out how to at least prevent the nerve gear from frying the brains of the people wearing them and trapped in the game. Serena's mother is helping too, and Kenji is using his influence and resources as a magazine editor, and his past as a photographic reporter to get any information on Kayaba. Lita says, Serena's younger brother, Sammy, has been moved out into the countryside as a precaution against the family and friends of the other victims for unjustified retribution, despite the Tsukino family being one of the biggest victims of them all. Amara says, which is why our princess remains under guard 24 a day, and they made sure none of the guards have any connections to any of the victims. Hataru says, over 2,000 dead already. Artemis says, this is a nightmare. Luna says, horror in her voice, I can't believe this is happening. She is right there in front of us and we can't help her. Michelle says solemnly, all of us feel the same way. Rei yells out, damn that asshole, damn that Kayaba, how could he do this? How could be so heartless? His own family. He betrayed Serena, who looked up to him, and she thought that she was making a dream come true. And instead, he turned into a hellish nightmare. If I ever find him, I will burn him into ashes. Lita tells Rei, we know how you feel, Rei. All of us feel the same way, but getting pissed off isn't helping Serena at all. Rei shouts out strongly, I know that, but I can't help it. My best friend, the princess that I'm duty-bound to guard, is trapped in a virtual death game in which if she dies there, her brain will get fried like a burnt steak and I can't fucking a thing to save her. And not only that, it is her own uncle that did this to her. Hataru says, I can't believe that Tristamama and Ami-chan still haven't made any headway on the nerve gear. Michelle says, it is like we have said. Kayaba is that 1 in a million genius. Lita says, I can't believe that there is anyone that can match our Ami-chan. Amara says, bad news is that Kayaba is that rare genius that can go head-to-head with Ami-chan, Lita-chan. Artemis says, all we can hope and pray is that Serena will stay alive long enough to figure a way to get her out. But at this moment, we haven't found a way to break into the game. Lita says, yeah, the only way that we can find anything out about Serena is through Michelle's aqua mirror. Hataru asks Michelle, Michelle mama, can you see anything about Serena now? Michelle responds, shaking her head, no, Hataru. It will only work if I am by Serena's body. It is most likely due to my mirror's nature of revealing truths, and revealing the nature of the nerve gear is the reason that I'm able to look into SAO at all. Mina says, last time that we checked, she seems to be doing fine. Rei says, yeah, Mina-chan, we can only check on her. But we can't do anything for her, and at any time she could. Lita tells Rei, don't say that, Rei. Luna says, we all feel the same, Rei. We feel so helpless. Artemis and the Sailor Scouts become solemn at these words, knowing that they are completely helpless until they can figure out a way to save their princess from this death game, which looks no closer in sight. Artemis says, I know, Luna, we all feel pretty much the same. It's a horrible feeling. Hataru then says, solemnly, I'm not saying that our princess will die, and I constantly hoping that she will live enough to allow us to help her escape, or she finds a way to escape herself. But I think that we should tell her family the truth about her and us, everyone. There are multiple gasps and Amara asks, Firefly-chan, what are you saying? Hataru says, I don't want our princess to die, especially me. She gave everything to save me and help me be reborn into a new life. Hataru says, fear evident in her voice, I'm afraid. She can't survive forever on those systems, even with the silver crystal and her sailor soldier powers boosting her strength. She can't stay in that condition forever. Lita says, we know Hataru-chan. Hataru says, with fear in her voice, what if she stays like that for years and years? And Michelle tells Hataru, hugging her, Firefly, please. Michelle tells Hataru in a comforting tone, I know that you love our princess. We all do. She is precious to us, but you need to believe in her. She faced Galaxia alone, but she had us in spirit to help her. We need to remain strong for her. Hataru nods her head and she responds, I'll try, Michelle mama. Luna says, as much as I hate to say it, I think that Hataru has a point. I think that Serena's family deserves to know. There are more gasps of surprise and Ray asks, stunned, Luna. Luna says, I don't know why and I can't explain it, but I feel that the Tsukino family deserves to know the truth about Serena. Artemis tells Luna, Luna, this isn't like you at all. Luna responds with a nod, I know Artemis. I keep hoping that this whole situation is making my judgment go haywire, but I can't get these awful feelings out of my head. Anyway, I'll leave the final choice to you, girls. If you wish to agree me, then okay, but if you don't, I won't say a word. Right now, I just need some air. Luna then leaps out and starts to walk away. Artemis says, poor girl, I'll go with her. Mina responds, right, Artemis. Artemis heads off to keep Luna company, while the sailor scouts look at each other in which they can't help to consider Luna's words. But they feel they shouldn't because it feels like that they are giving up on their princess, and any and all hopes for her survival and return to them all. December 4, 2022, First Floor Labyrinth. Inside of the first floor labyrinth, Usagi is wandering through the hallways and looking around to map the area, not knowing that the boss room was found. Yesterday, she went back into the towns to eat, get new supplies and equipment, and rest, but she went so deep into the labyrinth, she had to go to sleep in a safe zone that she found in the labyrinth. Usagi thinks in her mind, I've got to say one thing. You can sleep like a rock in this game, and you wake up exactly when you have your internal alarm tell you to, but it is still a pain in the ass. Usagi continues to explore around, and she then finds a strange and ominous-looking door in which she says, nervously, creepy. She wondered if this was the boss room, but she can't be certain since she heard that not even the former beta testers could find the boss room this time, which meant that her uncle had changed elements of the game ever since the end of the beta test, which is most likely he used the beta testers as lab rats to perfect this game, which is why Kayaba allowed them to revive and log out like any regular MMO in the past. But now, in this death game, Usagi can't be certain if this is the boss room or some kind of room containing a sub-boss. Usagi says nervously, I shouldn't go in, but it wouldn't hurt to take a peek. Usagi then tries to gently push the door in, but it then takes some effort to push the door and she yelps as she suffers a classic klutz attack, as she did in reality and falling down on the floor on her face. Usagi groans, but she then slaps her hands over her mouth to cover her mouth. However, what she finds is a pitch-dark room and Usagi asks, confused, what's going on here? Where's the boss? Usagi looks around nervously, but doesn't see anything. Normally, she wouldn't enter a room so scary, but curiosity got the better of her and she tip-tops into the room very slowly and looking around. Usagi asks lowly, hello, anyone here? However, when she gets good enough into the room immediately lights up, causing Usagi to jump, and she then sees a creature that looks like a humanoid jackal creature that's over 2 meters tall, muscular, covered in blue-gray fur and has bloodthirsty, copper-red eyes. Usagi then can see that it is called Ilfang the Kobold Lord, and it has 4 health bars with axe and shield in its hand with a weapon attached to its back. Surrounding it are creatures known as Ruin Kobold Sentinels. Ruin Kobold Sentinels are red demi-human creatures, with long, thin ears sticking out of their helmets and a big red tail. A large portion of their head and body is tightly covered and protected by metal armor, which makes their throats their only weak point. The sentinels are armed with huge halberds. Ilfang leaps from his throne at the end of the massive room, and with 3 ruin kobold sentinels surrounding him, he roars as Usagi and she says, nervously, "I had to ask." Soon after, Ilfang and the sentinels charge at Usagi as she yelps and draws her sword, preparing to fight her enemy, in which she can't help to think that she must have found the boss room and the boss itself. Later on that same day, a massive group of players is heading towards the labyrinth since a scout group had found the boss room that Usagi is in right now, and they are being led by a player known as Tgthegood, who is a male with a bronze armor set on his chest, shoulders, arms, and shins, with a large long sword on his left waist and a kite shield on his back. He had blue hair with long bangs and blue eyes. His clothes under the armor were also blue. With this group is the male player that Usagi handed the female player that collapsed earlier too. The male player is none other than Kirito, the former beta tester that left a new associate, Klein, behind when this death game started, and after partnering up with the female player, he learned that the female player's name is Asuna when her health bar with her name appeared below his when he formed a party with her. Kirito tells Asuna, "Let's go over it again. We're the backup. Our target is the ruin kobold sentinels." Asuna responds, "I know." Kirito then tells Asuna, "I'll use a sword skill on it to knock their weapons out of the way. When I do, switch and jump in." Asuna asks, "Switch?" Kirito asks, surprised, "Okay, level with me. This is your first time in a party." Asuna responds with a nod, "Yes." Kirito then sighs and lowers his head, knowing that this is going to take some work. Later on, the group arrives at the door to the boss room, and Tgthegood slams his sword into the ground. Tgthegood says, "Listen up, everyone. There is one thing to say to all of you, let's win." Tgthegood pushes the door open, but much to his and everyone's surprise, they are shocked to find Usagi already fighting the boss, Ilfang, and his sentinels, in which Ilfang has already lost 1 health bar, and there are 2 sentinels. But Usagi is down to the red on her health bar, and she has driven one of the columns in the room, in which she barely avoids the mace from one of the sentinel, giving her an opening to attack the throat and destroy the sentinel. Usagi thinks in her mind, what is these things' armor made of, steel or what? Usagi yelps as she rolls out of the way of another attack, and she quickly gets a pink-colored crystal, in which she thinks, no time for a potion. Usagi says, "Heal." The crystal then shatters in her hands and her health bar returns to full health, but Usagi is breathing heavily, showing signs of good levels of fatigue, and she thinks, I wish the girls and Darien-kun was here." She struggles back to her feet until one of the players, Kibeo, a male with brown wild spiky hair, yells out, "Hey, who the heck are you?" Usagi looks over to see the other players and she asks, "Whoa, what are all of you doing here?" Just the Kirito comes out and he yells out, "I remember you." Usagi says, "Hey, you are the guy that helped me got that female player out of here." Kirito shouts out, "Look out!" Usagi then rolls out of the way of an attack from Ilfang himself, and she rolls over to the other players, in which Kirito asks, "What are you doing taking on the boss alone?" Usagi asks, "That's the boss." There are plenty of surprised looks, and Kirito asks, "Wait, are you saying that you just wandered into the boss room?" Usagi responds, nervously and rubbing the back of her hood, "Actually, I just did. I thought that it could have been the boss with so many health bars and it having those minions, but I couldn't be sure that it wasn't some kind of mini-boss of something." There are plenty of sweat drops, and a tall and bald, African-American-looking player tells, "You mean that you took on the boss by yourself, and you weren't completely sure that it was really the boss? That's crazy." Kirito yells out, more like insane, "Why didn't you teleport and get out of the room?" Usagi asks, "You can do that." There are more surprised looks, and Usagi says, "I thought that you couldn't retreat from boss fights like in most video games." Kibeo shouts out, "Bullshit, I don't believe it." Usagi asks, annoyed, "What's your problem, Spiky?" Kibeo responds, glaring at Usagi, "How can you take on the boss so well by yourself? Are you a beta tester?" Usagi replies, "No, I'm not a beta tester. I just worked really hard to bone to get to where I am and saving the lives of other players, including ungrateful asses like you." Kibeo glares at Usagi, and Tgthegood shouts out, We don't have time. I don't know who she is, but she just gave us a better chance for victory. Look, the boss has one less health bar and he only has one minion at the moment. Usagi says, watch out. He got 3 new minions when I managed to get rid of 1 health bar, which is a miracle that I'm still alive. Kirito says, no kidding. A player then shouts out, hey, it is just like the guild book said. Usagi asks, guild book. Plenty of the others look at Usagi in surprise and Diaval shouts out, this is our chance. Do it now. Soon enough, the other players, encouraged by these events, charge in to battle against the weakened Ilfang and the only sentinel that he has for the moment, in which Diaval tells Usagi, I don't know who you are, but you really helped us out. We'll take care of the rest from here. Usagi says, no, I'm still good. I want to help. Kirito tells Usagi, no way, you can barely stand. It is a miracle that you survived long enough for us to arrive. Kirito tells Usagi, let us take care of the rest. Usagi reluctantly and weakly agree as she steps, while the other players continue to fight against Ilfang and his only protector at the moment. The other players continue to battle against Ilfang and weaken his health bit by bit, in which after a whole health bar is drained, 3 new sentinels appear, and at one point, Kirito managed to knock one of the sentinels' weapons and stunning it for the moment. Kirito says, switch. Asuna runs forward and she says, I got it. Asuna then attacks the sentinel with linear and hits it 4 times, hard, causing the sentinel to shatter into polygons. Kirito thinks in his mind, I thought that she was a beginner, but she has got some good moves. I can't see the take on her sword. Kirito says, with a smile, right on. The battle continues on as Usagi recovers, but at this point, Ilfang's health is at its last bar and it has gone red, in which he throws his axe and shield away. Kibeao says with a smirk, it looks like the guild book was right. Diaval shouts out, stand back everyone. Diaval charges into the attack, and this leaves plenty of others confused. Kirito thinks in his mind, I thought that the plan was to surround it. When Diaval looks at Kirito with a smirk on his face, Kirito's eyes widen. Usagi shouts out, hey, what are you doing? You can't charge in recklessly against it. It was a miracle that I survived against it, much less weakened it. Stick with your plan. When Diaval prepares for what he felt was the finishing blow, Ilfang brought out a giant Nadachi. Kirito thinks in his mind, shocked, oh no, that's not a Talwar, it's a Nadachi, this isn't like the beta. Kirito shouts out, stop, it's not going to work. Just then, Ilfang leaps high into the air and starts to leap around the columns at the top of the room. Usagi asks, stunned, what's he doing? Ilfang then surprise attacks Diaval, and he cries out as he is slashed in the chest, causing Usagi to shout out, horrified, no. Ilfang then sends Diaval flying through the air. Kibeao shouts out, stunned, Diaval. Just then, Ilfang lands near Kibeao and a group of players nearby, while Kirito rushes to Diaval with Usagi not far behind. Kirito shouts out, Diaval. Kirito takes out a potion as he sees his health bar fading away fast, and he asks, what you were thinking? But when Kirito prepares to give Diaval the potion, Diaval stops him and Usagi asks, what are you doing? Take that potion, hurry. Diaval says weakly, it's too late, for me, it won't be able to restore my health in time. Usagi says, horrified, don't be fool, take the potion, hurry. Diaval tells Kirito, you were a beta tester too, weren't you? Kirito gasps and he says, you were after the last attack bonus, the rare item. You were just like me, a beta tester. Diaval responds with a nod, yes, please, you have to defeat the boss, save everyone. Diaval looks at Usagi and he says, I don't know who you aren't a beta tester, but you are strong, maybe as strong, or stronger than any beta tester. Save them. Diaval then glows and he shatters into polygons, in which Usagi and Kirito gasp in shock and horror. Usagi thinks in her mind, completely horrified, no, not again, not another one. Usagi stumbles backwards and shakes her head in disbelief, in which virtual tears stream down the cheeks of her virtual face, in which she thinks, so many people have already died in this nightmare. All I wanted, all I dreamed, was a wonderful new world of adventure. Ever since I first experienced the full dive, I thought that this would be a brand new frontier that people can enjoy. But now, my own uncle has turned into a murderous netherworld. Uncle Kayaba, I can't let this continue anymore. For the first time in her life, Usagi felt something that she absolutely never felt before, and you would never think that our moon princess could ever feel: true anger and rage. In a roar of anger, Usagi draws her sword and prepares to battle the boss once again. Sword Art Online Music, Swordland starting. Kirito asks, "Hey, what are you doing?" Usagi says, "I can't take it anymore. There has been too much death already. This was supposed to be a game, a fun adventure for everyone, not a fight for everyone's lives. This madness has to stop now." Kirito tells Usagi, "I know that, but charging in there won't help anyone, will it? I'll help you stop it." Usagi says with a nod, "Thank you." Asuna says, "I'll help too." Kirito says with a nod, "Okay, but both of you don't die on me." Usagi responds, "Right." Usagi, Kirito, and Asuna take off towards Ilfang and they prepare to battle him. Kirito tells Asuna, "We'll do it like we did with the minions." Asuna responds, "Right." Kirito tells Usagi, "Try to sneak attack on it when it is distracted." Usagi says, with a nod, "Okay." Ilfang charges up for an attack, but Kirito uses a sword skill to knock his attack off course and stun, in which Asuna charges in at the center, but Kirito sees something. Kirito shouts out, "Asuna!" Asuna is surprised by Kirito calling her name, but she sees what happens and dodges, but her hood and cloak are destroyed to reveal that she looks to be a teenage girl of 15 years or so, with long orange-brownish chestnut hair and hazel eyes. She attacks Ilfang with a strike to the chest, sending it flying back, in which Kirito is amazed by her looks. Ilfang struggles back to his feet and prepares to renew his assault. Usagi's voice booms out, "Hey, jackal face." Ilfang turns only to get bashed in the face by Usagi's 2 feet, and she uses her sword to cut off Ilfang's right hand with his large nadachi, in which Usagi says, rolling out of the way, "Now." Kirito leaps to his feet and shouts out, "You got it!" Kirito charges in and finishes off Ilfang with the sword skill vertical arc, in which Ilfang roars as he glows a bright light, and then shatters into polygons. Everyone is stunned for a moment, but when a large sign saying, "Congratulations" appears, the majority of the group starts to cheer and yell, while small screens show what kind of experience and money that they got from the battle, while Kirito notices that he got the last attacking bonus, in which the item is called the Coat of Midnight. Sword Art Online Music, Swordland ends. Usagi, on the meanwhile, slumps against a column and she thinks in her mind, "Yeah, we won against the boss, but the price was too dearly bought. How many more people have to die before we can conquer this prison?" Usagi keeps a good grip on her sword and she thinks, as images of her friends, family, and beloved appear in her mind, "I wish that you were with me. I know that you are back home with my body, but I wish that you were here with me to give me confront, or at least, I could talk with you somehow and hear your voices again. I would even like to hear Ray screaming at me and calling me Meatball Head." Asuna tells Usagi and Kirito, "Nice job." The tall African-American-looking player, who goes by the name of Agile, tells them, "Great swordsmanship from both of you. The victory was because of both of you." Kirito says, "No." Usagi says, "I agree. Even if it is, the price was too dearly bought." Kibio roars out strongly, "That's right." When everyone looks at Kibio, he roars out, "Why did you do it? Why did you let Diaval die?" Usagi screams out, "We begged him to take a potion, but he refused to take it." Asuna says, "I overheard them begging him to take a potion, but he pushed it away." Kibio responds with a sneer, "Okay, fine, I'll give you that one." Kibio roars out, glaring at Kirito, "Admit it, you knew what technique that the boss was going to use, didn't you?" Usagi responds, "What kind of nonsense are you blabbing out now?" Another person shouts out, "Hey, I know how he could have realized that boss attack patterns. He must have been a beta tester." Another person says, glaring at Usagi, "And what about you? You were able to hold your own against the boss." Usagi responds, "Barely genius, or didn't you see that my health was about to run before I used a crystal, which was expensive and hard to find, mind you?" This other player responds, "I didn't say that you were beating him. I said that you were able to hold against him alone." Usagi shouts out, "Don't you think that I would be working my ass off to get this strong jerk? Don't you think that, like you, I have family and friends back home that are horrified that this happened to me, and not only that, I want to go home and be with them just like you. Not only that, I've worked hard to make sure that as many players don't die in this prison that we are all trapped in, you know. Asuna says she's right. In fact, she saved my life a few days ago. When everyone looks at Asuna, she says, I was working hard to also clear the game too, and I had collapsed from fatigue in which she came in and saved me. Asuna points to Kirito and she says, he told me that after he had found us. She risked her life to make sure that we got to safety. Kibio shouts out, then why doesn't she show her face? Where did she get that cloak? Usagi responds, I got it at a one-time quest. It is a special cloak that allows keeping your face hidden and somewhat increases your hiding ability, but it is practically indestructible as its main feature. I was told about it by my brother, who was a beta tester for SAO. There were gasps and Kirito asks, your brother was a beta tester? Usagi replies, my younger brother. He always brags to me about the game, and I was pissed off at him since I wanted to beta test it too at the time. Usagi gives a giggle and he says, now that I think about I miss him right now. Both of us managed to get the hard copy of SAO, but he had a doctor's appointment in the afternoon, and I had bragged that I get to play the final version first, and we planned to have a conquest to see which of us would help conquer the castle first. By dumb luck, my brother missed getting stuck here, and I'm glad. Mom would have a heart attack if both of us got stuck here. Kirito asks, what is your brother's name? Usagi stays silent for a moment, and she says, with a sigh, you should know him well since all beta testers do, and I'm sorry. I overheard Diavel say that he knew that you were a beta tester and had nothing against them. Usagi then says, his name in this world was Shingo. Kirito gasps and he yells out, stunned, Shingo, you're his older sister. Usagi says, guess he told you about me. Kirito says, stunned, I can't believe it. I thought that he was mad before, but he really is a monster. Agile asks Kirito, what's the big deal, man? Kirito responds, Shingo was the first beta tester and actually, the #1 beta tester in the beta test of Sword Art Online. And he is Akihiko Kayaba's nephew. There are gasps from the whole group and Agile shouts out, wait, but that means... Usagi responds, with a solemn tone and nodding her head, yes, I'm Akihiko Kayaba's niece. My mother is Akihiko Kayaba's sister. There are more gasps as this bombshell is dropped on them and Agile yells out, flabbergasted, no way, you're kidding me. Kibio leaps to his feet, goes past the crowd of players, and he roars out angrily, I knew it. I knew that there was something about you that I didn't like the first moment that I saw you. Usagi glares at him and she roars out, in a pissed-off tone that's unlike the Moon Princess, that's it. I've had it with your mouth, you spiky-haired freak. All I've heard from you is blame, blame, and blame. Since my uncle isn't here, someone has to be blamed for the situation. Someone has to pay for it. Huh. You dare care if they are victims too as long as you have an excuse to blame them, right? Kibio shouts out, hey. Usagi yells out in a strong tone that's unlike her before, shut up, you jerk. You are going to zip it and you are going to listen. Usagi practically gets in Kibio's face, and even though he can't see her face, he can feel the anger and rage that's her in expression right now, and she yells out, her virtual tears flowing down the cheeks of her avatar body. You think that I knew that this was going to happen? You think that I knew that my uncle was a madman bent on entrapping us in this prison? Then why in the fuck did I get the game in the first place and put the nerve gear on Genius? You have no idea what I'm feeling right now, asshole. Over a month since this death game, and I still don't understand why, and I can't understand why my uncle ever did this to us. Asuna thinks in her mind, in disbelief, I can't believe it. He trapped his own niece in this with us. Usagi shakes her head and she says, her tone filled with sadness and pain, it's still hard for me to believe that my own uncle would do something so horrible. As a little girl, he always called me his little princess, and he always so kind, so gentle. I never thought that he would hurt a fly. In my wildest nightmares, I would never dare think that Uncle Kayaba would do such a horrible thing to all of us. I thought that this was going to be a brand new frontier that everyone can enjoy. A new world where people could fulfill their dreams. I thought that this place, this castle, would be a place of a new adventure that everyone would enjoy ever since I was the first one to put on a completed nerve gear and was the first person outside of a lab to perform a full dive. Kirito asks, surprised, wait, you put on the first completed nerve gear and you were the first person to do a full dive? Usagi responds with a nod, yes, I was. I had experienced the full dive for the first time when I was younger, and it was just a simulation, but it was a joy to me. He told me about the game that he was developing, and while he never told me much in the way of specifics, I thought, we were fulfilling a dream of a gorgeous castle since I loved knights, warriors, princess, and castles when I was younger. Usagi then yells out, especially to Kibiao, and don't give me any crap about this being a sob story or some nonsense. You think that I don't feel guilty about what my uncle has done? You don't think that I had lost so much when I became trapped with everyone here in SAO? I had a wonderful family, a mother, a father, and a bratty brother. I had 8 wonderful best girlfriends that are like sisters to me, and I had a boyfriend. He's my prince, my soulmate. And now they are gone. Gone. Right now, all of them are gathered around my body and crying their eyes, especially my family, since they believed in my uncle as much as I did. My own uncle stole my life, and he has betrayed me and my family. And every single day, I see more and more people getting their names crossed off the monument of life. Another life taken, another life that my uncle has murdered. And I'm here to make sure that there are no more lives taken, including an ass like you. If you want to be angry at me just because I'm my uncle's niece, fine. But rather than just standing around and blaming people for the situation that you are in, why don't you do something useful and help your fellow players rather than standing around, blabbing your mouth off, and trying to set players against each other, you jerk. Usagi practically screams in Kibiao's face, causing him to fall to the ground, and she then stomps away with her virtual face soaking wet from her virtual tears, while Kibiao sits on the ground with a stunned look on his face, in which Asuna glares at Kibiao angrily. Usagi's rant at Kibiao gets many of the other players in the group thinking. But for Kirito, he can't help that it won't be enough to turn enough fury away from her, because her family connection to Kayaba and the fury against other beta testers. He remembered Diaval, takes a deep breath, and he says, giving off a sinister expression, "So, I guess that's how a newbie like you get his kicks, huh? Picking on a poor emotionally torn-up girl just because she is related to the madman that trapped us, huh? Just like your typical loser." Everyone looks at Kirito and Kibiao shouts out, "What did you just say?" Kirito tells him, still acting with a sinister sly smile, "You heard me, newbie. Just like a typical loser, you need someone to pick on just to make yourself feel better. You find her and you say, 'Oh, she is Kayaba's niece.' I don't fucking care if she is a victim just like us, I'll just pick on her because she is a good excuse. That's the makings of a loser. We, beta testers, might be many things, but even we wouldn't go to that level of low." Kirito says, still continuing on with his act, "Anyway, I had no exact idea about the boss attacks, but I knew that this wouldn't be same as the beta test from the very beginning." There are gasps and Kibiao asks, "What do you mean?" Kirito responds, "It's called common sense. I suggest that you look it up in a dictionary, genius." Kibiao snarls at Kirito and he responds, "Let me tell you this, do you think that Kayaba would do this on a whim?" There are plenty looks of surprise and Kirito responds, "No, he is a genius. In fact, I had followed the guy for a long time. No, he had this planned out for a long time, and I mean, he even fooled his own family right here. He had this completely thought out and planned. However, he had to make sure that his wretched death game worked to perfection. He is not a guy that leaves anything to chance. How can he do that? Simple, beta testers. As much as I hate to admit it, the jerk used us to make sure that everything in the game worked like he wanted. Once he was done, our usefulness was over. The beta ended at the end of August, and that means that Kayaba had 2 months to make whatever changes that he wanted to perfect his little death game. The instant that it started, while everything seemed to be similar to the beta, I knew that sooner or later, there would be stuff that he changed. You think that he was going to leave everything the same and give us any sort of edge? Get real. Kibiao shouts out, You knew that this could happen and you didn't say a fucking word." Kirito responds, still continuing on with his act, "Didn't you hear me the first time, newbie? It is called common sense. And does the final game always end up like the beta?" That struck a chord within everyone within the group, and Kirito says, still showing a sinister, sly smile, "And I knew that I was completely right when Diaval read off that information from the guild book from those goody two-shoes beta testers that thought that they were helping. They should have known that the final product wouldn't exactly be like the beta, and they should have gone off to make sure that things were exactly like they remembered before they run off their mouths. I played it smart and made sure what was the same and what was different before I did my thing." Kibiao yells out, angrily, "And you didn't even share this with your fellow beta testers." Kirito responds, "Hey, don't compare me with those losers who don't have the common sense to realize between a beta test and the final product, and don't take the time to figure out what the differences are." Kirito then creates the Code of Midnight, which looks like a large black coat appears on him. Kibiao shouts out angrily, You are worse than the beta tester. A beta tester is way better than you. You are like a cheater, a cheating beta tester, a beater." Kirito says with a sinister smile, "Beater, huh? Fine, call me a beater. Just don't compare me to those chump beta testers that just assume things and don't take the time to play smart." Kirito then says, looking at Kibiao, "However, I would rather be a beater than a jerk that picks on a poor girl just because she is related to the madman that traps us here." Kirito points to Usagi and he says, saying that she is even a beta tester. "I'm sorry if I insult her intelligence or anything like that, but what kind of beta would stumble into the boss room? It shows that she is new to this game through even I have to admit that she is as good as any beta tester." Usagi thinks, nervously, "I'm not sure if I should feel insulted or thankful that he is trying to protect me." Kirito says, with a sinister sly smile, "Anyway, I would rather be a beater than a loser newbie that has to pick on an emotionlessly wrecked girl to make myself feel good." Kirito starts to walk away, but he grabs Usagi by the left shoulder and drags her along. Usagi yells out, "Hey, what are you doing?" Kirito says, "Just doing you a favor. I'm taking you away from that filth. Unless you want him to stab you back, he is that kind of loser after all." Usagi becomes so confused that she doesn't resist as Kirito drags her away, while Kibiao becomes pissed off that he prepares to charge them until Agile stop him. Agile tells Kibiao with a stern tone, "Haven't you done enough already? Don't you think that girl has got enough on her plate already? Heck, if that madman really cared about his niece, why would she be here? Wouldn't that ass, Kayaba, done everything to prevent her from getting it in the first place? He is so smart that he could have used any number of ways to get it out of her hands and not cause any suspicious on himself or the game before he trapped us in here. Did you think of that, genius?" Plenty of the other players gasp and realize that Agile was right, in which Kibiao can see that plenty of the other players are glaring at him, and not Kirito at this moment, in which he decides that any action right now would make him look bad and decides not to do anything. On the meanwhile, Asuna follows Kirito and Usagi, who is following Kirito without having to get dragged by him, in which they are going up the stairs to the entrance to the second floor of Aincard. Asuna shouts out, "Wait!" Kirito and Usagi stop and Asuna tells Kirito, "When we were fighting the boss, you called me by my name." Kirito responds, "I wasn't trying to be rude. Did I get the pronunciation wrong?" Asuna shakes her head and she responds, "How did you even know it?" Kirito then explains it to Asuna, and when she looks at her visual screen in front of her eyes, she sees Kirito's health bar below hers since they are in a party. Asuna says, Kirito, your name is Kirito." Kirito says with a nod, "Yeah." Asuna says with a smile, "I was so dumb. It was there the whole time and I never knew." Asuna then asks Usagi, "And that's why you saved me, isn't it?" Usagi says, with a nod, "Yes. In a way, I was responsible for the creation of Sword Art Online, our prison, in the first place. Other people shouldn't suffer because of the madness of one of our family members. I still don't understand, and I can't understand why Uncle Kayaba would do this horrible thing. He was so wonderful to me, and he called me his little princess." Kirito tells Usagi, "He had the whole world fooled. I'm not surprised that he fooled you, his own family. And it shows that you aren't responsible for anything. You didn't trap us in here. Kayaba did. He backstabbed even you, his own family, and crushed the wonderful dream that you had for this place, turning it into a nightmare." Usagi responds, "He is still my uncle and a member of my family. I have a responsibility to stop his madness and save everyone." Asuna replies, "No way. In fact, you are the greatest victim of all of us." Usagi turns away from Asuna and she says, "I wish that I could believe you, Asuna-san." Usagi thinks in her mind, "Not only it is because this is my uncle that is trapped in this death game, but it is my duty as Sailor Moon, the protector of love and justice, to find my uncle and stop me saving as many as I can, powers or not. What kind of Sailor Scout can I say that I am if I don't do that?" Asuna tells Usagi, "Could I have your name? I would like to know the name of the person that saved me. Usagi responds, my name is Usagi Asuna-san. Asuna says with a nod, it is nice to meet you, Usaga-san. Kirito tells Asuna, you can become strong here by yourself, Asuna-san. However, the day when someone that you trust asks you to join a guild, don't turn it down. There are limits to what a solo player can do. Asuna asks, but you are solo. Usagi responds, not by choice, Asuna-san, at least in my case. Kirito then pulls up his player menu and dissolves his party with Asuna, in which both Kirito and Usagi enter the door and goes into the second floor. In the second floor's main town, Urbis, Kirito is done activating the second floor teleportation gate and goes over to Usagi, who has been watching. Kirito tells Usagi, it is best that we part ways. It is best that your reputation isn't stained by being with a beater like me. Usagi retorts, like it already isn't bad being niece of Kayaba. Kirito says with a nod, good point, Usaga-san. Usagi responds drolly, thanks a lot, Kirito-san, you made me feel a whole lot better. Usagi asks, Kirito-san, you took on the anger and rage of the players to protect the beta testers, didn't you? Kirito sighs and he asks, was it that easy to figure out? Usagi replies, let's just say that I can see who people truly are underneath, and I know that you are a really good person. Kirito responds with a grin, I'm not sure if I can agree with that, Usaga-san. Usagi tells Kirito, you know that Big Axe Welder and Asuna-san know that truth too. Kirito tells Usagi, anyway, Usagi, speaking of him, you know that he is right. He betrayed and backstabbed you and your family. I just hope that you aren't suffering under retribution from the family and friends of the other players, especially those that died. Usagi gasps, knowing that Kirito is right, and Kirito tells Usagi, I'm sorry that this hurts you, but if he really cared about you, he wouldn't have put you into this death game, Usaga-san. He isn't the man that you thought he was. Usagi responds, solemnly, no, you are right, Kirito-san, and it is my reasonability to stop him. It is a duty beyond your understanding. Kirito tells Usagi, I don't know if I understand, but you are firm about this, so I won't open my trap and cause you any more pain, Usaga-san. However, it shows that you are a good person. No, a great person. A better person than Kayaba and in fact, most players. However, you are just one player, Usaga-san, you can't save everyone. Usagi tells Kirito, I know, but it doesn't mean that I can't try, Kirito-san. I can't completely explain my reasoning behind this, but this is the way that I feel. Kirito tells Usagi, okay, but you had better not die on me. If anyone deserves to live, it is you, Usaga-san. Usagi says with a nod, thank you, Kirito-san. Usagi asks Kirito, Kirito-san, can you add me to your friends list? Kirito gives a look of surprise and Usagi says, like I said, I had 8 girlfriends and they were like my second family. I feel so alone here. I would like someone to talk to. Usagi then tells Kirito with a grin, and outsiders like us should stick together, huh? Kirito gives a grin and he says, yeah, you have a point, Usaga-san. Soon after, Usagi and Kirito put each other on their friends list on their player menus and he says, good luck, Usagi. Usagi asks, you aren't going to ask to see my face. Kirito responds with a smile, I think that you know why. You don't want players to try to force the information about what you look like from other players, right? For both of our safety, I think that I shouldn't see your face for now. Good luck out there, Usagi. Usagi responds with a kind tone and nod. You too, Kirito, please stay alive. Kirito says with a nod, you too, Usagi. Usagi and Kirito then take off in different direction as the 2 solo players of SAO, though not by complete choice, head off to survive and finish the game, in which Usagi is more determined than ever before to find her uncle, find out what's going on, and if necessary, stop him and save everyone. December 25, 2022, Tsukino family home. Inside of the Tsukino family home, the rest of the Sailor Scouts are with the Tsukino family. Kenji asks, why did you want to see us? The Sailor Scouts look at each other and Ami says, with a sigh, you see, Mr. Tsukino. All of us are Serena's friends and we were talking about with each other. Amara says, some of us don't want to do this since we feel that we are giving us on her, or we are giving into the fear that she will die right before our eyes. Ikuko asks, I don't understand, what's so important? The Sailor Scouts look at each other, take out their transformation items, and Mina says, nervously yet serious expression, "You should know the truth about us and about Serena. We are the Sailor Scouts and your daughter, our best friend, Serena, is Sailor Moon." There are gasps and Sammy shouts out, "Meatball Head is Sailor Moon." Just then Luna leaps onto the living room table, her transformation brooch in her mouth, and after she puts it down, Luna says, "It's true." The Tsukino family gasps and Akiko says, nervously, "El Luna." Luna nods her head and she responds, "I am no ordinary cat. I am Serena's guardian advisor as Sailor Moon. In this dire hour, I feel that you have the right to know the truth about your daughter and the truth about who she is in all shapes and forms." The Tsukino family is flabbergasted and unusually, Kenji is the one that fainted from this, but Akiko is very close to fainting. Artemis leaps up to Mina's lap and he says, "I thought that Serena's mom would be the first to faint." However, Akiko then collapses into her seat and faints, in which plenty of the Sailor Scouts winch. Amora asks, "Do we really have to do this?" Luna responds, "I just don't know why, but I feel that they have their right to know." Luna then shakes her head and she responds, "No, I do know. It is because this is a critical time for Serena and we need all of the help that we can get her home." Luna says, with a determined look at the other Sailor Scouts, "You girls can't just transform and save Serena from this world. You are going to need to fight another way. Not as the Sailor Scouts, but as civilians. Serena is the only one that can harness the power of the Imperium Silver Crystal, which has defended this world ever since it has been unsealed. And if Serena dies, the Protector is gone forever. It isn't just the fear of losing Serena. It is also because that we can't fight the same way anymore. We need as many allies that we can get if we are going to bring her home safely." Sammy asks, very confused, "What are you talking about, and how can you talk anyway?" Luna says with a sigh, "It is a long story, Sammy." Luna tells the Sailor Scouts, "Girls, wake up the Tsukino family. We have work to do." The other Sailor Scouts nod their heads as they move to wake up Serena, and Luna feels like a weight has been lifted. She knows that it isn't just the fear of losing her precious princess, it is the fact that the Sailor Scouts can't fight the same way as they did before. In order to have any chance to save Serena, they need to fight in a different way, and they are going to need all of the help that they can get. Chapter 3, As Time Goes By. January 2023, Yokohama North General Hospital. Within Yokohama North General Hospital, there is a large machine attached to wall over a hospital bed where Ami, Trista, and Akiko, all of whom are wearing lab coat doctoral outfits, are facing a doctor that has a small build and is slightly plump. He wears glasses, and the hair on his shiny forehead is parted on one side with a ratio of 7:3. The doctor tells them, "I thank you for your help in this, Miss Mayu. You, Miss Mizuno, and Miss Tsukino have done excellently perfectly this test model." Trista responds, "It was no problem, Dr. Kirahashi." Akiko says, with a sigh, "I'm glad that the full dive technology is being used for some good for once." The doctor, Dr. Kirahashi, responds, "Well, we can't be sure that it will be useful until we have tested it and made sure that it works excellently. As you know, there are reasons that we have it in a closed and sterile environment." Ami says, "We understand, doctor." Trista tells the doctor, "How is the patent?" Dr. Kirahashi responds, "Ready to go. I think that it is excitement of the unknown is the reason why she has agreed to this." Ami says, "It is just so horrible." Dr. Kirahashi says, "Hopefully, with this, she will have a good life even it isn't in her own body through I'm not sure it will prolong her life any more that it can be. With this, she might create a new way of medical treatment and she will be a great hero." Akiko says with a nod, "She already is, doctor." Dr. Kirahashi tells Akiko, "However, Miss Tsukino, I know that you aren't just going this from the bottom of your hearts. Don't get me wrong, you are really glad to help with this and help other people, but the government gave me the information and threatened me with treason if I let it out." Akiko says with a sigh, "I wish that they didn't go that far." Dr. Kirahashi responds, "Well, I can understand why. Your daughter is a victim, even more so than the other victims of the SAO incident. I hope that whatever information that you can get out will help find a way to release her and everyone else from this horrible nightmare." Ami says, "We hope so too, doctor." Dr. Kurahashi says, "Forgive me if this sounds callous, but how is she doing? I hope that." Trista says with a weak smile, "She's fine, fine as she can be." Ikuko then sheds tears and looked like she was about to cry, in which Trista and Ami hold on to her, in which Trista says, "Forgive us, doctor, we need to go for the moment." Dr. Kurahashi says, "I understand, Miss Mayu." Ami and Trista escort Ikuko out of the room and into a private quarters in the hospital. Ami tells Ikuko, "Ikuko-san, Serena is still alive, and while we can only get a view here and there of how she is doing, she is still alive and the death rate has dropped." Ikuko says weakly, "I know, Ami-san, thank you, but they are still dying every day and I can't help to fear for her." Ikuko says weakly, "It has been over 2 months and all I can do is see my little prince waste away in her bed." Ami says, "We all feel the same way. With all of our powers, we can't help Serena at all. We feel all so helpless." Trista says, "But it is why we told you the secret about your daughter." Ikuko says with a nod, "I know, but I'm still shocked to learn that my daughter is some kind of super heroine." Trista says, "And that's why she will survive, Ikuko-san. She has been through so much and it has made her a strong person. And as long as she knows that we are by her side, she will fight to get home and come back to all of us." Ikuko says with a weak smile, "I know, Trista-san." Ikuko tries to regain her focus, but tears can't help to keep flowing down her eyes and cheeks as Ami and Trista comfort Ikuko Tsukino. Ami thinks in her mind, over 2 months have passed already, and all we know is that Serena is still in SAO, alive and well for the moment, and still fighting with the other players to escape and come back to here in the real world. Hopefully, with the Metacuboid, this version of the full dive technology, which might be an extension of the nerve gear, and possibly a next generation of full dive technology, study its effects will allow us to figure out a way to remove the nerve gear safely, or at least, disable the microwaves that are activated that fry the user's brain. All of the nerve gears, other than the ones on Serena and the other victims of this, have been removed from circulation, and Argus has collapsed from scandal that this has caused, in which another company, Wrecked Progress, in which I hear that the boss of its parent company is the father of one of the victims. Good thing that the nerve gears have been brought to us, task force members, to study and figure out some way to remove them safely. But Serena's uncle is that rare 1 in a million genius. I'm barely getting a handle on it, and even Trista is getting stumped despite her vast knowledge, or at least, she hasn't figured out a way to disable the program or the emitters in a way that won't kill Serena and the others. Serena, please hold on. I don't know what we would do without you. February 2023, Floor 1, Town of Beginnings. Today, we are back in Aincard, and on the first floor of Aincard in the starting city of SAO, Town of Beginnings, where we find Usagi inside of Blackyearn Palace, where she is looking at the Monument of Life. Usagi sighs and she asks, seemingly no one, "How long have you been there, Kirito?" Soon after, Kirito comes out into the open and over to Usagi's side. Kirito tells Usagi, "You have developed your search skill very well, Usagi." Usagi responds, "You need to if you're going to survive solo, Kirito." Kirito says with a nod, "I know." Kirito tells Usagi, "I figured that I find you here." Usagi gives a sigh and she yells out, "That idiot, what was he thinking?" Kirito responds, "He wasn't Usagi." Usagi shouts out, irritated tone in her voice, "And they appointed that spiky-haired freak as the leader of their group." Kirito says, "I was surprised too by the negative press that he got picked to be the leader, but he is a strong player at least at this time, Usagi." Usagi says with a sigh, "Yeah, I can't argue that. A fucking ass and not a bright player, however." Kirito responds, "No kidding." Usagi says, "We are making process, but..." Kirito tells Usagi, "Usagi, you can't keep doing this to yourself." Usagi responds, "I helped create this prison of ours, Kirito." Kirito replies, "Not of your free will. Sword art online was something else in your mind. A wonderful dream for all of us and he turned it into this jungle. You are a victim. Possibly the greatest victim of us all." Usagi says, "While you are telling the truth, I'm not sure that I can believe it, Kirito." Kirito says with a sigh, "Anyway, you said that you saw the new guild that formed recently." Usagi says, Yeah, the Knights of the Blood Oath are what they are called. Kirito asks, is that guy a part of it? Usagi responds, he is the founder Kirito. Kirito says, I see. Usagi says, I caught a glimpse of them during one of my patrols. I also heard that Asuna has joined them. Kirito asks, really? Usagi says, with a nod, that's what I heard. Maybe we will find out in the meeting for the next boss raid, Kirito. Kirito tells Usagi, maybe. Usagi says, well, they are already getting their props since Asuna has joined them. You have probably heard what they are starting to call her. Kirito responds, Asuna the Flash or Lightning Flash due to her fast rapier skills and movements. Usagi says, with a nod, she has already gained quite the reputation. Kirito tells Usagi, and so have you, Usagi. Usagi says with a sigh, I know. Kirito tells Usagi, most players respect you, Usagi. You have shown that you are nothing like that monster that dared to call himself a member of your family, and if it wasn't for you, we would have lost more lives. Usagi responds, thank you, Kirito. However, my unique skill is making it awkward for me to be with other players. They respect and a few of them admire me. Kirito says, especially since you saved their lives, Usagi. Usagi says, with a nod, I know, Kirito, but having this skill that no one else makes it hard. You know how most MMO players can be. Kirito says, with a nod, yeah, I know. Kirito tells Usagi, however, your skill have saved the lives of plenty of players, healing them or slowing down the depletion of their health to prevent them from dying long enough to heal them. Usagi says, nodding her head, yep, and it is a wonderful feeling. Usagi says, but I have no idea where I got this skill from Kirito. It just appeared in my skill set. Right there, medic. It gives me a higher health recovery rate and makes certain types of poison wear off faster, and I can transfer these into other players to help heal them and prevent them from dying. Kirito says, no one else has any idea about it either, Usagi. However, they are calling the Valkyrie of Mercy, or something like that because of that and your constant attempts to save as many other players as possible. Usagi says with a sigh, just what I need. Kirito says, with a plain tone, I'm just telling you what I heard, Usagi. Usagi nods her head in understand, and she tells Kirito, about him. Kirito asks, what is it? Usagi responds, I don't know, he seems to be a noble guy and a great player, but there is something that disturbs me about him, like. Kirito replies, like he is too good to be true. Usagi says, yeah, that's it. However, there is nothing suspicious about him. Kirito asks, however, you want me to be careful around him, right? Usagi says, with a nod, just keep a close eye on him, Kirito. If you're going to trust anyone from that guild, trust Asuna. Kirito responds, okay, Usagi. Usagi says, see you later, Kirito. As Usagi starts to walk away, Kirito tells Usagi, you can't save everyone, Usagi. Usagi stops in her tracks and Kirito says, you aren't a superhero like Sailor Moon. Usagi becomes nervous at that and Kirito says, personally, I doubt that even if we had the help of the Sailor Scouts here, we wouldn't be better off than we are now. There is nearly no magic in SAO. I mean, even Sailor Moon can't save everyone. Usagi thinks in her mind, solemnly, you don't know how right you are, Kirito. Kirito tells Usagi, anyway, just be careful. Asuna and I wouldn't like it if you die on us. Usagi responds, with a kind tone, I know, Kirito, thank you. Usagi thinks in her mind, more than you can ever imagine, Kirito. Usagi then walks away from the room as Kirito watches her leave, in which he then looks at the stone, and he looks at Diavol's name crossed out and telling on how he died. Kirito says, Diavol, Usagi is better at fulfilling your wish than I could ever be. She isn't the strongest player or the fastest player, but in my mind, she is the best player. Better than I could ever be. Kirito then walks away and prepares to head out to continue the conquest of Aincard. That same day, Tsukino household. During that same day in February, we find Sammy Tsukino inside of Serena's empty bedroom, and he can't help to remember all about his elder sister, especially the day that this nightmare for he and his family began. Sammy thinks in his mind, damn it, meatball head, why did you have to be first? Why did you go in there all alone? Just then Akiko enters the room and she asks curiously, Sammy. Sammy doesn't respond for a moment, and his mother can't see his tears streaming down his cheeks, in which he asks, "Why?" Ikuko asks, surprised, "Huh?" Sammy responds, "Why her? She was a meatball head, but she never did anything bad to anyone. In fact, she is Sailor Moon. She saved our entire planet so many times." Sammy turns around so that his mother can see his tears, and he shouts out, "Why? She's a hero. Why does Meatball Head have to suffer in there?" Ikuko says solemnly, "Sammy." Sammy yells out with tears of anger and rage, "Why did he do it? Why did Uncle Kayaba do this to us? To her? We believed in him. She believed in him most of all. And now he betrayed us. He betrayed her. He has her trapped in that death game, and she could die at any day." Ikuko shouts out, "Don't say that, Sammy." Sammy shouts out with tears in his eyes, "Meatball Head loves games, but it doesn't mean that she is excellent at them." Sammy says, tears pouring down his cheeks, "Why couldn't it have been me? Why her? She annoys me a lot, but she is my sister, my family. She doesn't deserve this." Ikuko then knees down and hugs her son, in whom he cries onto her chest. Ikuko tells Sammy, solemnly, "I know, Sammy, I don't understand it either. I don't get why my brother is doing this." Sammy yells out, "I hate him, I hate him. He took Meatball Head. He took my sister away from me, away from us." Sammy continues to cry on his mother's chest, and she hugs him in a comforting way, but tears flow down her cheeks as the feelings of pain and betrayal fill her heart as well. March 2023, Town of Beginnings. Within one of the inns in the Town of Beginnings, a young teen girl of 15-16 years of age wakes up inside of an inn, and when she wakes up, we find that she has short, fluffy pink with a white hairpin to keep her bangs out of her eyes, and she has some freckles just under her eyes which are pink in color. Just then a female voice says, "You're awake." The young teen girl looks to see Usagi looking out the window, and she says, with a kind tone, "I'm glad." The young teen girl asks, "Who are you?" Usagi is a bit nervous, and she says, "You probably heard about me when I helped defeat the first floor boss, and you have been hearing about me around Aincard." The young teen girl says, "Wait, that cloak. You are her, aren't you? The girl that's niece of the madman that trapped us in here." Usagi says solemnly, "That would be me." The young teen girl gasps and she yells out, "The others." Usagi responds solemnly, "I'm sorry. I only got there just to see them." The young teen girl says weakly, "No." She was about to shed tears, but she did her best to resist them. Usagi says solemnly, "I'm sorry." The young teen girl shouts out angrily, "Sorry? You're sorry? Sorry isn't good enough. Your fucking uncle trapped us in here. My guild was good people. They never hurt anyone, and now." Usagi says weakly, "I know, sorry isn't good enough, but it is all that I can give. You were nearly gone, and I had to use my medic skill to transfer my battle healing ability to save you." The young teen girl asks, "So, it's true, you have a unique skill that no one else has?" Usagi says weakly, "Yeah." Usagi tells the young teen girl, "The inn room is already paid for, so you can stay here for the night if you need to." Usagi turns to walk away, and the young teen girl says, "Wait." Usagi stops and she asks, "Why did you save me?" Usagi responds, "Like you said, my uncle trapped us in this death game. I can't let any more good people die because of his madness. And in a way, I'm responsible for the creation of Sword Art Online. When I was a little girl, I would visit my uncle a lot and talk about the nerve gear, the full dive, and the virtual world in which I gave him ideas for the game, in which I gave him the idea for Forgo Magic and focus mainly on sword skills." The young girl asks, shocked, "You gave him that idea?" Usagi says, "Yeah, it was a spur-of-the-moment idea. As far as I could remember, he was always working on this game, and I was an avid gamer myself. One day, he was telling me about the game, and offhand I said that many games have magic spells and such in them. What if you took out of the game? He smiled and he told me that it was a bold idea, but an interesting one. We laughed and giggled playful, and he would always call me his little princess." Usagi clenches her hand into a fist and she slams into a wall in which a violet pop-up window that says "Immortal Object" appears for a few seconds, and Usagi says, I don't understand. This was supposed to be a game, a game." Usagi shakes her head and she says, "I'm sorry. It has been 4 months and I'm not even close to understanding why my uncle did this." The young teen girl tells Usagi, solemnly, "Well, don't be, and thank you for saving me." The young teen girl says, solemnly, And I'm sorry for yelling at you. It isn't your fault that this is happening. I mean, you are as much as victim of this as we are. Usagi says, I wish that I could say that same. The young teen girl says, geez, you are. I mean, this guy was your uncle and he trapped you in here. I mean, he could have stopped you from getting the game or at least let you go. Look, I'm sorry if this hurts, but you have to face reality. He betrayed you. You wanted this game to be a wonderful adventure for everyone, and look what he turned into. And he's trapped you, his niece. His family in this nightmare no better off than the rest of us. You must have trusted him to do no wrong, right? Shows how much he cared about your trust. Usagi lowers her head and the young teen girl says, look. Usagi responds, it's okay, I understand. You're right. However, it is just so hard to imagine that he could do such thing. He was so gentle that he couldn't hurt a fly. He was such a wonderful person. I couldn't imagine him doing such a thing. The young teen girl says, it isn't your fault. He fooled you. He fooled your family. He fooled the entire world until it was too late. How could you have known? It isn't your fault. Usagi replies, even if it isn't, it is still my responsibility. A member of my family did this to all of us. I have to complete the game and save as many people as possible as well as find my uncle. I have to find out why he did this, and if necessary, I have to stop him. The young teen girl says, no way, you had nothing to do this with. Most players agree that you are a victim like the rest of among anything else. If anything, you are a hero trying to protect us players and helping us to survive this nightmare until we can get rescued or get out of here ourselves. Usagi says with a kind tone, thank you. Usagi says solemnly, however, I doubt that they can rescue us. I know my uncle. He is a super genius. Have a best friend IRL that's really smart, and I mean, really smart. She get plenty of the basic concepts of the nerve gear, but she couldn't get the whole thing about the nerve gear figured out herself. And trust me, my friend is a really smart girl, and it takes a level of super genius to stump her. Bad news is that my uncle is that level of genius, and then some. The young girl says solemnly, I see. Usagi says with a nod and solemn tone, all of the people that died are truly dead. The instant that their avatars were deleted, they were killed instantly back home. Killed by my own uncle. Usagi felt really close to crying again, as she was many times during this 4 months, but she shook her head and remembered her friends, her fellow sailor scouts, and the man she loved to hold back the tears and the pain that she felt in her heart. Usagi then starts to leave, and the young teen girl asks, wait, can you at least tell me your name? Usagi asks, why? The young teen girl responds, why not? I can't just call you Kayaba's niece, can I? Is that a secret too, like your face? Usagi replies, sorry. It is just that while a lot of players believes me to be a friend, or at least don't put any blame on me for what my uncle did, there are still those that have some kind of thing against me. The young teen girl says, well, they are stupid, jerks, or both. Usagi replies, and if those kind of people learn that others know my face, or at least my avatar name, I'm afraid that they could be in danger. Remember what happened to Aincard Liberation Squad? The young teen girl replies, yeah, I heard about it. It was horrible. They got beaten up at floor 25. Usagi says, with a nod, they left the front lines and merged with MMO today and calling themselves the Aincard Liberation Force, with the former leader of ALS not exactly liking me. I'm hearing that they are growing in numbers, and if this jerk is a leader in the force, he will use anything to get his rotten hands on me. I don't want to put you in any danger. The young teen girl tells her with a smirk, don't worry, I'll be fine. The young teen girl tells Usagi, look, I get what you are saying, and plus, while the majority of other players may and will support you, they will feel awkward about you being in their guild. Usagi says, I don't blame them. The young teen girl asks, do you have any friends? Usagi says, solemnly, back there, and I miss them so much. 8 wonderful girlfriends that are sisters to me, including that really smart girl that I mentioned. A family, including the squirt of a brother that tested this game and managed to escape since he had a doctor's appointment. And my own prince. The young teen girl asks curiously, really? Usagi nods her head and the young teen girl says, sorry. Usagi says solemnly, it's all right. Ever since I met them, I have never been apart from them even a week. But it has been around 4 months now, and I miss them so much. The young teen girl says with a nod, We all have somebody important that we miss. The young teen girl says, "Look, I'm just saying that you are going to need friends here and maybe I can be a friend. The name is Lisbeth." Usagi responds with a kind tone, "I'm Usagi. It is nice to meet you." The young teen girl, Lisbeth, responds, "Nice to meet you too, Usagi." Soon after, the two of them shake hands and the start of a good friendship in SAO. April 8, 2003, Floor 11, Taft. Within a town known as Taft on level 11 of Aincard, we find ourselves within a restaurant where a guild known as the Moonlight Black Cats are toasting to themselves and to Kirito, who is quite nervous about the whole situation. The young girl of the group, a teen petite girl of 17 to 18 years of age, with shoulder-length black hair named Sachai tells him, "I can't help to thank you. I was so scared." Another of the group, a young man of the same age with short brown hair and brown eyes and goes by the name of Keita, who is the guild leader, asks, "I'm sorry to pry, but at what level are you?" Kirito responds nervously, level 20. However, looking his own health bar, it can be seen that Kirito was about double that level. Keita replies, amazed, "Really? You are at our level and still a solo player. You are amazing, sir." Kirito tells Keita, "Keita, I'm not your superior. And being solo, I'm fighting monsters out on the frontier, you know." Keita responds, "Oh, yeah, right." Keita tells Kirito, "I hate to spring this on you since we just met, but we would love to have you in our guild." Keita tells him, "Our mace welder Tetsuo is the only one that we can put out in front right now." Keita then pats Sachai on the head and he says, "And there is Sachai. I think of switching her to sword and shield, but she says that she can't handle it. Maybe if you join us, you can teach her a thing or two." Sachai says with a pout, "Oh, come on, I'm not that useless. Seriously, you can't put me up front and expect me to know what to do. I would be terrified." Another guild member says, "It's no big deal. Just hide behind your shield." Yet another guild member shouts out, "Ever since I could remember, you were a timid little cat." Sachai pouts, the other guild members laugh, and Kieta says, "We always joke around like this. In real life, we always go to the same high school and we were actually part of the computer club. But if you are worried about fitting in with us, then don't. As far as I'm concerned, you are already part of our group." The other members of the guild nod their heads in agreement and Kirito says, "Well, I'm flattered." Kirito doesn't say anything for a moment and he says, with a smile, "I'll do it." The Moonlight Black Cats are excited and they are glad for Kirito, but for Kirito, what would be a good beginning would end in a horrible tragedy that would scar him in the days ahead. May 9, 2023, Outer Sailor Scouts Mansion. Within the mansion home of the Outer Sailor Scouts in Tokyo, the Sailor Scouts and the Tsukino family are assembled together as they look at the latest full-dive technology, the Atmosphere, which is a helmet that consists of two metal overlapping rings. Amore asks, "This is it, huh?" Trista says with a nod, "This is the Atmosphere, which is replacing the nerve gear." Ami says, "Because of what happened with the nerve gear, this full-dive ring uses microwave transmitter to a low-frequency one, and the incorporation of various sensors that continually monitor blood pressure and brain waves. If there is anything abnormal, a safety protocol is activated and the person is logged out. But while there are better safety features, the Atmosphere doesn't block out signals from the body to the extent as the nerve gear. However, the experience is a lot the same. It also doesn't hold an internal battery." Ray says, "For obvious reasons, Ami-chan." Trista says, "However, in all sorts of ways, nothing has changed from the nerve gear." Mina asks, "Do you think that we can hack into SAO with this baby?" Ami says, shaking her head, "I don't think so, Ami-chan. I'm not sure that the programming of SAO will accept diving in from a different full dive system other than a nerve gear." Kenji says, with an angered expression, "Bastard probably programmed it that way in which you can't enter the game unless you are taking the same risks." Amara says with a nod, "Most likely Kenji-san." Sammy says, "You said that it has a lot of similarities to the nerve gear. You can find a way to make it compatible to find a way inside of SAO." Akiko tells Sammy, "Sammy." Sammy yells out, "Mom, you are having trouble understanding the nerve gear, and you knew Uncle Kayaba the best." Akiko says solemnly, "I thought that I knew your uncle, Sammy." Sammy says solemnly, "I'm sorry, Mom." Ami tells Sammy, We are all worried about Serena, but she is doing fine so far. Sammy says, I'm not saying that Meatball Head isn't a good gamer, but this is like a gamble and we need to get her out before. Akiko tells Sammy, pleadingly, Sammy, please. Sammy says solemnly, I'm sorry, I don't want to say it. Kenji tells Sammy, then try not to. Amara says, however, Sammy is right. Time is of the essence. I don't want to say anything to upset anyone, but all of the victims are in the hospital and they are being introducing nutrients and water to keep them alive by IV tubes. The human body can only stand that kind of treatment for a limited amount of time without suffering complications. Ami says, I know and we have a better understanding of the nerve gear that we did half a year ago, but I'm afraid that it seems like that there is no way to prevent the nerve gear from activating its kill switch if there is any attempt to force the nerve gear off the victims. Kayaba had planned for practically anything that we could try to remove them. Our best bet is the programming of SAO. If we find the programming that causes the nerve gear to deactivate the safeties and use the microwave emitters to fry the brain of the wearers, we might have a way to stop the program from activating. Ikuko says, but the best way to do that is through the servers. However, even though we have access to them because we are working for the government on this nightmare, the servers are locked tight in which we can't get access to them. Only my brother would know the way to access them, and we have no idea where he is. Trista says, which means the best way to figure out the programming is from the inside. Lita says, and that's a major problem. Amora asks Kenji, any luck on your end, sir? Kenji says, shaking his head, not a lick. Wherever my wife's bastard brother is hiding, he made sure that no one has any idea to find him, even his own family. Ikuko looks at Kenji and he tells her, please don't look at me like that, dear. I can never forgive that monster for what he has done. Never. He has trapped our princess in that death game of his, and he already murdered over 2,000 to 3,000 people already. And every day, I fear to see my lovely girl in the morgue. And most likely, my princess is completely distraught at his betrayal. I trust him. Ikuko trusted him, and my children trusted him most of all. Ami asks, what about Darien? Amara says, the only time that he isn't with our Heim is when he is going after every single clue and lead that we could get, and he has gone over it with a fine tooth comb. Kenji says, I must admit that Darien-san has proven to be the best thing for my girl. Sammy tells Kenji, you didn't think so at first, Dad. Kenji tells Sammy, I don't believe in the prince in shining armor, and the way that he is, as this tuxedo mask character, it gets my old samurai blood flowing. He is too much like a ninja. Ikuko says, really, Kenji, a ninja? A ninja doesn't dress in a tuxedo. Kenji tells Ikuko, theatrically, sweetie. A ninja is spying and deception in which grand theatrics make a perfect distraction. Based on what Serena's friends, doesn't they and their enemies only know when he is there when the roses he uses hit where he throws them? Some of the Sailor Scout take note of that and Lita says, yeah, Kenji-san is right, we never know Tuxedo Mask is nearby until he decides to reveal himself. Ray says with a plain tone, that's because he is like a ninja like Kenji-san, Lita-chan. And a very excellent ninja if both your allies and your enemies don't know that you are there until you let them know. Sammy says, with a grin, and he uses the speeches and his grand entrances as a distraction to give all of you an opening to attack your enemies. Too bad Meatball Head always seems to waste the opening a lot when she ogles him even after she became his girlfriend. There are plenty of nervous sweat drops among the Sailor Scouts and Mina says, yep, Serena had a tendency to do that. Lita says nervously, well, Sailor Moon is the strongest and the best of us, Sailor Scouts, but it doesn't mean that she is perfect. Kenji says, with a sigh, anyway, Darien-san has proven to be the only one for my little moon princess. When she comes home, I'll try my best to keep my nose out of their affairs. Ikuko tells Kenji, with a smile, sweetie, don't make promises that you can't keep. Kenji coughs, clears his throat, crosses his arms, and looks pretty embarrassed at his wife saying that about him in which Sammy and Ikuko giggle at his embarrassment. Ami says, anyway, Trista, Ikuko, and I should get back to work. I need to finish up to prepare for the other projects that I have to do. Mina tells Ami, Ami-chan, You are the only one that can handle important work while doing homework at the same time. Ami responds with a sigh, to be honest, Mina-chan, studying, reading books, and doing my work other than what I'm doing for this situation is the only way that I can calm down and keep me focused. If I did, I would be a nervous wreck. The others sigh and Michelle says, plenty of us feel the same way. Hataru says, Michelle mama, I just feel so helpless. Amara says, for the moment, Firefly, but Luna was right to say that we can't fight in the ways that we're used to. This time, we need to fight in a different manner, and we need to believe in our princess. Hataru nods her head, but for all of the Sailor Scouts, it is hard for all of them since their princess has been trapped in SAO for over half a year, and they don't if or when they can get her home. May 16, 2023, Floor 28, Wolf Plains. Right now, we are on the 28th floor of Aincard in an area known as Wolf Plains, due to the large amount of wolf-like monsters in the area, where we find Kirito walking through Wolf Plains, where he just met Klein, the person that befriended him on the first day of SAO, and when this ordeal began, in which Kirito just passed him by since he felt guilty about leaving him alone to fend for himself with his friends, while he used his knowledge as a former beta tester to advance in the game. The Forsaken friendship was one of the major things that he felt guilty about since the start of this death game. Kirito asks, seemingly to no one, how long are you going to remain there, Usagi? Out of the shadows, Usagi leaps out and she says with a pout, oh man, how do you do it, Kirito? I thought that I developed my hiding skill well. Usagi thinks in her mind, guess Rei-chan was right about me and stealth not going well together. If she was here, she would be gloating in my face. Kirito tells Usagi with a light smile, you did, I just have a good search skill. Usagi says, same here, a girl like me needs it since I'm stuck going solo. Hey, I see that you have joined a guild. Kirito says a bit nervously, yeah, you can say that. Usagi asks, curiously and concerned, what do you mean? Kirito tells Usagi, anyway, are you here to do some leveling? Usagi responds, kind of. I'm actually here on favor with one of my friends. Kirito asks, curiously, you actually have someone else friended other than Asuna and me? Usagi replies a bit nervously, yeah, I did. Kirito says with a smile, surprising that Valkyrie of Mercy makes another friend other than the famous friends. Usagi responds annoyed, would you cut that out? Usagi says with a sigh, I don't like shutting people out. It is making friends that has gotten me my best girlfriends. It is just, you know, and it is getting worse with you know what. Kirito says with a nod, yeah, you have become a real pain in the ass for the Orange Guilds, Usagi. I can understand why you are doing this. However, something tells me that you aren't the type of leap into the fight. Usagi thinks in her mind, you have no idea, Kirito. Usagi says, I don't like to fight and I don't want to fight if I don't have to, but I can't just stand around and let these wrongs continue. These are poor innocent and good people caught up in my uncle's madness, and they don't to suffer any more than that they have. All of us are trying to survive in this nightmare, and yet, these players just causing mayhem and problems to other players, which is damaging our abilities to survive, much less get out. I don't get it. They know what will happen if anyone loses their life here. Kirito tells Usagi, with an angered glare in his eyes, I think that the people that are the villains in here are the truly sick people in real life, Usagi. It is exactly what you said. This isn't a game. Well, not any ordinary game. This is a life or death struggle for all of us, and we know that all prayers can't help in the advancement for all sorts of reasons. I mean that there are those that remain in the town of beginnings, and you can't blame them. This was supposed to be a game, not a struggle for survival and escape. And yet these sickos plague other players in which I believe that they are truly sick people. Sorry for being an ass, but I'm glad that you are giving them a taste of dirt when you make their plans go awry. Usagi tells Kirito, nervously, well, I'm not that good, Kirito, but I do what I can. Usagi tells Kirito, anyway, Kirito, come on, you have got to tell me about this guild that you have joined. Kirito tells Usagi, a bit nervously, Usagi. Usagi responds with a pout, come on, Kirito, I'm your friend. Can't you give a girl a little slack, please? Kirito thinks, with a sigh, I'm so going to regret this. Kirito nods his head, and Usagi gives one of her classic excited hurrahs. as Kirito and Usagi discuss about the moonlight black cats, in which while Usagi is glad that Kirito trying to bond with other players, she can't help to be concerned about something. Usagi tells Kirito, "Kirito, I understand why you aren't telling about yourself, but I'm concerned about it. I know that you want to help them grow and become an elite clearer group. They sound like that they have the right stuff, and you helping them is wonderful, but I'm afraid that something bad will happen." Kirito tells Usagi, "Don't worry, I've got it." Usagi tells Kirito, "I know that you are an incredible player even as a former beta tester, but you aren't some kind of game master, Kirito. If they continue to believe that you are their level, they may get overconfident and get into a situation that's too much for them level-wise. And I'm afraid that with all of your skills and ability, you won't be able to save them." Kirito tells Usagi, "I swore to protect them, Usagi. I won't let anything happen to them." Usagi tells Kirito, "I know that, Kirito. I just feel that you need to be truthful with them to really bond with them as a guild, and to make sure that you and they don't get hurt, Kirito." Kirito tells Usagi, "Don't worry, Usagi, everything will be fine." Usagi says, nervously, "Okay, I trust you, Kirito." Kirito smiles at Usagi, and Usagi smiles under her hood, in which she walks off to continue her errand for the time being. But she has a bad feeling that her words are going to prophetic, however. She trusts Kirito's judgment, which may be a mistake that will haunt them both. June 7, 2023, Juban Hospital Ward. Within one of the hospital in Tokyo, our Lunarian feline advisor, Luna, is sitting on the windowsill looking at Serena's motionless form with her head still connected, covered by the nerve gear, with her long blonde hair flowing out of it. Her body mainly covered in a hospital gown, motioning wires to motion her vitals, IV wires to introduce water and nutrients to keep her body alive, and her eyes closed as if in a deep sleep or coma. Luna thinks in her mind, "Serena? It has been 7 months already. 7 long months. Even through her powers and the silver crystal are slowly the decay, I can see her wasting away before my very eyes, and there is nothing that I can do to help her. I'm supposed to be her advisor and guardian, and I'm so helpless." The others have been working hard to figure out the nerve gear, but even with knowledge of the metacuboid, a medical full dive based on the nerve gear, and the Atmosphere, basically a nerve gear with better security to make sure that this horror never happens again, it looks like more and more that we can't do anything to disable the nerve gear without triggering the trap put into it by Kayaba. Our best bet is to disable the programming that activates the process of the nerve gear, destroying the brain of its user. But we would need to get inside of Sword Art Online. However, it seems impossible without a nerve gear, which is too dangerous. And right now, the nerve gears are being destroyed one after another to make sure of that, with the only few allowed are the ones being studied to figure a way to reserve this mess. This is just a nightmare. My worst fears come true. Our princess is trapped, and there is nothing that we can do for her even when she is right here in front of us. Just then the door opens, and Luna looks to see Darien come inside. Darien closes the door, locks the door, and he says, looking at his beloved solemnly, "Seer." Luna goes up to Darien and she asks Darien, "Anything?" Darien picks Luna up and he responds, shaking his head, "Nothing, Luna. We keep running into dead ends, but the others are still trying while trying to get on with their lives." Luna says, solemnly, "Serena would want it that way." Darien nods his head solemnly as he puts Luna down on the table and takes one of Serena's hands into his own. Darien says with tears in his eyes, "Meatball head, I'm here. We'll find a way, I promise." Luna tells Darien, "The others told me that it is struggle for you." Darien says with a nod, "It is. It is a miracle that I can keep going, but only the thought of what my Serena would think if I just lose myself. When she kept calling me a lot, it was annoying yet wonderful to know of her love and devotion to me, but now, not hearing her voice for even a day, I feel." Luna says with a nod, "We all do, not seeing her happy face, not feeling the warmth of her heart. It is just unbearable." Darien nods his head solemnly, and he puts his head on Serena's motionless hand, and tears drip down his eyes knowing his beloved is right in front of him yet so far away. June 22, 2023, Floor 30 of Ankard. Within the center of the town in Floor 30, Usagi is with Asuna, wearing mainly white and red uniform with crosses on it. Asuna tells Usagi, "Thank you, Usagi, if it wasn't for you." Usagi responds, "Think nothing of it, Asuna." Just then a small letter icon appears in front of her and she says, "Oh, I have to take this." Asuna asks, "Who is messaging you?" Usagi says, with a smile, "Probably one of our mutual friends, Asuna." Usagi then pushes the icon, and when she reads a message that appears in front of her eyes in which her eyes widen causing her to gasp. Asuna asks concerned, "Usagi?" Usagi says, her voice full of great concern and panic, "I'm sorry, Asuna, I need to go now." Usagi then gets onto the teleport pad and she yells out, "Teleport, Ranbaru." Asuna shouts out, "Usagi!" However, Usagi vanishes in a bright glow of blue in which Asuna can't help to get concerned, and she wants to follow her immediately. But she had duties with the guild that she had to perform in which she can't help to look back as goes to rejoin her guild members. However, she doesn't know that tragedy is befalling someone else that she met around the early days of the game. June 23, 2023, Floor 11, Taft. In a tree in front of an inn, Kirito is just staring at a nearby tree when Usagi walks up to him. Usagi says, concerned, "Kirito." Kirito says, without looking at Usagi, "You were right, Usagi. I know that you aren't here to say, 'I told you so,' but I deserve such a slap in the face." Usagi says, shocked, "Kirito." Kirito says, his voice getting louder, "Don't, Usagi. I was a selfish bastard and a fool. You were trying to warn me as a friend and I stupidly threw your good warning to the wayside. And now, Keita, Sachai, all of them are dead. Dead because of me." Kirito pounds the tree in which the violet window, immortal object appears, and Kirito says, with tears in his eyes, "A lying, worthless beater that couldn't say his own people." Usagi yells out, "Kirito, you did everything that you could. You fought with everything that you had." Kirito responds, "I did everything but the smart thing and listened to you. They could have been a great guild, an awesome guild, and I destroyed them." With tears in his eyes, Kirito runs off into the distance. Usagi shouts out, concerned, "Kirito?" Usagi tries to race off after him, but when he is out of sight, Usagi stops in her tracks knowing that he probably used a teleport crystal to get away from her. Usagi says solemnly, "Oh, Kirito." Under her hood, Usagi sheds tears from her blue eyes and she puts her hand over her heart in which Usagi, being herself, can't help to feel guilty in the fact that she feels that she should have done more to help by warning Kirito more or something. June 30, 2023. Floor 22, Coral Village. It is a week after Usagi's meeting with Kirito at Taft, and right now, on floor 22 of Aincard, Usagi teleports into the center of the town on the floor, Coral Village. Usagi walks off the teleport gate in the center of the village and looks around, in which she sighs. After the meeting in the aftermath of the death of Kirito's guild, the Moonlit Black Cats, Usagi couldn't find any sign of Kirito even by asking Argo, the infamous information broker of SAO, in which she has a good friendship with. Right now, she is here because two of her few friends in SAO have called her here. Just then a familiar female voice shouts out, "Hey, Usagi." Usagi then looks to see Asuna, in her Knights of the Blood uniform, and Lisbeth, wearing a dark red top with puffed sleeves and a flared skirt of the same color as well as a pure white apron over that and a red ribbon atop her chest, going over to them. When they stop, Usagi says, "Hi Liz, Asuna." Asuna says, with a smile, "It's good to see you, Usagi." Usagi says, "Come on, it only has been a week." Usagi asks, "Now, why did you call me here?" Lisbeth responds, "Oh, geez, don't tell me that you forgot. You told us yourself, remember? It's your birthday today." Usagi asks, "It is." Usagi then goes through the clock on her player menu, and she sees that it is her birthday, in which she says, nervously, "Wow, it's my birthday already? I didn't realize." Lisbeth says with a grin, "Time does fly, huh? Anyway, let's go." Usagi, Asuna, and Lisbeth head off to an area this floor overlooking the lake that rarely sees monsters. Usagi says, "It's so pretty." Asuna says with a nod, "It is." Usagi asks Asuna, "What are you doing here, Asuna? I never thought that I would see you take a break from conquering the castle. Why are you here?" Asuna responds, "The commander ordered me to take a break. Says that he wants his guild in tip-top shape for the bosses and floors ahead, and he doesn't want to see his subordinates get killed just because of fatigue." Usagi asks, surprised, really? Usagi asks, drolly, don't tell me that you were overdoing it again, Asuna. Asuna gives an annoyed look and Lisbeth says, with a teasing tone, that's our lightning flash for you, Usagi. Asuna says, annoyed, Liz. Lisbeth says, going through her player menu, anyway, I have something special for you, Usagi. Just then a sword with a pearly white blade, a silver handle, and golden crescent moon on the hilt appears in her hands in which she winches at holding it. Asuna says, amazed, it's beautiful, Liz. Usagi asks, amazed, whoa, did you make that? Lisbeth says with a grin, yep, I'm even surprised that I did it, but it was thanks to that strange rare ore that you got me. Usagi asks, the lunar iron. Lisbeth says with a nod, yep, and this is the result. This is Escalon, Usagi. From me to you, consider it a birthday present. Lisbeth hands the sword to Usagi, and she yelps as she takes it. Usagi says, a bit heavy. Lisbeth says, it is one of a kind, and I doubt that you can use it yet. You are going to need up your stats a bit more before you can use it. Usagi tells Lisbeth with a warm smile, thank you, Liz. I'll make sure to treasure it. Usagi then opens up her player menu and puts it in her player storage, in which she then lowers her hood and exposing her face and head for Asuna and Lisbeth, in which her blonde pigtails flow out and down the sides of her face, in which we can see that she has deep, full, and pink-colored lips. Asuna asks, surprised, Usagi. Usagi responds with a giggle and her kind smile, that's me. Is it so underwhelming? Lisbeth responds with a whistle, not really. Lisbeth says, with a grin, no wonder you hide your face. If anyone saw you, men would be lining up at your door if you had a house, and you would have to worry about marriage proposals every other day. Usagi says with a kind smile, I doubt that, Liz. Lisbeth says, anyway, happy birthday, Usagi. Usagi responds, thank you, Liz. Anyway, you two have got to tell me your birthdays since we've got to celebrate them too. Asuna says with a sigh and smile, I'm sorry, Usagi, but I think that's wishful thinking. Lisbeth tells Asuna with a pout, oh geez, you are such a buzzkill, Asuna. Asuna tells Lisbeth, sorry, Liz. Asuna says with a sigh, things are going to get tougher and most likely, I'm going to be more busy with the guild than ever. It already has been over 7 months. 7 months of our lives lost. Asuna looks up and she says, he took everything away from us, our friends, our family, everything that we loved all for his sick game. Usagi says with a solemn tone, yeah. Asuna says, and he hurt you most of all, Usagi. I can never forgive him for that. You believed in him, loved him, and trusted in him, and he destroyed the grand dream that you had for this place for all of us. He turned into a prison and put a knife under our necks. Out of all of us, you are the greatest victim of all of us, and you are also a great hero and inspiration to us all, Usagi. Usagi says, I'm not doing anything that great. Lisbeth says with a teasing tone, oh, the legendary Valkyrie of Mercy being so humble. I didn't know that you weren't into signing autographs. Usagi says, annoyed, geez, Liz. Lisbeth says with a smile, sorry, just kidding, just kidding. Asuna says, getting to her feet, anyway, I should head back. We're going to need to get to the next floor soon. Lisbeth says, with a smirk, don't work so hard that Usagi has to save your butt again. Asuna says, I won't. Asuna then slowly takes and waves goodbye as Usagi and Lisbeth wave back. When Asuna is gone, Lisbeth says, with a sigh, it always dungeon this and conquest that with her. Usagi tells Lisbeth, you can't really blame her for the way that she is. Lisbeth says with a nod, I know. Lisbeth asks, anyway, what's with the big reveal? Usagi says, you are my friends, so you deserve the right to know, and I know that you won't be taken down so easily. Lisbeth says with a smirk, got that right, girlfriend. Lisbeth and Usagi enjoy the view, but she can't help to wonder what Kirito is doing and what her friends and family are doing back in the real world. June 30, 2023, Juban Hospital Ward. Inside of Serena's hospital room, we find Serena's family, friends and fellow Sailor Scouts, and Darien assembled together around her bed and motionless form as they put birthday cards, sets of flowers in vases, and Darien puts their special star locket in her hand, in which he opens it to play the music that it plays. Hataru says, it's so beautiful. Trista says, it is, Firefly-chan. Ray says weakly, happy birthday, meatball head. Ami says with a weak smile, happy birthday, Serena. Lita says, happy birthday, Serena. Don't worry, we'll find a way home for you soon. Darien says with a weak smile, happy birthday, my princess. I'll wait to the end of time for you. Darien kisses her hand gently, and the assembled group of Serena's beloved prince, her friends and guardians, and Earth family shed tears from their eyes as they look at Serena's motionless form, while unknown to most of them. The familiar spirit of Serena's mother in her past life as Princess Serenity also appears, in which tears come from her ethereal eyes, and she disappears as quickly as she came in, which only Ray, Amara, and Tristan knew that she was ever there. November 2023, Floor 35, Aincard. In the town of Missy, the center town on Floor 35 of Aincard, there is a nimble-looking player who has brown eyes and curly auburn hair. She wears full-body cloth and leather armor, a hooded cloak, and also has whiskers on her face. She is walking around when she has a bad feeling, but when she looks around, there is no one around and she just sighs. But she is then grabbed by the collar and dragged into an alleyway in which she yelps. However, there is a fingerless, gloved hand on her mouth, and this female player looks to see Usagi in front of her. Usagi removes her hood to show her face, and the female player sighs in relief. The female player tells Usagi, Usagi-chan, what's the big idea? And what is the big idea? This is so not like you. Usagi responds, sorry, Argo-chan, but I can't have anyone hearing. Usagi tells the player, Argo, I need to know the information that you just gave Kirito. The female player Argo replies, well, you see. Usagi replies pleadingly, damn it, Argo, don't do this to me. You know what Kirito is doing to himself out there. Please, if he paid you not to tell anything, I pay you double. No, triple of what he paid you. Seeing the look in Usagi's eyes, Argo sighs. Argo tells Usagi, all right, Usagi, you got it, but you don't have to pay anything. Usagi tells Argo with a smile, thank you, Argo, but you are giving information brokers a bad name. Argo responds, I still have my debt to pay, and plus, what kind of information broker would I be just giving you hogwash instead of the facts? When customers pay for information, they get exactly what they paid for. Usagi says, with a smile, same old Argo. Argo tells Usagi, with a sigh, anyway, there is a rumor that on this floor, there is going to be a special event where there is a special boss that gives out rare loot. And in that loot, it is rumored that there is a revival item. Usagi yells out, what? Argo tells Usagi, that's what I heard. However, this event will only happen on Christmas Day, about a month from now. So, if you want to tackle that event, you are going to have to start leveling up, and that's what Kirito is probably doing. Usagi says, to solo the event. Argo says with a nod, we know so, Usagi. Usagi tells Argo with a warm smile, thank you, Argo. Usagi gives Argo some core coins and she says, a gift from me to you, thank you and good luck. She puts her hood back over her head to cover it and she races off into the distance. Argo says with a warm smile, good luck to you, too, Usagi. Argo then walks off into the distance to continue his work on gathering information that the other players could and would want in the future. Late November 2023, Crown Arcade. Inside of the Crown Arcade, Luna, Artemis, and the Sailor Scouts are inside of the futuristic and high-tech command center under the Crown Arcade as Andrew comes into the room. Andrew says, okay, the arcade is closed for the moment. Artemis says, thank you, Andrew. Andrew says, Serena is like a member of my family. I was shocked to find out that she is Sailor Moon, and you are the Sailor Scouts in which you had this command center hidden in my family arcade. But I always felt that Serena and you, girls, were special. Mina says with a smile, thanks, Andrew. Lita says with a sigh, over a year now, and we are nowhere closer. Luna says, there might be a chance. Luna then slides a game with a picture of two fairy-like humanoids flying together and the name, a Elfheim Online. Andrew asks, hey, isn't that new VR MMO for the Atmosphere? Trista says with a nod, that's correct. It is made by RECT Progress, a division of RECT Industries, in which ironically, the head of the company is the father of one of the victims of SAO. Amora asks surprised, really? Ami says with a nod, that's right. a young 16-year-old girl named Asuna Yuuki. In fact, it was her older brother that brought the nerve gear and the game due to family connections, but he had important business in which his younger sister, Asuna-san, asked to play the game for the day. Lita says, poor girl, didn't know that she was heading into a nightmare and prison. Luna says, anyway, this company co-produced the new Atmosphere, and they have produced this new VR MMO game. This game means Land of Fairies. Michelle says with a smile, sounds like a cute game. Luna says, shaking her head, not as much as you think. It is a hardcore game. Basically, it isn't level-based at all. It is skilled-based. Your health bar barely changes throughout the game, and you have to work constantly to perfect the many skills in the game in which PK is allowed. Ami says, yes, I know. We were allowed to see the development of this game and make sure that there isn't a second SAO incident in the making. Luna says, well, here is the kicker. From what data that we could gather, Ulfheim Online, or ALO for short, is actually similar to Sword Art Online. There are gasps and Ray asks, are you sure, Luna? Luna says, pushing buttons on the keyboard, take a look. A holographic screen comes up, and Ami and Trista read the screen. Ami says, amazed, Luna is right. When everyone looks at Ami, she says, taking out her portable computer, based on what information that we know about Sword Art Online, the engine, graphics format, and program are very much the same. There are more gasps, and Mina asks, how can that be possible? Amara says, with a plain tone, Argus folded thanks to this stunt by Kayaba, and I heard that RECT has taken over the SAO servers from them. Trista says with a nod, that's right, Michelle. Ray says, her eyes narrowing, so they basically copied SAO into a brand new game? That's original. And it also makes me suspicious too. Artemis says, however, this could be the chance that we have been waiting for. Mina asks, what do you mean, Artemis? Ami says, oh, I get it. If we figure out the programming of this game, we have a good idea of the programming of Sword Art Online, and we can figure out what are the programming codes that make the nerve gears kill the wearers. Luna says, with a nod, exactly. The nerve gear can't kill its wearer if it doesn't get the command to do it. Artemis says, however, I doubt that RECT will allow you to examine the game because of that theory. The only way that we are going to get our hands on figuring out that programming is from the inside of the game itself. There are shocked looks, and Mina asks, wait, are you saying that we have to play Ulfheim Online? Luna says, with a nod, exactly. There is an enemy that we haven't faced before, and like I said close to a year ago, we need to fight in another way. In order to beat this game, we need to learn everything that we can about this game. I can't believe that I'm saying this, but you, girls, need to start playing this game immediately. Ray says, well, it isn't going to be easy, Luna. The GM is going to be hard-pressed if they find out about us hacking their game from the inside in order to learn its code and such. Artemis says, we know, Ray, but so far, working it from just the nerve gear and its mechanics is getting us nowhere. While we have a better understanding of it than we did a year ago, it seems like Kayaba has prepared for any attempt that we could have to remove it without killing the wearer. Trista says, with a nod, Artemis is right. We need to learn about the programming of SAO, and ALO seems to be the best place. Amara says, if we are going to do this, we are going to need to buy atmospheres for all of us and have a place to set up where we can log in without anyone disturbing us, and where we can be observed just in case, among other things. Andrew says, with a smile, I have a spare room in the arcade that you can set up in. Lita says with a smile, thanks, Andrew. Andrew says, with a nod, it is the least that I can do to help. I want Serena back alive as much as you do. Mina says, with a smile, this would be so awesome if it wasn't a case of life and death. Lita says, with a nod, yeah, I know. As the other Sailor Scout were discussing their plans to go onto Ulfheim Online on a mission to figure out the programming of SAO in order to figure out a way to disable the programming that caused the nerve gear to kill its user, Ray and Amara can't help to get a bad feeling about this new game since it was based on SAO for one thing. December 25, 2023, Floor 35, Forest of Wandering. Within the place on Floor 35 of Aincard known as the Forest of Wandering, Kirito arrives at a big fir tree after leaving behind Klein and his guild, Führungskasen, an elite clearer guild made up of his real-life friends that got trapped in SAO with Klein, to face off against the Holy Dragon Alliance, another clearer guild known to do anything for a rare item. Just then, a bell tolls, and then a massive monster that looks like a ridiculous and ugly version of Santa Claus with a pale blue face with yellow-white hair. It has red eyes that look two different ways and has a spiky mustache and beard. Its name is Nicholas the Renegade, the event boss that said to carry the revival item. As Kirito prepares to face off against him, he hears a familiar female voice, Kirito. Kirito thinks in his mind, not her, why now? Kirito looks to see Usagi appear by his right side and he yells out, "What are you doing here, Usagi?" Usagi responds, "Why do you think that I'm here, Kirito? You are one of my few friends here in SAO. Haven't you thought of anything of my feelings if you just died on me? My family and I already have enough blood on our hands, thanks to my uncle. I'm not going to let one of the few friends that I have die on me right here." Usagi then removes her hood to show her head and face to Kirito, much to his shock. Kirito asks stunned Usagi. Usagi says with a nod, "That's right, Kirito, I'm showing you my face, the face of Kayaba's niece that he betrayed. It is because I know that you are strong and you are my friend." Usagi takes out Escalon, the sword made by Lisbeth by the mysterious special ore that Usagi gave her, and she says, "No matter what happens, you are getting the revival item. If it does exist and it does bring back your friend, at least I did that much." Kirito thinks in his mind, "Usagi." Kirito draws his sword and he says, "All right." Kirito and Usagi nod their head and look at Nicholas the Renegade, with 4 health bars, and they roar as they charge him and prepare to battle him together to beat him. After a hard fight, both Kirito and Usagi are breathing heavily, and their health bars are in the yellow, maybe close to the red area, as Nicholas collapses to the ground and shatters to data polygons. Usagi thinks in her mind, "It's official. My uncle is a complete nut. How can you make a monster that insults Santa Claus? Only a real jackass would do that." They search through the items that they won and Kirito found what he was looking for, the divine stone of returning soul, the revival item. But when he materialized it and looked at the item description, his eyes widen and his face becomes solemn. Usagi asks, concerned, "What is it, Kirito?" Kirito says, displaying the so-called revival item in his hands, "Look, Usagi." When Usagi reads the item description, she yells out in disbelief, 10 seconds. Kirito says plainly, "The time between your death and the time that it takes for the nerve gear to fry your brain." Kirito says plainly, "Worthless." Usagi says weakly, "Kirito." Kirito tells Usagi, "Take it." Usagi tells Kirito, shaking her head, "No, you keep it, Kirito. I know that you will do good with it." Kirito says solemnly, "Like I have been doing any good so far." Usagi says solemnly, "Kirito." Kirito then walks away while Usagi puts her hood back while Kirito gives Klein the item, and Klein is also shocked to find out what the revival item was really about. On the meanwhile, Usagi walks along, takes a deep breath, and then rushes off to get back to town and back to the front lines to continue her work on getting to top of Aincard, finding her uncle. And if finding out that he is doing this of his own free will, which Usagi feels more and more that he is, to stop him once and for all as well as free everyone from this nightmare. Chapter 4, The Black Swordsman, The Flash, and Bunny Valkyrie. Mid-January 2024, Floor 48, Lindarth. One day, Lisbeth is selling her wares when Usagi comes over to her. Lisbeth tells Usagi with a smile, "Usagi." Usagi says with a kind tone, "Hey Liz, working hard I see." Lisbeth says with a grin, "Yep, I'll be able to open my own shop before you know it." Usagi tells Lisbeth, "I can't wait to see it, Liz. I'll be there on the day that it opens." Lisbeth says with a grin, "That will be great, but don't expect any discounts." Usagi says with a smile, "I know, Liz." Lisbeth asks, "Anyway, why are you here?" Usagi says with a kind tone, "I wanted to show you something, Liz. I just got it recently." Usagi goes through her player menu and she says, "I know that blacksmiths like you don't like these generic brand of weapons, but I think that this one is really cool." She then materializes a sword in her hands and Lisbeth looks at it intently. The sword in Usagi's hands is a pitch black sword with trims of gray with a black handle connected to a handguard that drops down on the right side. Attached to this elongated area of the handguard is part of the sword's obsidian blade, in which Lisbeth can see that this is to better aid the user in retaining their grip on the sword when it is being used. The blade is completely black like the rest of the sword, and the said blade is outlined in a light gray. A small cross is emblazoned on the flat of the blade, just beneath the tip. Based on what Lisbeth can see, the sword is 120 centimeters long or a bit less. When Lisbeth has a help window to show what the sword is, Lisbeth says, amazed, "Whoa, this is an elucidator, Usagi. This is one of the most incredible swords that you can get from a monster drop. Most of these kinds of blades are pieces of crap in my opinion, but you have got a gem here." Usagi says with a smile, "Yeah, but it takes quite a bit to use it." Lisbeth says, "I'll bet." Usagi puts the sword back into her player storage for items, equipment, and whatnot, and Usagi says, "Anyway, Escalon has worked out excellently for me, and I have gotten the items needed to upgrade it." Lisbeth says with a smile, "Awesome, Usagi. When I have the time, I'll try to upgrade it." Usagi says, "Thanks, Liz, you are the best. Anyway, I've got some stuff to do in town. I'll catch you later." Lisbeth nods her head, and Usagi takes off into the town, in which Lisbeth smiles and sighs at Usagi. Mid-January 2024, Kirigaya residence. Within the Kirigaya residence, there is a young girl of around 14 years of age with short black hair and dark gray eyes that are almost blackish in certain light and shadow conditions. In her room, there is an atmosphere, and she is lying down on her bed as she puts the atmosphere on her head. Her name is Suguha Kirigaya, and she is about to do a full dive for the first time. She plans to full dive into Ulfheim Online. The reason? She wants to learn more about her brother and his love for MMO and games. You see, her older brother, Kazuto Kirito, over a year ago, became trapped in VR MMO known as Sword Art Online. He is one of the 10,000 victims of what's known now as the SAO incident, and because of that, she had grown to hate VR MMO for stealing her brother away from her. However, recently, she had grown curious on why her brother loved games so much, and she can't help to wonder if it was due to the fact that Kazuto was her adopted brother and her cousin, not her real brother. 1 month after he was trapped in SAO, her parents told her the truth, in which Kazuto was actually her cousin, and his parents, Suguha's aunt and uncle, had died when he wasn't even 1 year old, and her parents adopted her cousin, and they had been raised as sister and brother. Suguha can't help to wonder if that's what drove them apart, since she had learned that Kazuto learned this fact when he was just 10 years old. Suguha can't help to wonder if her adopted brother was asking the same questions that she is now. Like, what is the relationship between us? What is Kazuto to me since we aren't truly brother and sister? However, for now, Kazuto was someone precious in her life, and based on what limited information she could get, Kazuto is fighting inside of the game and struggling to get out along with the other surviving players, in which she hopes and prays that he can escape. She can't help wonder what kind of monster would do this to so many people, especially the rumor that she heard that one of the victims was a member of Kayaba's own family. She hoped that it wasn't true, but if it is, then in Suguha's mind, Kayaba is a pure fiend that deserves the worst punishment that mankind and heaven could bring upon him. For right now, Suguha is preparing to go into this unknown world to finally understand her brother, not caring if he is adopted or not, and she says, "Link start." And with those words, Suguha would enter a whole new world and experience a new joy beyond her current understand, in which will make her change her opinion about the virtual world completely, and unknowingly start her off on a path that will collide with her brother and another. But that's far in the future for now. February 14, 2024, Floor 48, Lindarth. In the town square of Lindarth, Usagi is with a male player with brown hair and wearing knight-style armor as he slowly wakes up, and he then wakes up with a gasp in which he looks at her. Usagi says in a reassuring tone, it's okay, you're safe." The young man asks, You are?" Usagi says with a sigh and nod, "Yes." The young man's eyes widen and he yells out, "My guildmates." Usagi responds, solemnly, "You are the only one that I found, and I managed to use my skills and crystal to save your life barely. I used a teleport crystal to get you out of there and into a safe zone." The young man says solemnly, "No, my friends." Usagi asks, "What happened?" The young man responds, "We were tricked, ambushed by criminal players." Usagi asks, was it them, the ones with that mark on their arm? The young man replies, shaking his head, no, it was Titan's Hand, another criminal guild. The young man tells Usagi, Valkyrie-san, you have to get my friends justice. Please, I beg you, they murdered my friend for money, money. Usagi tells the young man, whoa, calm down, calm down. The young man calms down as best as he could and Usagi tells him, please tell me everything and I will do what I can. The young man asks, you will? Usagi responds, of course. No one deserves to die in this nightmare, and especially nothing for something so petty. And I have a strong friend that can make sure that those monsters will see justice. I just hope he doesn't go on a rampage when he finds out about this. The young man says, no, I don't want you to kill them. That's too good for them. When Usagi looks at the young man says, and killing them won't bring my friends back and it will make us no better than those monsters. I want justice, not revenge. Please take me to a place where I can buy a corridor crystal. Usagi asks, a corridor crystal? The young man responds, I want those monsters to rot in jail. I don't want them to do to anyone else what they did to my friends, but I refuse to go down to their stinking dirty level. Unlike them, I respect life. The young man tells Usagi, I heard about you, Valkyrie-san. You are strong and they say that you might be stronger than the infamous Black Swordsman himself. Usagi thinks nervously, I don't know about that. With the way that Kirito has madly leveled up, I can't be sure anymore. Usagi says, with a kind smile, I wouldn't say that, my friend. Don't worry, I'll do what I can. The young man responds, with tears in his eyes, thank you, Valkyrie-san. Thank you so much. The young man does his best to keep himself from crying, but tears come down from his eyes as Usagi helps him to his feet, and under the hood, she has a solemn expression on her face. Usagi thinks, no matter how hard I try or how hard I work, more and more people are dying every single day. This is a nightmare. I'm Sailor Moon, the protector of love and justice. A sailor guardian, a protector of the people, and no matter what I fucking do, more and more good and innocent people just die in this game. As this game goes on, Usagi is learning that even she, the sailor soldier of Moon, can't save and protect everyone, and it rips into her heart more and more. But she will soldier on and do what she can to protect the good and innocent people from the game, and from those players that do horrible things even though they know that death here means that you die in the real world too. February 23, 2024, Floor 35, Forest of Wandering. Within the same Forest of Wandering where Kirito and Usagi took on the Nicholas the Renegade, the boss for the Christmas event, there is a young girl of around 13 years of age with brown hair and 2 short pigtails held together by 2 red ribbons, ruby red eyes, and wearing a yellow and red jacket-like dress with a brown belt across her waist, metal armor on her chest and shoulders, brown fingerless gloves, brown shorts under the yellow jacket-like dress, black sockets and yellow boots in which she is welding a one-handed dagger known as a shadow dagger in her hands. With this young girl is a small winged dragon whose body is covered by soft, pale blue feathers. Its body ends with 2 long feathers instead of a tail. This young girl is Silica, one of the youngest players of SAO, and the little dragon is her pet, Pina, who belongs a small monster type known as feathered dragon, which is very rare type of monster. Silica is a beast tamer, a term for those players that have managed to tame certain monsters and turn them into partners that can assist you in battle. But since feathered dragons are such a rare monster, and Silica managed to tame her on her first try by luckily having the type of food that this type of rare monster likes, Silica has become famous as Silica the Dragon Master. Especially, no other player has ever tamed a feathered dragon after she gained her partner. However, this fame has managed to get into Silica's head and lead her to be overconfident, to be nice about it, in which after a fight with a member of a party that she was in with this member being a female spear user known as Rosalia, she leaves the group to head back on her own. And it has led to this situation that she is in. Silica is now fighting against 3 of the strongest of monsters of this floor, monster apes wielding big and thick clubs known as drunken apes, and she is out of healing potions and emergency healing crystal, because she was wandering through the forest lost and unable to leave. Even with Pina's healing ability, She is having a tough time despite her being level 44, which should have meant that these monsters wouldn't be a problem since many players, when they go outside of safe zones, make sure that their level is 10 levels above the number of the floor that they were on. For someone like Silica, this situation would normally be easy for her. Normally, anyway. However, after she had nearly taken out one of the apes, another switched in and Silica gasped as she saw the first ape's health bar go back up to full by drinking something from the gourd that he is carrying. When Silica focused on the second ape, the same thing happened again, causing her to panic and make her attack sloppy, causing her to suffer some damage in which she is breathing heavily, and her panic only increases as she sees her health is in the yellow area. She leaps to dodge an attack from one ape and manages to dodge out of the way of an attack from another one. Pina manages to use her healing breath ability to bring her just back into green, just over a halfway mark in health gauge. Silica thinks in her mind, "Thank you, Pina." But Silica knows that Pina can only use healing breath so often, and she can only restore about 1/10 of her health at a time in which she reaches for healing crystals, only to realize that she has no crystal, in which she thinks, in a panic, "I'm out of healing crystals." But things become worse as the apes use this distraction to strike home with a club attack, sending her into a tree, knocking her dagger out of her hand, and sending her health into the red. Silica becomes panic as she looks for her dagger, but she gasps as she about to get struck by the final blow, and she comes to realize the finality of death in SAO. However, her partner, Pina, charges in and takes the blow, knocking her down. Silica shouts out, horrified, "Pina." She goes over to her partner as its little health bar hits 0, and she glows, in which she screams out for her partner. But it is in vain, as Pina turns into data polygons, leaving only a feather behind. Silica, seeing her best friend and partner leave her, can only stare until a female voice shouts out, "Look out!" Silica turns to see Usagi land in between her and Drunken Ape, and Usagi cuts the drunken ape in half, causing it to turn into data polygons, signifying its destruction, in which the other two step back. But they stop and shatter into data polygons as Kirito appears where they once were. Usagi asks, "What took you so long, Kirito?" Kirito responds, "I wasn't that slow, Usagi." Usagi and Kirito turn to Silica, and tears stream from her eyes. Silica says weakly, "Pina, don't leave me all alone." When Silica picks up Pina's feather, Kirito asks, "What's that feather?" Silica says weakly, "It's Pina, my best friend." Usagi says, "I know, you are one of those beast tamers, players who have made monsters their allies." Kirito says with a sigh, "I have to say WAS Usagi." Kirito tells Silica, solemnly, "I'm sorry about your friend. We should have gotten here sooner and saved your friend." Silica says, solemnly, "No, I was stupid for thinking that I could make it through the forest, on my own. Thank you for saving me." Kirito asks, "That feather, could you check and see if it has an item name?" Usagi asks, confused, "Huh." Usagi was confused, but she also wondered why there was a feather left behind too. Silica taps on the feather and an item description window appears, calling it Pina's heart. Before Silica could cry some more, Kirito tells her, "Hey, don't cry. If her heart item is left, there is a chance that you can revive her." Silica asks, shocked, "Really?" Usagi says, "Oh, yeah. You are talking about that special flower on the Hill of Memories on floor 47, right? It is said that it only appears to a beast tamer when they lost their familiar." Silica says, "Floor 47, huh? I see." Usagi asks, "I'm guessing that you aren't within the safety margin, huh?" Silica says with a nod, "Yes, but if I train hard enough someday." Kirito says, "Unfortunately, the time limit is just 3 days to revive your killed familiar." Silica says solemnly, "No way, it's all my fault. I'm so sorry, Pina." Kirito says, "It's okay, you have 3 days." Kirito then activates a trade window and Silica sees some rare equipment appear on her screen. Kirito says, "Here you go, take this equipment. I was just going to sell it off anyway. And if Usagi and I come along, we'll be okay." Silica asks, "But why would you do this for me?" Usagi tells Kirito, "Yeah, Kirito. I know that you would do anything to make sure that another player doesn't die, but you are being really kind today." Kirito retorts drolly, "Gee, thanks Usagi." Kirito tells Silica, with a sigh and putting his hand on his head, "I'll tell you, but please promise not to laugh." Silica responds, I promise not to laugh. Kirito replies with a sigh, you look like my little sister. Usagi and Silica are surprised by this, and Silica struggles to hold back her laughter, but the giggles come out and Kirito says with a sigh, you promised. Usagi tells Kirito, geez, Kirito, you have to admit that it is a silly reason. Kirito responds, thanks a lot, Usagi. Silica says, with a smile, I'm sorry. Silica prepares to put all of her available core into the trade screen, and Silica says, I know that this isn't enough to pay you back. Kirito stops her and he says, no, it's cool. I was going to get rid of that stuff anyway. It will work with why we are here. Silica says, okay, I'm Silica. Kirito says, my name is Kirito. Kirito and Silica shake hands and Kirito says, and I guess that you heard, but my friend over here is Usagi. Usagi says with a nod, yeah, I'll go on ahead and meet you in town. Kirito says, nodding his head, right, Usagi. Usagi then takes off into the distance and Silica watches her head off. Silica asks, why does your friend wear a cloak like that? Kirito responds, it's complicated. February 23, 2024, Floor 35, Missy. Within the main town of Floor 35, Usagi makes sure that no one saw her, and using her player screen, she stores her special cloak away in her storage area, revealing her face, head, and her outfit, which consists of a tight-fitting white shirt, silver skirt that goes midway of her thighs, armored chest plate over her chest over the skirt, armored shoulder pads, white fingerless gloves, displaying pink fingernails, and black high-heeled boots with armored steel toes, while a sheath for her sword, escalon, is attached to the right side of her skirt. Usagi looks at her sword and she says, it is going to be easy for players to put 2 and 2 together with Liz's sword. Usagi then puts escalon back into her equipment slots, and using her player menu, she materializes a more common sword, so she doesn't stand out. She knows that she will stand out as a young lady in SAO with her classic hairstyle, but they won't think of her as White Valkyrie, as plenty of the other players call her due to her actions in trying her best to protect them. She sighs at this type of action of keeping herself so secretive, and even after a year trapped in SAO, she isn't used to it. For now, she shakes it off her mind as she heads off to find Kirito and Silica, in which she sees them confronting a woman with red hair tied in a ponytail with her right eye covered by her red hair. Her left eye is brown, red-colored lips, and she looks to be a spear welder. Kirito tells the woman, it's not that hard a level. The woman says, oh God, this girl has seduced another player. No, it isn't difficult, but you don't look that strong. Kirito tells Silica, come on. As Kirito and Silica walk away, the woman gives a smirk that Usagi doesn't like at all. As Sailor Moon, she saw plenty of that smirks to know that person is going to be trouble. Usagi then moves to meet with Kirito and Silica shortly thereafter, in which Silica doesn't recognize Usagi at all. Usagi asks, what was that about? Kirito says, nothing much, but I wouldn't trust to be alone with her outside of a safe zone, Usagi. Usagi nods her head and Silica gasps, in which Usagi smiles, and she puts her hands in front of her lips to say, please don't say a word, in which Silica nods her head and understand, in which Usagi, Kirito, and Silica go into a NPC restaurant to get something to eat. The waitress brings them 3 mugs, and the 3 of them share a drink. Silica says, this tastes good, but I never tasted this before here. Kirito tells Silica, NPC restaurants like this allow you to bring your own drinks. It is an item known as Ruby Ichor, and a cup of this will raise your agility by 1. Usagi gasps and she yells out, stunned, Kirito, are you serious? Kirito tells Usagi, with a smile, well, you don't exactly get drunk here in SAO, and liquor doesn't damage your bodies here. Usagi tells Kirito, okay, you got me, but don't do that again. Silica can't be any more than 13 years old. Kirito tells Usagi, with a smile, okay, Mom. Usagi retorts, with a glare, very funny, Kirito. Silica can't help to giggle at their antics and feel better about the day. However, she sighs and she asks with a sigh, why does she have to be so mean? Kirito asks Silica, is this your first MMO? Silica nods her head and Kirito says, explaining, a lot of people's personalities change when they play online, and some like playing the game as the bad guy. Usagi says with a nod, no joke, Kirito. Kirito says, continuing his explanation, you see how our cursors are green. Silica looks in which she sees the green cursors over the heads of the other players in the restaurant, including Kirito and Usagi, and Kirito says, explaining, if you commit a crime against a player, your cursor is going to turn orange. Usagi says, adding in her 2 cents, and the length of time that it stays that way will depend on the bad of a crime that you have committed and how many times that you have committed crimes. The players that have those cursors are what we call orange players or criminal players, and if you commit too many crimes or really bad crime, it will stay permanently orange. You won't see orange players in the town since powerful NPC guardians will find and attack any criminal players the instant that they come into town. You'll usually find them living in safe zones out in the fields. Kirito says with a nod, yeah, but there is another type of player, and that's the worst type of player here, a red player. They are also known as player killers. They are all about murder. Silica asks, shocked, they kill other players. Usagi says with a solemn tone and nod, yeah. Kirito says, in a normal MMO, they kill some fellow players, have some laughs, and it is cool. Kirito's expression becomes deadly serious and he says, but sword art online isn't normal, and it certainly isn't a game. Usagi says, it's a prison for all of us, and while we can understand that not everyone can work to the goal of clearing the game, I just can't understand why they continue to do such horrible things despite such consequences. Kirito tells Usagi, personally, Usagi, as I have told you before, I think that those that commit evil here are those who are really sick in real life. But then again, who I am to talk? Usagi says solemnly, Kirito. Silica tells Kirito, well, I think that both of you are really good people. Both of you saved my life. She puts her hands on Kirito's hands, and when she realized what she did, she can't help to feel a throb in her chest. Kirito says, with a kind smile, and now, you and Usagi are trying to cheer me up. Thanks. Silica's heart beats faster and faster, and she is turning a bright red in which she pulls her hands away, in which Kirito asks, is something wrong? Silica says nervously, no, I'm fine. Let's have our cheesecake. Kirito gives a confused look, and Usagi snickers silently at this, realizing what's going on. Later on, they head up to the rooms in the inn that contains the NPC restaurant, in which Kirito's room is to the left of Silica's room and Usagi's room is to the right of Silica's room. A short time soon after, Usagi and Kirito come out of their rooms and look at each other. Usagi tells Kirito, I don't like this, Kirito. Kirito tells Usagi, neither do I, Usagi. However, she is young, she is trapped in SAO, and she had a near-death experience. She has gotten the full grasp of SAO, and I don't want to scar her any more that she has been. Look, since we know that she is the next target, it will be easy to protect her from that scum. Usagi says, you have a point, Kirito. I just feel bad for not telling her. Kirito says, if we want to keep her safe, then we have to make sure that they don't think that we suspect anything. Usagi nods her head and Kirito says, with a smile, anyway, she needs some cheering up. Usagi says with a smile, yeah. Kirito knocks on the door and he says, Silica, are you still awake? Just then Silica's voice comes out, surprised, Kirito. Kirito says, I forgot to tell you about some things about the floor that we are going to visit, but it can wait until tomorrow. Silica shouts out, no, now is fine, just let me get the door I was thinking about. After a while, the door opens with Silica, in a simple green dress with a major blush on her face, allows Usagi and Kirito inside. Kirito sets up a table and chair in front of Silica, who is sitting on her bed, and she thinks, that was too close. Kirito asks, seeing her face, hey, what's up? Is something wrong? Silica responds nervously, no, nothing. Usagi thinks in her mind, with a mental smile, I think that Silica-san nearly let us near wearing only her underwear. Kirito puts a device on a table and Silica asks, what is that? Kirito tells Silica in reply, it is called a mirage sphere. Kirito pushes a button on top, the sphere opens up, and a holographic image of what looks like an entire floor of Aincard appears, in which the towns and forests were depicted in fine details, even down to individual trees. Silica says, amazed, oh wow, it's so pretty. Kirito says, with a smile and pointing to various things on the map, this is the main town of Floor 47, and this is the Hill of Memories. We can take this path, but there are some tricky monsters around this area, however. I'm sure that the three of us can handle anything on that route. Once we cross that bridge, we will be in sight. However, Kirito stops speaking, and his expression becomes serious, in which Usagi also gains a serious one as both of them look at each other, and then the door. Silica asks, "What's wrong?" Kirito and Usagi quiet Silica down, in which both of them zip over to the door, and Kirito forces it open, in which both he and Usagi rush into the hallway. Kirito yells out, "Who's there?" Kirito and Usagi then catch someone racing away down the stairs, in which Silica appears to catch the tail end of escaping person. Silica asks, curiously and a bit nervously, "Who was it?" Kirito responds seriously, "An eavesdropper." Silica asks, "But you can't hear through a door unless you knock first, right?" Kirito and Usagi escort Silica back into her room, and Kirito says, "Normally, yes, but if your listening skill is high enough, you can listen through doors without needing to knock." Usagi says, "I should know since I developed my listening skill that far." Kirito asks Usagi, "Really?" Usagi says, with a nod, "You have to if you want to keep an eye on suspicious people, Kirito. You know that there are ways to go around the system and commit crimes yet not be made a criminal player." Kirito says with a nod, "Good point, Usagi." Silica asks, "But why would anyone listen in on us?" Usagi says, "The flower is a rare item, and there are plenty that would pay top dollar for it, Silica." Silica asks, "Do you think that someone overheard us talking about it with Rosalia?" Usagi says, a bit nervous, "Maybe." Usagi looks at Kirito, in which the two of them share a look and mentally nodding at some kind of unsaid agreement. February 24, 2024, Floor 47, Flora. On Floor 47 of Aincard, we are in the center of the town of Flora, on that floor in which Usagi, once again wearing her hood and cloak to disguise herself, Kirito, and Silica, now wearing a red version of her outfit, appear at the teleport gate at the center of the town, in which Silica is awestruck at the floor, in which she sees what looks like endless flower gardens. Silica says, amazed, "Wow, this place is like a dream." Kirito says with a nod, "We know, the whole place is covered in flowers." Usagi says, with a kind smile, "I come up here when I'm not on saving other players' lives and other stuff that us top-tier players do." Silica then races off to look and enjoy the flowers in front of her, and Usagi can't help to smile at this, causing her to think that some good has come in this world. Later on, they are together on the bridge, and Kirito hands Silica a teleportation crystal. Silica asks, "What's this for Kirito?" Kirito responds, "If anything bad happens, I'm going to tell you to warp out, and you can use this crystal to go to any town." Silica says, "But." Kirito tells Silica, "No buts, please use it." Usagi tells Silica, kindly, "Please do as Kirito says. We'll be fine if anything bad happens." Silica says with a nod, "I understand." Silica takes the teleportation crystal and puts it away, in which Kirito says, "Now, we can get going. If we take this place, we can get to the Hill of Memories quickly." Kirito and Usagi head off, and Silica follows them. For a while, there is an awkward silence. Silica then tries to say, Kirito?" However, it is interrupted when a pair of green vines grab Silica by the ankles and lift her into the air and upside down, as she holds prevents her skirt from dropping down, in which she sees the monster holding her, a garish gerbera, which looks to be a monster fly trap with sunflower-style head with a mouth full of teeth and a tongue. Silica cries out in terror, fearfully swings her dagger wildly, and Kirito says calmly, "Calm down, it isn't that strong." Silica shouts out, panic tone in her voice, "Help, Kirito, save me but don't look, save me but don't look." Kirito says, holding his hands in front of his eyes to make sure that she doesn't see Silica with her skirt down, "That will be difficult." Usagi says, drawing Escalon, "Okay, I've had enough of this." The monster swings Silica around, irritates her, and she shouts out, annoyed, "Darn you, put me down now." Silica cuts the vines holding her and hits the monster at the weak spot with a sword skill, causing it to turn into pixels, in which she looks at Kirito and asks, blushing in embarrassment, "Did you see anything?" Kirito responds, "No, ma'am." Usagi adds in, "And I made sure that I did, Silica." Soon after, Silica, Kirito, and Usagi continue along, in which Kirito and Usagi allow Silica to do most of the fighting to help her gain experience more quickly, while Silica asks about Kirito's sister, and Kirito goes on to explain about how in actual fact that his sister is his cousin, and they were raised as siblings since they were babies. He told about how he found out this fact, and how it caused them to start growing apart, in which their grandfather put them into kendo at a young age, in which Kirito quit, while his sister-cousin continue on for both of them, which she made it into the national kendo tournaments. Kirito explained that it made him feel guilt to put all of the pressure to please their grandfather on her, and that helping Silica was paying his adopted cousin sister. Silica says with a smile, "Well, I don't think that she hates you at all, Kirito, and I think she really likes kendo." Usagi tells Kirito, "Silica is right, Kirito. She wouldn't be so much into kendo if she didn't love it so much." Kirito says with a smile, "You and Silica are always cheering me up. You are kind of like sisters in a way. You always seem to make people feel better." Usagi says with a blush of embarrassment, "Geez, Kirito." Silica blushes, too, and she prepares to go, but she falls into the maw of a violet sea anemone-like monster, known as a land anemone, which licks her, in which Usagi and Kirito destroy it, leaving Silica in an embarrassing position. A bit later on, Silica asks Usagi, "Usagi, why do you keep yourself covered like that?" Usagi sighs and she says, "You have heard a lot of things, Silica. I take it that you heard of someone that's called the White Valkyrie." Silica nods and she asks with a gasp, "Wait, are you saying?" Usagi responds with a nod, "I'm her, Silica, the niece of the fiend that trapped us in here, Akihiko Kayaba." Silica gasps and she asks, "But why? Why do this to you? You are her family. Why would he not at least let you go?" Kirito responds with a stern tone, "In my mind, Kayaba doesn't care for his family. If he did care, he wouldn't have let her get the game in the first place." Kirito gives a look that says, "I'm sorry," but Usagi shakes her head to say, "It's all right, Kirito." Usagi tells Silica, "I really have no idea why my uncle did this to us, Silica. I try to figure out it, but I get only more questions than answers, and it really breaks me up inside. I trusted and loved him so much. He always calls me his little princess, and we have fun and talking. And in fact, I was the first one to do a full dive with the first nerve gear." Silica asks, amazed, "You did?" Usagi nods her head and Silica says, "That's amazing." Usagi responds, solemnly, "Never thought it would become the lock to my prison and the knife on my neck by my own uncle." Silica asks, "Is that why you saved me?" Usagi replies, with a nod, "I've already seen too many good people die, Silica. It's my responsibility to protect as many players as I can, Silica." Silica tells Usagi, "But you are a victim like the rest of us. It shouldn't be just your job to protect everyone just because the bad man that trapped us in here is your uncle." Kirito says, "Most players feel that way, but there are those that don't." Silica says, "Well, they are being silly. Usagi is a good person, and what her uncle did to her was wrong." Usagi says with a kind tone, "Thank you, Silica." Usagi gently pats her on the head and she says, "You have done nothing to deserve to be here. You should be at home with your family and friends. We'll help you find a way home." Kirito says with a nod, "That we will, Usagi." Silica smiles warmly at Kirito and Usagi, and they continue on until they reach the area known as the Hill of Memories. Silica asks, "So, the flower is supposed to be here?" Kirito points to a stand surrounded by 4 pillars and he responds, "Yeah, it's right there, Silica." Silica races over there while Usagi and Kirito follow behind her, and when she reaches there, a bud appears on the stand which grows into a flower with a white head. Usagi tells Silica, "It's all yours, Silica." Silica gently grabs the flower by the stem, and the stem breaks in half, in which an item screen appears saying the name Numa Flower. Silica asks, "Are you sure that it will bring Pina back to life?" Kirito says with a smile, "I'm sure." Usagi says, "You need to sprinkle the dew from the flower on the heart item, and Pina will be back. But there are a lot of strong monsters here. We had better revive Pina in town." Kirito says with a nod, "That's a good idea." Silica says with a smile, "Okay." Silica wanted to use the teleport crystal and get back right away, but she contained herself since the crystals are to be used in emergencies only. However, the trip back wasn't as hard and as slow as the trip in which they were at the foot of the hill in no time. When they got to the bridge, Silica was skipping happily along, but Kirito and Usagi stop her, causing her to look at them in confusion. Silica asks, "Is something wrong?" Usagi responds, "We're not alone." Kirito shouts out, seemingly to no one, "Whoever is hiding out there, come out right now." Out of the shadows of the tree, the spear woman, Rosalia, comes out into the open. Silica asks, "Rosalia?" Rosalia tells Kirito, "If you saw through my hiding skill so easily, your detection skill must be high, swordsman, and I think that you cloaked friend has one too." Rosalia looks at Silica and she says, "Ooh, it looks like you were successful getting the Numa flower." Silica gains a bad feeling, causing her to step back, and her fears were confirmed when Rosalia gains a sinister smirk, and she says, "Now, hand it over before you get hurt." Silica asks, "What are you talking about?" Usagi says, "We don't think so, Rosalia." Kirito says, "No one is handing anything over to you or the Orange Guild. Namely, Titan's hand. You are their leader after all." Rosalia gives a jerk of surprise and she says, with a smirk, "Nice." However, inwardly, she is getting on her guard and she is surprised that he knows about her. Silica asks, surprised, but her cursor is green. Kirito, "How?" Usagi replies, with a sigh, "Not every member of an Orange Guild is orange, Silica. There are some members that aren't directly involved with the crimes of criminal players, and thus the game doesn't register them as criminal players since they weren't directly involved in the crimes, and they like it that way. There, green members can easily go into towns and lure players out of the safe zones." Kirito says with a nod, "That's right, Silica. That's where the orange players are waiting, and since the green members didn't directly attack the other players, they aren't considered criminal players by the system, just like the person snooping at the inn last night." Kirito tells Rosalia, "He was your informant, right?" Silica asks, shocked, "Then the reason that you joined our party was?" Rosalia responds with a malicious smirk, "That's right. I was observing their strength and watching them earn all that beautiful money." As Rosalia licks her lips, Usagi can't help to scowl under hood, and Rosalia says, in a slip-song way, "I was observing you the most and I was so sad when you left the party, but then you told me you were getting a rare item and the demand for it is high." Rosalia tells Kirito, "And you know all this and yet, you went along with her act. Are you dumb or does she have you wrapped around her finger?" Silica gives an irritated look and Kirito responds, "Wrong on both counts. My friend and I were looking for you, Rosalia." Silica and Rosalia give looks of surprise and Rosalia asks, "What are you talking about?" Usagi responds, "Remember the Silver Flags Guild? 10 days ago, you attacked them and 4 of them died. Their leader was the only survivor, and it was only because that I managed to save him just in time." Rosalia says in a slip-song manner, "Oh yeah, the losers with no money." Usagi inward became angered at this, and she was tempted to draw her sword and run her through, which is shocking since the old Serena Tsukino would never think such a though. But the many harsh months of SAO have changed our kind and gentle Moon Princess. However, her time in SAO and in fact, her experiences as Sailor Moon is also coming to play in which she stayed focused. Usagi says, "After I helped him recover, he begged me to help him with tears in his eyes, but he didn't want you killed. No way. He wanted you locked away never to harm anyone else like you did with his friends and guild mates." Kirito asks with an angered glare, "I know since I also met him after Usagi agreed to help him. Do you have any idea how he felt?" Rosalia says with a sinister smile, "Can't say that I do. Only idiots take this seriously. So what if we kill someone here? There is no proof that you are dead IRL. Usagi yells out, her tone uncharacteristically angered, "You idiot." Everyone looks at Usagi and she thinks in her mind, and Ray-chan calls me a meatball brain. I know that I'm not the brightest tool in the shed, but this. Usagi screams out, still in her uncharacteristic angered tone, "You think that this is some kind of joke? A big fat prank? This is no fucking joke. I know that madman, and when he works on something, he does it to perfection. He makes no mistakes and he makes no jokes when it comes to his work. If he said that the nerve gear kills us when we die here, then we die. That's a fact. If it wasn't the case, don't you think that they would have been able to rip off the nerve gears from our heads months ago? Or are those knocked in your avatar draining what brain cells that you have left, you glorified bimbo?" Rosalia yells out angrily, "You dare, you little bitch." Usagi retorts, still with her uncharacteristic angered tone, You heard me, jerk. Rosalia shouts out angrily, I hate your kind of people. You keep preaching about justice and morality in a world like this when we don't know if we can get back. People like you are the worst, and if you do really die in IRL, then you deserve death. Rosalia snaps her fingers, and a group of 10 other players, in which 9 of them had orange cursors to show that they are criminal players. The last one had a green cursor like Rosalia, in which he must be the one with the high listening skill to listen through doors. A group of them leer at Silica, and she winches at their glares, in which Usagi gets in front of Silica in a protective manner. Silica says, Usagi, Kirito, there is too many of them. Kirito says with a smile, no, it's all right. Stay with Usagi. She will keep you safe, but keep the crystal handy just in case she needs you to stay out of her way. Silica says, nervously, okay. Silica then reaches into the container for the crystal, while Kirito walks over towards the group while drawing his sword, in which Silica screams out, fearfully, Kirito. The bandits recoil and one of them asks, Kirito. Another one of the group, the one with the high listening skill, then says, recalling the information from his head, wait, a black outfit, a one-handed sword with no shield. Oh crap, the black swordsman? The man's face pales and he tells Rosalia, Rosalia, we've got to get out of here. That guy, he's the beater that plays solo on the front lines. He is an elite clearer with the assault team. Silica, knowing that Kirito must be strong since Usagi is an elite player herself, and they know each other, asks, shocked, no way, he is. Usagi tells Silica with a sly tone, that's right. Rosalia shouts out, not wanting to believe it, oh, please, why would someone from the assault team be down here? The man then says, pointing to Usagi, but Rosalia, I know who that player is. That's the White Valkyrie herself. That's why she said what she said to you, because she is the niece of Kayaba. There are gasps from the group, and even Rosalia looks surprised, in which the man says, she is an elite player herself. Another solo player on the assault team. She isn't a former beta tester, but she can rival even the Black Swordsman himself. She is known to fight and take down criminal guilds. In fact, she took down the werewolf claws single-handed. Usagi thinks in her mind, a bit nervously, only because I remembered stuff about my friends that really came in handy. Even now, they are guiding and protecting me. Rosalia retorts, that's because those idiots easily fell into her trap with a corridor crystal right to prison. Even if they are the Black Swordsman and White Valkyrie, what can one little girl and one little man do against all of us? Now take him down and take everything that he has. Emboldened by Rosalia's words, the 9 orange players attack with everything that they have, and Kirito doesn't even block or move to avoid the attacks. Silica shouts out, horrified, no, Kirito, stop, you'll kill him. Silica reaches for her dagger and Usagi stops her, in which she tells Silica, it will be all right. Kirito won't be taken down so easily. Silica looks at Usagi, and while she can't see her face at the moment, she can feel the warm and reassuring smile from her, in which Usagi thinks, drolly, geez, Kirito. Do you have to be so dramatic? You are scaring poor Silica to death. Silica then notices that Kirito's health bar goes down a little from the assault, and it then goes back up to full, in which Silica asks, what's going on? The group stops its assault when they know that their attacks are doing nothing to Kirito, and Rosalia shouts out, what the fuck are you idiots doing? Kill him already. Usagi shouts out in a teasing tone, not going to work. Everyone looks at Usagi and Kirito says, 400 points in 10 seconds. That's as much damage that all of you can do to me. When everyone looks at Kirito, he says, I'm level 78, my hit points are 14,500, and my battle recovery skill allows me to recover 600 points every 10 seconds. We could stand here all day and you won't get anywhere. One of the members of the criminal group shouts out, that's impossible, that's insane. Kirito responds, you want to bet, and you are exactly right about it being insane. If you have a high enough level, you are invincible. This is the unfairness of level-based MMO at work here. Kirito then takes out a corridor crystal and he says, our client spent everything that he had on this corridor crystal and he has set it to the prison at Blackyearn Palace. And I'm going to send all of you, bastards, there. Rosalia snarls and she gets out a teleport crystal, in which Usagi makes a motion for Silica to stay here, in which, moving like Blur, thanks to her speed stats, gets right in front of Rosalia. Usagi shouts out, boo, Rosalia becomes surprised enough in which she drops the teleport crystal. Usagi catches it, puts it away, and she drags Rosalia by the collar over to the others. Usagi then takes out a dagger and she says, in a sly tone, "This little baby has a special high-level paralyzing potion on it. One nick and you can't move your pinky for a while. I figured out this little trick from your fellow assholes in other criminal guilds, and my throwing skill is pretty good, you know. So you boys better not think of escaping." Rosalia says, defiant tone in her voice, "Oh, yeah, I'm a green player, and if one of you attack me, you'll go orange." However, Rosalia yelps as Kirito's sword is at her neck. Kirito tells Rosalia, "We're solo players, got it. To get rid of a person like you, I won't mind going orange for a few days." Usagi thinks in her mind, "Speak for yourself, Kirito." However, deep down, Usagi can't help to agree with Kirito as Rosalia drops her spear, and the other members of her guild surrender without a fight. February 24, 2024, Floor 35, Missy. Back on Floor 35, inside of an inn room, Kirito, Silica, and Usagi, with her hood down, are sitting down on the bed as Kirito and Usagi explain. Kirito tells Silica, "I'm sorry, Silica. We were kind of using you as bait to get Rosalia and her guild." Usagi says, "I wasn't a fan of the plan, Silica." Kirito nods his head and he says, "I thought that you would be scared if you knew the truth." Silica shakes her head and responds, "I could never be scared of you or Usagi. I know since you are good people, and you proved it since you stopped those people." Silica asks, "Do you really have to go?" Kirito says, with a nod, "Yeah, Usagi and I have been gone from the front lines for a while. We need to get back and help." Silica says, "I think that it is cool that both of you are on the assault team. I could try for 100 years and I couldn't make it." Usagi tells Silica, "No way, Silica. Remember, I was a newbie and I made it on my own grit and determination. You can really make it if you try." Silica says with a smile, "Thank you, Usagi." Kirito says, "Anyway, Silica, strength in this world is an illusion. It's cool, but there are more important things. Anyway, we should meet up in the real world someday." Silica responds with a smile, "Okay, we will, I promise." Usagi asks, "Ready to revive Pina?" Silica nods her head as she gets out Pina's heart item and the Numa flower. Silica thinks, as she sprinkles the dew on Pina's heart item to revive her, "Pina, when you get back, I'll have so much to talk about, including how I have my own big brother and sister for a day." February 25, 2024, Floor 48, Lindarth. On Floor 48, and in Lindarth, Usagi is meeting with the former leader of the Silver Flags Guild, and she tells him what happened. The Silver Flags leader responds happily, "Thank you, Valkyrie-san." Usagi responds, shaking her head, "No, there is no need. I'm just glad to help and get justice for your friends." The Silver Flags leader says, "Yes, my friends can rest in peace knowing those monsters won't do it to anyone else." Usagi asks, "What will you do now? I hope that you don't." The Silver Flags leader responds, "No way, my friends would never forgive me for that. No, I intend to live on for their sake." He sighs and he says, "Other than that, I don't know. Without them, I can't see about going out adventuring and leveling up anymore. I think that I'll just earn enough to have room and board and wait until the day that you and the assault team free all of us, survivors. I need to survive to tell the friends and family of my friends about them. It is my duty to them all." Usagi says with a nod, "I understand." The Silver Flags leader tells Usagi, "Valkyrie-san, most players are right about you. You are a fellow player and a very good one." Usagi responds with a bit of a solemn tone, "Yeah, but not good enough." As she walks away, the Silver Flags leader can't help to give off a confused expression at Usagi's words, but later on, he would realize what she meant and realize the guilt and burden that she put on herself. March 1, 2024, Mizuno apartment home. Within the Mizuno apartment home, Ami is doing a lot of studying and reading, in which it is her only comfort when she hears the front door to the house opens, and Ami looks to see Siko Mizuno, Ami's mother, come in. Siko asks Ami with a weak smile, "Reading again?" Ami says with a nod, "Yes, mother." Siko says, looking at all of the papers and such, "Working again, sweetie. And I thought that I was such a workaholic." Ami says, "I need to, mother. If we figure out exactly how the programming tells the nerve gear to release the safety, and unleashes the necessary microwaves to destroy the brain matter necessary. Siko tells Ami, with a sigh, "Sweetie, it has been over a year since this mess." Ami says, "A year too long, mother. My best friend, my princess, someone precious to me in 2 lifetimes is in danger of every day dying right before my eyes." FYI, Siko, being a top-level medical doctor, also became involved with the work with the victims of SAO, including those that go to the morgue. Soon enough, Siko learned, much to her shock and surprise, her daughter is Sailor Mercury, and about her past life as well. Siko tells Ami, going over to her, "Ami, I'll admit that I still don't get this whole reincarnation thing, but what I do understand is that Serena is the reason that you have gained your new friends, your fellow Sailor Scouts, which made me so glad since you really didn't have any friends until Serena came along into your life. However, this is life or death, but Serena wouldn't want you killing yourself through stress over this." Ami says, "I know, mother." Siko embraces her daughter and she says warmly, "You miss her and all of your fellow Scouts do. But right now, you need to believe in her and try not to obsess over this since it isn't helping your friend at all." Ami nods her head, and she wipes a few tears from her eyes in which Siko thinks in her mind, "Serena-san, please come home. My daughter, your friends, and your boyfriend miss you so much. I fear what would happen to them and my daughter if you died in front of them." March 4, 2024, Floor 48, Lindarth. In Lindarth, a modestly sized home with a water wheel, Lisbeth is looking over a circular sign with a knight's head with the words, "Lisbeth Smith Shop," at the door. Just then a female voice says, "Oh, wow, you actually did it, Liz." Lisbeth looks to see Usagi walking over to her. Lisbeth says, with a grin, "Yep, and it is thanks to your help getting the materials for my orders." Usagi tells Lisbeth, "But it was your hard work that got you here, Liz." Lisbeth says, with a smile, "Thanks, Usagi-chan. Anyway, welcome to the grand opening of Lisbeth Smith Shop." Lisbeth then enters her shop with Usagi following close behind, in which Usagi removes her hood to show her face head. Lisbeth tells Usagi, "Anyway, it must be busy on the front lines lately." Usagi says, with a nod, "That and other things, Liz. I'm going to need your help more than ever." Lisbeth asks, "How so?" Usagi asks, with a sigh, "You heard of Laughing Coffin, haven't you?" Lisbeth says, with a droll tone, "Who hasn't, Usagi? It is just awful." Usagi says, "There is just no rhyme or reason with them. They aren't in it for anything other than just killing other players." Lisbeth says, with a snort, "They are just evil or insane." Usagi retorts, "Or both in the case of the leader. From what I know, Laughing Coffin is led by some nut known as Po-H, and he brainwashes his members by saying that since it was my uncle's technology that killed people in the end, they weren't at fault for killing other players since it is nerve gear that fries the brain. While it is my uncle's fault for killing players in the end, it doesn't mean that they can help it along." Lisbeth says, "They must be people that are nuts by listening to a guy like that." Usagi says, with a sigh, "I guess that you are right and you probably can guess that I'm there, number 1 girl, and not in a good way." Usagi shivers in disgust and Lisbeth says, with a grin, "Bet you are giving them a hard time, huh?" Usagi says, solemnly, "Yeah, but I'm barely putting a dent on them. The numbers of players dying are going to go into the hundreds at this rate." Lisbeth tells Usagi, "You do what you can, Usagi. Just don't go overboard like Asuna did and in a way still does, okay? I don't want you to die out there." Usagi tells Lisbeth with a smile, "I won't die, Liz, promise." Lisbeth says, "And you better darn well keep that promise or I'll kick you in your grave." Usagi says, with a giggle, "Right, Liz." Usagi and Lisbeth then go over to the back to share a cup of tea and talk. March 6, 2024, Floor 56, Pani. Within Floor 56 of Aincard, inside of a cavern guarded by 2 armored spear welding players, a large group of players is assembled inside of the cavern-like structure, and there is a map on a stone table. Asuna slams her hands onto the table and she says, "Lure it to the village. That's how we will get the boss." Kirito says, "Wait, you can't be serious. The boss will go after the villagers." Asuna says, "Yeah, it is the idea. And while the boss attacks and kills NPC, we can attack it." Just then a female voice asks, "And what makes you think that we won't suffer a plenty if we allow that to happen, Asuna?" Everyone looks to the source to see Usagi, her classic cloak covering her head, face, and body, walking up to them. One of the players says, "The White Valkyrie." Usagi tells Asuna, "How can we be sure that there isn't a penalty against us, the players, by allowing the boss to kill NPC? Sure, they can revive themselves, but we have to remember that we are trapped in the world of a madman with a deity complex. And I've seen plenty of television and anime to know that villains with a deity complex are completely unpredictable." There are murmurs from the other players, and Kirito says, "She is exactly right. He said it himself. His goal was to create a world that he can control." Control? So far, nothing has happened to prove that he has done anything to interfere with us directly, but we don't know that. He could also have programmed a trap in that monster. So, the instant that we lure into the village to ravage it and kill NPC, we get slammed with a penalty that weakens our stats or something making it harder for us to defeat, and even worse, more members of the team can die because of that. And personally, I don't care if they are NPC. Death of anyone or anything isn't cool to me. Asuna says sternly, "Well, I am running this operation. I'm second in command of the Knights of the Blood. You will obey my orders like it or not." Usagi responds, "And you seems to forget that Kirito and I are solo players. We aren't part of a guild, much less the Knights of the Blood. And as the leader of the operation, you shouldn't be taking any reckless gambles with players' lives." Asuna yells out angrily, "What?" Usagi says, with a stern tone that's not like her before, "You heard me, Asuna. I won't take part in an operation when the leader doesn't take his mindset into consideration. Our jailer is someone with a deity complex, and we are his prisoners. This is his jail and his rules. We have to play by them until we find a way to bend or break them without any consequence to any other good players. You don't consider him and the possible consequences of every action that you take here. I won't take part in it other than to make sure that others don't suffer for your mistakes." Usagi turns and walks away, in which plenty of the players murmur among themselves, in which a good amount of them believe that Usagi has a good point, while Asuna glares at Usagi. After the meeting, the players leave the cavern, in which Agile comes out and looks around, in which he finds Kirito and rushes over to him. Agile shouts out, "Hey!" Kirito stops walking and turns to face Agile, in which he says, "What's up with you three? The three of you with the two of you ganging up on the second in command and always getting into it, and not in a good way." Kirito says, solemnly, "I guess we don't click, and Usagi and Asuna have differences of opinion of lately." Agile says, "That's putting it lightly, man." Kirito tells Agile, "You know how Usagi is, Agile." Agile says, nodding his head, "Yeah, I know." Agile sighs and she says, "The girl is just putting too much on her shoulders, you know. This game has changed her, and not in a good way." Kirito says, with a nod, "Yeah." Kirito then remembers Asuna during the battle on the first floor boss and his words to her, in which he says, "Asuna took my advice. However, who knew that she would join the top guild and become a floor-clearing badass?" Agile says, "No kidding, bro. But then again, she isn't the only lady that we know with a famous rep." Kirito says, with a nod, "Our White Valkyrie." Later that day, Asuna and Kirito would duel each other, but the results of that duel is up to you to figure out. April 1, 2024, Cherry Hill Shrine. Within Cherry Hill Shrine, the Sailor Scouts are gathering as they go over information on computer tablets, Ami's Mercury computer, and a lot of papers. Mina tells Lita, "Man, that was really something, Lita." Lita says with a grin, "I know." Ray tells Lita and Mina, annoyed, "Cut it out, you two. You know that we aren't playing ALO for fun." Amara says, "This is important research." Lita says with a nod, we know." Luna and Artemis climb up to the table, and Artemis says, "Based on what we know so far, ALO is indeed very similar to SAO based on what data that we can get and Sammy's testimony of the beta test." Luna says, "However, we have to assume that much has changed since the beta test." Amara says, nodding her head, "It was 2 months since the beta test and the actual launch of the official version of the game, so we can't assume that Kayaba hasn't made certain changes other than the ones that we know." Ray says, "However, it makes me suspicious that ALO is very similar to SAO." Ami says, "Well, there is some logic to it. Since Argus disbanded thanks to the SAO incident, RCT Progress have taken over all of Argus' former assets, and it makes sense on how they can develop a VR MMO so quickly, and how the atmosphere was also developed so quickly too. Artemis says, "That does make me suspicious too, but right now, we can't focus on them. We need to focus on figuring where the programming code that commands the nerve gear to release the safety and emit the microwaves that kill the players that die in the game or have the nerve gear taken off against their will, which doesn't happen anymore." Trista says, "It isn't going to be easy. Kayaba has developed the nerve gear and sword art online in which there is much programming that we need to figure out. And the programming of a VR MMO can be just as complex as the full dive technology that it uses." Ami says, "We have much an idea on the nerve gear, but we may still need to work on it a little more, and we are nowhere close into figuring out the programming and how to counter those exactly command codes, in which we need to find first in order to start that process." Lita asks Ami, "How is Serena doing so far?" Ami responds, "Based on what information we can get, she is doing very well as a top player in SAO." Ray says, "I know that Meatball Head is a hardcore gamer, that's for sure, but I don't see her as a top player. However, we can be thankful for small miracles. Since she is a top player, it means a better chance for her survival despite the dangers that she is. I'm surprised that she can learn anything, but I'm sure thankful that she is, and I know that Meatball Head can do anything if she puts herself into it." Ray says with a sigh, "But we have no idea what kind of horrors that she experienced or is experiencing in there. While we will get her back, what kind of person will she be? This is something that she has never experienced as Sailor Moon. Remember, as Sailor Moon, she always fought in life or death situations before, but in the end, they always turn out all right. However, this is different everyone. She won't be able to just use the silver crystal, and everyone will be just fine. The people that have died are dead, and they are gone forever." The other Sailor Scout can't help to agree on that point, but Mina says with a smile, "Come on, Ray-chan, Serena will always be Serena. She is a strong girl, and we've got to believe in her." Ray nods her head in agreement, but plenty the others can't help to feel that their princess will be forever scarred by this experience, and they won't how much until they get her out of SAO, or she gets herself, and the other surviving players out by their own hands in completing the game. April 22, 2024, Floor 57, Mart. On Floor 57, we are in the town of Mart, the main town on this floor of Aincard, which is a large urban city that has a large number of buildings built compactly, and with narrow alleyways between the buildings, which are 2 or 3 floors in high with terracotta rooftops. On top of one of those rooftops is none other than Usagi, and taking a nap and relaxing despite the danger of sleep PK, which is another player manipulating a sleeping person, by moving his or her hand to accept a duel and kill them. However, Usagi, thanks to her experience as Sailor Moon, her advice and experience with her friends and scouts, and her months in SAO, she has put up a defense against that in the form of 2 message recording crystals, in which she recording her loudest yells that will certainly wake her up, and hidden exactly where someone would need to manipulate her hand to perform a sleep PK. Normally, Usagi, back in IRL, could sleep through practically anything, but her experience in SAO has changed her in many ways. However, what hasn't changed was her loud snoring, which hasn't attracted any attention. However, Usagi wakes up, stretches, and puts the 2 crystals away. Usagi looks up into the sky, sees the late afternoon, early evening setting sun, and she thinks with a sigh, another day in Aincard. How long has it been? But then she hears a feminine scream, and Usagi immediately leaps down from the rooftop, which is easy thanks to her good numbered strength, speed, and agility stats. Lands on the ground through nearly having one of her klutz attacks, in which she zips off when she arrives at the cathedral in the town. She gasps in horror to see a male player, dressed like an armored knight, hanging from 2nd floor of the cathedral with a sword-like spear impaled in his chest with a noose around his neck. Usagi thinks in her mind in horror, "Oh, Kami, that's horrible, but how is that possible? This is a safe zone, no time to worry about that." Zipping to action, Usagi uses her powerful jumping ability to leap over the crowd that's watching in horror. Just then, a familiar male voice, "Hurry, pull it out." Usagi looks to see Kirito and Asuna, in which the player with the spear in his chest looks at Kirito, and he then tries to pull out the spear from his chest. Yuzagi then zips by Kirito and Asuna and enters the cathedral, in which Kirito says, "Yuzagi." Asuna yells out, "Get ready to catch him." Kirito says with a nod, "Right." While Asuna follows Yuzagi, Kirito shouts out, "Hold on, help is on the way." With her speed, Yuzagi manages to reach the porch of the cathedral, stops right in her tracks, and quickly draws her sword. Yuzagi shouts out, "Catch him now." But the instant that Yuzagi was about to cut the rope, the player seemingly turns into data polygons signifying his death, in which the spear falls to the ground and impales the ground. Yuzagi thinks in her mind, horrified, "No, oh no, not another one." Kirito thinks in his mind, the only way he could have died in a safe zone was he fought a duel. Kirito shouts out, "Everyone, look for the player with the winner icon." Yuzagi thinks in her mind, "Winner icon? Wait, the only way that he could have died was a duel." Yuzagi looks over the ledge and using her search skill, but all she and Kirito see a sea of green cursors and health bars among the players in the crowd. Yuzagi thinks in her mind, "What's going on? There is no one with winner icon. How could that player escaped already?" There is no other way that any player could have killed another player in safe zone unless they fought a duel, but there is no one here with a winner icon. What's going on? A bit later on, Kirito, Asuna, and Yuzagi, with her hood down, are together inside of the second floor of the tower, and looking at the rope that was around the player's neck. Kirito is holding spear impaled in his chest, and he asks, "Any idea on how this could have happened?" Yuzagi says, "The only way could have been a duel, right? It is the only way for any person to die in a safe zone." Asuna says with a nod, "You're right, Yuzagi." Yuzagi says, "But neither Kirito nor I saw a winner icon on anyone." Kirito says with a nod, "Yeah." Asuna says, "Well, anyway, we can't ignore this." Yuzagi says with a nod, "No way we can ignore this. It's already bad enough in here. Players are taking huge risks going outside of safe zones, but if someone found a way around the rules of SAO, then no one is safe." Asuna says with a nod, "I agree with you, Yuzagi. Look, you and I have had our disagreements before, but we need to work together now." Yuzagi says, nodding her head, "Asuna." Asuna tells Yuzagi, "We can talk later. Right now, all three of us need to focus on the task at hand." Asuna goes over to Kirito and she tells him, "You are going to work with Yuzagi and me on this case, and until we are done, there will be no time for naps." Kirito shakes her hand and he replies, "Okay, but you were the one napping." Asuna gives a look of embarrassment, and she squeezes Kirito's hand, really hard, and more than enough to negate the pain dampers in the game to make Kirito yelp out in pain. Yuzagi asks curiously, "Napping, did I miss something?" Asuna gives a nervous look, and she responds, "Nothing, Yuzagi." Asuna glares at Kirito, and he gives a nervous nod in which Yuzagi decides not to inquire about this. Yuzagi puts her hood back on, which covers her entire face, head, and all three of them head back outside to figure out this mystery. Chapter 5, Obsession and Warmth of the Heart. April 22, 2024, Floor 57, Mart. On Floor 57, in the town of Martin, the main town on this floor of Aincard, we are in front of a cathedral in town where there is a large group of players in front of it, where it seemed like a male player dressed like an armored knight was hung by the neck out of the second floor of the cathedral, and impaled in the waist by a spear in which he seemed to have died, which shouldn't be possible since, in this virtual world, the towns are safe zones. Places where your health doesn't go down at all, thus, there is no way to get it down to zero, and kill you unless you were challenged to a duel, which is the only time that the protective effects of the safe zone are lifted. But now, it seems someone, somehow, managed to kill a person inside of a safe zone without challenging them to a duel where the safe zone protection is lifted for the dueling players. At this moment, Yuzagi, Kirito, and Asuna are walking out of the cathedral and into the group of players to figure out what just happened. Kirito tells the crowd, "Listen up, did anyone see what happened before that player died? Please speak up." Just then, a young female player walks over to Yuzagi, Kirito, and Asuna in a meek manner. This female player that looks to be 17-18 years of age with long flowing deep blue hair, large blue eyes, and she is wearing a light blue tunic with a chest guard, brown shorts, and dark leggings along with high-heeled boots with a sword in its sheath attached to her left side. Asuna asks, I'm sorry, I can't imagine how frightened you are. Could you tell us your name? The female player responds meekly, sure, my name is Yoko. Kirito asks, wait, are you the one that screamed? Usagi thinks in her mind, her voice sounds familiar. The female player, Yoko, responds, I knew him. His name was Kaints and we used to be in the same guild together. Anyway, we came here together and we were going to have dinner together. Yoko starts to shed tears and she says, weakly, but we got separated in the plaza. I looked around from him and I saw him from that balcony. When Yoko starts to cry, Asuna goes over to comfort her. Usagi tells Kirito, this is terrible, Kirito. Most likely they were an item. Kirito tells Usagi, two people together don't make an in-game object, Usagi. Usagi nearly face-faults into the ground and she responds, annoyed. It is a manner of speech that means that they were a couple, Kirito. Usagi asks Kirito, you really aren't the social type, are you? Kirito replies, not really. Asuna asks Yoko, was there anyone else up there? Yoko says, for a second there. I'm not sure, but I think that I did see someone standing behind Kaints. Asuna asks, this person, have you seen them before? Yoko shakes her head and Kirito asks, I know that this is hard for you, but try to remember. Was there anyone that has a reason to kill him? Yoko's eyes widen, and she then shakes her head to say, no, in which she closes her eyes and reopens them, in which Usagi notices a look of pure fear on her face. Usagi thinks in her mind, that look. Later on, Usagi, Kirito, and Asuna escort Yoko back to an inn in the town. Yoko says, thank you for escorting me back to the inn. Sorry if it is out of your way. Asuna says, no worries. However, we would like to talk to you again tomorrow. Yoko says, okay. Usagi tells Yoko, Yoko-san, can you spell the name of your fellow former guild mate for me? I would like to check something. Kirito and Asuna look at Usagi and Yoko says, okay, his name is spelled Kains. Usagi says with a nod, thank you, Yoko-san, I'm sorry for any trouble. Yoko responds, it is no trouble at all. Soon after, Yoko closes the open door of the room that she is standing in front of behind her, and the three of them head off. Kirito tells Usagi, you plan to check the Monument of Life. Usagi says with a nod, yeah, I just don't get it. These are supposed to be safe zones and you can't die in a safe zone unless you were in a duel, and this is no sleep PK. Asuna says, nodding her head in agreement, I agree. Anyway, we should also check out that spear. If we find out where it came from, we might get a clue. Kirito says, we are going to need an appraisal skill. It is pretty obvious that you or Usagi don't have one. Asuna says in an annoyed tone, yes, but neither do you. And by the way, try not to be so rude when you are speaking to me. Kirito asks, okay, should I call you miss next time? Asuna gives an annoyed look and Kirito asks, nervously, second in command, lightning flash. Usagi says drolly, seriously, Kirito, your social skills really need work. Asuna says, no kidding, Usagi. Asuna tells Kirito, just call me Asuna. Kirito says with a nod, okay, now back to the appraisal skill. Kirito asks, do either of you know someone that has it? Usagi says, well, I know this weapons merchant and she is the best one there is. Asuna says, if you are thinking about her, then she would be perfect, but despite your assistance in gathering materials, she is rather busy lately. Usagi says with a sigh, good point, Asuna. Kirito says, no problem there. I have an item merchant that might be able to help us out. Usagi asks curiously, really? Kirito says with a nod, you've seen him on the front line and he is an excellent and high-level axe welder. He set up shop in Algade. Asuna says, let's go. Usagi and Kirito nod their heads and they head off to the teleport gate to head for Algade, which is the main town for Floor 50 of Aincard. April 22, 2024, Floor 50, Algade. In the streets of Algade, the main town of 50th floor of Aincard, Usagi, Kirito, and Asuna are walking down the back streets to a door when the door opens, and a spearman comes out. A man's voice shouts out, thanks my man, come back at any time. The spearman replies, yeah. Usagi smiles under her hood and she thinks, with a giggle, same old Agile. Kirito and Usagi step into the shop and Kirito says, it seems like you are running all the suckers down, Agile. The shop owner, Agile, looks at them and he says, "No way, Kirito. And well, if it isn't our white Valkyrie too. Got the same old hiding cloak, I see." Usagi says with a kind tone, "Nice to see you too, Agile." Agile says, "Buy cheap and sell cheap, that's my motto. I'm a businessman, you know that." Kirito and Agile bump fists and Kirito says, "That selling cheap part is a lie." Agile responds, "Hey, don't be slandering my good name." When Asuna enters the shop and Agile sees her, he gasps in shock, grabs him by the neck, and he yells out, dragging him walkway on his shop's counter, "Hey man, what's gotten into you? You are supposed to be a solo player like Usagi. What the heck are you doing with Asuna of all people? I thought that you, too, were at each other's throats, especially with Usagi." Usagi and Asuna giggle nervous at this laughable scene. A good time afterwards, all four of them are in the back room of Agile's shop, and they explain the situation to him. Agile asks, shocked, his HP dropped to 0 in a safe zone. Usagi says, "That's what it looked like it. It shouldn't be possible unless it was a duel." Kirito says with a nod, "Yeah, but there was no winner icon on anyone around in Usagi, and I made sure to look closely." Asuna says, "We can also rule out a sleep PK since the victim was with Yoko before it happened." Kirito says, "Besides, his death was too elaborate to be some kind of random duel. No, this was all planned out. And then there is this." Kirito motions to the spear, and Agile takes it into one of his hands and uses his other hand to use his appraisal skill on it. Agile says, "A player made this." The three others give look of surprise, though you can't see Usagi's under her hood, and Kirito asks, "Really?" Asuna asks, "Who was it?" Agile replies, "Grimlock, never heard of that one. I can assure you that it isn't one of the top blacksmiths." Usagi thinks in her mind, "Liz would know since she is the top blacksmith in all of Aincard." Agile says, "As far as I can see, there is nothing special about this." Asuna says with a sigh, "Yeah, but it is something to go on." Kirito nods his head, and Usagi says with a sigh, "Not really much, Asuna." Kirito asks, "Is there an item name listened?" Agile responds sarcastically, "You are going to love this. It's called Guilty Thorn. There is a name for you." Usagi asks drolly, "Guilty Thorn, really?" Agile responds with a nod, "I hear you, girl, but it kind of fits, doesn't it?" Agile hands the spear, Guilty Thorn, to Kirito and he asks, "Guilty Thorn? Seriously?" Kirito looks over it and he says, "Well, here goes." He then puts his hand on the table and prepares to pierce his own hand with the spear, causing Asuna to gain a shocked look and Usagi to gain a freaked-out look with a yelp to match. Asuna shouts out, "Wait, stop." Asuna grabs his wrist of the arm hand that has the spear in it, stopping him. Kirito asks, "What's the problem?" Usagi shouts out, stunned and angry, "What's the problem? What's the problem? It's you, Kirito. There has to be a better way to test a duty theory than using yourself as a lab rat. Are you freaking insane?" Asuna yells out, "Usagi is right. That thing has already killed one person." Usagi thinks in her mind, amazed, "Someone is actually agreeing that I'm right. I must have really changed over the months." Kirito says in a plain tone, "Yeah, that's why we need to see what it's got." Usagi shouts out, flabbergasted, "You are out of your mind. I don't think that the nerve gear has anything to fry with you, Kirito. You and your insane stunts." Kirito retorts with a smirk, "Like you haven't, Usagi." Usagi gets a nervous look under her hood and she yells out, "This isn't about me and you know it, Kirito." Asuna takes the spear to give to Agile while Usagi thinks in her mind, "Kirito has a point. The old me would never do most, if not all, of the crazy stunts that I have performed to help and save players' lives. She would wail and scream and would only get involved when it is really necessary and certainly not do anything of the reckless stunts that I have done over the past months. I really have changed." Asuna tells Agile, handing him the spear, "Agile, could you hold on to this for us?" Agile replies nervously, Yeah." Usagi tells Agile, with a sly tone, "By the way, make sure that you keep it in a storage area with some kind of lock on it, so Kirito can't get his hands on it." Kirito says drolly, "Thanks a lot, Usagi." Agile says, "She does have a point, bro." Kirito yells out, annoyed, "Thanks a lot." Usagi gives a sly snicker at this, while Asuna gives a sly smirk as well. April 22, 2024, Floor 1, Town of Beginnings. In the Town of Beginnings, the main town of the very first floor of Aincard. Usagi is at Blackyrn Palace, looking at the Monument of Life, and looking for the main spelled out by Yoko, in which she finds it, and mentioning on how he died, causing her to gain a curious look. Usagi thinks in her mind, well, this is the name as Yoko-san told me, and it does say that he did by pierced and losing his health over time, which is what looked like happened to her boyfriend, but it doesn't mention about him being hanged over a building. Well, based on what happened, it was the spear piercing that did him in, not the hanging, since being hanged by the neck from a building doesn't decrease your health in this game. Anyway, I had better tell Kirito and Asuna what I found here. As she starts to walk away, Usagi thinks in her mind, I still can't believe that I have changed so much. The old me would never be doing such things as detective work. I would be at home reading manga and joking with my friends. Usagi sighs and she thinks, I'm still amazed that I remember such things. I'm amazed that I haven't gone crazy. I can still feel my friends, but they are so far away. If it wasn't for people like Kirito, Asuna, Liz, and Agile, I would have gone insane by now. I wonder if being with Kirito hasn't made me insane already. Usagi then looks back at the Monument of Life, and she then notices at the corner of her eye a player name by that name of Kaints, which hasn't been crossed out, showing that player is still alive. Usagi can't help to feel interested that player's name sounds exactly like Kain's, but she gives it a shrug for now, and she figures that it is nerves during the many months of being on SAO. April 23, 2024, Floor 57, Mart. Returning to Martin, we find ourselves within an empty restaurant where Kirito and Asuna are sitting down in front of table facing Yoko, who is sitting down on the other side of the table, while Usagi is standing around and listening. Asuna asks, a bit nervously, so, Yoko, we were wondering if you ever heard the name of Grimlock. Yoko gives a look of surprise, and Usagi thinks in her mind, I think that's a big fat yes, Asuna. Yoko says, yes, I have. Until a few months ago, he was in the same guild with Kaints and me. Kirito says, listen, we took the spear that impaled Kaints to an appraiser, and we had him go over it very carefully. The spear was made by Grimlock. Yoko gasps and puts her hands over her mouth, causing the other three to get curious, and Kirito asks, could you think of any reason why he did? Yoko says nervously, yes, I can. I should have told you everything from the beginnings. But it was something that I was trying so hard to forget, however. Now, I have no choice. I should explain how my guild got destroyed. Yoko then explains that she, Kaints, Grimlock, and 5 others were part of a guild known as Golden Apple, and around half a year ago, they killed a rare monster that dropped a rare item that raised a player's agility by 20. The guild was divided on keeping the item for themselves or selling it, and divided the profits made from selling it. The vote was 5-3 in favor of selling it, and their leader, Griselda, left to a large town on the front lines to sell it. They waited for her return, but she never did, and they found out that she was dead. And to this day, Yoko doesn't know how she died. When she is done, Kirito says, no one is going to leave a safe zone with that kind of rare item. Too risky. Maybe someone pulled a sleep PK on her. Usagi says, shaking her head, no way, Kirito. That method is recent. Asuna says, and her death was half a year ago. Kirito says with a nod, good point, but she wasn't a random victim either. No, the killer was after the ring, and the killer had to know that she had it, which means... Yoko then says, finishing for Kirito, the killer is one of the 7 others in our guild, yes. Kirito says, we have our suspects. Now, we need to figure out who didn't want to sell the ring. Asuna says, I doubt that the killer killed her after she sold the ring. No, the killer killed her before she did. Usagi says with a nod, most likely Asuna. Kirito nods his head in agreement, and he tells Yoko, tell us what you know about Grimlock. Yoko says, yes, he was Griselda's husband, but not in real life, in the game only. Griselda was a powerful swordswoman. She was beautiful and smart. Grimlock was kind, and there wasn't a day when he wasn't smiling. They made a great couple and got along as husband and wife. If Grimlock was the one that murdered Kaints, then he is probably going after the 3 guild members that didn't agree with selling the ring. Kaints was one of the 3 guild members that wanted to keep the ring for the guild. I was the other one. Usagi, Kirito, and Asuna gasp in shock, and Usagi says, that means that Kaints' killer is going after the people that didn't want to sell the ring. Kirito says, I thought so, Usagi. Kirito asks Yoko, who is the third person? Yoko responds, a tanker named Schmidt. Last I heard of him, he is on the front lines with the Holy Dragon Alliance. Kirito says, Schmidt, huh? I've heard that name before. Asuna says, he is the leader of the defense team of the Holy Dragon Alliance. He is an exceptional lancer. Yoko asks, wait, you know Schmidt? Kirito says, well, Usagi and I have met him a couple of times while clearing bosses. Usagi says, nice guy. Tends to be a bit on the cautious side, but then again, I don't blame him and I really don't have room to talk. Yoko says, if you know Schmidt, you need to take me to him. He needs to know what happened. Since he is on the front lines, he probably hasn't heard what happened. He needs to know so what happened to Kainz doesn't happen to him. Asuna says, we'll help you get in contact with Schmidt. I know someone in the Holy Dragon Alliance. We'll help you out. Usagi says, it is a good idea. If this killer was bold enough to do what they did, this killer would be bold enough to go after a frontliner. Kirito says, I agree, Usagi, but first, let's take Yoko back to the inn. Kirito tells Yoko, but you have to stay at the inn. Don't go anywhere until we come back. Yoko says with a nod, okay. Later on, in the streets, Kirito, Usagi, and Asuna are walking and discuss the situation. Asuna asks, how do you see this situation? Kirito says, I can see 3 ways. 1, it was a fair duel. 2, someone took advantage of a bug that combines a series of kill methods. Asuna says, well, I could see that happening. Usagi responds, shaking her head, I don't. Kayaba is nothing but methodical in this. He would have tested something like this and made sure that there are no bugs, or if there are any bugs, the system would correct them nearly instantly. Kirito says, I can believe that, Usagi. Asuna asks, and the third? Kirito says, use something that would bypass the protection of a safe zone. Usagi says, shaking her head, impossible, Kirito. You would have to be a GM for that, and there is only one GM in this world. Usagi gasps and she asks, wait, you don't think? Kirito tells Usagi, reassuringly, I don't think so. So far, he hasn't done anything to interfere with the players directly. I hate to admit it, but the rules of SAO are fair, in which the game made it impossible to kill in a safe zone unless certain rules are followed, and that's a duel. And in all of the months that we have been here, he hasn't done anything to change the rules at all. This also makes what you said about my second option also correct, Usagi. Usagi asks, it does. Kirito says, like you said, he is very thorough in his work, and he would make sure that the system wouldn't allow a player to be killed in a safe zone unless it was in a duel. Usagi says with a sigh, that means back to square one. The 3 of them walk on to get in contact with the Holy Dragon Alliance, another top-level clearer guild, and find Schmidt to inform him what happened. Later on, we are inside of an inn room with an open window where we find Kirito, Asuna, Usagi, Yoko, wearing a large blanket cloth around her, and a male player with short, sports club, ace-like brown hair, thick eyebrows, a square jaw, and wearing high-ranked silver heavy metal armor. This person is Schmidt, the former member of Golden Apple that didn't agree with selling of the ring and leader of the defense team for the Holy Dragon Alliance. He has been told what happened, and he is quite nervous as the tapping of one of his feet shows. Schmidt asks, so that's what killed Kainz, and the spear. Are you sure that it was Grimlock's? Yoko responds, there is no doubt. Schmidt becomes nervous and he yells out, leaping to his feet. Then why did he wait half a year to murder to kill him? Unless, wait, could he have stolen the ring? Do you think that he killed Griselda? Does he want to kill us just because we didn't want to sell the ring? Is that why he is after you and me now? Usagi thinks in her mind, wow, he is really a nervous Nancy. Yoko says, it could be possible that Grimlock made the spear for someone else from our guild, and they are the ones that killed Kainz. Or maybe, Griselda has come back from the dead to get back her revenge. Usagi gains a nervous look on her currently hidden facial features, and she says, wait, you mean like a ghost? That's crazy, Yoko-san. There are no ghosts in a game. Yoko says, well, a player can't kill another player in a safe zone, but something like a ghost could. Usagi thinks in her mind, nervously, okay, we are going into the realm of creepy and crazy around here. Yoko gains a really nervous look as she sits up and she says, I couldn't get any sleep last night, so I stayed up thinking, it must have been everyone's fault. Everyone must have been guilty. Usagi tells Yoko, Yoko-san, calm down. Kainz's death must be getting to your mind. Yoko says, I'm sorry, Valkyrie-san, but I just couldn't sleep. All I could think about was Greiselda's blood is on our hands. Yoko then stumbles back to the windowsill and she says, sitting back on it, and then in my mind, I thought about that day and Grimlock telling us that we should have just left the choice to Greiselda. You see, only he is the only one that can avenge Greiselda's death. He is the only member of our guild that has the right to avenge her. Schmidt shouts out nervously, No way, you have got to be kidding. Why now? Why kill all of us now? You can't be serious, Yoko. How could accept dying over some stupid vendetta? Kirito grabs his arm to calm him down and Usagi whispers to Asuna, poor girl. She must be having a mental breakdown after seeing her boyfriend die. Asuna nods her head and whispers, solemnly, Yeah, it looks like it. When everyone looks at Yoko, they see her eyes grow wide and showing an expression that she had been hit by something in which she stumbles to her right, and everyone gasps to see a spiked knife sitting out of her back. Usagi thinks in her mind, shocked, but how? Yoko then falls from the window and Usagi and Kirito rush after her. Kirito screams out, Yoko! Usagi and Kirito then see her fall to the ground and seemingly turn into data polygons to signify her death, leaving only the knife behind. Usagi's eyes grow wide and she and Kirito start to look for the one that threw the knife, in which Kirito tells Usagi, over there. Usagi looks in the direction that Kirito is looking at and she sees a cloaked and hooded person on a nearby rooftop. Usagi says, I see him, Kirito. Kirito tells Asuna, keep an eye on him. Kirito then leaps out of the window and onto a rooftop in front of the room and its window. Asuna shouts out, No, wait! Usagi then does something that's completely unlike her during her days as Sailor Moon, and she follows right after him, showing her own high strength and agility stats, in which Asuna thinks in her mind, stunned, Not you, too, Usagi. Usagi and Kirito chase after the cloaked figure, seemingly to be the obvious thrower, in which the cloaked figure takes out a teleport crystal. Kirito says, Oh, crap. Kirito throws 3 throwing picks at him, but 3 violet energy shields protect him. Usagi tells Kirito, Kirito, this is a safe zone. Weapons won't work here, especially that kind. Listen in on him. Kirito says, I got it, Usagi. Kirito thinks in his mind, where does he think he is going? However, the loud bells from the bell tower nearby make them unable to hear what the person is saying as he teleports away in a bright blue light. Usagi says, Crap, he got away. The two of them head back to the inn, in which the two of them enter back into the inn room by the door, where they see Asuna with a rapier drawn, glaring at them, while Schmidt is sitting in his chair and shaking in panic. Asuna yells out, annoyed, You idiots, what's your problem? Usagi says with a sigh, That's actually a good question, Asuna. Usagi thinks in her mind, What the heck was I doing? Back in the old days, I would never do such a crazy thing and leap onto a rooftop like that. Sure, I could do that as Sailor Moon, but I would never do that and rush into something like that. I really have changed. Asuna puts her rapier away and she asks, What happened? Kirito responds, We lost him. Usagi says, He used a teleport crystal to teleport somewhere, and we couldn't hear where he is going thanks to the bell tower. Kirito says, The system is supposed to protect players in the inns. I thought that if anywhere, she would be safe in here. Kirito slams his fist into the wall and a violet screen says, Immortal object pops up. Schmidt then says, fear and a bit of insanity in his expression, That was Greiselda's robe. That was Greiselda's ghost. She has come back to get revenge on us. Think about it. Only a ghost can PK someone in a safe zone. Usagi says with a sigh, He's lost it. Asuna nods her head in agreement and Kirito says, That was no ghost. Someone is using the system to kill. That's the only way you can kill someone in a safe zone. I know it. Usagi says, I know, Kirito, but it doesn't make sense. I mean, there is nothing that can allow you to do that in a safe zone. Unless you are a GM and there is only one GM in this world, I don't see it happening. Kirito says, And you're right, Usagi. Usagi thinks in her mind, I'm right. If Pyro could see me now. Usagi shakes the thoughts out of her head to make sure that she doesn't go into a depression again by thinking about her lost life back in the real world. Asuna asks, What should we do now? Usagi tells Asuna, "You go on, I want to ask Schmidt-san something." Asuna asks, "What do you want to ask?" Usagi says, "It's just something that has been nagging me, Asuna. It really is nothing." Asuna asks, "Are you sure, Usagi?" Usagi says, "Yeah, I doubt that I will find anything. I'll meet up with you two later." Kirito says, "Okay, but keep an eye on him." Usagi says, "No problem there." Asuna and Kirito head off to find a place to think while Usagi goes over to Schmidt and she asks, "Schmidt-san?" However, Schmidt doesn't reply and she shouts out, "Schmidt-san, listen to me." He yelps in fear and looks at Usagi, in which she says, with a sigh, "Look, Schmidt-san, there is no ghost. A ghost wouldn't need a teleport crystal to vanish. It's another player. And it was a guy player." Schmidt responds, "Even if what you say is true, it must be Grimlock. Grimlock loved Griselda and he must want revenge. He must have found a way to get his revenge despite this being a safe zone. He is a kind guy, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't smart. He would have figured out a way. I don't think that even you can protect me, Valkyrie-san." Usagi responds, "Even if it is him, what he is doing is wrong. None of you three ever wanted Griselda to die, did you?" Schmidt shouts out, "No way. Griselda was our leader, our friend, and our inspiration. I may be afraid to die here, but there is no way that I would kill someone like Griselda just to live." Usagi says, "That means that if it is Grimlock, then he is a criminal now and he must be brought to justice. Yoko and Kainz would never want to kill her either." Schmidt shouts out, "Never. They would never do that, especially not to Griselda." Usagi nods his head and she says, "Then I don't think that Griselda would want you to die, and if this was happening, she would do what she could to make the death stop." Schmidt says with a nod, "Yeah, she would." Usagi tells Schmidt, "Schmidt-san, I need to ask you a question. It may seem like nothing, but it is something that I need to know. How do you spell Kainz's name?" Schmidt gives a confused look, and he then just shrugs, in which he tells Usagi something that we don't hear, in which Usagi's eyes under her hood grow wide, in which she rushes for the door. Schmidt shouts out, "Valkyrie-san." Usagi responds, "Schmidt-san, don't leave this room and close that window. Wait for me to come back. Don't do anything." Usagi then opens the door, rushes out, and closes the door behind her. A brief time afterwards, Schmidt thinks in his mind, looking at the window, "I appreciate the effort, Valkyrie-san, but there is only one way to save me from this." Later on, Kirito and Asuna were discussing the situation, in which Asuna gives Kirito one of two sandwiches that she made, revealing that she has a high cooking skill. However, Kirito dropped it on the ground, and it turned into data polygons since its durability ran out. Kirito is on the ground on all fours, as a revelation comes to his mind. Asuna asks, "Are you crying?" Kirito motions for her to be quiet as he processes this revelation that came to his mind. Kirito says, "No way, that's right, that's it." Asuna asks, confused, "What's it? What did you just figure out?" Kirito says, "No, wait, we didn't see anything. We just thought we did when it was actually something else. I was right. You can't kill in a safe zone. There is no weapon or system exploit." A familiar female voice says, "Kirito is right, Asuna." Asuna and Kirito then see Usagi coming towards them, and she says, "Kainz and Yoko are still alive." Asuna asks, stunned, "What? They are still alive?" Usagi says, "I just came back from Town of Beginning, and I found that Yoko's name hasn't been crossed out. And there is another thing. Yoko lied in the spelling of Kainz's name. His name isn't spelled Kains, but it is spelled Cayynz." Asuna gasps and Kirito says, "I knew it. Kainz and Yoko found a way to fake their own deaths." Asuna asks, "But how?" Kirito says, "In a safe zone, a player's HP doesn't decrease, but the durability of an object does, just like that sandwich that you gave me. That day, the spear was sticking out of Kainz's chest, but it wasn't draining his health, it was draining the durability of his armor." Asuna says, shocked, "That means that it wasn't his body that disintegrated, it was." Kirito responds with a nod, "Yep, just his armor. And at the moment that his armor's durability ran out, he used a teleport crystal to get out of his armor. Sure, it looks a lot like when a player dies in the game, but Kainz didn't die." Asuna asks, "Then what happened to Yoko?" Usagi asks, "Could they have done the same thing?" Kirito says, "Most likely, Usagi. The dragger was already rigged to Yoko to her blanket." Asuna says, but we would have seen. Kirito responds, only if she turned around. Remember, she didn't turn around before she got to the windowsill, not even once. Usagi says, remembering, yeah, you're right. Kirito says, she must have monitored her item's durability, and when it hit 0, she just acted like she got hit by a knife throw outside of the window. Usagi asks, but what about that guy? Kirito says, it wasn't Grimlock, that's for sure. It must have been Kain's. The two of them were in it together, and they figured out how to use this method to fake their own deaths. And to make the illusion completely, they used that other kind's name that died before to complete the illusion. They must have seen his name and how he died and replicated it in their own way so to make Kain's death more realistic and believable. Asuna says, I see. Kirito says, and getting killed in a safe zone is a calculated twist on their part. Asuna says, everything was designed to draw out Griselda's murderer and expose him. And the only way to do that was to fake their own deaths and make the murderer come out to expose himself. Usagi says, and they must have chosen Schmidt-san since he was the last one not to agree to the selling of the ring. Kirito says with a nod, exactly, Usagi. They must have chosen him from the very beginning. Kirito asks Asuna, you still have Yoko on your friend page. Asuna calls up her player menu, finds Yoko's name still active on her friends list, and uses the locator feature to find her. Asuna says, it says that she is on a field on floor 19. Kirito says, well, that's it. I guess that our job is just about done now. Asuna says with a smile, yeah, I guess so. Usagi thinks in her mind, I hope that you are right, Asuna. I've got a majorly bad feeling about this. Soon after, Kirito, Usagi, and Asuna are assembled together in the restaurant and having a good meal. Kirito says, we really fell into Yoko's and Kain's hands. Usagi says with a nod, big time Kirito. Kirito says, well, I don't really mind. Asuna says, me neither. Usagi says, there is one thing that bugs me. Asuna asks, what's that, Usagi? Usagi says, we never did find out what happened to that item. The ring. They mentioned that Griselda went off to a town near the front lines to sell it. Asuna says, it is a pretty obvious. The killers that kill Griselda took the item when they killed her. Asuna asks, if you were in that guild, what you would have done. Usagi says, me? Well, I would have followed what the group wanted. Personally, I would do what they did and voted for it since we couldn't agree on anything. I want to try my best to keep the guild together to make ensure all of our survival. Asuna says, in my guild, the player that gets the kill gets the item. In SAO, you don't know who got what unless they report it. With our way, no one can hoard anything. The rules also give the concept of marriage real meaning. Think about it, you have to share storage of items. Usagi asks, really? Just then Usagi remembers something, realizes something, and she tells Asuna, hold it, Asuna, go back to that. You are saying that married couples in SAO share a common storage. Asuna asks, confused, yeah. Kirito then gains a show of realization in his expression and slams his palms onto the table. Kirito says, that's it, Usagi, you're a genius. Usagi and Asuna look at Kirito and Usagi asks, curiously, I am. Kirito responds, that's it, common storage. Griselda and Grimlock were married, correct? Well, you should consider what happens to the items stored in shared storage when one of the spouses dies. Asuna and Usagi are curious and Usagi says, well, IRL, when one spouse dies, the stuff goes to the surviving spouse. Asuna gasps in shock and realization and Kirito says, exactly, and Griselda wouldn't be carrying the ring on her person. Too dangerous, and she is very smart. She knows that, so she would be carrying it in her shared storage with Grimlock. Usagi says, her eyes widening, and that means that it never left their storage. It remained with Grimlock when Griselda died. That means that there was no theft. Kirito says, no, Usagi. There was theft the instant that Grimlock had Griselda killed. Asuna and Usagi gasp in shock, and then Usaga's eyes widen in which she immediately takes off into the distance and out of the restaurant. Asuna says, shocked, Usagi. Kirito says, leaping to his feet, we need to follow her. Kain's, Yoko, and Schmidt are in great danger. Kirito and Asuna get to their feet and follow Usagi, in which she knows that the three mentioned players are in great danger, in which she is hoping that she isn't too late in saving their lives from the impending danger that they are in. April 23, 2024, Floor 19, Hill of the Cross. Within Floor 19 of Aincard, on a place known as Hill of the Cross, Schmidt is on a hill with a tombstone that acts as Greiselda's grave since she has no body, to bury where Kainz and Yoko, both of whom are very much alive and wearing hooded cloaks with the cloak hoods lowered, are with him. The two of them appeared to Schmidt as the ghosts of Greiselda and Grimlock, in which they had Schmidt inform them that on the day of that they had voted on what to do with the ring. He found a crystal, and note to bind the crystal to Greiselda's room at the inn that she was staying in and put the crystal in the guild's shared storage. However, he didn't know who the note was from, and he showed that he didn't want Greiselda killed. He only did the act since he was paid to do the act, and that money allowed her to get the rare weapon, helped him get into the Holy Dragon Alliance. Yoko and Kainz revealed themselves to Schmidt with a recording crystal in hand. But Schmidt was paralyzed by a knife coated with a paralyzing potion, in which three cloaked and hooded figures come out, with one of them pointing an estoc at Yoko, and Kainz, while one of them with a large butcher knife meat cleaver appears, in which Schmidt can see what looks like an opening coffin with a laughing face on it. Schmidt says, "Laughing Coffin, the Murder Guild." The Laughing Coffin member with the estoc that's covering Yoko and Kainz, both of them are afraid since they know all too well about this infamous guild of red players. PK players of SAO asks, "So, what will we do with them?" The Laughing Coffin member who threw the poison knife yells out, I know, let's play the game where they have to kill each other. Last one standing wins." The last member, the leader of the group, the one with the large meat cleaver weapon, says, "I know that's your favorite, but you killed the winner anyway." The knife thrower member shouts out, "Ah, that's no fair, you spoiled it. It's no fun if they know that they are going to die anyway." The leader of the group says, "All right, let's get this show on the road." He prepares to kill Schmidt and Schmidt closes their eyes. They hear a sound of something coming towards them, and he stops in which everyone looks to see a horse coming towards them, and it stops in which it throws Kirito off itself. Kirito says, "Damn, I just made in time." Kirito leaps to his feet, slaps the horse in the butt, causing it to run away, and Kirito draws his sword. He tells the Laughing Coffin members, "So, now what? I've got 30 members of the assault team coming this way. You guys want to stay and fight them? It is going to be a problem to fight both of us." The estoc welding member asks, "Both of us?" Just then a female voice responds, "He means me." The three Laughing Coffin members turn to see Usagi behind them with a group of daggers in her left hand. The dagger welder says, with a snarl, "You." Usagi responds, "Don't even try it, you jerk. These are coated with the same poison that you use on other players, and you are going to be down and out. So, Johnny, how do you think that the assault team will feel when they have you concerned and unable to move? I learned this trick from you, monsters." There is a standoff, and the leader of the group snaps his fingers in which the other put their weapons away. The leader says, "Let's go." The three Laughing Coffin members take off, and Kirito and Usagi don't go after them to make sure that Yoko, Kainz, and Schmidt are out of danger. When they are gone, Kirito tells Kainz and Yoko, "Nice to see you alive, Yoko." Yoko says solemnly, "You wouldn't believe me, but I was going to tell you the truth." Usagi says, "I believe you, Yoko." Yoko says, "I am sorry that we had to trick you to help us out." Kirito smiles and Usagi says, with a kind tone, "That's no problem. Greiselda must have been a precious friend to you." Schmidt, who has recovered from the paralyzing agent used on him, asks, getting to his feet, "Kirito, thank you and Valkyrie-san for saving us, but how did you know about this?" Kirito says, "We didn't know exactly, but we acted on a major bad hunch." Usagi asks in a confused tone, "A hunch?" Kirito asks Yoko and Kainz, "Level with me. You asked Grimlock to make the spear and the knife, didn't you?" Yoko says, "He did, but he was against our plan at first. All he wanted was for Greiselda to rest in peace." Kainz says, "He did help us out, but only after we begged on our hands and knees." Kirito says, "Sorry, but he had a different reason for not liking your plan. Greiselda wasn't part of it." Yoko and Kainz gasp in shock and he says, "He was worried that faking PK would attract too much attention. He didn't want anyone snooping around for answers. We figured the whole thing just a while ago. Soon after, Kirito and Usagi explain what Kirito, Usagi, and Asuna had figured out. When they were done, the 3 former guild members were shocked and Schmidt asks, "It was Grimlock. Then those were his instructions." Usagi tells Schmidt solemnly, "Yeah." Kirito says, however, he didn't kill Griselda, at least not directly. He had some red player do it. Yoko says, shocked, "My God, but then why would he go all that trouble to help us out? It doesn't make sense." Kirito responds, "You explained your plan in detail, didn't you? Your plan was the perfect chance to bury the ring incident and any witnesses once and for all. All he had to do was to wait for Schmidt and the 2 of you to get together, you would be sitting ducks." Usagi says, "And those 3 jerks were the duck hunters. Grimlock hired Laughing Coffin to kill you. Those monsters kill just for the sake of it, but they need money to maintain supplies to continue their sick work, and this job was perfect for them. Even though it was 6 months ago, they might be the same players that he hired before. It could be possible that's how Laughing Coffin got its start." Yoko says, "Oh my God." Yoko nearly fainted, but Kainz kept her up. Just then a female voice shouts out, "Found him." Everyone then looks to see Asuna leading a male player that has a top hat on his head, black glasses, brown overcoat over gray shirt, black pants, and brown shoes to them by the point of her rapier. Usagi asks, "Grimlock, I presume?" Usagi thinks in her mind, "Man, I have been overhearing too many of Ami-chan's detective novels." Kirito says, "If you want to know more, ask the man yourself." The player, identified as Grimlock, says, "Hello, friends, it has been a while." Yoko says in disbelief and anger, "I can't believe it. Did you? Did you really plan this? Answer me, Grimlock. How could you kill Griselda? Was it the money? Was the money so important that you would kill your wife for it?" Grimlock responds, "Money? Did you say money? It wasn't for the money, I had to. No matter what I had to kill while we were stuck in this world while she was still my wife because she was my wife in the real world." There are gasps of shock and Grimlock says, "In a way, she was the perfect wife. So pretty and so submissive. The whole time that we were together, we never had a fight. But when we were trapped in this world, things changed. In here, I was the one that was afraid, terrified. But she looked more alive than she did in the real world. There was nothing that I could do about it. She changed. The person that I loved was gone. Gone, I didn't have to live with what she had become. Murder is part of this game. If I couldn't have the woman that I loved, then I just have the memory. And who can blame me?" Usagi shouts out strongly, "We can, you pig." Usagi goes over to Grimlock and she shouts out, "That's not true love, that's possessive selfishness. If you truly loved her, you would have accepted her changes. And most likely, she changed for you, you ass. She saw how scared and frightened that you were of the game and she never blamed you. You want to know the reason that she became so strong? She became strong so she could protect you. That's why. And you stopped loving her at the instant you regretted her changing to protect you, you pig." Grimlock gasps as his memories of his wife came to his mind. Tears stream from his eyes, and he falls to his knees, crying, in which Yoko, Schmidt, and Kainz go over to Grimlock. Kainz says, "Kirito, Valkyrie-san, we thank you for your help, but this is our problem now." Kirito says, with a nod, "Okay." Kainz and Schmidt bring Grimlock to his feet, and they drag him away on their shoulders, in which Yoko bows at Usagi, Kirito, and Asuna, and they return before Yoko heads off with the others to take Grimlock away to be imprisoned or something as punishment for his crimes. When they were gone and the sun started to come out, Usagi removes her hood to show her face wet from her virtual tears, and Asuna asks, seeing this, "Usagi, are you okay?" Usagi says with a solemn nod, "Yeah." Usagi says, "Anyway, I need to go. It has been a roller coaster ride today." Kirito says with a nod, "Okay, Usagi." Usagi then takes off into the distance, and as she leaves, Asuna asks, "When will she stop crying?" Kirito responds, "When this is all over, Asuna. As long as we remain and as long as more and more of us die, her eyes are going to continue to shed rivers of tears. For someone as kind and caring as Usagi, this place is her true hell. And she isn't going to stop searching and fighting until she finds HIM and get every one of us back home." Asuna then notices Kirito's left hand turn into a fist, and Asuna nods her head, in which she can't help to wonder what will happen when Usagi meets her uncle once more. With Usagi, She wipes her face as best she can, and she defeats 2 monsters with one quick motion of her sword as she continues on her quest to beat the game and find her uncle as well as stop him once, and for all if necessary. Mid-May 2024, Juban District of Tokyo. Within the Juban District of Tokyo, at night, the Sailor Scouts, minus Sailor Moon, are fighting a Yauma that turned herself in a buff Amazon woman wearing an animal skin one-piece swimsuit with a spear in which while Sailor Scouts disarmed the Yauma. It is manhandling them with incredible physical strength and speed as she throws Sailor Mars and Sailor Venus to the ground, hard. Sailor Jupiter says, "Shit, this Yauma is super tough." Sailor Uranus says, "I can't believe that there are survivors from the Negaverse." Sailor Pluto says, "Most likely, there were Yauma out while our princess and the inner scouts were fighting at the North Pole, but they shouldn't be this strong even if they went into hiding. The amount of energy they could steal without attracting our attention is minimum." The Yauma shouts out, "Show how you know, Sailor Failures." The Yauma attacks again, and Sailor Saturn tries to protect everyone with a shield, but the Yauma manages to shatter the shield in which Sailor Saturn yelps as she falls down to the ground hard. Sailor Neptune says, shocked, "Firefly no. Nebula Aurora Nova." Just then the Yauma is slammed by a powerful aurora beam of energy, with a sphere of energy in the front of the beam, and she yelps out in pain and agony as she is vaporized on contact. Sailor Uranus asks, "Do you know what or who was that?" Everyone then looks to see someone with an eternal Sailor Scout Fuku, with wings, looking over them from high above. Sailor Mercury says, shocked, a Sailor Scout." Sailor Jupiter asks, "But how?" Sailor Pluto then notices the rainbow 5-point star sigil on the scout's forehead, and she yells out, stunned, "I can't believe it." The others look at Sailor Pluto in surprise, and a female voice, seemingly from the new Sailor Scout, says, "I am Sailor Nebula, guardian sailor soldier of all of the star seeds in the universe." Sailor Mars, who has just recovered from the Yauma strike on her, asks, "Sailor Nebula." Sailor Mercury says, "A nebula is linked to the birth and death of stars, Sailor Mars." The new Sailor Scout replies, "That's right, Mercury-san. As such, I, Sailor Nebula, are the protector of every single star seeds, true or not, to ensure that their destinies are not interfered and the light of their stars only goes out when the nature of the universe allows it. I have only awakened after you had removed chaos from Sailor Galaxia, and I'm here to warn you. These Yauma aren't like the ones that you have fought before. They belong to the Dark Agency." Sailor Venus asks, shocked, "No way, I defeated them when I was just Sailor V. How is that possible?" Sailor Nebula says, "You defeated them, but not completely destroyed them. The remnants of the Dark Agency went into hiding while you went to join the other Sailor Scouts against the main Negaverse forces, and when you defeated Beryl and Metalia, they managed to gather the remnants of the forces of the Negaverse and go into hiding, in which they regained their strength in secret, even hiding from Pluto and the gates of time. They even managed to steal leftover negative energy from the enemies that you defeated after them, including the Negamoon and Death Phantom, Heart Snatchers, and even the Dead Moon." Sailor Jupiter says with a snarl, "Great, we just made them stronger." Sailor Nebula says, "And it is worse since the enemy, now, knows that Sailor Moon is currently out of commission and thus, the silver crystal is unusable, weakening the Earth's defenses." The Sailor Scouts gasp and Sailor Nebula says, "You got lucky in finding that one, but they won't be so careless. With a few months' time, the Dark Agency will start a war against humankind starting here in Juban." There are more gasps and Sailor Mercury asks, shocked, "A war?" Sailor Nebula says, with a nod, "Yes, but right now, you need to focus on getting Sailor Moon out of Sword Art Online." Sailor Uranus asks, a bit suspicious tone in her voice, "How do you know that?" Sailor Nebula responds, "You are going to have to trust me. For now, I will try to hold back the war, but I suspect that the war will start late fall of this year or the winter of this year and next year. Good luck, Sailor Scouts." Sailor Nebula then takes off into the distance and is far away before the other Sailor Scouts can say or do anything, leaving them to wonder about the dark shadow looming over them. June 25, 2024, Floor 48, Lindarth. Within Lisbeth Smith's shop in Lindarth, the main town of Floor 48 of Aincard, We find said pink-haired blacksmith banging her hammer on a piece of orb in which it glows and transforms into a sword. When Lisbeth examines it, she frowns and she says, "Good enough." She then hears the bell for her shop open and she says, "Better be ready for the customers." She then removes her gloves, smiles in front of the mirror, and she goes to the front where her wares are displayed, in which she says, with a smile, "Welcome to Lisbeth Smith's shop." Looking the store is Kirito and Usagi turns to Lisbeth. Usagi says, "Hey Liz." Lisbeth says with a smile, "Oh Usagi, nice to see you again." Usagi tells Lisbeth, pointing to Kirito, "Anyway, I'm here with a friend of mine to see if we can get him a new sword." Lisbeth asks with a smirk, "Oh really?" Usagi tells Lisbeth, with an annoyed tone, "Liz." Lisbeth says with a smile, "Just kidding." Lisbeth eyes Kirito and Usagi tells her, "Don't worry, he has plenty of money and he wants a custom order. Trust me, he has more than enough." Lisbeth says with a shrug, "Well, okay. If he is your friend, I know that he must be strong." Lisbeth says, with a grin, "Any friend of you has to be really strong in order to keep up with you, girlfriend." Usagi says, scratching her head nervously, "Yeah, I guess so." Lisbeth asks Kirito, with a smile, "Okay, I'm going to need to know the specifics of the sword that you want. This is a custom order after all." Kirito says, "Right. Well, I want something that's just as good as or better than this." Kirito then removes a familiar black sword from his back and hands it to Lisbeth, who gets a feeling of déjà vu, in which she yelps from the weight of the sword. When Lisbeth sees the item description menu, she thinks in her mind, "No way, this is an elucidator, but I thought." Lisbeth looks at Usagi, and she shakes her head, in which she opens her cloak to reveal the same sword strapped to her waist. Kirito asks, "So, what do you think?" Lisbeth then gets sword from the wall and hands it to Kirito, who takes it. Lisbeth says, "How about this? This is the best sword that I ever forged. I call it my masterpiece." Usagi asks, teasingly, "Your masterpiece, huh? Wasn't the sword that you made for me your masterpiece, Liz?" Lisbeth gives an embarrassed blush and annoyed look at Usagi, while Kirito swings the sword around. Kirito says, "I don't know, it seems kind of light." Lisbeth says, "It should. I used a speed type of metal to forge it." Usagi says, shaking her head, "Not going to work, Liz. Kirito prefers swords with high strength requirements, and he has that level of strength." Kirito says, "True, but I also like swords that are durable too. Anyway, I would like to test that." Lisbeth asks, "Test it." Usagi thinks in her mind, with a sigh, "Kirito, please don't tell me that you are going to do something really crazy. Like I'm a player to talk, but please." Kirito then lies his sword down and prepares to swing the sword that Lisbeth gave him down on it. Lisbeth yells out, "Hey, what are you doing? If you break your sword, I'm not responsible." Kirito says, "If my sword breaks, then that's too bad since it was weaker than yours." Kirito uses a sword skill, and he slams the sword into his elucidator, causing the sword that Lisbeth to lose its tip. Usagi thinks in her mind, slapping herself on the forehead, "Oh, geez. Way to go, Kirito." Usagi then removes her hood and covers her ears as well as close her eyes to prepare for the storm to come. Lisbeth then screams at the destruction of her sword, and she takes the remains from Kirito before it shatters into data polygons. She then leaps up, grabs Kirito by the collar, and she yells out angrily, "What the fuck were you doing?" Kirito says, "I'm sorry. I didn't think that the sword you gave me was going to break so easily, honest." Lisbeth shouts out angrily, "Are you saying that my sword, my masterpiece, was lamer than you thought?" Kirito says, "Yeah, something like that." Usagi almost does an anime face fault, and she thinks drolly, "Nice one, Kirito. That makes it so much better." Lisbeth lets go of Kirito's collar, puts her hands on her hips, and she yells out angrily, "For your information, if I had the right materials, I could make 1,000 swords that could shatter yours into 1,000,000 tiny pieces." Kirito says with a sly smirk, "Oh, yeah? That's the kind of sword that I'm looking. As long as they can shatter my sword into 1,000,000 tiny pieces." Lisbeth's face becomes red with rage, in which Usagi feels that if this was like a cartoon, steam would be coming out of Lisbeth's ears, and Lisbeth shouts out, enraged, "Okay, smarty pants, but you have to help me make it every step of the way." Kirito asks, seriously? Lisbeth says, Absolutely, and we'll start getting the metal for it. Kirito says, I think that I can handle that by myself. I rather have not you slowing me down. Usagi lowers her head and she says, Kirito, don't. Lisbeth tells Kirito, don't you dare insult me. I'll have you know that I'm an expert mace user. Usagi says, she is, Kirito. She is one of the few people other than Agile who have expert combat skills with their business skills. Kirito tells Usagi, okay, if you say so, Usagi, I trust your judgment. Lisbeth gives an annoyed look and Kirito says, putting his sword back in its sheath and behind his back, okay, about this metal. Usagi says, I think that Liz is talking about the special metal that we heard about. The one from the dragon that eats crystal and creates the metal in its body. I think that's it. Kirito says with a nod, oh yeah, the one of the 55 floor. Lisbeth says with a smirk, and it is said that unless you have a master smith in the party, you can't get it. Think that it is going to be so easy. Kirito says, fine, just keep quiet and stay out of the way. Lisbeth glares at Kirito and he says, extend his hand to shake. Anyway, I'm Kirito. I guess that we're a party until we make that sword. Lisbeth responds, with a look of annoyance, okay, Kirito, don't expect me to be nice just because you are Usagi's friend. Kirito says, okay, if you're going to be that, I can roll with that, Lisbeth. Lisbeth glares at Kirito and she gives a pout look on her face. Usagi thinks in her mind, drolly and with a sigh, something tells me that this is going to be a long day. Later on, the three of them leave Lisbeth's shop, and as they walk to the teleport gate, Lisbeth tells Usagi, where did you find this guy? Usagi, her hood back up, sighs and she replies, look, Liz, he is one of the longest friends that I had in the game. He isn't a bad guy, he is just, well, awkward when it comes to social situations, that's all. Lisbeth asks drolly, awkward, huh? Usagi says with a kind tone, don't worry, Liz. When you get to know him, I'm sure that you will see that he is a good guy. Usagi thinks in her mind, I hope, but I had better tag along to make sure that they don't try to kill each other or at least Liz trying to kill Kirito. June 24, 2024, floor 55, West Mountain. On the 55 floor of Aincard, in an area known as West Mountain, Kirito, Usagi, and Lisbeth, wearing an armored left shoulder pad, chest, and wrist gauntlets over her outfit, are walking through snow paths and Lisbeth sneezes from the cold that she is feeling from the cold virtual air of this mountainous area. Usagi asks, are you okay, Liz? Lisbeth says, I'm freezing, Usagi. I can't believe that you are withstanding it. Usagi says, well, this is an enhanced version of my classic cloak. Liz, I just got it recently, and not only does it give me superior hiding ability, but it also has a temperate regulation effect that keeps me warm in cold weather and cool in warm weather. Lisbeth says drolly, lucky you. Usagi says, bringing up her player menu, sorry, Liz, let me see if I have something. Kirito says, I've got this, Usagi. Kirito then goes through his player menu, materializes a black leather coat with a furry collar, and throws it to her. Lisbeth asks, are you going to be okay without this? Kirito says, you don't feel cold if you're disciplined. As Lisbeth puts on the coat, she says, if you are trying to piss me off, it's working. Lisbeth says, it's warm through. As Kirito continues to walk, she thinks, even though I'm with Usagi, I'm still walking with this guy. Kirito then asks, what's wrong, Lisbeth, giving up? Lisbeth says, annoyed, as if, and if you're going to be a jerk about it, just call me Liz. Kirito says with a sly tone, okay, Liz. Lisbeth shouts out, annoyed, yeah, well, don't wear it out. Usagi thinks in her mind, drolly, just like you, Kirito, stirring the pot again. Usagi gives a sigh, feeling that it is going to be a really long day, in which she continues on with Kirito and Lisbeth. After starting the quest, they find themselves in an area filled with crystals and Lisbeth can't help but to be amazed by them. Lisbeth says awestruck, it's beautiful. Usagi says with a nod, it is, Liz. But before she can race forward, Kirito holds her back and Lisbeth asks, annoyed, what's the big idea? Kirito says, you should get your teleport crystal ready. Lisbeth says annoyed, yeah, I know. Kirito says, Usagi and I will take care of this part. Once the dragon appears, you will hide under one of those crystals over there. Lisbeth shouts out, what? No way, I'm not a newbie. If I want to help, I will dare well. Kirito roars out strongly, do as I say. Lisbeth flinches from Kirito's tone, and Usagi tells Lisbeth kindly, Liz, please do as Kirito says. Lisbeth nods her head and Kirito says, good. Kirito pats her on the head gently and he says, let's get going. But then a loud bird-like screech or roar is heard and Kirito shouts out, get into cover now. Lisbeth says, annoyed while taking out her mace, all right. Lisbeth takes cover and she says, by the way, the dragon's attack pattern is claws left and right, ice breath, and then a wind gale. Usagi says with a nod, thanks, Liz. Soon after, the monster, Exerfan the White Worm, a huge crystal blue dragon, appears and gathers energy in its mouth. Lisbeth shouts out, look out, it's a breath attack. The dragon unleashes an icy breath at Kirito and Usagi, but Kirito blocks it with a swipe of his sword. Usagi says with a shiver, man, talk about your cold shoulders. Lisbeth thinks in her mind, amazed, wow, and with that sword, who is this guy? Kirito tells Usagi, Usagi, I'll take care of this, but if anything goes wrong or see anything wrong, jump in immediately. Usagi responds, got it. Kirito leaps in and with each slash of his sword, the massive dragon loses large chunks of its health, again and again, and at one point, Kirito manages to cleave off its left arm. Lisbeth steps out from the crystals and she says, come on, you've got it on the ropes. What's taking so long? Usagi shouts out, Liz, don't come out yet. Just then the ice dragon unleashes a huge gale wind and Lisbeth gasps when she sees as she runs to get out of its path in which Usagi gets over to Liz. But she thinks in her mind, oh no, too late. Usagi and Lisbeth scream out as they are hit hard by the gale attack and they are sent flying. Kirito says, shocked, Liz, Usagi. Kirito rushes over towards them in which they find themselves floating over a massive hole before they start to plunge in which they scream out. Usagi yells out, hang on. Just then another hand grabs onto Lisbeth's hand and they look to see Kirito. Kirito says, hang on, you two. Usagi, the wall. Usagi looks at the wall in which she and Kirito shift their weight causing them to start falling down an angle. Usagi draws her sword and jabs it into the wall along with Kirito, their swords causing sparks as it grinds onto and into the wall, and Usagi grunts as she struggles to hold onto her sword. Usagi shouts out, Kirito, I can't hold it much longer. Kirito says, just hold on, Usagi. Hang on, Liz. Usagi and Kirito try, but they release their swords from the wall, and as Lisbeth screams as Kirito spins his body around so that his body will impact first in which Usagi and Lisbeth would hit by him, however, everything goes black soon after this. Sometime soon after, Lisbeth slowly opens her eyes and looks up to see Kirito lying on the snowy ground on his back. He asks, are we still alive? Lisbeth notices that she was on top of him, goes to sitting position, and she replies, a bit flush, yeah. Lisbeth notices that Usagi isn't with them and she asks, wait, where is Usagi? Kirito gasps as he gets to a sitting position, and Usagi's voice says, weakly, here. Kirito and Lisbeth look to see a female humanoid-shaped hole in the snow, and Usagi comes out of it with a pained look on her face in which she says, remind me never to go on a walk in the mountains with you too. Kirito and Lisbeth smile in which Lisbeth notices that she has a third of her health remaining, but both Kirito and Usagi are in the red zone. Kirito hands Lisbeth a potion, and Kirito says to her, with a plain tone, drink one of these. Kirito starts to drink his potion, and his health starts to return to normal with Usagi doing the same. Lisbeth gulps down her potion and she says, thank you for saving me. Usagi says, you're my friend, Liz, I couldn't let you die. Kirito says, well, don't thank us just yet, we have to find a way to get out of here. Lisbeth asks, can't we just teleport out? Lisbeth takes out a teleport crystal and she says, teleport, Lindarth. When nothing happened, Usagi says drolly, great, an anti-crystal zone. Kirito says with a nod, thought so. However, it doesn't mean that there isn't another way out. Lisbeth asks, how can you be sure? How can you know that this isn't a pit trap to kill players by the fall? Kirito says, good point, maybe it is. Usagi and Lisbeth groan and Usagi retorts, with a sarcastic manner that's unlike our moon princess before SAO, aren't you a bundle of positive energy? Kirito says, anyway, I have an idea. Usagi asks, what is it? Kirito says, I'm going to run up the wall. Lisbeth's sweat drops and she says, you are insane. Kirito says, maybe, but it is the best idea that I have. Kirito takes a few steps back and starts run up the wall like a ninja in a movie. Lisbeth says, no way. Usagi says, not surprising to me since he does this kind of thing all the time and gets away with it, but the walls were never as icy as this one. And as if to prove the point that Usagi is implying, Kirito slips and falls back down, in which Usagi and Lisbeth step out of the way as he crashes into the snow, leaving the form of his body on the snow. Usagi says, nervously, oh, ouch, that had to hurt despite the pain absorbers. Lisbeth says with a nod, big time. When Kirito comes out the hole in the snow that he made, he says, if I had a longer start, I could have made it. Usagi tells Kirito, if the walls were made of stone, Kirito. These walls are made of ice, Kirito, not going to happen. Kirito says, anyway, it is getting late. We are going to have to camp out for the night. Usagi says drolly, another day, another dungeon. Kirito tells Usagi, you could buy yourself a simple house. Usagi responds, thanks, Kirito, but you know how it is for me. I've got a big fat target on my back even through most of the players, except that I'm a lot like them. Kirito says, well, you have a tendency to piss off orange and red guilds a lot. Usagi replies drolly, thanks a lot, Captain Obvious. Usagi takes off her cloak and puts it in her storage, in which the two of them set up camp with camping items. Lisbeth asks, do you keep this stuff around? Kirito says, Usagi and I camp at dungeons at night all the time, with Usagi more than me. Usagi then puts cooking pot on a cooking lantern, in which she starts to put ingredients into it, and Kirito asks, you didn't tell me that you had a cooking skill. Usagi says with a smirk, you never asked. Usagi says, and I am sick and tired of eating NPC-made food all the time. It gets kind of bland, you know? I had help in developing my cooking skill, and my cooking abilities in SAO are way better than my cooking in you-know-where. For Usagi, she knows that talking about the real world is taboo, since it could threaten your life, since the falseness of this world could, in their subconscious mind, weaken reality of the finality of death in this world. However, with Usagi, how had faced death as Sailor Moon back in the real world, isn't a worry for her because of that fact and knowing her uncle's technology all too well. She has been in other worlds before, and to her, the danger is all too real one way or another. After they had eaten some soup that Usagi prepared, Kirito takes out what looks like 2 camping bedrolls, while Usagi producing a third. All of them get into the bags, and they assembled themselves like a pyramid with Usagi over Kirito and Lisbeth. Lisbeth says, this is kind of crazy. This has never happened to me before. I would never have thought of going to dungeons, meeting total strangers, and sleeping next them in said dungeons. Usagi says with a smile, well, if you said that to me before SAO, I would have thought that you were crazy. Lisbeth says with a smile, yeah, I know, Usagi. And your friend Kirito tried to run up a wall. He is really weird. Kirito retorts with a glare, well, excuse me. Usagi tells Kirito, you have a tendency to do these things, Kirito. Kirito responds, like you haven't, Usagi. Usagi says drolly, good point. Usagi thinks in her mind, and lately I haven't noticed such things. Leaping from rooftops, fighting monsters to save people, and leap down pits to save them too. I mean, I did plenty of those things as Sailor Moon, but never to such extremes and never all the time. Plus, I'm cooking better than I did back home. I'm really changing. Lisbeth asks Kirito, Kirito, can I ask you something? Kirito responds, ask away. Lisbeth replies, why did you save me? Since you are Usagi's friend, I know for a fact that you have to be a member of the assault team. You have so many lives hanging on you and Usagi, and those like the two of you, so why? Kirito replies, I can't sit back and watch someone die. If anything, I would rather die with them, especially if that someone is a girl like you, Liz. Lisbeth says with a smile, geez, you are idiot. You are one of the few people that would think like that. Usagi thinks in her mind, solemnly, it is because we have seen too much death in here. Lisbeth says, hey, hold my hand. Kirito and Usagi look at Lisbeth in surprise, and Lisbeth extends her hand out, in which Kirito touches it. Lisbeth says, grasping Kirito's hand, it's so warm. All 3 of us are just ones and zeros in a virtual world. Usagi says, It doesn't mean that we aren't real, Liz. Our minds, our very essences are in these bodies. These are artificial bodies, but our real selves are in them. Lisbeth says with a smile, "Yeah, Usagi." Lisbeth asks Usagi with a sly smirk, "Anyway, what's the deal with you two?" Deep down, a small part of Lisbeth hopes that it is not what she is implying. Usagi says, annoyed, "Geez, no. I told you that I already have someone back there. Kirito is a fellow solo player that I run into and work with a lot, Liz. We're both on the assault team together, and he is my friend on SAO." Lisbeth asks, amazed, "Really?" Usagi says with a nod, "Yeah. You know my backstory, Liz. Despite most of the players approving of me, they still awkward around me due to my pedigree. And it only has gotten more awkward since they started to call me the White Valkyrie, and I'm mainly becoming a big hero." Kirito says, "Well, it is probably that you are since you are doing everything that you can to save players' lives." Usagi says with a solemn tone, "It's not enough." Kirito tells Usagi, with a solemn tone, "Usagi, you can't save everyone through. I'm not one to talk about failing people." Usagi says, "Kirito." Lisbeth says, "You two seem close." Usagi replies, "Kirito is like the lost brother that I never knew until recently, Liz." Usagi says, with a smile, "He and I are fellow outcasts of SAO." Kirito says, with a grin, "Yeah." A growing part of Lisbeth is glad that Usagi and Kirito are close, but not in a certain type of relationship. Soon enough, all three of them fall asleep for the night. June 25, 2024, floor 55, West Mountain. The following day, Lisbeth is stretching after waking up in which Kirito and Usagi have cleaned up their camping supplies, and Lisbeth then looks to see Usagi, with her familiar white hooded cloak back on, and Kirito digging in snow. Lisbeth asks, "What the?" She then remembers holding Kirito's hand, and it makes her blush, in which she slaps her face to focus. Lisbeth then goes over and she asks, "What are you doing?" Kirito and Usagi take out 2 ingots that are crystalline aqua blue-green in color, and Kirito says, "Take a look." Lisbeth pokes at it, and an item description menu appears with the words, "Crystallite ingot" appears. Lisbeth asks, amazed, "Is this?" Kirito says with a nod, "Yep, it's that special metal that we came here for. Like you said, the dragon eats crystal and they turn to this in its stomach." Kirito then giggles and he says, "No wonder they are hard to find." He throws it to Lisbeth and Usagi asks, "Care to fill us in on what you figured out?" Kirito says, "This hole isn't a trap like we thought. It is the dragon's nest." Usagi asks, "Its nest?" Kirito says with a nod, "Remember, it only comes out at night, so this is the place that it sleeps during the day." Usagi says with a nod, "Okay." Kirito responds, "That ingot is dragon excrement. You know, poop." Usagi and Lisbeth look at the ingots, their eyes grow wide, and they yelp, in which Lisbeth throws her ingot to Kirito, while Usagi quickly stuffs hers into her item slot in player storage. Usagi yells out, annoyed, "Warn a girl next time." Kirito tells Usagi, with a smile, "You asked." Usagi gives a pout and Kirito says, putting the other ingot into his item storage, "Well, we've got what we came for and all we need to do is leave." Usagi and Lisbeth then realize something and Usagi says, nervously, "Kirito, you said that this is the dragon's nest, right? Well, the dragon comes out at night and this is the daytime. Doesn't that?" Usagi, Kirito, and Lisbeth slowly up and they see Exerfan the white worm, looking none worse for wear, flying in. Lisbeth yells out, "It's here." The three of them then prepare to defend themselves, but then Kirito grabs Lisbeth, throws her on her back, and she yelps out, "Wait, what are you doing?" Kirito tells Usagi, "Follow my lead, Usagi." Usagi responds, with a nod, "Okay, Kirito." Kirito leaps onto the wall and Usagi thinks in her mind, as she follows, "I really hope that you know what you are doing, Kirito." As the dragon lands, Kirito and Usagi are running up the wall and they leap onto the back of the dragon, drawing their swords as they do so. Kirito shouts out, "Hang on and don't let go, Liz!" Usagi and Kirito stab their swords into the dragon's back and it roars out in pain, causing it to fly out of its nest and into the sky. As they exit out of the nest, the dragon stops and all three of them are flung into the air. Lisbeth looks to see the sunrise in the distance, and she is awestruck by it, in which Lisbeth grabs onto Kirito's hand in which she smiles at him. Lisbeth shouts out, "Kirito, I really like you." Kirito asks, "What's that? I can't hear a thing." Kirito yelps as Lisbeth hugs him and she yells out, "Oh, never mind." Just then Usagi grabs onto both of them and she yells out, holding a teleport crystal, "Can we teleport out of here before we go splat already?" Teleport. Lindarth. Soon after, all three of them were engulfed in a bright glow as they teleport away back to the teleport gate of the main town of Floor 48 of Aincard. June 25, 2024, Floor 48, Lindarth. Back in Lisbeth's shop in Lindarth, she is done heating up the ingot, and she puts the heated ingot on her anvil. Lisbeth asks, "One-handed long sword, right?" Kirito says, "Yep, make it awesome." Lisbeth takes a deep breath and starts pound with her hammer on the ingot in which she thought about what happened during their adventure. Lisbeth thinks in her mind, "I didn't imagine it. The warmth of Kirito's hand and the way that I feel. It is all too real. Usagi is right. These aren't our real bodies, but our real selves are a part of them, and that means what I felt is real. As soon as I made the best sword that I can, I'll tell him." After a good number of repetitions, the ingot glows and transforms into a sword. The sword is aqua-colored with a grip that's a darker color than the rest of the blade and is completely straight. The grip leads up to a hilt that is exactly perpendicular to the grip, and it is seen that the hilt is designed to look like a pair of conjoined dagger blades, with the center of the hilt guard is a large aquamarine gem. The blade itself is a deep aqua color. The base of the blade has a light aqua attachment that causes the blade to have a natural indentation when one traces its length due to the angle that the attachment bends at. Usagi says awestruck, "Oh wow." Lisbeth creates an item description menu and she says, "The sword is called Dark Repulsor. It's one of a kind and not part of the info broker directory." Lisbeth tells Kirito, "Go on, try it." Kirito responds, taking the sword, "Okay." After taking a few swings, Kirito says with a smile, "Nice and heavy." Usagi says with a grin, "Just the way that you like it." Kirito says with a nod, "Yeah, it is a good sword." Lisbeth gives a cheer and Kirito says, "It feels like you forged your soul into it." Usagi says with a grin, "Told you so, Kirito. Liz is the best." After getting a scabbard for the sword, Kirito says, "You held your end of the deal and now, I will hold mine. I'll pay whatever you want." Lisbeth gets a bit nervous and she responds, "Well, I don't want to pay anything right now. Instead, I want to be your exclusive blacksmith from now on." Kirito asks, "What do you mean exclusive?" Usagi thinks in her mind, "Oh boy." Lisbeth responds with a blush on her cheeks, "I mean, any time that you come back from the front lines, let me do maintenance on your gear from now until the end." Kirito blushes at what is going on and Kirito says, "Liz, I." Lisbeth says, "Kirito, I." Usagi thinks at this moment, "Oh, crap, you really know how to win a girl's heart, Kirito, but if Liz finds out about." Just then the door to Lisbeth's workshop opens and a familiar female voice shouts out, "Liz, I was so worried." Soon after, a crying Asuna runs and hugs her friend. Usagi thinks in her mind, drolly, "Open mouth and insert foot." Lisbeth asks surprised Asuna. Asuna says, "I tried messaging you last night, but you didn't answer. I couldn't track you on the map. I had to go to the Monument of Life to make sure that the worst didn't happen." Lisbeth says, "Sorry, Asuna, I kind of got trapped in a dungeon." Asuna releases Lisbeth from her embrace, and she asks, surprised, "You went by yourself?" Lisbeth responds, "No, I was with Usagi and..." Lisbeth points to Kirito and Asuna gasps in surprise. Asuna asks, "Kirito?" Kirito responds, "Hey Asuna, long time no see." Usagi says, "No time long see. Are you serious? It only has been 2 days." Asuna says, "This is a surprise. I didn't know you wanted to check this place out. I wish you could have told me. I could have come with you." Lisbeth asks, "You know Asuna, Kirito?" Kirito says with a nod, "Yeah, we are on the assault team together." Asuna says, with a smile, "He mentioned about getting a more powerful sword, so I mentioned about your shop since Usagi and I use it all the time." Asuna notices the unusual expression on Lisbeth's face, and Asuna asks Kirito, suspiciously, "Why is she acting like that? Did you do anything weird?" Kirito yells out, "I didn't do a thing." Asuna asks Usagi, "Usagi?" Usagi tells Asuna with a kind of nervous smile, "Come on, Asuna, give Kirito a break. You know him better than that." Kirito says, "Yeah, show us a little compassion. Both of us nearly got killed." Asuna replies, "Not exactly my fault." Usagi tells Asuna drolly, "Your compassion is really touching, Asuna." Lisbeth thinks in her mind solemnly, "I get it now." Usagi thinks in her mind solemnly, "It seems like Liz figured it out. Man, love triangles really stink." Asuna tells Lisbeth, "If this guy did anything weird to you, you'll tell me right." Asuna then asks, concerned when she saw Lisbeth's solemn face, "Liz." Lisbeth says, with a nervous smile, "You want to talk about rude. The first thing that he does coming in is shatter my best sword." Asuna says, shocked, "He did. I'm sorry." Lisbeth says, "Oh, you don't have to apologize." Lisbeth then asks, in a whisper, "Anyway, he might be weird, but he isn't a bad guy. Don't screw this up. He is a keeper." Asuna says, with a blush, "But I told you that it isn't like that." Lisbeth says, racing off, "Anyway, sorry, I've got to get some supplies." Asuna asks, confused, "You are going to leave the shop?" Lisbeth responds, "Could you hold down the fort? I owe you one." As Lisbeth races out the door, Usagi gives a solemn sigh. Outside, near a small stream with a small bridge crossing it, Lisbeth is leaning against it and shedding tears to try to make her feeling for Kirito leave, since she doesn't want to hurt her best friend and she knows Kirito has a deeper connection with Asuna, who he knows being on the front lines of the game all the time, than her, who he just known for one day. She then hears footsteps and Kirito's voice calls out, "Lisbeth." Lisbeth stands up to see Kirito on the bridge. Lisbeth says, "I almost got away with it. A couple more minutes and I would have gone back to my cheerful self." Lisbeth asks, "How did you know I was here?" Kirito points to a bell tower in the distance, and he replies, "I scanned the bell tower over there for you." Usagi then walks up and she says, "He kind of does that thing a lot." Lisbeth says, "Figures you would do something crazy like that." Lisbeth says, "Sorry to worry Kirito and you like that, Usagi. I'm not used to having adventures." Usagi thinks in her mind, "You should see me back in my early days as Sailor Moon, Liz." Lisbeth says, "Anyway, just forget everything." Kirito says, "Liz, I just wanted to thank you. See, I thought that dying was better than surviving day after day. Living with the guilt, but people like you and Usagi keep reminding me that our lives are real and they have meaning. Thank you for reminding me about that, Liz." Lisbeth says, "I know what you mean, Kirito. I was trying to find something real. The warmth of your hand that was real." Usagi says, "As I said, these are artificial bodies. But our essence is inside of them, and that means that we are more than just players in a game. We are real people struggling to escape a prison on one madman's making." Lisbeth tells Usagi and Kirito, "Do me a favor, you two. Tell Asuna what you told me." Kirito says, "Liz." Lisbeth says, "I'm fine, really. Getting over it will take a while. Promise me that you will end this world, and until then, I will do what I do best." Kirito says, "I promise that we will, Liz." Usagi says, "We'll survive and we'll head home one day. And on that day, we'll meet up in the real world. I can't wait to show you, Kirito, and Asuna the Crown Fruit Parlor. They make the awesome smoothies." Kirito says, "Sounds great, Usagi." Lisbeth says, "Yeah, and if you need your equipment fixed, my door is always open to both of you." Kirito says with a smile, "Sure." Lisbeth says, "Don't forget, you will always be welcome in my shop." Lisbeth tells Usagi, "And anyway, we should get ready for the birthday girl." Usagi asks, Lisbeth tells Usagi, "Don't tell me that you forgot. Your birthday is in 5 days." Usagi looks at the clock on her player menu and she says, amazed, "Wow, it is. Time really does fly." Kirito asks Usagi, "You didn't tell me that your birthday was coming up." Usagi says nervously, "I kind of forgot." Lisbeth says with a smile, "Geez, Usagi." Usagi rubs her head nervously and Lisbeth tells Kirito, "Remember to remind her to come down from the front lines to celebrate her birthday, Kirito." Kirito says with a nod, "Right, Liz." Usagi responds with a pout, "Thanks a lot." Kirito and Lisbeth share a giggle at this, and Usagi can't help to warmly smile as the three of them prepare to head back to Lisbeth's shop to reassure the most likely concerned Asuna. Chapter 6, Dual Welding and Dual Troubles. June 30, 2024, Juban Hospital Ward. Within the Juban Hospital Ward, we, once again, find ourselves within the hospital room of our moon princess, as she lies motionless on her hospital with nerve gear attached to her head, still running and showing that she is still alive for the moment. The room is filled with a familiar music from Serena's star locket, while her family, friends, and beloved are assembled around her to celebrate her birthday, the second one that she has trapped in Sword Art Online. Hataru says, looking over Serena, she looks so pale. Michelle says with a nod, I know, Firefly. Amara says, she may look weak, but she is still an SAO and still fighting. Ami says, with a nod of her head, from what little data that we could gather from Michelle's mirror, and the little data that we can get from the Severs, Serena is a top player in the game. Ray says, I'm surprised that Meatball Head would be. Sure, she is hardcore gamer, but she hasn't been one of the best video game players in the world. Lita says, it doesn't mean that she isn't good with video games, Ray. Ray says, with a nod, I said that she wasn't one of the best video games in the world, not that she isn't good at video games, Lita-chan. Lita says with a nod, point taken, Ray. Ray says, well, for once, I'm glad that Serena is good at something, and it is the one thing that she needs to be good at to stay alive. Mina says, yeah, Ray-chan. Darien gently touches her hand and her hair as he looks at her, in which he says, I'm here, my love. Please keep fighting. Trista tells Darien, she's strong, Darien. Darien says with a nod, I know, Trista, she is so near yet so far away. I keep wondering where she is in the world of SAO. Is she fighting for her life against monsters, buying new items at a shop, or what? It is just so hard. Ray says, we know, Darien. All of us are worried every day, and we know that this can't go on forever. Ami says, despite the silver crystal and her powers as Sailor Moon slowing down the degrading of her body, she can't be kept like this forever, and the other surviving players have it worse than her. Amara says, and we're getting nowhere fast with ALO. Kenji asks, how much similar is it to SAO? Lita says, disturbing too similar, and the head of division of RCT doesn't give Ray and Amara a good feeling. Ray says, he is up to something. I can feel evil rolling off that guy in waves. Ikuko says, well, Suguna Bayuki has been jealous of my brother's abilities, and while he can fool the Yuuki family since his family and their family are so close, he never fooled me or my family. Sammy says, he is just plain creepy. Kenji asks, are you saying that he is up to something? Amara says, so far he's clean but his aura reeks. Ray says, and he has got a real fascination with the SAO Sever. Michelle says, anyway, let's worry about him later. Trista says, with a weak smile, it's our princess' birthday. All of them look at the pale Serena as they celebrate her second birthday trapped on Sword Art Online. Darien kisses her hand gently and he says, lovingly, I'm waiting for you, my love. I'll wait until the end of time if I have to. Mina says with a weak smile, hold on, girlfriend, we're coming. Lita says with a weak smile, yeah, we won't stop until we bring you home or until you get yourself home. Ray says, don't you dare die on us, Meatball Head. I'll never forgive you if don't come home. Hataru says, we're here for you, Haim. As the Sailor Scouts and Serena's Earth family look on, some distance away, looking on with a pair of binoculars, a young lady with 4 wings coming out of her back and wearing a familiar sailor fuku with a rainbow star on her forehead looks through the open window at Serena. The young lady, obviously a Sailor Scout, says lowly, Serena. The Sailor Scouts put the binoculars into a subspace pocket and flies away while the others continue to celebrate Serena's birthday by her side. August 2024, Floor 1, Town of Beginnings. Within the Town of Beginnings, Usagi, with her classic white hood cloak with the hood covering her face, is inside of Blackyurn Palace and looking at the Monument of Life, and she gives a deep, solemn sigh. Usagi thinks in her mind, solemnly, no matter how hard I try, there is always going to be death. Usagi then asks, seemingly to no one, how long are you going to be there, Asuna? Usagi turns to see Asuna and Kirito walking up to her. Kirito tells Usagi, you know that you are taking quite a risk, Usagi. There are plenty in the army that don't like you. Usagi says, I know, but I'll be fine in a safe zone, however. I don't intend to remain here to make sure that they don't haggle me. Asuna tells Usagi, Usagi, you did the best that you could. Kirito says, no joke. It was thanks to your scouting that gave us that information on Laughing Coffin, and your warning managed to help us react to their surprise ambush. Asuna says, and our guild and the Holy Dragon Alliance is thankful, especially the members of our guilds, that you saved. Usagi says solemnly, it wasn't enough. We lost about 10 people and more than 20 of them died. Kirito says solemnly, at least your hands are clean, Usagi. Usagi tells Kirito, no, Kirito. Kirito tells Usagi, Usagi, don't. You were helping people and I was the one that swung that sword. Asuna thinks in her mind, solemnly, Kirito. Usagi says solemnly, it doesn't mean that my mistakes didn't make you swing that sword, Kirito. Usagi starts to walk away and she says, anyway, I had better go before I start any trouble with the army. Under her hood, the virtual tears flow and Usagi wipes them away with her hand. Asuna thinks in her mind, when we will see you truly happy, Usagi-chan. Kirito thinks in his mind, as long as this death game continues, Usagi will never stop crying. Kirito and Asuna look at each other, and they become more determined than ever to end this death game in the hopes of finally ending the tears of their friend once and for all. September 2024, Fruits Parlor Crown. Today, we find our sailor scouts assembled together and having some drinks as Elizabeth comes over to them. Elizabeth asks, any luck today? Lita says, not much, Elizabeth. Amara says, close to 2 years, and we are not much closer to figuring out a way to stop this nightmare. Elizabeth says, this is just so terrible. It has been so quiet inside of the arcade. Nothing is like it used to be with Serena around. Ray says, nothing will be the same until Meatball Head comes home. Hataru says, we are here enjoying life while our princess is fighting for her life in SAO. Elizabeth says, I still don't understand why her own uncle would do this to her and all those people. Lita says, I really don't understand it myself and right now, I don't care. Ray says with an enraged look, if we ever find him, I'm sorry to Serena, but I'm going to stick Mars arrows up where the sun don't shine, and it won't be shining again before I'm done with him. Mina says, easy Ray, we are all pissed off at him. Amara says with a stern expression, and then some, if Darien found him, I don't think that there would be enough left to put in a tea kettle. Lita says with a sly smirk, if there was anything else to bury Amara. Ami says, we can't give up anyone. I know that we are getting limited data, but we are trying to do this undetected, especially in our positions in ALO. Mina says with a grin, who knew that we would all become famous? This is really cool. Amara says, and that's what VRMMO are supposed to be. They are supposed to be a new frontier for excitement and adventure like our princess imagined it would be and her own uncle warped it into a nightmare. Ray says, well, hopefully, we can put an end to this nightmare. Hataru says, I'm surprised that Darien would join us. Mina says with a nod, no kidding, not after what happened. Ray says, he isn't doing it for fun, Mina-chan. Amara says, yeah, he wants to help us in our research and data gathering mission. He also has his suspicions about Sugu-san, especially since he went to the same university as Kayaba, and he can't help to wonder what is going on. Michelle says, he's joined us in ALO to see what he is up to. Amara says, well, like the rest of us, he has an edge in the game since he has saw plenty of real combat. Remember, this game is skill-based, not level-based like many MMO games. Ami says, it is a radical departure from your typical gaming experience. Lita says with a nod, yeah, it is hardcore. It is no wonder that it is getting popular with the Atmosphere since it is much safer full dive than Nerve Gear. Amara says with a nod, for the moment, we don't have to worry about another SAO incident, since it was fully tested to make sure that no one could use an Atmosphere to kill a person, in which our Ami-chan and Trista-chan were part of the group, since they have become experts in full dive technology. Trista says, for obvious reasons, as you know, Amara. Ray says, anyway, I still don't trust the manager of RCT Progress, and with what Akiko told us, he isn't to be trusted at all. Lita says with a nod, I agree, Ray-chan. And right now, he is in control of the SAO servers since Argus has gone bottoms up. Amara says, thanks to Kayaba's mad actions. They had no idea that he would do such a thing, and in a snap, he has ruined their lives. They are good, but being associated with Kayaba is going to have a stigma for all of their lives. Ami says, yes, I've heard plenty of them have been sent into protection programs by the government to keep them safe from retribution. Hataru says, which our princess is under that same threat because she is related to Kayaba. The people that have lost friends, family members, or loved ones to the game won't care that she is a victim. They want something physical to relate at, and she may become their top target. Ray says, with a plain tone, they won't get near her. I'll use my fire powers against them if they dare to try anything. Ami tells Ray, you don't mean that, Ray-chan. Ray tells Ami, sternly, I do, Ami-chan. Serena did nothing wrong, and while I can understand why those people are angry since they lost people precious to them, Meatball Head had nothing to do with Kayaba's madness. If they dare to threaten her life and they won't listen to reason, I won't hesitate to take their lives. I will do what it takes to protect Serena. Amara says, with a nod, same here with Ray. If they dare to try anything and they won't back down, they will join their loved ones in the great beyond by my sword. Lita asks, irritated, and what do you think Serena will think if she finds out? How do you think that she will feel? Trista says, hopefully she won't have to find out. Ami says, I hope that she is okay. Late September 2024, floor 72. On floor 72 of Aincard, we are inside of a forest area where we find Usagi fighting against a monster known as Lizard Spearman, which is a humanoid lizard creature with basic chest armor and a large spear in its hands, in which Usagi dodges the attack and uses Rage Spike, a one-handed straight sword skill, in which she strikes the chin, causing the spearman to stumble. Usagi then attacks with Linear, a Reaper skill, and strike 4 times right in the face, causing the monster to critically hesitate, in which Usagi then uses Tsujikaze, which is a one-strike technique of the katana skill, which is an extra skill. And she cuts the lizard spearman in half and it roars as it vanishes into thousands of data polygons. Usagi takes a deep breath and she says, oh, wow, that was scary. Usagi then takes a look at her health gauge, sees that she lost about 10% of her health, and she then looks at her sword, which looks similar to Kirito's Dark Repulsor, but it has a pearly white handle, a silver hilt, and rainbow crescent moon jewel in the center of the hilt. The sword is known as Lunar Excelsior, and it was made from Usagi's ingot from the same quest that she went on with Lisbeth and Kirito. Usagi puts the sword back on her scabbard and she looks over her player menu and she says, this skill, it's so powerful. It rivals Heathcliff's Divine Blade and Kirito's Dual Blades that only Liz and I know about. No, it could be even more powerful. I don't get it. Why did I get this skill? Is Kayaba trying to protect me? Usagi then uncharacteristically snorts and she says, if he wanted to protect me, he would have never done this horrible act in the first place. Usagi then sighs and she says, I must be stressed out again. Like that hasn't been happening lately. Anyway, if everyone found out that I had this skill, there would be a mob frenzy by those few players that are still against me, and they would love to use this excuse to try to turn more players against me. Well, I had better not think about it. As we look over Usagi's player menu, we find her looking at her list of skills, and one of them has the name of Mimic in it. October 7, 2024, Chiyoda Hospital. Inside of the Saitama Prefecture, we find ourselves within one of the hospital, where we find someone that looks like Kirito lying down on a hospital in a hospital gown, and having a nerve gear on his head in which Suguha Kirigaya and a youthful-looking woman with black hair tied around her head, brown eyes, and rough blouse over a cotton shirt, and slim jeans with her looks makes her seem like a woman in her 20s or 30s, not a woman in her early 40s. Her name is Midori Kirigaya, and this is the mother of Suguha and the young teen boy in the bed, whose name is Kazuto Kirigaya. Kazuto is the real-life name persona of the player known as Kirito, and today, it is his 16th birthday. They are celebrating his 2nd birthday trapped in SAO by visiting his motionless body, and while they only know what little data that government organization working on what is now known as the infamous SAO incident, that Kazuto aka Kirito, though they don't know his avatar name, is alive, and he is one of the top players of the game. But that's about it. As they talked about Kazuto, who is the adopted son and nephew of Midori, who took him as a baby when his parents died in a horrible accident, They hear footsteps, and they look to see none other than Ami's mother, Siko Mizuno, at the entrance of the door. Siko says, "Forgive me, I was observing while on my errand here." Midori asks, "Are you a doctor here?" Siko responds, "No, I'm Siko Mizuno. I'm from Juban actually. I'm part of the team that's working on the SAO incident with my daughter." Midori asks, surprised, "With your daughter?" Siko says, "Yes, you see, a very precious friend of hers is also trapped in SAO." Sugyuha and Midori gasp and Midori says, "I see, Siko-san." Sugyuha asks, "Wait, your daughter is working for the government?" Siko responds with a smile, "Yes, she has become well-versed in full dive technology. Ami is just about to enter college." Midori asks, "Your daughter about to enter college and she is working for the government?" Siko says, "Just on this horrible incident. Her friend means the life to my Ami-chan. You see, Ami is a very smart girl and in fact, one of the smartest in the nation if not the world. However, like many genius, she originally didn't have a good social life until her friend came and now, she is part of a group of very special friends." Sugyuha says, "I see. This friend must be like a sister to her." Siko says with a nod, "She is. That's why she is working so hard." Midori asks, "How does your daughter get into college while she is working on this?" Siko says with a weak smile, "By studying and reading books. My daughter, when she is stressed, studies or reads books to focus her mind, which she is doing a lot now thanks to this whole mess. It is the only thing keeping her focused in this whole mess." Sugyuha asks, "So, she calms down by studying and reading books?" Siko says with a nod, "That's my sweet girl. She wishes to become a doctor just like me, but she is also very good with technology." Midori says with a weak smile, "Kazuto is the same way. He created his first computer when he was only 10 years old." Siko says amazed, "Oh wow, that's pretty good." Midori nods her head and she says, "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Midori Kirigaya." Sugyuha says, "I'm Sugyuha Kirigaya." Sugyuha says, "And this is my brother Kazuto." Siko says, "Nice to meet you and hopefully, my daughter and one of her friends will figure out a way to end this nightmare. They have been studying the full dive technology day and night." Midori says, "We can hope." Siko says, "You can't give up on your son, Midori-san. If he has survived this long, then he must be strong." Sugyuha says, looking at him, "Yeah, he is strong." Midori tells Siko, "Thank you for your kind words, Siko-san." Siko nods her head and walks away, in which Midori and her daughter look at Kazuto's pale form on the bed and continue to hope for the day that he will come home by whatever means, in which they don't know that outside of the window of Kazuto's hospital room, there is a gray cat with a silver crescent moon sigil on top of its forehead, and the gray cat is looking directly at Sugyuha before leaping away. October 17, 2024, Floor 74 Dungeon. Yuzaga's POV. Within the dungeon, I continue to clash with my sword, Lunar Excelsior, against my foe, which is a huge overgrown lizard with helmet on his head, chest plate, curved sword, and a shield with freaky glowing red eyes. Why do monsters always have to have the freaky red eyes? Anyway, the lizard and I have been in this ridiculous dance for a while now, and it was getting real old and real fast. However, it makes an opening, and I knew that I had to strike now. I used linear, which is a rapier skills, which normally, with my type of sword, there was no way that you could use it, but thanks to my second unique skill, I managed to hit 3 times, causing a critical hit to his face while causing little health damage. It gave me the opening that I needed since it caused the monster, drolly known as Lizardman Lord, to hesitate, and I used horizontal slash on him. I slash that overgrown lizard from left to right to left, spin around and slash right to left again, and the sword then goes up, in which a square of light then appears and flashes. After that, the overgrown lizard turns into data dust, and that's it. I gain 8120 EXP and 1000 core based on the pop-up that comes afterwards. With that done and over, I put away my sword and I say, with a sigh, "What a day. I hope that Kirito is all right." I decide to see that if he is okay, but then again, he doesn't need me to see him, since you rarely get one over Kirito, since other than myself and a few others, we are the strongest players of the game. It has been nearly 2 years since this horrible death game began, and nearly 4,000 people are dead. Dead because of my uncle. Dead because of his sick and twisted plans. It is a miracle that I survived. No, it isn't a miracle. I have the support of friends like Kirito, Asuna, Silica, and Lisbeth, the few friends that I have in SAO, and I have the support of my friends, the Sailor Scouts, and my beloved Darien-kun at home. I can't hear them, but I can feel them. They are at my real body, and I can feel their hope for me flowing into me. It is the major reason that I survived in SAO and became so strong. I'm afraid of what they will think of me because SAO has changed me. A lot. However, I have to fulfill their hope and dream of me returning home. But not only that, I have to find my uncle, and if necessary, I have to end him and his madness once for all. But something tells me that a long way off, however, I get the feeling that he is somewhere near. Watching me, watching us. I try to shake it from my mind for now since most likely. He is on the top floor of Aincard to wait for the players that survive getting to the top to face him, the final boss. If my uncle was anything like I thought about him, he has a bit of a flair for the dramatic despite his calm and cool demeanor, and in my experience as Sailor Moon, the big bad villain at the end of some kind of maze that he, she, or mostly, it uses against us, the heroines. Keeping this out of my mind for now, I decide to head back, and I had hoped to run into Kirito since most likely, like me, he is on the front lines, searching for the boss room, to report back to the other players to prepare for a boss raid. Thankfully, we have all gotten better, and since the boss fight on floor 67, we haven't lost any players, and I really hope to keep it that way. If any more people die in this horror that my uncle has created, I'm not sure if I will be able to live with myself. October 17, 2024, floor 74, forest area. Back to narrator's POV. Within the forest area, our black swordsman, Kirito, is walking through the woods when he stops and looks to see Usagi, with her hood down, coming up from behind him. Kirito says, "Hey, Usagi." Usagi asks, "Hey, is that all? I haven't seen you in a while and all you can say is hey." Kirito tells Usagi, "It's not like we haven't seen each other in months." Usagi tells Kirito with a giggle, "I'm just teasing Kirito." Kirito asks Usagi, heading back. Usagi says, "Yep, I've had no luck finding the boss room." Kirito says plainly, "Neither have I," as the two of them walk along. They hear something and the two of them use their search skills in which they see a monster cursor that says, Ragu Rabbit. Usagi thinks in her mind, amazed, "Whoa, you rarely see those around." Kirito then takes out two throwing picks in which Usagi slowly and quietly steps out of the way. He uses his throwing skill to hit a nearby tree, and the monster leap out in which it prepares to leave at top speed, only to get hit by the second throwing pick that Kirito uses, causing it to turn into data polygons in which Usagi shouts out, excitedly, "You got it." Kirito says with a grin, "Yep." Usagi asks, "Did you?" Kirito goes through his items and he says with a nod, "I sure did. Check it out." Kirito activates a trade prompt and Usagi checks the item shown in it. Usagi yells out, amazed, "Oh wow, this is S-class rare item." Kirito tells Usagi, "Hey, do you want the whole of Aincard to know?" Usagi says nervously, "Oops, sorry." Kirito says with a smile, "It's all right, Usagi. There is no one here. Our search skills would have detected them." Usagi asks with a nod, "Yeah, but here is a good question. What are you going to do with it?" Kirito thinks about it, in which he sees Usagi drooling. Kirito tells Usagi, "Usagi, you're drooling." Usagi yelps as she wipes her mouth and gives a nervous laugh as she rubs her head. October 17, 2024, floor 50, Algade. In Algade, the main town of floor 50 of Aincard, Usagi, with her hood up to cover her face head, and Kirito are inside of Agile's shop, where they are in front of the man himself, in which he looks in shock at the trade prompt screen, and namely at one item. Agile says, "No way, this is an S-class rare item. The first time that I had ever seen one. Hey Kirito, don't you have all of the money that you need? I'll buy, but wouldn't you like it for dinner? This is one in a million chance." Kirito says with a nod, "Sure, but I'm not sure if I will ever get another one." Agile says, "Then keep it, bro." Kirito responds, "But in order to prepare a S-class item, you need a high enough cooking skill, which we don't have." Agile responds, "Good point, we would just burn it." Usagi asks drolly, "What am I, chopped liver?" Agile says, "Oh yeah, you have high enough cooking skill." Usagi says, with a nod, Around 900 to 950, I think. Agile says with a whistle, not bad. Usagi tells Kirito, with a glare. And by the way, Kirito, if you think that it is useless skill, keep your mouth and your thoughts to yourself. Sure, the NPC restaurants are all right, but a girl can't survive on bread and drink alone, you know? After a while, it gets kind of bland, and plus, like you, I spend a lot of time on the field, and I have to sleep in safe areas in forests and dungeons in which I don't get a chance to buy food after a day's work. Agile says with a nod, she has a point, bro. Kirito says nervously, okay, I got it. Agile asks, so why not share it with Usagi? Kirito responds, I guess that she doesn't remember THAT incident. Usagi yelps in shock and she replies nervously, you remember, huh? Agile says with a nod, oh, I get it, this is payback. Kirito says with a nod, you got it. Usagi sticks her tongue out at Kirito and she says, jerk. Kirito and Agile smirk at Usagi, who pouts under her hood, but she then notices someone coming towards them. Kirito feels a tap on his shoulder, and a familiar female voice says, Kirito. Everyone looks to see Asuna and another man with long black hair tied in a ponytail and wearing a standard Knights of the Blood uniform in which he seemed to be in his 20s, but due to wrinkles on his face making seem older in front of them. Kirito grabs Asuna's hand and he says with a smile, I found my chef. Asuna asks, what's that now? The other man then glares at Kirito, and Kirito hastily removes his hand in which Usagi look at him. Kirito says, hey, it's Asuna. Seeing you in a dump like this is beyond weird. Usagi thinks in her mind, drolly and with a mental face fault, seriously, Kirito. Asuna says, irritated, oh, save it. I came here to see that you are alive. You know, it is almost time for the next raid. Kirito responds, I'm on your friend list. If you want to see that I'm alive, you can check that. And aren't you concerned about Usagi? Asuna responds, with a smile, unlike you, I know that Usagi will still be alive because I know that despite her being a solo player just like you as long as she is away from you, she won't do crazy things since you are that kind of bad influence on her. Kirito winches and Agile and Usagi snicker at him. Asuna then asks, anyway, what are you up to? What's this about a chef? Kirito says, about that, I was wondering about your cooking skill. Asuna says with a smirk, just mastered it last week. Agile and Kirito give look of surprise and Usagi says, wow, you're good, Asuna. I'm around only 900 or so for me. Asuna tells Usagi, that's great, Usagi, you'll master it in no time. Kirito says, bringing up a trade prompt, if you are that good, then I need a favor. When Asuna looks at the screen, she gasps in shock and asks, stunned, you got a ragu rabbit. Kirito responds with a smirk, I'll trade you. If you cook it up for me, I'll let you have a bite. Usagi says drolly, how generous, Kirito. However, Asuna grabs Kirito by the collar and she tells him sternly, half, deal. Kirito says nervously, yeah. Asuna says excitedly, yeah, all right. Kirito tells Agile, sorry man, you heard the lady. Agile says, yeah, it's cool, but you have to allow me to have a bite. I thought that we were tight, man. Kirito responds with a smirk, I'll write you up a review but only 2 pages, promise. Usagi tells Kirito, that's cold, Kirito. Usagi, Kirito, Asuna, and the cob member walk around and into the streets of Algade. Asuna asks, where am I going to cook it? Kirito says nervously, well. Asuna says, I'm guessing not your place, right? You own any cookware. Usagi tells Asuna, with a sigh, the cookware isn't the problem, Usagi. With Kirito, it is like living with a little kid. Kirito says drolly, thanks a lot. Asuna says, with a sigh, okay, since the ingredient is special, we can use my place. Kirito gives a gasp of shock and Asuna tells the cob member, thank you for escorting me, you may go. But the cob member responds, I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't allow you to go home to a shady character. Asuna responds, I don't know the extent of his shadiness, but I know that he is quite skilled. In fact, he is 10 levels over you, Curadil. The cob member shouts out, what, ma'am, are you implying that I'm inferior to him? The cob member then asks, oh, wait, I know, he is one of those beaters, isn't he? Kirito asks, yeah, what about me? The cob member, Curadil, says, you shouldn't go with him, ma'am. All his kind care about are themselves. Nothing good can come from scum like that. Usagi asks, annoyed, and who are you to judge him like that, pal? Do you know him personally? Kiradil says, if I were you, I wouldn't be talking, little miss. Asuna says sternly, Kiradil, I am second in command of the Knights of the Blood. I am ordering you to go home, understood. Kiradil gives a look of surprise. Asuna then goes over to Kirito, grabs him by the collar, and Kirito yelps out as he is getting dragged away. Whoa! Are you sure about this, Asuna? Asuna responds, plainly, of course. Usagi follows them, in which Kirito and Usagi look back at Kiradil, in which the nasty glare that he gives them makes Usagi quite concerned. At the teleport gate of Algade, Usagi is preparing to see Asuna and Kirito off to Asuna's home in Selmberg, the main town of floor 61 of Aincard. Kirito asks, are you sure, Usagi? Usagi says with a kind tone, yeah, anyway, I'm the famous White Valkyrie. I've got a reputation to hold up. Asuna tells Usagi, with a kind smile, you are an inspiration to many players, Usagi. Usagi replies, I'm not sure about that, Asuna. Usagi says, anyway, I'm going to visit Liz to see if I can get an upgrade on a few of my weapons. Kirito says, okay, see you later, Usagi. Usagi gives a nod, and Usagi tells Asuna seriously, Asuna, about that guy. Asuna asks, Kiradil. Usagi gives a nod and she says, be careful around him, Asuna. He gives me the creeps. Asuna says with a smile, well, there are a few guild members that say the same thing. I'm sure that it will be all right. Asuna then says, teleport, Selmberg. Asuna and Kirito then vanish in orbs of blue light, and Usagi can only hope that Asuna's words ring true. Usagi then gets onto the teleport gate and she says, teleport, Lindarth. Soon after, Usagi vanishes and teleports to another floor of Aincard to visit another friend of hers, the blacksmith Lisbeth. October 18, 2024, floor 74, Camdet. On floor 74 of Aincard, we find ourselves at the teleport gate of Camdet, the main town of this floor of Aincard, where Usagi teleport in and she finds Kirito waiting by the teleport gate. Usagi comes over and she asks, Kirito. Kirito says, seeing Usagi, hey Usagi, morning. Usagi asks, you look tired, what's up? Kirito yawns and he says, couldn't sleep. Usagi asks Kirito, what are you doing here? Kirito responds, waiting for Asuna. Usagi asks with a sly smirk in tone, really? Kirito says, it isn't like that, Usagi. Kirito then explains that, after eating a yummy stew made from the ragu rabbit, in which Usagi was completely jealous of Kirito about, Kirito then explains on how Asuna scared him to joining into a party with her. When Kirito is done, Usagi can't help to laugh and giggle, and Usagi says, oh man, Asuna has got you so whipped. Kirito says drolly, thanks a lot, Usagi. Kirito says, anyway, she is late. Just then the teleport gate glows, there is a female scream, and a female voice shout out, look out! Just then something or someone slams into Kirito, knocking him to the ground, and Usagi leaps back in surprise, causing her to stumble and fall on her butt. Usagi asks, man, what is it with me and falling on my butt? Kirito grunts out, what is this thing? Kirito then puts his hands on something, squeezes, and he says, feeling something soft, squishy. There is another female scream, and Kirito is sent flying, in which he bounces off the ground several times before slamming into statue on a podium in which a violet window with the words, immortal object pop up. Usagi winches and she thinks, ouch, that's got to hurt. Good thing that we are in a safe zone or Kirito would really be dead. However, it serves him right for touching something, or should I say someone, before looking. When Kirito regains his senses and looks ahead, he sees Asuna with a very cross look on her face, which is being nice, and Kirito notices her with her arms around her chest, causing him to realize what he did. Kirito then becomes really nervous, and Kirito says nervously, hi, Asuna. Asuna becomes even more enraged, and Usagi nearly face faults, in which she thinks, really, Kirito? You put her hand on her forbidden territory, and that's what you have got to say. But then there is another glow from the teleport gate, and Asuna runs over behind Kirito, in which the glow stops to reveal Kiradil. When Kiradil notices Asuna with Kirito, he gives an annoyed look, and Usagi thinks in her mind, drolly, great. Here comes Mr. Personality. Kiradil asks, "Why are you behaving like this, ma'am? I'm only following orders, you understand." Kiradil says, "Now, let's go back to headquarters." Asuna asks, "I won't. Especially not with you, Kiradil. This is getting ridiculous. And why were you wandering my house?" Kirito and Usagi gasp in shock, and Usagi looks at Kiradil with a disgusted expression. Kiradil says, "You have a nasty habit of leaving without any warning, so part of my mission was to keep an eye on you in Selmberg." Asuna yells out, "What? Who ordered this? It wasn't the commander." Kiradil responds with a smirk, "With all due respect, it is my job to protect you no matter where you are, including your home." Asuna says, irritated tone in her voice, "No, it doesn't, you idiot." Usagi says, "That's not protection. That's harassment in high degree, jerk." Kiradil responds with a sneer, "Stay out of guild affairs, you wench." Usagi asks, with a snort that was uncharacteristic of her during her time as Sailor Moonback IRL, AN, that's short for in real life. "Or what, you sexist jerk?" Kiradil growls at Usagi, but he goes over to Asuna and Kirito and he says, "I wish that you would be more understanding, ma'am." He then grabs Asuna by right hand in a forceful manner and he says, "Now, let's return to headquarters." However, Usagi grabs Kiradil's wrist, wrenches his hand off Asuna's wrist, and lets go of Kiradil's wrist. Usagi tells Kiradil, "What right do you have to treat your superior officer in that manner, pal? She is second in command, and you are her mere guard." Kiradil tells Usagi, irritated, "How dare you?" Kirito tells Kiradil, "My friend is right, pal." When Kiradil looks at Kirito, he says, with an intense glare, "You have no right to treat your superior officer like a subordinate, pal. You are just her guard, and she is your superior officer. I think doing such a thing is called insubordination." Kiradil shouts out, annoyed tone in his voice, "You wretched brat." Kirito tells Kiradil, "Anyway, I'll be borrowing your guild's second in command for the day, so you don't have to worry about her protection. I'll take reasonability, and I think that the White Valkyrie helping me will make sure that she is safe. It's not like we are going on a boss raid, so you can go now." Kiradil yells out, angrily, "Insulate, punk. Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Noble Knights of the Blood Oath. A low-level player couldn't protect her." Usagi says, "If he is low-level, then you are low-rate, pal." Kiradil glares at Usagi and Kirito says, "And it seems like a low-level player, like me, can do a better job than you since I will do it the right way and not be like some kind of sick stacker." Kiradil gains an enraged look and he says, "You have got a big mouth, kid, so I'm going to give you a chance to prove how tough you really are." Kiradil goes through his player menu, and a prompt appears in front of Kirito that says, "Dual application," in which Kirito looks at Asuna, causing her to nod. Kirito asks, "Are you sure?" Asuna says, "Don't worry. I'll tell the commander on how this happened." Kirito then pushes the yes button and makes the condition first strike, in which a large sign that says duel with the names and pictures of Kiradil and Kirito appear with a 60-second timer that starts to count down. Kiradil draws a large two-handed sword and he says, "Now, please step back, ma'am. I'm going to show once and for all that I'm the only one able to protect you." Usagi thinks in her mind, "What a blowhard." Kirito draws his sword, Elucidator, from its sheath as the crowd assembles. The two of them get into stances, and when the time hits 0, Kiradil and Kirito attack each other with Kiradil using Avalanche, a two-handed sword skill, and Kirito attacks with Sonic Leap. As they strike at each other, Kiradil smiles, thinking that he has won, but Kirito doesn't strike Kiradil himself. He strikes his sword at a certain point, and they stop as the clash ends, which has Kiradil's sword cut in half. There are gasps and Kiradil says, "I can't believe it." As the sheath of the sword shatters into data polygons, Usagi shakes her head. Usagi thinks in her mind, "That's what you get for choosing a sword with more style than substance, pal." Kirito puts his sword back in its sheath and he says, looking at Kiradil, who has fallen to his knees in shock, "If you want to try again with another weapon, I'll be glad to try you on, or we can call it a day." Kiradil opens up his menu, materializes a dagger, and he charges at Kirito, who prepares to draw his sword to defend himself, but the dagger is knocked out of his hands by Usagi. Kiradil shouts out, "How dare you?" Asuna then booms out, sternly, "Kiradil, Kiradil winches as he looks at Asuna, who has a stern look in her eyes. Asuna tells Kiradil, "You've already lost, Kiradil." Kiradil yells out, "I don't know how, but he cheated somehow. You saw him destroy my sword. He used some kind of trick. There was no way that I could have lost to a pathetic beater like him." Usagi says, annoyed, "Hey jerk, don't blame Kirito for breaking your pathetic sword." Kiradil glares at her and she says, "You are the one that chose such a stupid sword. There was no way that a sword like that is for combat. It is just for show. Kirito saw that and saw the weak point in which he attacked it. There is nothing cheating about that. You are just a sore loser. And you call yourself a member of the Knights of the Blood Oath, huh? That's a disgrace." Asuna says, "In which I am liable to agree." Kiradil says, shocked, "Ma'am." Asuna shouts out sternly, "Don't give me that, Kiradil. You are ordered to resign right now. Do it." Kiradil growls, doesn't say a word, and he says, "I resign." Soon after, another prompt that shows Kirito as the winner of the duel appears. Asuna tells Kiradil, "Now, Kiradil, as second in command, I am relieving you as your duties as my bodyguard. You are ordered to return to headquarters and await further orders in which we will be discussing your actions with the commander and the rest of the guild." Kiradil says, shocked, "You can't be serious." Kiradil glares at Kirito and Usagi with great rage, making Usagi quite nervous, and he slumps as he goes over to the teleport gate in which he says, "Teleport, Granzem." He then vanishes a flash of blue light, and Asuna faints into Kirito's arms with a major sigh. As a cloaked figure vanishes from the crowd with a sinister smile, Asuna gets to her feet. Usagi asks, "Long day, huh?" Asuna responds with a nod, "Yeah." Asuna tells Kirito, "Sorry about getting you and Usagi into that mess." Kirito says, "It's all right." Usagi asks, "Are you going to be okay?" Asuna says, "Yeah, the guild is getting on my nerves. Maybe it is because I'm so focused on clearing the game, or maybe I'm so demanding on the other guild members." Kirito tells Asuna, "I'm not sure if I can say this since I'm a solo player, but would your guild have gotten as far if you did anything different?" Asuna looks at Kirito and he says, "Anyway, if you want to hang up with a loser like me and a meatball head like Usagi, who has the right to complain? In my opinion, no one has the right to complain." Asuna says, with a smile, "Wow, thank you for the opinion on the subject. Okay, I'll take a day off from the guild and you can play forward for Usagi and me today." Kirito asks, "Wait, aren't we supposed to take turns as forward?" Asuna replies with a sly smile, "Sorry, it is my day off, remember? And Usagi isn't in our party, so she gets to do what she wants." Kirito yells out, "Oh, come on." Usagi and Asuna giggle at Kirito's displeasure as they prepare to head off into this floor's dungeon. October 18, 2024, Floor 74 Dungeon. Later on, inside of the Floor 74 dungeon, Asuna and Kirito are facing off against a monster known as a demonic servant, a skeleton-type monster with a sword and shield with it, attempting a horizontal slash. But it fails, in which Asuna gets an opening for fast strikes with her rapier, including linear, which don't do much damage. But they do well to cause a hesitation in the monster, in which Kirito switches him, and defeats the monster with a horizontal slash of his own. After the battle is done and the experience and money are given out between them, Asuna says, "Good job." Kirito says, "You too." Just then Usagi's voice shouts out, "Kirito, Asuna." Kirito and Asuna look to see Usagi coming towards them. Asuna tells Usagi, "We're done here, Usagi. How are you doing?" Usagi responds, "Asuna, there is something that you and Kirito need to see." Kirito and Asuna become curious, and Asuna asks, her eyes widen, "Usagi, did you?" Usagi nods her head and she says, "Yeah, I think so. Follow me." Kirito and Asuna follow Usagi until they are in front of a set of huge doors with creepy designs on it. Kirito says, "You're right, Usagi, you found the boss room." Usagi says with a sigh, "I wish that I didn't. These doors are just so creepy." Asuna asks, "So what should we do? Should we take a look?" Kirito says, "We came all this way, and besides, boss monsters don't leave the rooms that they guard. I think that we will be okay if we take a peek." Usagi says, "I was afraid that you would say that, Kirito." Asuna says with a nod, "Okay." Kirito says, "Have a teleport crystal ready just in case." Usagi says, taking out a teleport crystal, You know it, Buster. Asuna and Kirito also take out teleport crystals, and all three of them have their weapons in their other hands in which they push open the doors and enter the room, which is completely dark. There doesn't seem to be anything there, and Kirito says, "There is nothing here." Kirito steps forward and Asuna asks, "Wait, what are you doing?" Kirito says, "I'm going to take a closer look. Don't worry, I won't too far. We need to know what kind of boss that we are facing." Asuna says, "We know, but..." However, then the dark blue flames light up the room, and a massive demonic monster is revealed, dark blue skin, a tail resembling a cobra, and horns of a mountain goat with an equally massive Zanbato with glowing eyes, in which the identification for this boss monster is the gleam eyes with the distinctive "the" in its name used for boss monsters. And it has 4 health bars in which it give a mighty nightmarish roar in which Usagi, Kirito, and Asuna run away as fast as their legs can carrying them. Later on, within a safe area, Kirito, Asuna, and Usagi, with her hood down, are breathing heavily to recover their strength. Usagi yells out, "That thing was frightening and frightening huge." Asuna says, "I know, Usagi, that one is going to be tough." Kirito says, "Yeah, he may have that one big sword, but he must have a ton of special attacks." Asuna says, "We are going to have to use tanks and keep switching to wear it down." Kirito says, "Yeah, it also wouldn't hurt to have 10 shield users." Asuna asks suspiciously, "Shield users, huh?" Kirito asks, "What's wrong?" Asuna says, "You are Kirito, you are hiding something." Kirito becomes nervous and he asks, "What are you talking about?" Asuna says, "The biggest advantage of using a one-handed sword is the ability to use a shield with it, and as long as I have known you, you haven't used one. I don't use one since it would slow down my rapier, and Usagi is similar to me in that regard with others not using them since they feel that it looks funny. And how come you aren't using the sword that you commissioned from Liz? Very suspicious." Kirito becomes nervous, and Usagi thinks in her mind, nervously, "I told you that this would bite you in the ass, Kirito." However, Asuna smiles and she says, "Well, whatever. It's rude to ask people to justify their skills." Kirito gives a sigh of relief and she says, going through her player menu, "Anyway, since it is so late, might as well have lunch here." Kirito asks, "Really, did you make it yourself?" Asuna says with a smile, "Yep, but you had better take off your gloves before you eat." Kirito does so and Asuna asks Usagi, "Care to join us?" Usagi responds, with a smile while going through her player menu, "I'm okay, Asuna." Usagi then goes through her player menu and produces 2 baskets with a lot of food in them, in which Kirito and Asuna look at her in surprise, causing her to ask, "What? I'm a growing lady here." Kirito and Asuna giggle at Usagi as she lowers her hood and starts to take out the food that's in her baskets and starts to eat while Kirito eats the sandwich that Asuna gave her. Kirito says, awestruck, "Delicious." Kirito asks Asuna, "How did you get it so good?" Asuna says, "A whole year worth of study. Card has everything that you need, and I got the favors right by getting right parameters in the favor recreation engine." Usagi says with a smile, "Which she helped me do. If it wasn't for her, I would be stuck with plain old NPC food all the time." Asuna says, with a smile, "No problem, Usagi." Asuna then takes out 2 bottles in which she gives Kirito a sample to taste, in which the first one was mayonnaise, and the other, to his enjoyment, was soy sauce, in which he sticks the finger containing liquid into his mouth, causing Asuna to blush and quickly pull out her finger, in which she blushes madly, and she then can't help to giggle at Kirito's look of contentment. Kirito says, "Amazing, you know you could make a mint on that." Asuna asks, "You think it's that good?" Kirito says, "Wait, but then there would be nothing for me." Asuna says with a sigh, "My God, you are so greedy. If you like that much, I could make more." Just then Usagi and Kirito sense players approaching, in which she whips her hood back on to cover her face and puts her food back in her item storage, in which they look to see none other than Klein and his guild, Furinkazen, come into the safe area. Klein sees Kirito and he yells out excitedly, "Hey, Kirito." Klein goes over and Kirito asks, "Hey, Klein, still alive I see." Klein says, "Well, that's a nice greeting. You are the same as ever." When he notices Usagi, he says, "Hold up, you are a solo player, what are you?" Klein then gasps when he sees Asuna and he became speechless. Kirito says, I thought that you met at one of the boss fights. This is Klein of the Furinkazen Guild, and this is Asuna of the Knights of the Blood Oath. Yuzagi waves her hand in front of Klein's face, and Yuzagi says nervously, I think that no one is home, Kirito. Klein stands at attention and he says nervously, Hi, I'm Klein. I'm 24 and single, ma'am, and I. Kirito then bashes him in the waist and Yuzagi groans at this. The other members shout out in unison, Boss. Yuzagi thinks in her mind, Oh boy, something tells me that he is the good-natured, kind, and hopeless romantic type. Mina-chan would love to meet him. The other members of Klein's guild assemble around Kirito in a threatening manner. But then they shout out in unison, Oh wow, you are really that Asuna. Yuzagi does an anime face fault and she thinks, they got over that quick. The members of Klein's guild try a meet and greet with Kirito holding them back. Kirito says nervously, It's okay, they are really great guys, but I don't know about Klein. Kirito then yelps as Klein stops his foot and he yells out, irritated, What's the big idea? Klein says, That's payback, you weasel. Asuna giggles at this display and he asks, looking at Yuzagi, And who is this person? From what I can tell, she is a girl all right. Kirito says nervously, Well, she's Yuzagi and... One of Klein's guild shouts out, Holy shit, you are the White Valkyrie, aren't you? Yuzagi yelps nervously and Klein yells out, looking at Yuzagi, What? You're shitting me. Yuzagi says nervously, That's me. There are gasps and Klein shouts out, shaking Kirito by his coat collar, What the fuck, Kirito? You are working with the White Valkyrie. Wait, you called her Yuzagi, didn't you? You know her real name. You know the real name of the famous White Valkyrie herself. That's like one of the greatest mysteries of Aincard. Yuzagi thinks in her mind, nervously, That's what I get for becoming so famous. Mina-chan would have a field day with this. Klein asks, What's the deal, Kirito? Kirito responds, nervously, Well, Yuzagi and I have been friends since early in the game. There are gasps from Klein and his guild and Klein shouts out, stunned, Are you serious? You are friends with her. Dude, there are rumors that a few people know her true name, but it isn't known that anyone has seen her face. Hey, wait. That means that you know what she looks like, don't you? Kirito, Asuna, and Yuzagi become nervous, but then everyone hears footsteps in which everyone looks to see a group of gray armored soldiers coming up into the safe area. Kirito says, It's an army. Klein says, It's the big guild that runs floor 1. Asuna says, They were slaughtered on floor 25, and ever since then, they have been trying to build up their numbers. I haven't seen them in a while. When the troopers stop in the safe area, one of them, with a red sash one, says, At ease. The rest of them drop to the ground in exhaustion. Yuzagi thinks in her mind, They're exhausted. They aren't used to fighting in the front line areas. The trooper with the slash comes over and he says, I'm with the Aincard Liberation Army. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Kobets. Yuzagi thinks in her mind, confused, Army. I thought that it was a nickname. Kirito says, Kirito, solo. The leader of the armored soldiers, Kobets, responds, Sure, you are. Have you cleared the area up ahead? Kirito says, Yeah, and we have a map leading to the boss room. Kobets says, Then hand over that map and we will be on our way. Klein yells out, You want us to just give it to you. Do you know how much of a pain in the ass that mapping really is? Kobets says, We share our information and resources with civilian players all the time and we don't charge a thing for it. We maintain order in this order so that all players can leave this world as quickly as possible. Therefore, it is your duty to cooperate with us. So, hand over that map. Yuzagi retorts, When was that, pal? When Kobets looks at Yuzagi, he gains a sneer and she says, That's not what I have heard. From what I have heard, you are taking resources from civilian players, especially those that stayed in the town of beginnings and don't level up out of the fear of dying. And if you want us to leave here, why haven't you been on the front lines for about a year? Maybe it is your duty to work under us to make up for all the time that you wasted building up your power, while leaving us to do the hard work. Kobets shouts out angrily, How dare you? I know who you are, and we wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for your fucking family. So, you have no right to talk to us in that manner, and in my book, if anyone has to die, it should have been you. Asuna yells out angrily, That's enough out of you. Klein says, putting his hand on his sword, You have got some nerve to talk to a poor girl like that, asshole. Kirito holds up his hand and he says, I was going to go public with the map when we got back to town anyway. As Kirito brings up his player menu, Klein says, seriously, Kirito, you are being way too nice. Kirito says, I don't care about making money about map data. Kirito then transfers the map data to Kobets. Kobets says, thanks for cooperating. He turns away and Kirito shouts out, hold it. Kobets turns back only to have Kirito's sword inches from his face and deadly glare right at him. Kirito asks with a deadly glare, however, if you dare to talk about any of my friend like that again, I won't be so nice. Understood? Kobets gives a nervous look as Kirito puts his sword away and Kobets just snorts as he returns to his troop. Kirito tells him, by the way, if you are thinking of taking on the boss, I would think again. Kobets retorts with a firm tone, that's my decision to make. Kirito says, surprised, hey, pal, we took a look inside there and you can't beat that thing if your troops are half dead. Look at them. They're exhausted. Kobets shouts out strongly, nonsense. My men are tougher than that, they won't quit until I say so. Kobets shouts out, on your feet, move. The army troopers groan as they struggle to their feet. Yuzagi thinks in her mind, concerned, that guy is going to his soldiers killed, including himself. Klein asks, oh man, are they going to be okay? Asuna asks, I'm sure that they will be all right. They won't rush the boss without checking it out right. Kirito says, maybe we should keep an eye on them anyway. Yuzagi and the others look at Kirito, surprised, and he retorts, I don't know who is nicer, you or me? As Kirito heads out with Klein's guild following, Yuzagi and Asuna prepare to follow them. Klein says kindly, hold on. When Yuzagi and Asuna stop, Klein says, anyway, Asuna, I got a favor to ask you and Yuzagi. Yuzagi responds, yes. Klein tells Yuzagi, how close are you to Kirito? Yuzagi responds, he is the first friend that I made here and that means a lot to me. I had a lot of friends back IRL and I miss them so much. It is for them and my family, along with the man that I love, that I became determined to survive and get out of here, but they are IRL and I'm trapped here. If it wasn't for friends like Kirito and Asuna, I don't know what kind of mental shape I would be in. Asuna says with a smile, no problem, Yuzagi. Klein says, I see. Well, I'm not sure about you, but Kirito can be hard to talk to, he's a loner and addicted to combat. Yuzagi says, that's Kirito to a K, Klein-san. Klein says with a smile, yeah, but he is a good guy. I hope that you and Asuna-san will take good care of him. Asuna says with a smile, okay. Yuzagi says, you don't need to ask, Klein-san, he is like a brother to me. Klein says, thanks, both of you. Soon after, Asuna, Yuzagi, and Klein rush out to join with the others, and later on, they are fighting a group of lizardmen lords, but they are quickly defeated. Yuzagi says, you and your friends did great, Klein-san. I can see why you and your guild are among the best of the best. Klein says with a grin, you are quite good yourself. It's no wonder you are called the White Valkyrie, Yuzagi-san. Yuzagi says with a sigh, I wish that you wouldn't call me that, Klein-san. Klein says, anyway, that's the last of them. The only thing left is the boss room. Maybe they used a teleport crystal or something to head back to base. However, a male scream is then heard from up ahead. Yuzagi says, I really don't think so, Klein-san. Kirito says, Asuna, Yuzagi. Asuna and Yuzagi nod their heads as they take off at top speed into the distance. Klein says, hey! However, the monsters are respawning, causing Klein and his friends to get under guard to prepare to take care of them before they can follow Kirito, Asuna, and Yuzagi, who are racing to the boss room. As they hear more horrific screams, Yuzagi thinks in his mind, why? It's insane. The three of them see the door to the boss room open, and they gasp to see a horror show in the worst form as the Gleam Eyes only lost one of its 4 health bars, just pounds on the army troops, who are missing 2 members, in which with one swing another goes down with critical damage to his HP. Kirito shouts out, don't just stand there, use your teleport crystals. One of the army troopers replies, we can't, the crystals aren't working. Yuzagi, Asuna, and Kirito gasp, and Yuzagi asks, shocked, an anti-crystal zone? In a boss area? Yuzagi thinks in her mind, horrified, no, but that means the 2 missing members. She doesn't want to believe it, but in her heart, she knows that they are dead, and pain strikes in her heart as more good people are killed by her uncle's death game once again. Asuna says, "I've never heard of this trap being in a boss room before." Kirito remembers the horrors that befell the moonlit black cats on the day of their demise, and Kirito is brought out of his memories when Kobetsu shouts out, "The Aincard Liberation Army doesn't know the word retreat. Keep fighting." Usagi shouts out, horrified, "What? Are you insane? Get out of there." Klein arrives on the scene and he asks, "What's going on here?" Klein gasps at the scene before him and Kirito says, "They can't use their teleportation crystal. We could distract the boss, but going in there is too risky." Usagi says, "But we need to do something, Kirito. If we don't do anything fast, they are going to get slaughtered. This will be a massacre." However, Kobetsu shouts out, "Ready, charge." The troops leap forward to attack and Kirito shouts out, horrified, "Don't do it." Usagi shouts out, pleadingly, "No, stop." The Gleam Eyes unleashes a breath attack that stops them, and another assault sends the troopers into the ground, in which it gives another swing, causing Kobetsu to fly through the air before landing in front of Usagi, Asuna, Kirito, and Klein with a sickening thud. Kirito and Usagi run over to him and Kirito says, "Hey, hang on." However, his helmet shatters in front of them, revealing his face, and Kirito gasps in horror. Kobetsu says weakly, "I can't believe it. Impossible." He then shatters into hundreds of data polygons signing his death, and Usagi shakes her head in disbelief and horror while Asuna covers her mouth in horror. Asuna says, weakly and horrified, "No." There is another scream of horror and they look to see the boss monster looming, another army trooper preparing to slaughter him without mercy. Asuna says, "No, I can't." With tears in her eyes, Usagi is straining to restrain herself, but Asuna, unable to bear this horror any longer, screams out, drawing her rapier, "No." Kirito shouts out, "Asuna." Kirito then sees Usagi whip out her sword and he yells out, "Usagi." Kirito rushes after them and Klein says, "Whatever happens, happens. What the fuck?" Asuna then strikes the back of the Gleam Eyes with a 5-strike linear, but the boss monsters turns its attention to Asuna, and Asuna barely spins out of the way of its blade. However, Asuna gets plastered in the face by its free hand turned into a fist, knocking her to the ground. Usagi roars out, "Leave her alone." The Gleam Eyes get struck in the face by 3 knives from Usagi, and it roars out in irritated more than pain, while Usagi slashes at its feet with her blade and yelp, as it tries to stomp her, causing her to trip and fall to the ground on her bottom, in which she has no time to relax as the Gleam Eyes brings down its blade on her. Usagi rolls out of the way and she yelps out, "A little help here." Kirito comes in and manages to slash to its chest, in which he leaps back. Kirito screams out at Asuna, "Get back!" Asuna leaps out of the way while Klein and his guild struggle to get the weakened surviving army troopers out of the boss room. The Gleam Eyes sees this and tries to attack, but a heavy strike from Kirito and another from Usagi stop him in his tracks. The Gleam Eyes then focuses his attention on Kirito and the two of them fight, but Kirito isn't a stamina type and his health is starting to go down a significant rate. Asuna yells out, "Get out of there." Klein shouts out, "Kirito." Usagi then comes in with a slash to its back, allowing Kirito to leap out of the way. Kirito thinks in his mind, "The only way to end this if I use it, but..." Kirito then looks at Klein and Asuna as well as the army troopers. Usagi shouts out, "Kirito, use it. I'm using mine." Kirito asks stunned, "What?" Usagi shouts out, "Asuna, Klein-san, please give us 10 seconds. Klein says with a nod, "Okay, got it." Asuna says, "Right, Usagi." Sword Art Online music, Swordland starts. As Klein and Asuna distract the Gleam Eyes, Usagi and Kirito activate their player menus and goes through the skills and equipment screens as quickly as they are able, while Klein takes a significant hit, and Asuna tries her best to distract the boss monster. Usagi says, "Ready here." Kirito says, "Same here." Usagi says, "I'll go first. Kirito, you follow me and we don't have time to argue." Usagi then rushes forward and she shouts out, "Asuna, switch out now." Asuna leaps out of the way while another sheath with Usagi's elucidator sword appears attached to her right side, in which she draws it with and into her free hand, in which she slashes the chest of the Gleam Eyes, twice causing it to stumble back. It recovers, and Usagi blocks its massive blade with her two swords and manages to throw it back. Usagi shouts out, "Kirito now." Kirito shouts out, "Switch, Usagi." Usagi rolls out of the way while Kirito, welding his elucidator in one hand and the sword that he had made by Lisbeth, Dark Repulsor, jumps into the fray to take advantage of the opening made by Usagi. Starburst Stream. Kirito, using both swords at once, unleashes a powerful combo of slashes and cuts on the Gleam eyes, much to the shock of Asuna and Klein, in which Klein asks, "What kind of technique is that?" As Kirito continues his assault on the boss monster, he thinks, "Faster! I've got to go faster!" Kirito continues to strike hard, but the monster strikes back hard, with Kirito striking hard and fast with both swords, in which the monster grabs one of Kirito's swords with his free hand. But Kirito uses the other to impale the Gleam eyes before it can strike him with its massive sword. Time seems to slow and stop for a moment, but then the boss monster shatters into data polygons to signify its defeat. Kirito asks weakly, "Is it over?" Just then a large congratulations sign appears in the room, and a screen showing the items, experience, and money that Kirito appears in front of his eyes, but he isn't focused on that. He looks to see that he has just a few small bits of health before collapsing from pure exhaustion. Usagi shouts out, shocked, "Kirito." Usagi and Asuna race over, in which Asuna shouts out, concerned, "Kirito, Kirito, wake up, Kirito." Kirito groans as he slowly wakes up and he goes into a sitting position. Usagi tells Kirito, "Hey, don't sit up so fast. I'm healing you, you crazy nut." Kirito notices that his health bar was at the halfway point, in which Kirito notes that Usagi is using her medic skill to allow her battle healing to quickly enhance his own to recover his health quickly, and he asks, "Ow, my head. That was close. How long was I out?" Asuna says with tears in her eyes, "Just a few seconds, you crazy idiot." Asuna hugs him and cries on his shoulder. Kirito asks with a kind smile, "Hey, easy. You will take the last of my HP, so don't hug me so hard, okay?" Klein comes over, and when Kirito looks at him, he says, solemnly, "Kobats and 2 of his men didn't make it." Kirito says, solemnly, "We haven't lost anyone in a boss fight since floor 67. Klein says, solemnly, "That wasn't a boss fight. That was suicide. What was Kobats thinking? There is no point to this if you die." Klein shakes out of his stupor and he says, "However, you too are so not out of this, buddy. What did you do just now?" Usagi becomes nervous and she thinks, "Uh-oh, we are majorly busted." Kirito says, "I don't think that you want to know." Usagi tells Kirito, drolly, "Kirito, we're busted." Klein says, "Big time, buddy. I've never seen anything like that." Kirito says with a sigh, "It's an extra skill that I picked up, dual welding." There are gasps and Klein asks, "Dude, are there prerequisites?" Kirito says with a smile, "If I knew that, I would have shared it by now." Usagi says, "We were hoping that someone else would develop the skill and we could find out, but no one did." Klein says, looking through a menu, "It's not on the info broker's skill list." Klein says, with a grin, "Hey, you have got a unique skill. Way to stay on the down low, Kirito. How can you keep this from your buddies? I thought that we were tight." Kirito says, "About a year ago, I was going through my skill list and it was just there, dual welding." Klein says, "But Usagi." Kirito says, "It's not the same. Usagi has her own second unique skill." Usagi says with a sigh, "It's called Mimic." There are more gasps and Klein asks, shocked, "Mimic? Whoa, wait a minute, does that mean?" Usagi says, "It's a powerful skill that allows me to replicate any and all sword skills of SAO, even if they are extra skills, or even unique skills." There are more gasps and Klein says, stunned, "No fucking way." Kirito says, "Usagi got it the same time that I got my dual welding." Usagi's second unique skill takes a lot of work to level up because the more skills that she replicates, the harder it is to level up her mimic skill because she needed to master the skills that she replicated. And in fact, she needed the right swords like curved swords for curved sword skills or two-handed swords for two-handed sword skills. But later on, she is able to replicate many of the skills with just her own blades. Klein says with a whistle, "That's some skill." Kirito says, "Yeah, but if people found out that we have these skills." Klein says, with a nod of understanding, "I get what you are saying, buddy. They would get all jealous since you have a skill that they don't. And it is worse for Usagi's case with those asshole that stupidly still have something against her just because she is his niece, and her having this powerful skill will be just the fuel that they need to try to turn more players against her. Kirito says, with a nod, if worse came to worse, make sure that only my dual welding skill got leaked out, and make sure that Usagi's skill stays out of the limelight. Usagi says with a sigh, geez, Kirito. Klein says, I'll see what I can do, but with all the people here, I can't be sure. You know that they are going to get pissed because you have an ultra-cool skill that they don't have. Klein then says, with a smirk, and that. Kirito gives a look of surprise and Klein says, they say that your character is built by life's challenges, so keep soldiering, youngster. Kirito says with a sigh, easier than done. Usagi says, no kidding. Klein asks, we're going to trigger the warp gate, are you coming? Kirito says, nah, I'll catch up with you later. Usagi says, walking over, I'll come along, I need to clear my head. Klein says with a nod, I hear that, young lady. Anyway, Kirito, I think a good rest is in order for you. You had a big day. Klein and his guild start to head out, but Klein stops and he asks, you know how you went in there and rescued those army guys? Kirito asks, yeah. Klein says, with a slight nervous tone, well, I'm glad that you did. As I said before, you and Usagi are among the only good ones in this messed up world. Usagi says, with a smile, thank you, Klein-san. Usagi tells Kirito, with a sly tone, we'll leave you two lovebirds alone. Kirito blushes at that, in which Usagi, Klein, and the rest of Furinkazen Guild take off to activate the gate on the next floor to allow the other players to use the teleport gate to get to that floor. Kirito asks Asuna, what's wrong? Asuna says, I was so scared. If you died, I didn't know what I'd do. Kirito responds, what are you talking about? You are the one that jumped in, remember? Asuna says, I'm taking a leave of absence from the guild. Kirito replies, surprised, why, to sleep in all day? Asuna says, did you forget already? I said that I was teaming up with you. Kirito's eyes widen and he says, okay. October 19, 2024, Floor 50, Algade. Inside of Algade, we are inside of the back area of Agile's shop, where Kirito and Usagi, with her hood down, are sitting down in front of a small table as Agile reads a report from the player, Made, newspaper. Agile says, a blue demon that wipes out a squad of army guys and a pair of dual welders that take it out with double combos totally over 50 hits. I can't believe what a big deal that they are making out of this thing. Usagi says drolly, tell me about it, Agile. Kirito says with a nod, no kidding, it's blowing up in our faces. A boatload of swordsmen and info brokers arrived at my pad this morning. I need a new pad since they know where I live. Usagi responds, drolly, you think that you've got it bad. Any town that I go to, I have to make sure that there are no players around since they'll mob me. It's a miracle that I got into this town, much less here. Lisbeth walks up and she says, slyly, that's sort of your own fault. You said that it was going to be our little secret, but you went and blabbed it to everyone. Usagi replies, excuse me if I didn't want a massacre on my conscience, Liz. Lisbeth says, I'm just joking, Usagi. Usagi says, there goes my chance of buying that sweet condo on floor 22. At least this day can't get any worse. Just then there are footsteps and they see Asuna enter the room, in which she says, Kirito, we have a problem. Kirito tells Usagi, you just had to say that, Usagi says nervously, sorry. Kirito asks, what's the problem? When Asuna explains the situation, Usagi yells out, stunned, Heathcliff refused to let you go unless Kirito duels him and wins. Asuna says, I tried to explain it to the commander, but I think that he misunderstood it as leaving the guild, not take a temporary leave of absence. Usagi thinks in her mind, suspiciously, I don't know about that, Asuna. He seems to be a pretty smart guy. Asuna says, I'm really sorry, Kirito. I'll try to clear up the misunderstanding. Kirito says, I'll come with you, Asuna. Asuna asks, are you sure? Kirito says, why not? Anyway, the big guy has taken some interest in me. Asuna says nervously, well, it isn't just you. Usagi tells Asuna nervously, Asuna, please don't say it. Asuna says nervously, I had to fill in a report to the commander, and I felt that he would be understanding. He said that he would keep it quiet, but he would like to meet with you. He only wants to duel Kirito, but he wants to meet with you. Usagi tells Asuna, "Don't take this the wrong way, Asuna, but I can't." Asuna responds, "Why?" Usagi replies, "It's complicated." Kirito says, "For some reason, Heathcliff brings back memories of someone, and they are a bit painful for her." Usagi says, putting her hood back on, "Anyway, I'm heading back to the front lines." Lisbeth asks, "Why there?" Usagi replies drolly, "Where else can you escape from mob of players?" Lisbeth says with a nod, "Good point." Usagi tells Asuna, "Please, Asuna, tell him that you couldn't find me, okay?" Asuna says with a nod, "Okay." Usagi tells Kirito, "By the way, Kirito, please don't do anything crazy." Kirito says, "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Usagi." Usagi smiles as she heads off, but in her mind, she feels that there are a new set of problems for her and Kirito in the near future. Chapter 7, Princess vs. Paladin. October 20, 2024, Floor 75, Coronia. In Coronia, the main town of Floor 75 of Aincard, there is a huge Colosseum-like stadium where there are crowds in which there are signs in which they say, "The living legend Heathcliff versus the dual welding demon Kirito," with a member of the Knights of the Blood selling tickets for this event. Within the Colosseum, Asuna and Kirito are inside one of the fighter areas in which Asuna is looking at him, exasperated. Asuna yells out, annoyed, "I can't believe what an idiot you are. How could you agree to a duel?" Kirito responds, "Calm down, Asuna, I'm sorry, but it isn't like he gave me a choice." Asuna tells Kirito, "Kirito, when you used your dual blades and Usagi used her mimic ability to replicate your dual blades for her use, it wasn't like anything I've ever seen before. However, the commander has his own unique skill." Kirito says with a nod, "I know since I've seen it quite a few times myself. The divine blade skill, and what it does is that it maximums his defense and offense. His offense is incredible, but his defense is just as incredible and maybe even more so." Asuna says, "No one has ever seen the commander's HP dip down into the yellow zone before. His invincibility is beyond the normal game balance." Kirito says, "I know." Asuna says, "What if you lose? I don't care if I don't get my leave of absence. I care about you having to join the Knights of the Blood Oath without your consent." Kirito says with a smile, "I just can't lose then." Just then another female voice shouts out, "Kirito." Kirito thinks in his mind, nervously, "Oh boy, I was hoping that she wouldn't come." Soon after, Kirito and Asuna see Usagi run into the room and remove her hood to show a stunned and cross look on her features. Usagi yells out, "Kirito, didn't I beg you not to do anything crazy? What were you thinking?" Asuna responds, "Not too much, Usagi." Kirito says with a sweat drop, "Ouch, thanks a lot." Asuna says with a glare, "Well, you should feel bad since you got poor Usagi worried about you. She is our best friend, Kirito. You know darn well that she worries about us." Asuna tells Usagi, "I'm sorry, Usagi. All I wanted to resolve what I felt was a misunderstanding, but Kirito had to up and accept the commander's challenge." Usagi tells Asuna, "It's okay, Asuna. I doubt you or I could have stopped him anyway. He's a fighter and he can't help himself not to back away from a challenge." Kirito says, "I'm right here." Asuna asks Kirito with a smirk, "Oh, are you saying that Usagi is wrong?" Kirito says with a sigh, "Nope." Asuna and Usagi give playful smirks at Kirito, who sighs knowing that they are right about him. Usagi sighs and she tells Kirito kindly, "Kirito, just promise me that you will be careful." Kirito says with a grin, "Don't worry, I'll be just fine." As Kirito heads off to meet Heathcliff on the battlefield that they have chosen for their duel, Asuna and Usagi give concerned looks. Usagi thinks in her mind, "I hope that you are right, Kirito. I've got a bad feeling about this." Later on, Heathcliff and Kirito are facing each other in the center of the arena. Heathcliff says, "I'm sorry about this, Kirito. I didn't think that this would be such a big production. It's crazy." Kirito retorts, "Maybe I can get a cut of the tickets." Heathcliff responds, "No. Once you are part of the Knights of the Blood Oath, I'll consider this your first mission." Kirito thinks in his mind, he is quite confident, but then again, With someone like him and his abilities, he has got the right to brag a little. Heathcliff brings up his player menu, causing a menu prompt with Heathcliff's duel request, in which Kirito accepted and chose first strike mode. As the timer goes down, Kirito draws his elucidator and dark repulsor from his back, while Heathcliff draws his sword from its sheath inside of his large shield. When the duel started, Kirito then attacks with both of his swords, but Heathcliff flawlessly blocks them and swipes at Kirito, who leaps back to dodge. Heathcliff charges in for another attack and Kirito prepares for a strike from his sword, but Heathcliff bashes him with his shield, catching Kirito off guard, in which he thinks, stunned, his shield. Kirito is flung back and rolls across the ground a bit before he stops and leaps to his feet as Heathcliff attacks him again. But Kirito strikes back with a Vorpal Strike, a powerful one-handed sword skill, in which he strikes Heathcliff's shield hard, in which Heathcliff turns to let Kirito pass on through, in which he quickly spins around to face Heathcliff. Heathcliff says, "Your reaction time is very impressive." Kirito says, "And your defense is impregnable." After a few moments of doing nothing, they move as fast as they can with high-speed strikes and blocks with their swords or shield, in the case of Heathcliff. Kirito thinks in his mind, "Not yet. Give it time." The two of them continue to fight hard and fast, with Kirito and Heathcliff nick each other and dropping tiny portions of their HP, but not getting in the strike needed to end this duel. As Asuna and Usagi continue to watch, Asuna says, "Be careful." Usagi thinks in her mind, "Come on, Kirito, I know that you can do it." Kirito then unleashes an assault with his Starburst Stream, one of his more powerful dual welding skills attacks, and he manages to throw Heathcliff off guard and create an opening. Kirito thinks in his mind, "Now is my chance." Kirito then seemingly brings on the final blow, but then time seems to stop, and Kirito only hits his shield, allowing Heathcliff to bypass him and hit him with one strike to end the duel, in which the duel ends with the prompt showing Heathcliff as the winner. Kirito is flabbergasted and confused at what happened, and he sees Heathcliff looking him with a strong and stern look before he turns and walks away. Asuna asks, stunned, "Oh no, what happened?" When she looks at Usagi, Asuna is shocked to see Usagi's eyes are wide and she looks to be in shock, in which she asks, "Usagi?" However, she gets no reply from Usagi as she thinks, stunned, "No way, that's not possible. That's faster than the game allows. The only way that he could have done is, but he could have, unless." Asuna gently shakes Usagi and she asks, "Usagi?" Usagi snaps out of her stupor and she asks, "What, Asuna?" Asuna asks concerned, "Are you okay?" Usagi says with a smile, "I'm fine. I just shocked that Kirito lost." Asuna feels that there is more that Usagi isn't telling her, but she decides not to say anything and she nods her head in agreement since she is in shock too. Usagi thinks in her mind, "I can't tell Asuna. She is very loyal to her guild and its commander, in which she really believes in him. Even if she did believe me, she might confront him herself and she could be in trouble. I have to tell Kirito without Asuna knowing. I'm sorry, Asuna, but I can't put you in danger if I'm right about this, and I hope that I'm wrong." Usagi glances at Heathcliff and she thinks, "Who are you, Heathcliff?" As Usagi looks back at Kirito, she doesn't notice that Heathcliff is glance in her direction as he is leaving, but then again, this is unnoticed by anyone, in which he also secretly smiles as he glances in Usagi's direction. October 21, 2024, Floor 50, Algade. Within the spare room that Kirito is hiding out, since his dual blade skill has been exposed to the whole of Aincard and namely, the surviving players of SAO, Usagi, hood down to show her face, and Kirito are talking, and what Usagi tells him shocks him to the core. Kirito asks Usagi, "Are you sure, Usagi?" Usagi says, "Absolutely, Kirito. I know that you suspect that it was too fast that the game allows." Kirito says with a nod, "I know." Usagi says, "The only way that he could have done that is with assistance from the system itself. It is the only way, and I should know." Kirito says, "You might not have beta Sword Art Online, but you did with other games and tested even prototype games." Usagi replies with a nod, "That's right, Kirito. Some full dive game prototypes didn't get on the shelves, and I was the one that tested those that did and didn't before Sword Art Online." Kirito says, nodding his head, "I can understand how, and he showed you the system assist." Usagi says with a nod, "Yeah." Flashback years ago. Right now, a younger Serena Tsukino, looking like a blonde-haired Chun-Li with a pink version of her outfit, is inside of a virtual fighting game prototype, and she is getting beaten badly by a fighter that looks like a sinister version of She-Hulk. Young Serena yells out fearfully, "She's too scary." Kayaba's voice rings out, "Princess, this is just a game." Young Serena says nervously, "I know, but the full dive is so real, I'm scared." Kayaba responds, "Don't be scared, my lovely little princess. I'll help you." Young Serena yelps as she barely dodges another attack and a strange menu comes up. Young Serena asks, "What's this?" Kayaba replies, "It will help you. Push the button now." As the attack from her virtual opponent is about to hit, young Serena hits the young button and whole field becomes a red screen of some kind, and Serena looks to see that her opponent is coming towards her. Young Serena asks, confused, "What's going on?" Kayaba responds, "I helped you. Hurry, finish her off, princess." Young Serena then fights hard and defeats the opponent, in which the screen returns to normal with a big screen showing her victory. Young Serena says excitedly, "I won." Kayaba replies, "Yes, you did." Young Serena asks, "What was that?" Kayaba replies, "That was a system's assist mode. It has basically allowed you to tap into the game's server to slow down time for everything in the game world expect for you." Young Serena asks with a pout, "I cheated." Kayaba responds, "Just bend the rules since this prototype isn't an official game, and I wouldn't want my princess to get hurt after all." Young Serena says, "Oh, Uncle Kayaba, this may very scary, but it is only a game. You can't really die from a game." Kayaba replies, with a sly and kind tone, "I guess not, Serena." Serena and Kayaba giggle as Serena prepares to log out of the prototype game world and back to the real world. End flashback, return to the present. In the present, Usagi sighs at the happy memory and wonders what happened to her uncle to drive him to this insanity. But she shakes it off and she tells Kirito, "Anyway, it was used by a special menu that I used the assist mode for the game." Kirito says, "I didn't see Heathcliff do anything, and most likely, he improved the assist mode since you used it. Probably using voice command, but Heathcliff didn't do a thing." Usagi says, "Well, we know one thing. In MMO games, only game masters have those types of things in order to make sure that players don't do anything that would harm the balance of the game, but in SAO, there is only one game master." Kirito says with a nod, "I know, Usagi. However, I can't be sure on why he would help Heathcliff." Usagi says, "I didn't see him anywhere." Kirito says, "He could have been watching from wherever he is and activated it from there." Usagi says, "You have a point, but that's not the way that he works. He makes sure that everything is done to the utmost possible, and he likes to inspect his work personally. He uses the full dive many times to make sure of that, Kirito." Kirito tells Usagi, "True, Usagi, but he isn't the person that you knew." Usagi says with a sigh, "You have a point, Kirito." Kirito says, "All we do know is that Kayaba helped Heathcliff for some reason or another. I'm not sure if he is aware of it or isn't. His expression didn't tell me a thing." Usagi tells Kirito, "What we do know is that Heathcliff is something special to him if he went out of his way to protect him." Kirito says, "That means that I being forced into the Knights of the Blood Oath might not be a bad thing. I could keep a close eye on them." Usagi tells Kirito, "It might be too dangerous." Kirito says, "Maybe, Usagi, but if we want to know why he helped Heathcliff, we need to keep a closer eye on him, and I have the best chance." Usagi says solemnly, "You may have a good point, but I don't like it." Kirito says, "I'll make it look like I'm still clueless on what happened, but I'm not sure how long that will last if Heathcliff knows that he has been helped. If Heathcliff and him have a connection, we need to find out what." Usagi says, nodding her head, "I agree, Kirito, but there is one thing." Kirito responds with a nod, "Right, Usagi. Asuna tries and believes in her commander, so we can't tell her. If we do, she may not believe us, and if she does, she might confront Heathcliff about it herself, and if he does have a connection to him, it could put her in great danger. We should keep this to ourselves for now." Usagi says, "I don't like it, Kirito." Kirito responds, "Neither does me, Usagi. However, it is for Asuna's own good." Usagi says with a nod and solemn tone, "You're right, Kirito. Usagi says, however, I'm going to try to get more information from the outside. Kirito says, I don't think that you will find anything useful, but keep me posted. Usagi says with a nod, right. Usagi says, slightly nervous, Kirito. Kirito asks, what is it, Usagi? Usagi tells Kirito, Kirito, I think that you should tell Asuna about why you didn't join guilds until now. Kirito asks, shocked, what? Usagi tells Kirito, Kirito, she will understand, and she can help you through the pain. You need to move on, Kirito. Usagi says with a sigh, like I'm one to talk. Please, think about it, okay? Kirito says, okay. Usagi says, we are keeping this secret from her. Maybe we should pay her back with another secret or two. Kirito says with a grin, yeah. Usagi tells Kirito, stay safe, Kirito, and keep a good eye on Asuna for Liz and me. Kirito says, no problem there, through I doubt that she needs anyone to watch her. Usagi says with a nod, good point, Kirito. Usagi smiles and she puts on her hood in which she says, by the way, if you are going to cuddle, get a room, Kirito. Kirito blushes like mad and he yells out, Usagi! Usagi giggles as she rushes out of the room and into the streets of Algade. Usagi thinks in her mind, I have been hanging out with Mina-chan too long even after all this time here. Usagi thinks in her mind, as she heads for the teleport gate, I can't help Kirito alone with this problem. I need someone that he and I can trust, and I may know exactly who it is. October 23, 2024, Floor 47, Hill of Memories. On the Hill of Memories, where she and Kirito helped Silica get the flower needed to revive her pet monster, Pina, the feathered dragon, Usagi, with the hood covering her face, is looking like she is waiting for someone. She then hears footsteps, and she looks to see Klein walking over to her. Usagi tells Klein, thank you for coming. Klein says, hey, no problem. Any friend of Kirito's is a friend of mine. Usagi says with a kind tone, thank you. Klein asks, so what's the big deal? Usagi tells Klein, Klein-san, I need someone that Kirito trusts who I know that I can trust. Klein says, Kirito and I are buds, but Asuna is closer to him than I am, and she is your best friend too. Usagi says, shaking her head, I can't. This involves something that's too close to her. Klein asks very curiously, really now, Usagi-san? Usagi says with a nod, that's right. I need someone that Kirito trusts outside of the Knights of the Blood Oath right now. Klein says, sounds pretty serious. Usagi responds, it is, Klein-san. I know that your guild is your best friends, and I know how you feel about keeping secrets from them. I have 8 best girlfriends waiting for me back home, and I've rarely kept anything from them. But I need you to keep this to yourself, and to show you that you have my trust. Usagi then removes her hood and showing her face to Klein, causing his eyes to widen. Klein thinks in his mind, whoa, that's Usagi-san. Weird hairstyle, but it does make her very cute. Klein regains his focus and he asks, are you sure about this? Usagi says with a nod, I know that I can trust you, Klein-san. Kirito trusts you, so I trust you. I don't show my face for good reasons. Klein says, yeah, I know. Your face is actually one of the greatest mysteries here in Aincard. A lot of players wonder what you look like. Usagi thinks in her mind nervously, so I'm a mystery girl now? Well, I should have seen that coming. Klein says, yeah, if those assholes that still hate just because you are his niece and the criminal guilds find out, you wouldn't have much in the way of sleep, and if they knew who knew your face, they would go after them like a moth to a flame. This is a really big bit of trust that you are giving me. Usagi says with a nod, I know that you can help me, Klein-san. Klein asks, so what's up? Usagi says, you know what happened to Kirito recently. Klein says, who doesn't? Oh man, Kirito really gets himself into these pinches. Usagi tells Klein, there is more to this than you think, Klein-san. Klein then listens as Usagi tells about what she and Kirito talked about a few days ago, and he is shocked to say the least. Klein yells out, whoa, are you sure? Usagi says, with a nod, yep, I should know since I used that kind of thing when I was beta other games before SAO. Klein says, basically, Heathcliff cheated. Usagi says, yeah, you can say that, but we have no hard proof. I mean, despite most of the players trusting in me, who would really believe that the strongest player in the game is possibly working for Kayaba. And you can expect, despite our fame, the word of a so-called beater and Kayaba princess doesn't exactly hold much weight. Klein says with a sigh, "Good point. I can see why you want Asuna out of this." Usagi says, nodding her head, "Yeah, Kirito and I hate doing this to her, but it is for her own good." Usagi thinks in her mind, "But man, I feel like a heel." Klein asks Usagi, "What do you need me to do?" Usagi asks, surprised, "You are going to help me." Klein says, "As I said, Usaga-san, any friend of Kirito's is a friend of mine, and you showed me what you really look like. That's a sign of major trust. Anyway, I know that you wouldn't be doing this unless you feel in your heart you may have a point about what you are saying." Usagi says, with a nod, "Heathcliff has always bothered me since I was him on the day that the Knights of the Blood Oath were formed. He gives a weird, creepy, familiar feeling. It is like I know him or something. I don't like it. It really creeps me out." Klein asks, "Like you know him how?" Usagi says, "I really can't explain it, Klein-san." Klein says, "No problem. I've always had a few questions about him since he used his divine blade ability. That skill is just way too powerful." Usagi says, "Well, thanks to Kirito's and my unique skills becoming public, there is a lot of heat off Heathcliff." Usagi tells Klein, "Klein, I just need for you to watch the Knights of the Blood and all of its members. When you do, report what you find to Kirito and me, and when Kirito asks, just tell that I put you up to it." Klein says with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll just say that I agreed without hesitation." Usagi says with a smile, "Thank you, Klein-san, but please be careful. If we were right and we are hoping that we won't be doing anything by yourself, we'll put you in great danger. If anything happened to you, I'm not sure if I could face Kirito ever." Klein says with a grin, "Don't worry your pretty little head, Usaga-san. I know how to take care of myself." Usagi says with a nod, "I know, Klein-san, you didn't become the leader of one of the top guilds for nothing." Klein says with a smirk, "I can see why you hide your face. If plenty of the guys knew what you look like, they won't care if you are Kayaba's niece. You would be swamped by offers of marriage in just days." Usagi says with a giggle, "I already have someone waiting for me. Even though it has been nearly 2 years, I know that he is still waiting for me." Klein asks, "He must be some guy, huh?" Usagi says with a warm smile, "He is, Klein-san. Let's just say that he is my prince." Usagi can't help to feel warm as images of Darien fill her mind, and she then is brought of her musing by a ringing tone. Usagi says, as an icon appears in front of her, "I've got a message." Usagi pushes the icon and message window appears in front of her in which her eyes widen and she screams out, shocked, "What?" Klein asks, "What's wrong?" Usagi says, putting on her hood, "That was from Asuna. Kirito was out being assessed by other members of the guild on a training trip, but one of them turned traitor and nearly killed Kirito." Klein gasps and he shouts out, stunned, "What?" However, Usagi rushes off into the distance before Klein can say or do anything, in which he says, with a sigh, "Kirito, what the fuck you have gotten your crazy self into this time? Man, now I've got a bad feeling." As Klein heads off back to rejoin his friends and guild, he can't help to feel that Usagi and Kirito are right to suspect something rotten within the Knights of the Blood Oath. October 25, 2024, Cherry Hill Shrine. Within the Shinto temple home of our sailor soldier of Mars, she is praying in front of her scared fire and looking for some vision of the future of what will happen to her princess and the survivors of SAO. But so far, her visionary powers have shown her nothing for the nearly past 2 years that this nightmare has been going on. Ray thinks in her mind, Why haven't you shown me anything? I need to know. Is there anything that we can do? Please tell me anything that's going to happen, sacred fire." But then Ray gasps as visions of Heathcliff and Kirito fighting each other in an unknown cavernous dungeon, and then a horrible vision of Heathcliff striking down our moon princess in her SAO avatar form of Usagi. Ray gasps and she yells out, shocked, "No, Serena. What? What were those visions? What or who is this black dual-blading swordsman against some kind of red knight in a duel to the death? And that knight striking down Serena? But she... Wait, could these be events happening in the game? Or will they be things that will happen? I had better tell the others about this." Ray then prepares to contact the others about her latest vision, and she hopes that nothing horrible is happening in SAO right now. October 26, 2024, Floor 75, Coronia. Within Coronia, the main town of floor 75 of Aincard, Usagi and the entire Furinkazen Guild are discussing something and they are shocked at what they heard. Klein says, "I can't believe it. One of the Knights of the Blood is a member of them of all people." Usagi says, he killed another member of his former guild all to get to Kirito just because he had beaten him in that duel. Klein says with a snort, "What a piece of work. I can't believe that they, of all people, let this happen. The Knights of the Blood Oath is the elite guild, and I can't believe that they wouldn't notice such a thing." Usagi says, Kirito believes that Heathcliff is no fool. The whole of the Furinkazen looks shocked and Klein asks, "Wait, are you saying that Heathcliff had a very good idea about Curadeal?" Usagi says with a nod, "I think so, and to be honest, I'm thinking that Kirito is right." Klein's friends are stunned and Klein says, with a nod, "Yeah, Heathcliff doesn't strike me to be a man that's a fool at all. However, I don't think that people are going to want to believe that anything bad is happening in the Knights of the Blood." Usagi says, "I know. Many players think that they will be the ones that set us free from this death game, and they look up to them." Klein says, "Yeah, no kidding." Klein says with a smile, "Anyway, enough with the bad news, let's go on to the good news." Usagi says with a smile, "I thought that you would say that." Klein says with a grin, "Man, it's about time those two tied the knot." Usagi says, "They got married 2 days ago and they just moved into their new home yesterday. It is on the 22nd floor." Klein says with a grin, "A romantic honeymoon, huh? Kirito, you sly dog." Klein and his friends share a laugh while Usagi giggles and Klein tells his friends, "Anyway, boys, why don't we have a toast to the newlyweds?" "Yeah," the rest of Klein's guild yells out in unison. Klein tells Usagi, "Why don't you join us, Usagi? You are their best friend after all." Usagi says, with a smile, "Sure." Usagi and the Furinkazen Guild share a drink and toast to the in-game newlyweds of Kirito and Asuna, and for the first time in a long way since being trapped in SAO, Usagi can't help to feel warm and have fun. When they were done, Klein says, "Anyway, we should get going. We have a lot of work to do." Usagi says, Kirito and Asuna are not only taking a break from the guild, not only to enjoy their honeymoon, but to allow the other players to catch up to them. Klein says with a grin, "Good old Kirito, he had better watch out or his edge will be over." Klein asks Usagi, "Anyway, Usagi, what will you do?" Usagi says, "I want to take a breather myself, but I can't." Klein tells Usagi, "Come on, Usagi. If anyone deserves a break, it is you. You have done so much for the players here, you need a breather." Usagi says, "I wish that I could say the same, but the people that I love are waiting for me, and I always feel that it is never enough. I can't stop until I find him and confront him about this mess and why he did. And if I have to, I need to stop him once and for all." Klein tells Usagi, "Usagi-san, even if you find him, you may not like what you find." Usagi says with a nod, "I know, Klein-san, thank you, but ever since this nightmare started, it has been plaguing me for nearly 2 years." Usagi says, "Personally, I never would be doing such a thing like fighting every single day back before this. I would be hanging with my friends and the man that I love so much. And while this was once a great dream, I also dreamed of getting married myself to man that I loved." Klein says with a smile, "Once we get back, you will be able to do that." Usagi says with a grin, "You're right, Klein-san, but something tells me that I'm going to need to bulk up once I get back so my love won't be afraid of breaking me like a fragile doll." Klein says with a sly smile, "Something tells me that all of us are going to need to get some meat on our bones when we get back." Usagi smiles at Klein, and she heads off out of the restaurant to prepare for another day in SAO in which she looks back at Klein and his friends in which an image of her, as Sailor Moon, and her fellow scouts come to her mind. Usagi thinks in her mind, "Don't worry, girls. I'll get home someday and hopefully it will be soon." October 30, 2024, Jubin Hospital Ward. Inside of the Jubin Hospital, all the Sailor Scouts and Darien are looking at the pale form of Serena with the nerve gear attached to her head and lying down on her hospital in what looks like a coma, but they know that her mind, her spirit is trapped in SAO. Michelle is looking through her aqua mirror and she says, "It seems like she is fine to me. I saw her fighting some monsters at the place that she is in, but she is doing fine." Luna and Artemis leap from their hiding place in the room, and Artemis asks Ray, "Are you sure at what you saw?" Ray says with a nod, "Very certain, Artemis." Amara says, "A black swordsman with two swords fighting against some red knight, and that red knight strike down Dumpling. It has been close to 2 years since the fire has given you any visions about our princess." Ray says, "I know, and I've got a bad feeling about it giving me visions now of all times, Amara." Lita says, slamming her fists together, "We have got to find a way to help her." Darien asks Ami, "How is your research going, Ami?" Ami responds, "It is taking much time to decode the coding of ALO, and with the limited information that we have on SAO, it is going to be tough to figure out the program that disables the safeties on the nerve gear and create the microwaves that fry the user's brain." Amara says, "Meaning that we are trapped and with no way to help while our princess fights for her life, as she has been doing for nearly 2 years. And she can't stay on like this forever." Darien says, "Neither can the other survivors of SAO. They are being injected with the nutrients and liquids that they need to stay alive, but the body can't keep going on these alone forever. The silver crystal might be helping enhance her life support, but the crystal can only do so much for her. They don't have much time. We need to do something radical." Ami says, "And that's why I've been working with the metacuboid technology to figure out a way to infiltrate into SAO." Hataru asks Ami, "Do you think that we can get into SAO to help her?" Lita says, "Newsflash, we don't have SAO avatars." Ami says, "True, but we have our ALO avatar data, and the skill data is the same." Mina says, "Yeah, SAO is a level-based MMO, and ALO is a hardcore skill-based MMO with no leveling system." Ami says, "Yes, I know, but I have been working on a program to give us a level proportion to the time that we have played on ALO. With our extensive time in ALO, I'm sure that we will have decent levels to handle anything in SAO." Amara says, "There is a problem. The metacuboid technology is similar to the nerve gear rather than the atmosphere." Ami says, "I've put in safety programs to make sure that programming that SAO acts as kill switch to the nerve gears won't work with the devices that I'm working on, and I'm going to add atmosphere-style security systems on it. I've been working on it as a side project for some time." Mina says, "Whoa, Ami-chan, you have been really working overtime on this." Ami responds, "With Serena's life at stake along with hundreds upon hundreds of others, I had to consider all possibilities. We can't fight the same way that we have done before. We need to do this a different way." The other scouts nod their heads in agreement, and Darien thinks in his mind, looking at Serena, "Seer, just hold on. We'll get you out of there somehow. No, we won't stop until we bring you home safe and sound." November 2, 2024, Floor 1, Town of Beginnings. In front of the church in the Town of Beginnings, Kirito and Asuna, both of whom are wearing casual wear, are with several people along with a lot of preteen to young teen children. The first person is a young woman in her 20s with brown hair and green eyes. She wears rimless, oval glasses, and she is wearing a long navy blue dress with a white collar. The second person is a young man with umber brown, wavy hair and brown eyes, and he is wearing a teal trench coat, white gloves and gray trousers. The third person is a young woman of tall stature who has long, silver hair tied up in a ponytail which give off an impression of intelligence, has sky-blue eyes that shine intensely, and a sharp, well-featured face in which she is currently wearing an iron gray cape on her body, under which she wears a dark green coat with leggings well-fitted for her thighs, which makes it look similar to a military uniform. She also carries a short sword on the right side of her waist and a curled-up whip on her left. And finally, she also has gold earrings. The people are assembled outside of a church in the city, with a large table and grill, with Asuna using her cooking skill to grill some food with the children looking on in amazement. The young man says, "To think that there is food in this world that can taste so good." The young man tells Kirito and Asuna, "Asuna, Kirito, you've done me an incredible favor here. I'm not sure how to thank you." Kirito says, "Hey, it was a pleasure, Thinker. MMO today has really helped me over the years." The young man responds with a smile, "That's a name I haven't heard in years. All that time, those daily updates felt like a burden. I used to think that doing that kind of thing isn't what it used to be, but I would take that than running a guild any day. Asuna asks, so Thinker, what will happen with the army? The young man, Thinker's smile vanished, but then a familiar female voice shouts out, "Hey, lovebirds." Everyone looks to see Usagi, hood covering her face as usual, walking up to them. Kirito and Asuna say in unison, surprised, "Usagi." The young woman with silver hair asks, "Usagi." Kirito and Asuna then give nervous looks as the other young woman, the brown-haired one in the long blue dress, ask, surprised tone in her voice, "You know the White Valkyrie?" Usagi thinks in her mind, nervously, does everyone else have to call me that? I know that I haven't been spreading my name around, but this is really getting annoying. Kirito and Asuna look at Usagi, she nods her head, and Kirito says, "She has been my best friend for a long time." Asuna says, "We met about a month after the game started." One of the kids yells out, "Oh, wow, you are best friends of the White Valkyrie. That's so cool." Another kid shouts out, "She saved me from one of those bullies that wouldn't listen to Miss Yulier and Mr. Thinker." Kirito tells Usagi, with a smile, why I am not surprised by this. That's so like you, Usagi. Usagi responds, "What can I say, I just don't like bullies." Asuna asks, "What are you doing here?" Usagi says, same old, Asuna. However, I found trouble and I've been trying to keep these kids out of trouble." The young woman with brown hair says, with a warm smile, she has been making sure that those goons in the army haven't been harassing the kids, and she has been guarding those few that go out to earn some money for all of us. The young woman with silver hair says, "When I heard that the famous White Valkyrie was here, I wanted to go to her to get help before I went to you." Usagi says, "Sorry, Yulier-san, I've been bouncing between here and the front lines a lot to find any clues on how to get out of here, and keeping an eye on the other players. With what I've been hearing lately, one can't be too careful." The young woman with silver hair responds, "It's all right, Valkyrie-san, you have done enough already." Thinker responds, "Without your help, we might not have gotten Kibiao and his followers out of the guild so easily." Usagi says, with a kind tone, "With someone like Yulier-san here, I'm more than sure that you could have handled it without my help, Thinker-san." Usagi says, "Anyway, none of the guild assets were stolen by that jerk and his goon squad after you gave him the boot." Usagi asks, "So, what will do now?" Thinker replies, "I was thinking of disbanding the army." There are plenty of shocked looks, and Kirito says, "That's a bold move, Thinker." Asuna says, "But I can see where you are going with this." Thinker says, "The army has gotten too big for its own good. I'm thinking of dissolving it to rebuild it as a peaceful and cooperative organization. It would be irresponsible just to get rid of it and just abandon what we have worked for." Usagi says, "Yeah, you just got some bad eggs into the mix, Thinker-san." Yulier, the woman with silver hair, says, "I guess so." Kirito then gets an idea and he asks, "Wait, Usagi, you are still looking for clues?" Usagi says, "Yeah, it is like finding a needle in a world-sized haystack, Kirito." Kirito tells Usagi, "I think that we may have one for you. There is a dungeon deep under Blackyarn Palace where we find a safe zone containing a GM console." There are gasps and Yulier asks, "Wait, are you saying that Blackstone is console for GM use?" Asuna says, with a nod, "That's why there was such a strong boss monster there. It was designed to protect that console from the players, but we can't access it." Usagi asks solemnly, "But I'm just a player, what can I do?" Kirito tells Usagi, "Just call it a feeling, Usagi. I think that it is worth a try." Usagi says with a nod, "Okay." Asuna says with a smile, "Let's not worry about that now. Come on, Usagi, join us." Usagi says, looking at the food, "Sure, Asuna." Usagi licks her virtual lips as she joins the others, but she can't help to keep that GM console on her mind, in which she wonders what she will find when she gets to it. November 3, 2024, Floor 1, Hidden Dungeon. Inside of a hidden dungeon under Blackyarn Palace in the Town of Beginnings, Usagi is fighting a lot of scavenger toad monsters, which are huge four-eyed toad monsters, and Usagi yelps out in a grossed-out fashion to show her distaste for these monsters, as she defeats them using dual welding skill that she replicate due to her mimic skill. Usagi says, "This is so gross." When Usagi takes out her player menu and look up her items, she discards some items and she says, "Scavenged toad meat? Yuck." Usagi then continues on until she sees the corridor that leads to the safe area with the GM console in which she was told that the boss monster protecting it was erased. But it doesn't mean that the system or even her uncle created a new boss monster for it. Usagi takes a deep breath and she says, "Here goes something." Usagi then takes off at top speed and like a blur, she gets into the safe area, but she moves too fast and she crashes and goes up and over a black craved stone-like in which she lands on the other side of the stone with a thud. Usagi moans and she says, "Ouch. If Kirito and Asuna saw this, they would never let me live it down." Usagi gets back to her feet, shakes her head, and goes back to the front of the stone. Usagi asks, "Is this it?" When Usagi touches the stone, it comes to life and lights up, causing a holographic-like keypad to appear and a holographic screen causing her to gasp, and she asks, "What's this?" Usagi starts to push buttons on the keyboard and she thinks, "Thank God that Ami-chan, Durian-kun, and Trista-chan helped me learn how to use a computer better than I did before. I wish that they were here now." The screen is showing a lot of numbers and other forms of data, and Usagi says, "This is making my brain hurt." But then an old-fashioned login screen with an ID and password appears and Usagi asks, "A login?" She types in her player name of Usagi and she wonders about the password when she remembers something. Flashback some years ago. A young Serena Tsukino is with a male in a lab coat looking at a login screen. The young Serena asks, "Uncle Kayaba, what is this?" The male in the lab coat responds, "My very secret stuff, my little princess. Stuff that only I can see." The young Serena asks, "If this is your secret stuff, then why are letting me look at it?" The male responds, "That's because you are special to me, my dear little princess. Just remember, you will always be my moon bunny." End flashback, return to the present. Back in the present, as Usagi looked at the screen, she thinks, could it be possible? Usagi then types in moon bunny for the password and it works. Usagi asks, surprised, "But how?" Usagi then starts to type around and then holographic screen divides into multiple screens in which she says, "My player account is a special account. Wait a minute. It says here that have things that are similar to GM privileges. I don't get it. Why? Well, maybe I can finally do something." Usagi then starts to type in to access certain areas of the system, but she gets plenty of access denied on the screen and Usagi says, drolly, "Why am I not surprised? I'm not surprised that he wouldn't let me access the feature that keeps the logout features from being put back." Usagi takes a deep breath and she says, "Let's see what I can access, and I'm really wishing that I had paid attention to Ami-chan when she using her computer to hack into enemy computers and such. I really hope that her spirit is really close by." Usagi then starts to get to work on seeing what she can access with her special account that she just found out about. November 6, 2024, Floor 22, Outskirts of Coral. On a lake on the outskirts of Coral, the main of Floor 22 of Aincard, Kirito is with a man named Nishida, who is an elderly man who got trapped in the game in which he worked for an electronics company that worked with Argus on Sword Art Online before he got trapped in-game, because he logged in to make sure the networking was perfect, while Asuna and a crowd of people were looking on in which they are trying to fish for a fish known as the King of Lakes in a fishing event. However, they got it when the fish turned out to be a massive lizard-like fish monster, which destroyed the dock when it came out, and Kirito is running towards Asuna, Nishida, and the crowd since they ran because they got a look at what it was before Kirito did. When he stops and hides behind Kirito, he yells at Asuna, "You ran away, you left me to die." Asuna gives a nervous smile and Nishida shouts out fearfully, "Here it comes." The King of Lakes walks on the ground with its 4 legs, which are kind of stubby for its size, and Kirito says, amazed, "Whoa, it can walk on land? It's like a crazy lungfish." Nishida says fearfully, "Kirito, it's coming for us, do something." Just then a female voice shouts out, "Hey, what's going on here?" Usagi then arrives on the scene, sees the event monster, and she screams out, "What the heck? What the heck is that major freakout?" Asuna asks, "Usagi, what are you doing here?" Usagi responds nervously, "Well," Usagi says, seeing the monster getting closer, I think that we can talk later. We have an overgrown freak fish about to attack us." Usagi thinks in her mind nervously, "Asuna doesn't look like she has her gear. Guess I have to do it. Why do I have to be the big heroine?" Usagi sighs, draws Elucidator and Lunar Excelsior, and charges right at the King of Lakes. Nishida shouts out, "Kirito, you're going to let that cloaked lady get killed." Kirito tells Nishida, "Don't worry, Nishida, she will be just fine." Usagi then gets in 2 attacks, and the event boss monster turns into data polygons, leaving Usagi confused. Usagi says, amazed, "Wow, that was easy." When Usagi looks over at the other, she tells them with a sigh, "I leave you alone for a few days and you are both causing trouble again." Usagi thinks in her mind, curiously, "Man, this is a reverse. I usually get into trouble and it is either one of the other girls, especially Pyro or Amara-chan, saying that to me. This is a real weird twist, and disturbing too." Asuna tells Usagi, "I had nothing to do with it, Usagi." Kirito yells out, annoyed, "How is it my fault?" Just then the group of other people and Nishida assemble around Usagi, and she says nervously, "Hello." One of them shouts out, "Hey, aren't you the White Valkyrie, one of the top members of the assault team that helps out players in trouble?" Usagi says nervously, "Yeah, that's me." Soon after, the players start to congratulate and shake hands with Usagi, which makes her a bit more nervous for obvious reasons. However, a message posting appears in front of Kirito's eyes, and it mentions that it is from Heathcliff. Later on, Usagi is meeting with Kirito and Asuna at their house on the floor. When Usagi is done with her story, Kirito asks, amazed, "You have a special account?" Usagi says, with a nod, "That's right. I have at least some access that a GM does, but nothing that would get any of us out of here or disable the program that tells the nerve gear to fry our brains when we die here." Asuna says, "Well, it is at least something, Usagi. It could still be the key to get us out of here." Usagi asks, "But how? My access is restricted." Kirito says, with a nod, "That's true, but now we have an access point into the system. We could at least find a way to communicate with the outside world after all this time, Usagi. I have an expertise in computers and computer programming, Usagi." Usagi asks, "You do?" Kirito says, "I do, Usagi. I could use your account to attempt to hack into the system, and even if we can't create a way out of here, or at least delete the program that kills us when we die here, we can possibly send a message and even information to the outside world to let them know what's going on and give them help to find a way to get us out. They haven't been sleeping on their ass for all of these years and have been working on it, but with Kayaba's genius, they have got to be hard-pressed." Usagi says, with a nod, "Maybe if we get them more information, we could help them get us out of here." Asuna nods her head and she says, with a smile, "Yeah." Asuna tells Usagi, "Anyway, Usagi, the commander has ordered us to return back. It must be important if he has to interrupt our vacation." Usagi says, with a nod, "Okay, I'll head off back to that room and see what I can do. But be careful." Kirito says, "You too, Usagi. I'll join you as soon as we are able." Usagi nods her head and heads to the Coral Village teleport to get back to the first floor and hidden dungeon with the GM console. But Usagi can't get rid of the bad feeling that something big and horrible is going to happen. November 7, 2024, Jubin Hospital Ward. Early in the morning, the Sailor Scouts and Darien are assembled together inside of Serena's hospital room as they look over her. Michelle says she seems to be okay. Luna and Artemis come over and Luna asks, "Are you sure, Ray?" Ray says with a nod, "I'm sure of it. I can feel it in my heart through I wish that I was wrong. This day, it is going to happen. Something big is going to happen in the world of SAO and our princess will be in mortal danger. We have to be here." Amara asks Michelle, "Anything, Michelle?" Michelle says, looking at her aqua mirror, "Nothing so far." Lita says, "Let's hope that it stays that way." Ray says, "I really hope so too." November 7, 2024, Floor 1, Hidden Dungeon. Later that same day, Usagi is staggering into the safe zone with her health bar cut in half and puts her hands on the GM console, causing it to light up. Usagi says, "That was too close. Either the system or he put that new boss monster when it found that it was erased through Asuna and Kirito couldn't seem to tell me why. I have a bad feeling that something horrible happened down here when they rescued Thinkerson." Usagi says, typing on the keypad, "Hugh, my special account still works just fine." Usagi then struggles to figure out a way to access, and she says, with a moan, "I wish that Ami-chan was here right now." Usagi thinks in her mind, well, princess, she isn't, at least not physically. Ami-chan, I hope that your spirit can gild me. Usagi then continues to work on it until she then creates a screen that shows a large group of players, including Heathcliff, Kirito, and Asuna, fighting against what looks like a massive centipede-like skeleton monster with blades for arms, hands, and legs known as the Skull Reaper with 5 health bars. Usagi yells out, stunned, "What? A boss raid." Usagi then goes through her messages on her player menu and she says, "Oh no, I must have been in here at the time. They couldn't reach me, I have to go help them." But when she types in, information about the boss comes to Usagi and she gasps as she reads, "The boss room is sealed off until the players are killed or the boss. Oh no, it means I can't help them." Usagi then starts to frantically type on the computer keyboard and she says, "I've got to help them somehow. Hold on please." As Usagi continues to watch on in horror as player after player falls and is deleted when they are struck down by the Skull Reaper. Usagi thinks in her mind, horrified, "This is horrible, I should have gone with them. I should have been there. Please stay alive. Kirito, Asuna, I don't know what would happen if you died on me." However, Usagi then sees the surviving players managing to defeat the boss monster and the large, "Congratulations" sign appear and she says, excitedly, "They did it." Usagi breathes a sigh of relief, and she then realizes that a good number of players died on this day, in which she becomes solemn. Usagi then types of the computer, and she then hears Klein's voice ask, "How many did we lose?" Usagi asks, surprised, "Klein." She then looks to see Klein on the screen and Kirito looking over a menu. Kirito then says solemnly, 14 of us died." She then sees Agile say, 14, oh my god. The other players become solemn at this and Klein says, "We have got 25 more floors to go." Agile asks, 25 more floors? How in the heck are we going to get that far? Usagi can see the other players looking and mumbling in despair, in which she then sees Kirito looking Heathcliff, in which she notices his health bar not even done to the yellow. When she looks to see Kirito pick up his elucidator on the screen, Usagi asks, "What are you doing, Kirito?" She then sees Kirito strike at Heathcliff, but a violet energy field blocks him and a window, immortal object appear above his head, causing Usagi to gasp in shock. Looking at the screen, Usagi notices that the other players are also in shock. Over the screen, Usagi hears Asuna asks, "An immortal object. Commander Heathcliff, what's going on here?" Usagi thinks in her mind, could it be? Over the screen, Kirito says, "I think that I've got the answer to that. The reason that his HP never hits yellow is because that he is protected by the system." The other players are shocked and Kirito says, "You know, ever since day one, I've been wondering, where is he hiding as he watches everything and control this world?" Well, the answer is pretty simple. It's basically psychology and even a kid knows it. Kirito then tells Heathcliff, "It's boring watch someone else play an RPG. By the way, you've seen her for all this time and yet you never even said hello to your niece. Akihiko Kayaba." There are gasps from the other players with Kirito and Usagi watching from the safe zone in the hidden dungeon. There is a moment of silence and Heathcliff responds, "Just for curiosity's sake, how did you figure it out?" Kirito responds, "You can thank Usagi for that one. She helped me figure out at the start of our duel. The move was too fast, and Usagi then mentioned that you couldn't have done without the system to help you." Heathcliff responds, with a smile, "Ah, yes. I should have known that wouldn't escape her eyes since I used it before when she was beta testing prototype games when she was younger, though I have made improvements since my niece last used it." This was the final nail in the coffin and Heathcliff says, "Yes, I am Akihiko Kayaba, the beloved. Actually, more like formerly beloved uncle to Usagi. And it should come as no surprise to you that I am the final boss of the game." There are gasps of shock and horror and Usagi thinks in her mind, "I knew it. That's why he made me feel so uncomfortable. He was my uncle all along. Heathcliff is my uncle Kayaba." Over the screen, Usagi hears Kirito say, "So the strongest player in the whole game turns out to be the final boss. Kind of cliché." Heathcliff responds with a smile, "Actually, I kind of like that angle." Usagi thinks in her mind, "It is him. My uncle has always been interested in theatrics." Usagi's arms, which were shivering due to shock and surprise, then stop and her hands turn into fists. Over the screen, Heathcliff, now revealed to be the SAO avatar form of Akihiko Kayaba, tells Kirito, "You know, I expect you to be one to face me at the end. Dual welding is a rare skill." It was made for the player with the fastest reaction time. He is the hero of this story, the one that faces the Demon King, but you exceed my expectation. I guess that these unexpected twists and turns made RPG MMO fun to play. In a rage, one of the Knights of the Blood members attacks Heathcliff in a rage, but he uses his GM screen to paralyze him and then paralyze everyone else in the room, but him and Kirito. Over the screen, Usagi sees Kirito holding the paralyzed Asuna and he asks, "What's the plan? Kill everyone to cover it up." Heathcliff responds, "Oh no, that wouldn't be sporting of me, wouldn't it? No, I plan to head to the top of the tower and wait for all of you there. I'll be in the Ruby Palace. I really didn't think that I would be leaving you so soon. I had developed the Knights of the Blood Oath and other elite players, but you are strong. However, Kirito, since you are the one that exposed me, you deserve a reward. I'll give you a chance to fight me one-on-one right here and now. Oh, my immortality will be deactivated. Defeat me, and you clear the game in which everyone will be able to log out. No strings attached." Usagi thinks in her mind, "Kirito, you can't. My uncle designed the dual welding skill. He knows how it works, and without backup, you could lose." Despite Asuna asking him not to do it, Kirito accepted the challenge since he remembered all of the players that suffered and or died in this death game, especially Asuna and Usagi. Kirito tells Heathcliff, "I have a final request." Heathcliff asks, "What is it?" Kirito says, "I don't plan on losing, but if I do, I want your word so you fix it that Asuna doesn't die today, and also, you will confront Usagi about what you did, and if she wants to fight you, then you let her do it the same way that you did me, because I know that when you do, you will fall by her blade." Usagi thinks in her mind, stunned, "What?" Heathcliff says, "You seem so sure." Kirito responds, "It is because I believe in her. I know that if I can't save Asuna, she can." Heathcliff says, with a smile, "Actually, you have a right to believe in her. Let's just say that my niece is a very special girl." Kirito then asks, with a serious tone, "Then why? Why did you do this to her? You could have prevented her from getting the game in the first place, or at least let her go. For 2 long years, she has been suffering more than the rest of us. Every single death tears into her heart, and she blames herself since she feels responsible for helping you create this nightmare with her ideas when she was a child. Don't you fucking care about that? Answer me, Kayaba." Heathcliff stays as silent as he pushes on his menu with a sign popping up saying, "Changed into a mortal object." And Heathcliff then says, "Personally, I had wished that my Moonbunny never entered the game in the first place, but I couldn't be selective on who gets the game and who didn't as well as if I let her go. How would it be fair to the rest of you?" Kirito shouts out angrily, "Fair, fair. She is your niece, your family. How can you be so cold and callous with the life of a member of your family that once loved you so much, you monster?" At this moment, the rest of the players over there become filled with sympathy for Usagi and rage towards Kayaba, for being so callous to the life of a family member, in which they wished that could help Kirito kill Kayaba and hope that the Black Swordsman rip Kayaba apart, which was the feeling of many players in that room right now. Kirito tells Kayaba, "If you have any sense of honor, then honor my requests." Heathcliff responds, with a nod, "It will be done. I will keep her in Knights of the Blood Oath's headquarters and make her an immortal object if need be, and I will face my niece." As Heathcliff and Kirito prepare to face off, Asuna and Usagi, from their separate locations, shout out in unison, "Kirito!" They stare each other down and prepare for their battle, and then they leap into action. Watching on the screen, Usagi says, typing on the screen, "No, Kirito, I've got to stop them." As she continues to watch Kirito and Heathcliff battle, with Heathcliff clearly having the advantage since he knows the dual welding skill and its combos, Usagi frantically tries to figure out a way to reach them when she finally a way to create a corridor there since the Skull Reaper was defeated. She finally activates it when she witnessed Kirito get nicked by Heathcliff, and he unconsciously activates Eclipse, a 27-hit combo and the strongest combo of the dual welding skill. But due to his knowledge, Heathcliff easily dodges and blocks the assault in which Kirito breaks the top of his dark repulsor on Heathcliff's shield. Usagi says, shocked, "No, Kirito." Usagi then pushes the button on the keyboard and creates the corridor in which she leaps in without thinking. November 7, 2024, Floor 75, Boss Room. Inside of the Boss Room, Kirito has just broken his dark repulsor on Heathcliff's shield, and Heathcliff prepares to finish off Kirito as his sword glows. Heathcliff says, "Game over, Kirito." He swings, but Asuna, managing to break the paralyzing effect on herself, leaps in to take the blow. But the corridor portal opens up in which Usagi leaps out, bashes Kirito and Asuna out of the way, and yells out as Heathcliff's attack slashes her on the chest, in which she is thrown to the ground, face down, causing critically damage to her. There are gasps of shock and horror from the other players, and Kirito shouts out, horrified, "Usagi." Asuna says, looking at Usagi, "Usagi, no." As Kirito sees Usagi's HP falling down towards zero, Kirito looks at Heathcliff and he yells out, "Save her. What are you doing? She is your niece. Don't you fucking care about her?" However, Heathcliff just stands there and does nothing, in which Kirito screams out, angrily and desperately, "Kayaba." November 7, 2024, Juban Hospital Ward. At this moment, with Serena's hospital room, Michelle sees the horrible scene on her mirror, and she screams out, "Oh no." The others gasp, and Ami's computer beeps, in which she looks at her, in which she says, shocked, "No, no, Serena's health is falling down to zero, she'll die any second." There are more gasps, and Ray says, "No." Ray tells Serena's unmoving form, "Don't give up, Serena, don't give up." Darien takes Serena's unmoving hand and he says pleadingly, "My love, don't leave me. Please, Serena, don't give up." The others hold Serena's other hand, and they yell out in unison, "Serena." Soon after, Darien and the Sailor Scouts glow, in which the Sailor Scouts' planetary sigils appear on their foreheads, in which their energy is sent into Serena. And then her brooch containing the silver crystal bursts to life by opening up and unleashing silver light. Luna and Artemis are shocked, and Artemis says, "The crystal." Luna says, "Yes, I know, but the guards." Just then Luna and Artemis notice some kind of energy field surrounding the room, and the two cats see the spirit of Queen Serenity in front of them, in which Luna says, "Stunned, Queen Serenity." On the meanwhile, Serena's forehead gains her golden crescent moon of eternal sailor moon, and Queen Serenity, in which it glows with a powerful light. November 7, 2024, Floor 75, Boss Room. Inside of the Boss Room, it looked Usaga's death was imminent, with Kirito looking at Heathcliff/Kayaba with rage. But the ceiling of the room starts to glow with a bright golden light. Kirito asks, confused, "What?" Asuna says, amazed, "Kirito." Kirito looks to see Usaga's body glowing as golden orbs of light coming from the glowing ceiling pour into her, in which HP bar stops just a few tiny points away from zero, before Usaga's whole body is engulfed in bright light. Kirito asks, "What's going on here?" Heathcliff doesn't move, but his expression is one of amazement and awe. Within the golden light, Usagi lifts her head slowly and looks to only see golden light around her. Usagi asks weakly, "Am I dead?" Just then, a familiar female voice shouts out, "No way, Meatball Head, but you are going to be once you get back." A white glove's hand extends out, and Usagi looks up to see the Sailor Scouts, in their scout forms, and tuxedo mask in front of her eyes. Usagi asks, amazed, "Girls, Darien-kun." Sailor Venus asks, "Who were you expecting?" "Queen Beryl." Sailor Mars says, "There is no way that we are going to let you die here, Meatball Brain." Sailor Jupiter says, "No joke, Serena, get up." Sailor Uranus says, "This is just a game." "A death game, yes, but this is still just a game run by a system. It doesn't have the right to tell you that you are dead or not. You can't let it end here, not after all that we've been brought, after all that you have been through. Beryl, Doom Phantom, Mistress 9 and Pharaoh 90, Neptune and I, Chaos, you can't let it end here." Sailor Saturn says, "Please get up, Serenaheim, we need you." Tuxedo Mask says, "My love, you can't let it end like this. We have been through so much already. Get up, Serena. Get up." Tuxedo Mask extends his hand, and Usagi remembers her days as Sailor Moon and all of her battles. Usagi thinks in her mind, "They're right, after all we've been through, the battles we have fought, the enemies that we have defeated, the trails that we have gone through, I can't leave them. I can't leave my friends and my loved ones. They are all waiting for me. And the people here in SAO are counting on me. I can't let them down. Not here, not now." Usagi struggles up, and she grabs Tuxedo Mask's hand, in which she yells out, as she struggles back up with her golden crescent moon sigil appearing on her forehead. As the light in the boss room dies down, Everyone else is able to open their eyes and look in which they gasp what they see. Klein says, "No way, you have got to be kidding me." In front of everyone else, Usagi is being supported by see-through images of the Sailor Scouts and Tuxedo Mask. Isuna says, shocked, "Those are." Usagi, looking at Heathcliff and showing her golden crescent moon sigil on her forehead, says, "No, this isn't over, uncle." Asuna asks, stunned, "Usagi?" Just then Usagi's HP gauge quickly refills to full, and Usagi looks at the others in which they smile as if to say, "Now win." Heathcliff then says, "It has been a long time, my dear. However, I don't think that you are in the mood of pleasantries. I'm not exactly surprised by that, but I was surprised that you gained the mimic skill. It was in fact a prototype unique sword skill that I had sealed because the requirement was just too high. You see, only the player with the possibility of infinite potential could use this skill, but then again, I shouldn't be surprised that you could weld the skill, my dear. I mean, you are Sailor Moon after all." There are more gasps and Asuna asks, "Sailor Moon?" Usagi is inwardly surprised, but she says nothing while the images of Tuxedo Mask and the Sailor Scouts go inside of her, and she is bathed in light once more. However, instead of Usagi emerging from the light, Eternal Sailor Moon emerges from the light, but instead of 2 sets of 3 small white feathers on the forward portion of her scalp. There is a gorgeous silver crown with a large red heart jewel in the center of the crown, in which the heart jewel that has a golden crescent moon in the center of heart jewel. More gasps come from the other players, and Kirito says, stunned, "You have got to be kidding me." Sailor Moon tells Heathcliff, "How long have you known?" Heathcliff responds, "Ever since you became Sailor Moon about 4 years ago, my dear." Sailor Moon's eyes widen, and Heathcliff tells Sailor Moon, "My dear, your illusionary powers may hide your faces, but your hairstyle is too unique. Sailor Moon and you sharing the same hairstyle is a bit too obvious, my dear." Sailor Moon thinks in her mind, drolly, "I should have known." However, Sailor Moon then remembers all that happened in SAO and she asks, weakly, "Why? This insanity, this madness, how could you? This was supposed to be a wonderful dream that we were to share with the world, and instead, you turned it into a nightmare netherworld. You betrayed our family and the world. How could you do this? How could you commit to this monstrous act, Uncle Kayaba?" Tears were streaming from Sailor Moon's eyes at her formerly beloved uncle. Heathcliff replies, "I feel that you aren't inclined to listen to my explanation, my dear." Sailor Moon then gives a completely out-of-character deadly glare and she responds, "You're right, Kayaba. I'm not listening to you. Not anymore." Sailor Moon then glows and Heathcliff glows, causing his GM menu to appear, and the words "access denied" appeared in front of them, causing Heathcliff to give a look of surprise in which Sailor Moon says, "I've used my powers to temporarily deny you your GM privileges. You are now an ordinary player. Heathcliff." Sailor Moon then says, "Cardinal. System login, ID Moonbunny, password, castle in the sky." Just then, a bunch of windows and menus appear around Sailor Moon, and Sailor Moon says, "System command, release paralyzing effect from all players on this floor." Just then, the other players that were paralyzed start moving again. Agile says, "I can move." Klein says, "Same here." Isuna asks, shocked, "But how?" Kirito says, "I don't know how, but Usagi, Sailor Moon, she has gained control of Sword Art Online." There are gasps and Heathcliff says, "Well, not complete control. This is my world after all." Sailor Moon says, in an out-of-character plain tone, "Not when I'm done. System command, generate object, ID Dark Repulsor." Just then, an exact duplicate of Kirito's Dark Repulsor appears in front of Sailor Moon, and she takes it into her right hand, in which she uses her player menu to bring out her elucidator and put it into her left hand. Sailor Moon says, "System command, set pain absorber to minimum levels." A screen appears with the words "pain absorber," and it goes down to minimum levels. Kirito yells out, shocked, "Shit, I think that she just took a blow to the head." Isuna asks, "What's wrong?" Kirito says, "The pain absorber is what limits pain signals are sent to our brain when our avatars are damaged. If set to minimum levels, our real bodies could suffer real damage because the brain is being fooled that we are getting injured." Klein says, stunned, "You're kidding." Heathcliff tells Sailor Moon, "Very bold and completely unlike you, my dear." Sailor Moon responds, her virtual face wet from her virtual tears, "You can thank yourself for that. For 2 long years, I've shed these tears for all of the innocent people that you murdered for the sake of your stupid game. All those good people, all those lost lives, their lost futures. I can never forgive you. Sword Art Online Music, Swordland starts. Sailor Moon, completely out of character, charges at Heathcliff and strikes him with a heavy blow with her new dark repulsor, and Heathcliff blocks with his shield. But the force was so powerful, Heathcliff roars out as he is flung into the wall, which greatly cracks from the impact, and the words "immortal object" appear in violet windows, but they then shatter as quickly as they come. Heathcliff regains his focus, in time, in order to avoid a side slash from Sailor Moon, using her elucidator, which cut a huge trench into the virtual stone wall, causing more violet windows with the words "immortal object" to shatter. Agile says, shocked, "No way. Objects like walls in SAO can't be damaged at all." Kirito says, "Not anymore. She isn't following SAO's rules anymore." Heathcliff is also amazed, and he asks, "So, is this power what I see before me, the power that you possess? Is this the power of your Imperium silver crystal?" Sailor Moon says, "You should worry about yourself, murderer." Once again, going completely out of character, Sailor Moon unleashes a barrage with her 2 swords, using the same dual welding skill that Kirito has due to her mimic skill. But unlike with Kirito and Heathcliff just moments ago, Sailor Moon combines it with powerful kicks, in which she lands a powerful kick to Heathcliff, sending him into the ground. Heathcliff rolls and leaps to his feet, only to get cut in the face 4 times by Sailor Moon's linear, causing his health to drop a little as well as causing him to stumble. Sailor Moon follows that up with a knee thrust that slams into Heathcliff's shield, but the force is so strong that it sends Heathcliff skidding back a bit. Heathcliff says, "This strength, it isn't just yours, is it?" Sailor Moon says, "No, it's the strength of the man that I love and my best friends who are waiting for me back home. You can't win." Heathcliff says, "We are going to have to see about that, my dear." Heathcliff attacks Sailor Moon, in which she blocks Heathcliff's sword with her sword, but she takes a powerful blow from Heathcliff's shield, and knocking her to the ground, however, Sailor Moon turns the tables with a spin kick that sweeps Heathcliff off and his feet, and down to the ground, in which Sailor Moon rolls backwards and away from her opponent before she leaps to her feet. Sailor Moon says, "This is the mighty Heathcliff, huh? What a joke if you ask me. Stay down." Heathcliff gets to his feet and he says, "If you are trying to insult me, it isn't working." Sailor Moon says, with tears of anger in her eyes, "Insult. I wouldn't go low as you did, Kayaba. All this for a stupid game? A fucking game? I thought that I knew you, but it looks like I never knew you at all. And now I see you for what you truly are. A rotten control freak. You had it all and you had to throw it all away from a stupid, worthless game that you wanted to control. But seeing you as you are now, I can believe it. The only way that you can keep people in your world is for you to imprison them in it. But then again, this world is empty and worthless, much like you are." Heathcliff's eyebrow twitches, and he doesn't respond at all. Instead, he attacks Sailor Moon with more fierceness than before, though he doesn't show it in his expression. Klein says, "Wow, I never that she was such a gifted speaker." Agile says, "Doesn't seem to have affected a guy like him." Kirito says, "You're wrong, Agile. She just struck him right at the core." Everyone looks at Kirito and he says, "She just hit Kayaba right where it hurt, and it hurt him even more because his own formerly beloved niece just said it to his face. Personally, he deserved every single word, especially what he did to Usagi." Klein says, "You got that right. Anyway, let's get in there." Kirito says, "No, Klein. This is her fight and her fight alone." Asuna says, stunned, "Kirito." Kirito says, "I don't want her to die and I know that she won't die. However, this battle is personal to her. I can tell. She has been suppressing the core of her pain, grief, sorrow, and her anger with her determination for 2 long years, and now she is letting Kayaba have right now." As the other players look on as Kayaba and Sailor Moon continue to fight, the duel turns into more of an all-out brawl with Sailor Moon, combining dual welding with martial arts kicks, punches, and throws, in which she is somehow using the strength and combat knowledge of her fellow Sailor Scouts to fight against her formerly beloved uncle, while Heathcliff manages to use his divine blade skill to barely hold on against Sailor Moon's assault, nicking her at multiple points in the fight, causing her to winch in pain since the pain absorbers at a minimum levels. and showing that he can use unarmed combat with punches to the gut, and a punch to Sailor Moon's face at another point. But neither Sailor Moon or Kayaba back down at all, as they continue to give it their all, with Kayaba having an impassive and cool expression, and Sailor Moon having a completely out-of-character, deadly determined expression on her face. Asuna thinks in her mind, "Usagi, please." Kirito whispers to Asuna, "Asuna, get ready to throw Usagi your rapier at my signal." Asuna asks Kirito, "Kirito?" Kirito responds, "Trust me, Asuna." Asuna gently nods her head, and they continue to watch the intense battle in which Sailor Moon sends a powerful blow to Heathcliff's shield, in which Heathcliff strains against this assault. But he comes back with a powerful knee thrust to Sailor Moon's gut, causing her to gasp, as she is sent flying back with her dark repulsor flying out of her hands. Heathcliff says, "You mistakenly believed that I just relied on my knowledge of my game, my dear. You made a big mistake." Sailor Moon says, "That's what you think." Sailor Moon then uses her free hand to perform the martial arts skill Embracer, and she hits Heathcliff's shield, which shatters into data polygons from the huge impact. There are gasps, and Agile says, stunned, "His shield." Klein says, shocked, "She broke it." Sailor Moon falls to the ground in front of Heathcliff, and like a signal, Kirito charges at top speed, grabbing the fallen dark repulsor, and attacks Heathcliff with a powerful series of assaults with his two swords. Kirito says, "This game is over, Kayaba. Starburst stream." Kirito then unleashes his signature combo of his dual welding skill, but even without his shield, Heathcliff manages to block the attacks with his sword or dodge them thanks to his knowledge. Klein asks, shocked, "Kirito, what are you doing?" Heathcliff says with a smile, "Poor move, Kirito." Kirito responds with a sly smirk, "It would be, if I was trying to hit you and not distract you." Heathcliff then gives a rare look of shock, and he notices a glow in which he glanced to see Sailor Moon with Asuna's rapier, lambent light, and she throws it right at Heathcliff, in which he has no time to dodge, as the blade impales him in the chest, causing him to gasp out in shock and pain. Sailor Moon shouts out, "Kirito now?" Kirito, not suffering from a post-motion delay from using his skill for some unknown reason, drops Dark Repulsor, grabs the hilt of Asuna's sword, and with a mighty yell, he brings Asuna's sword upwards and cleave Heathcliff in half, in which Heathcliff just smiles as if to say, "Well done," before lights come out of his body, and he shatters into multiple data polygons. However, the light doesn't stop as it engulfs Kirito. Sword Art Online Music, Swordland ends. Asuna and Sailor Moon shout out in unison, "Kirito." The two of them leap into the light before anyone could stop them, and the other players can only shield their eyes from the light. On the meanwhile, through the rest of Aincard, a loud ringing sound is heard, forcing the other surviving players to look up into the sky as the words "warning" and "system announcement" appear in the skies. Soon after, an emotionless female voice says, on November 7, at 2:55 p.m., the game has been cleared. Repeat, the game has been cleared. At first, the other players couldn't understand, but they quickly realized that their ordeal is finally over, and the players all over Aincard start to cheer and shout in excitement as the day that they had waited for 2 long years has come. Their freedom from SAO. November 7, 2024, unknown location inside the SAO world. Somewhere within the game world, Sailor Moon opens her eyes to see that she is on an invisible platform on the clouds. Sailor Moon asks, "What's going on here? Where am I?" Just then Asuna's voice booms, "Usagi." Sailor Moon turns to see Asuna and Kirito coming towards her. Sailor Moon asks, "Asuna, Kirito." Kirito tells Sailor Moon, "We're still in SAO, but not on Aincard." Kirito points in a direction, and Asuna and Sailor Moon look to see the massive castle world of Aincard crumbling apart. Sailor Moon asks, "What's going on?" Just then a male voice says, "The end of a story, my moon princess." Sailor Moon, Kirito, and Asuna whip to the source to see a man in his late 20s with mess brown hair, dark eyes, wearing a long white lab coat over a white shirt with a brown tie, black pants with a matching gray belt, and black plain shoes. Kirito says, "Kayaba." In his true look, Akihiko Kayaba says, "At Argus headquarters, 5 floors below street level, the SAO mainframe is deleting all the data in its drives. In about 10 minutes, this entire world will vanish." Kirito asks, "What about the people?" Asuna asks, "What about the players?" Kayaba responds, "None of you have to worry, other than yourselves. The other surviving players have been logged out just moments ago after your victory against me." Kirito asks, "And what about the people that died? What about them?" Kayaba replies plainly, "They will never return. In any world, real or virtual, when you are dead, you are gone." Sailor Moon shouts out with tears of anger and sorrow in her eyes, "And what right did you have to decide that for them?" When Kayaba looks at Sailor Moon, she says with tears in her eyes, "Why? Why, Uncle Kayaba? How could you? How could you do this? You had no right to take their lives. You had no right to take their futures away. Do you know how much all of us have suffered all these years? Don't you ever care? This was supposed to be a new frontier for everyone to enjoy, and you have betrayed that dream that I held in my mind and in my heart when I thought about this game. I just don't understand." Kayaba doesn't say a thing for a moment, and he then says, "My darling Moon Bunny, I will try not to make any lies or excuses to you. Yes, I have betrayed you in the worst way possible. Your anger towards me is completely justified in that matter. You thought that Sword Art Online was one thing and I had made it into another. Personally, I had wished that you had never come here. However, it is what it is. To be honest, my princess, part of me doesn't remember why I did all this. It was so long. Before you yell at me some more, despite it being completely justified, let me tell you that before I thought up the full dive system, I dreamed of this. A castle in a world not governed by earthly laws or restrictions was my dream. I poured my heart and spirit into it to make it reality. I created this world, and yet, I saw something that greatly surpassed it. My steel castle. I don't remember how old I was when I dreamed of it. I dreamed of leaving the earth and flying to that castle. I wanted that more than anything else. I want to believe that it is still out there. That somewhere out there, the castle is still floating out there." Sailor Moon says solemnly, "Baka, Uncle, you are such a baka. For someone so smart, you are so stupid. You had a wonderful castle." Sailor Moon points to herself and then her heart, in which she says, "Right here. And you threw it all away for this and dragged 10,000 mainly good and innocent people into your twisted dream. Even if that castle is out there, you will never find it. It will be your punishment for committing this horror." Kayaba says with a nod, "Yes, you are most likely right, my princess. I had thrown away a wonderful castle and its princess, who is right in front of me. And I am not patronizing you, but you, of all people, have a right to condemn me for what I did. I have caused unnecessary pain and given you scars that may never heal in your heart. However, you have to learn something. You are only mortal. Even Sailor Moon can't save anymore. I had no right to force you to learn that lesson, my princess, but it is a fact of life no matter what reality you are in. When you ascend to your own castle, I hope that you will remember that lesson to heart and become a stronger and better person when you become a true queen." Sailor Moon's eyes widen as Asuna and Kirito give confused looks. Kayaba tells her, "By the way, congratulations to you, Kirito, and Asuna Usagi. You have won the game. Now, I should go." Kayaba then turns away, and he vanishes in a puff of smoke when a virtual wind comes through. After a few short moments of silence, as the last part of Aincard disintegrates into nothingness, Sailor Moon faces Asuna and Kirito, and she says, "I guess this is goodbye. Most likely, any second from now, we will be returning to the real world since he took us away to talk to us for a few minutes." Asuna tells Sailor Moon with a warm smile, "No way, Usagi. We can find each other back in the real world." Asuna says, looking at Kirito, "We can reunite in the real world and have real adventures together." Kirito says with a nod, "Yeah." Asuna tells Kirito, "Anyway, you never told me your real name, Kirito." Kirito's eyes widen and he says with a smile, Kazuto Kirigaya. Last month I turned 16. Asuna says, "Kazuto Kirigaya, so you are younger than me. I'm Asuna Yuuki. I'm 17 now." Kirito says amazed, "Asuna Yuuki." Sailor Moon thinks in her mind, she used her real name for her avatar name? Wow, hold on, where have I heard that name before? Kirito and Asuna look at Sailor Moon, and Asuna tells Sailor Moon, "Usagi, we would ask your name, but we can understand why you won't give it." Kirito says, "Yeah, you are a big-time super heroine after all." Sailor Moon says with a nervous giggle, "I wouldn't say that. Famous, yes, but big-time? I don't think so." Kirito retorts teasingly, "And so humble too." Sailor Moon says with a smirk, "Very funny, Kirito." Sailor Moon then says with a calm tone, "No, I don't think that I will hold back my real name from you." Kirito and Asuna gasp in shock and she says, with a warm smile, "We have been through so much. I can't keep my secrets from you. You are the best friends that I had in SAO and the only thing that kept me sane in a way. I don't know where I would be if it wasn't for friends like you. I know that I'll get it from my fellow scouts, especially Sailor Mars, but I don't care. It is my choice. My real name is Serena Tsukino." Asuna says, amazed, "Serena Tsukino." Kirito says, "Calm of the Moon, nice." Sailor Moon says, "Thank you, Kirito." As they start to glow, Kirito says, "This is it." Sailor Moon says, "See you soon." Asuna says, "We will, Usagi." The three of them smile as they vanish, in which afterwards, the world of SAO, of Aincard, vanishes forever. November 7, 2024, Juban Hospital Ward. Inside of Serena's hospital room, Darien and the Sailor Scouts are looking at Serena's form, the golden crescent moon sigil gone from her forehead, as Ami is looking over the computer while Michelle is looking at her mirror. Amara asks Michelle, "Anything?" Michelle says, "No, nothing." Lita asks, "What's going on?" Ami then gasps and Ray asks Ami, What is it?" Ami says the game has been cleared. There are gasps and Mina asks, "What did you say?" Ami yells out, "The game has just been cleared." Just then Hataru notices Serena's eyebrow twitch. Hataru shouts out, surprised, "Her eyebrow just twitched, everyone." Everyone then looks at Serena, causing them to gasp in shock and amazement when they see Serena starts to slowly open her eyes. Serena thinks in her mind weakly, Where am I?" As the fog from her eyes lift, she sees the hospital lights and she thinks, "Lights, am I in some kind of building now?" Serena's eyes then widen when she sees Darien to her right and she couldn't believe what she is seeing. Serena thinks in her mind, stunned, Darien-kun? Darien-kun? I can't believe it. Can this be real?" Serena weakly turns her head, and her eyes widen to see all of her friends and Sailor Scouts assembled all around her, in which they are starting to smile. Ray then realizes something and she shouts out, "Ami-chan, check the nerve gear." Ami comes out of her stupor and she responds, "Right." Serena couldn't hear them since she hasn't been using her ears for 2 long years, in which Ami says, "It's disconnected." Lita says, "Get it off her now." Quickly, Lita, carefully and quickly, removes the nerve gear from Serena's head and she looks at it with her widening eyes. By this time, the guards have heard the sounds coming from the room and they have opened the door to gasp to see Serena's awakened form, and Amara shouts at them, "What are you waiting for? Get the nurses and doctors quick." The guards come out of their stupor and one of them replies, nervously, "Right." The guards then rush to get the doctor and nurses, in which the survivors of SAO in this hospital are also waking up since they have been logged out too. Serena looks at Darien and she tries to say, "Didi." She winches and she thinks in her mind, "It's so hard to speak." With tears of joy in his eyes, Darien says with a smile, "Don't try to talk yet, meatball head. I'm right here. I'm here." Serena then struggles to raise her right hand, which feels like a block of lead to her since she hasn't been using her body at all for 2 years, and she manages to touch his face, in which he gently grabs her hand. Serena thinks in her mind, "This is real, this isn't a dream, it's real, I'm home, I've made it home." Serena then starts to shed tears of joy and she manages to croak out, "G-girls, Darien-kun." The other scouts with the 2 Lunarian felines in the room, who are also shedding tears, assemble around her and Ami says happily, "We're here, Serena. We're right here." Lita says happily, "We knew that you could do it, girl." Hataru says with a warm smile, "Welcome home, Serenaheim." Serena can't help to feel joy at safely arriving back in the real world, but she then thinks about Kirito, Asuna, and the other friends and comrades in SAO. Serena thinks in her mind, Kirito, Asuna, the others. Serena struggles to a sitting position and Darien says, gently holding her, "No, Seer, don't get up." Ray says, "Don't injure yourself, meatball head, you just woke up. Don't kill yourself just when we got you back." Serena says weakly, Sorry, Pyro." Mina says with tears in her eyes, "We're just glad that you are okay. You're finally home, Serena." Serena says, with a warm smile and tears of happiness in her eyes, "Home." Serena then starts to cry, and she hugs Darien, in which he hugs her gently back to make sure that he doesn't hurt her weakened body. Darien says, with a warm, loving tone and smile, "Yes, you're home, Serena. I'm so glad that you are back, my meatball head, and I will never let you go again." The other scouts smile warmly at this with tears of happiness in their eyes as the doctors and nurses available enter the room to find this scene. Some distance away, looking through a pair of binoculars, with her features mainly covered by shadows, Sailor Nebula looks over the scene. She lowers the binoculars and she says, a smile seen on her lips, "Welcome home, Serena." Sailor Nebula then says, with a sigh, "However, your battle hasn't ended. It has only begun." Sailor Nebula then flies off into the distance to leave our moon princess along with her beloved prince and friends as Serena cries as she is finally reunited with the people that she loves after 2 long years in the nightmare of Sword Art Online. Chapter 8, Home Not So Sweet Home. November 7, 2024, Floor 75 Field. Within the field area of Floor 75, a group of players are fighting monsters, and when we get closers, we get a closer look at these players. Look at these players. We find a young man with spiky brown hair, brown eyes, and wearing flame-designed version of Klein's samurai armor with a strange symbol in orange on it, instead of the symbol of Klein's guild, in which he is welding a samurai katana. The next person is another young man with well-combed blonde hair, blue eyes, and he has silver blue knight's armor with a lance and a shield. The third person is another young man with dark blonde hair, blue eyes, and wearing yellow shirt with silver chest armor plate in front of it, black fingerless gloves, silver armored elbow pads, black jeans, black armored knee pads, and steel-toed boots. We also find him welding a 2-handed sword. The fourth person is a young woman with a long, flowing violet hair, bright brown eyes, and she is wearing an outfit similar to Asuna's Knight of the Blood outfit, but it is mainly violet where Asuna's outfit is white. Her skirt is green. The crossed on the outfit are missing on this outfit, and she is welding a rapier in her hands. The fifth person is another young man, is well-combed short dark blue hair that can be mistaken as violet at times, blue eyes, and he is wearing dark gray armor with a 1-handed sword and shield. The final person is a second young woman is long flowing magenta hair, brown eyes under a pair of large circular glasses, and she is wearing a magenta version of Lisbeth's outfit with flame red gloves on her hands and black combat boots on her feet in which she has a mace in her hands. They finish the final monster, and the man with spiky brown hair says, "Come on, guys, we might still be able to help." The blonde with the 2-handed sword responds, "Hey, Teichai, you were the reason that we were late." The spiky brown-haired samurai responds, "It isn't just my fault." The blonde in the knight's armor asks, "So, you are admitting that it is your fault, bro?" The spiky brown-haired samurai says, with a smile, "Like you and your wife, Juniper, didn't do anything to make us late, Yamato." The magenta-haired woman shouts out, with a blush, "At least I don't snore so loud that I keep the entire guild awake." The spiky brown-haired male, Teichai, shouts out embarrassed, "I don't snore." The blue-haired male says, "Can we focus everyone? Plus, they used a corridor crystal to get to the boss room, and from what I heard, the boss room's doors close when players enter to take it on, and they don't get out unless they beat the boss or the boss kills all the players that face it." The violet-haired woman asks nervously, "Are you sure, Sam?" The blue-haired male responds with a nod, "Yeah, Miyako." The blonde with the 2-handed sword says, "I wouldn't worry about it so much. I mean, it is being led by the Knights of the Blood Oath, and you remember that they recently recruited the Black Swordsman." The blonde in the knight's armor, Yamato, asks, "You mean the guy that has the powerful dual welding sword skill, Takashi?" The blonde with the 2-handed sword, with a nod, "That's right, bro." The violet-haired woman says, with a smile, "And they also have Asuna the Flash. She is just so awesome, beautiful and powerful at the same time." The magenta-haired woman says, "No joke, Miyako." The group is nearing the entrance to the dungeon, and a group of monsters is waiting for them in which Yamato asks the magenta-haired woman, with a smile, "Ready, Juniper?" The magenta-haired woman, Juniper, responds, "Always, sweetie." But then an alarm is heard and the monsters vanish as quickly as they appeared. The violet-haired woman, Miyako, asks, "What's going on?" The blue-haired male, Sam, responds, "I don't know." They look up and they see the sky turn red with signs including warning and system announcement, causing the group's eyes to go wide. Miyako says nervously, "Not again." Miyako goes into Sam's arms while Junpei goes into Yamato's arms. Yamato asks angrily, "What now?" Teichai says, "I don't know." Just then a monotone female voice says, "Attention, attention. Today, November 7th, 2024, 2:55 Japanese Standard Time, 14:55 hours Aincard time, the game has been cleared. Repeat, the game has been cleared." There are gasps from the group and Miyako asks, shocked, what did she say?" The blonde with the two-handed sword, Takashi, asks, stunned, "Did we just hear what I think we heard?" The monotone female voice then calls out, "All players will now be logged out of the game. Repeat, all players will now be logged out of the game. Please stop where you are." After that, this group, along with the rest of the players in Aincard, starts to cheer and shout. Miyako shouts out excitedly, "We're free, we're finally free." Junpei yells out excitedly, "Yamato-kun, we're free." Teichai asks shocked, "But how?" Takashi says, "I don't know, we're only on this floor, we shouldn't be even close to the final boss yet." Miyako shouts out, "Who cares? Somehow they did it, they actually did it." Miyako kisses Ken on the lips while Junpei does the same for Yamato. Teichai says with a wide smile, "I don't know who did it or how, but they are heroes. I just wish that we could have seen it." Takashi says, "Same here, Teichai. I mean Tai. Now, let's get ready to go home." The others in the group nod their heads in agreement, and soon enough, all of them are enveloped in a glow as they leave Aincard for good. November 8, 2024, Hospital in the Odiaba district of Tokyo. Within a hospital in the Odiaba district of Tokyo, Teichai, real name Taikamiya Yamato, real name Matt Ishida Takashi, real name Takaru TK Takashi, Miyako, real name Yolei Anao, Sam, real name Ken Ikijauji, and Juniper, real name Jun Matamiya, are in hospital gown in hospital beds with their parents along with their friends, Sora Takenouchi, Mimi Takakawa, Joe Kaido, Izzy Izumi, and Cody Hida, with a group of creatures known as Digimon, short for digital monsters, are with them. Mimi says with tears of happiness, "Thank God, we were so afraid." Joe asks, "How did you ever escape?" Matt says, "We didn't. Someone managed to somehow beat the final boss before we get even close to the 100th floor." Mimi asks, "Really?" Izzy says with a nod, "Based on that data that I could gather as part of the task force that was handling this, what we call the SAO incident, Matt's right. Somehow, the final boss appeared after the team that went after that level's boss monster and beat the boss of that level, and somehow, someone beat the final boss. I didn't get a good look at the data just yet." Yolei says, "Well, whoever they are real heroes." There are nods of agreement, and Joe says, "Well, it doesn't mean that you are out of the woods. You haven't been using your bodies for 2 years now. You are going to need to rebuild all of the muscle that weakened all of the years, and you have been forced nutrients and liquids to keep your bodies alive. You are going to need to build up muscles before you can even walk again." TK asks with a sarcastic tone, "So that's the reason that my legs feel like lead." TK asks with a smile, "By the way, where are Davis and Kari?" Yolei says with a smile, "Not surprising that he is late as usual, but I can forgive him this once." However, the friends of Tai, TK, Matt, Yolei, Ken, and Jun become solemn, and Jun asks, "What's with the faces?" Mimi says nervously, "Jun, I'm not sure if there is any easy way to say this." Jun asks, getting suspicious, "What do you mean, where is the squirt?" Sora says nervously, "Tai." Tai looks at his mother, Mrs. Kamiya, and he asks, "Mom, where's Kari?" Tai's mother becomes solemn, and Joe says plainly, "Tai, they're gone. Kari and Davis disappeared around a year ago." The group of SAO survivors gasps in shock, and Tai yells out, "What do you mean?" Tai grunts out and holds his throat, in which Sora tells Tai, "Tai, easy, please don't push yourself." Cody says, "You haven't been using your mouth or voice for 2 years." Joe says, "Cody is right, you need to take it slow." Jun says, her face showing anger, "Take it slow? I can't take it slow since you said that you lost my little brother." Joe says nervously, "We didn't lose them per se." Mimi says nervously, "They ran away." Sora says, "This whole situation was too much for them after what they went through around 5 years ago at Yolei's home." Yolei says shocked, "But I I thought that they were getting better. Joe says, Yolai, the two of them went through a traumatic experience on that day. Yolai says, but if what could they have done? If things didn't happen the way that they did, those fiends would have murdered them and us too. They saved all of our lives that day. Cody says, we all know that, Yolai, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't horrifying, and what happened at school didn't make things better. They were emotionally and mentally scarred from the experience. Izzy says solemnly, and when all of you, especially Ty and Jun, were trapped in SAO and you could have died at any time, their worlds came crashing down. Joe says solemnly, Davis and Kari are both strong people, but even they have their limits. What happened to you may be only part of it, but it caused to crash completely. Mimi says solemnly, it was horrible, and then they just ran away and vanished. Izzy says, their Digivice signals were being blocked somehow, and we searched in both the Digi world and real world for them. We know that Veman and Gataman are with them, and Azulongman and Jenai both told us until now they are still alive. Ty says with a sigh of relief, thank goodness. Cody says, however, when everyone looks at him, Cody says, they also said that a great darkness lies within their hearts, and the only way that they can heal is that the Valkyrie of the moon fighting with you in your castle prison help reignite the light in their hearts and make them shine like the sun once more. Matt asks, what's that supposed to mean? Mimi says with a shrug, I don't know. Ken asks, wait, could they be talking about the White Valkyrie? Everyone looks at Ken and Sora asks, White Valkyrie? Yolai says, oh yeah, she was a legend there. She is an elite solo player that works with us, assault team players, and she wearing this special white cloak that prevents her from seeing her face and the rest of her head. TK says, and it is said that she is Kayaba's niece. There are gasps and Izzy says, I heard about that. I had managed to overhear some of the top brass of our SAO task force, mentioning that Kayaba had trapped a member of his own family in SAO. Mimi asks stunned, seriously? Ty says with a nod, yeah, we heard about it a month or so after we were trapped in SAO. After the first boss was beaten, the players that fought in that group told us that Kayaba's own niece was there. A few of the players had tried to turn the mass of the players against her, but she was as much of a victim as we were, even more so. And throughout those 2 hellish years, she did her best to save as many players as possible. TK says with a nod, she became quite a legend in SAO. Mimi says amazed, wow. Izzy asks, could this be the person that Jenai and Azulongman were talking about? Joe says, I'm not sure if we will ever know. Since his family had no part in his madness, the government is going to do what they can to keep any information about them from getting out of the public. Heck, I heard that Kayaba's own parents had to be put into protective custody due to the threats of retaliation against his family for this. Cody says, he also ruined the lives of the people that worked at Argus, in which they may never get away from the stigma of being part of the company that helped him create SAO and Nerve Gear. And that means that they may want to get back at Kayaba by getting at his family. Yolai says, that's dumb. TK says with a nod, we know Yolai, but you know how people can be. Ty says, well, whoever she is, she may be our only hope in finding my sister and Davis. Jun says, doubtful she can help us now, Camia. I mean, she must be in the same rough shape that we are in. Joe says, for now, let us handle looking for Davis and Kari. All of you should focus on getting better. You have a long road to regain your strength. Ty, TK, Ken, Yolai, Matt, and Jun nod their heads in agreement, and Jun thinks in her mind, geez, Davis, you squirt. What happened to you? I finally come home after that nightmare and now, you are gone. When I get strong enough and we find you, I'm going to give you a real lashing for making me worry so much. Yolai says, now that I think about her, I wonder who the White Valkyrie was. TK says, well, I hope that she made it out like we did, and she is safe and sound. She deserves after all she did for us players. The others nod their heads in agreement as the half a dozen SAO survivors prepare for their long recovery period. 2 of them hope their missing family members are safe out there. December 7, 2024. Right now, we find Eternal Sailor Moon fighting against Heathcliff, with Sailor Moon using Elucidator and Dark Repulsor swords against Heathcliff and his shield, and Sword in which the 2 of them are fighting hard. Eternal Sailor Moon has an out-of-character, deadly determined look, and Heathcliff continues to slyly smile at Sailor Moon. And they continue on until Sailor Moon unleashes an assault that causes Heathcliff to lose his guard completely, in which Sailor Moon uses one of her swords to cut off Heathcliff's head, which rolls onto the floor while his body collapses and turns into data polygons. Sailor Moon is staring in shock at what just happened, and what she just did, in which a familiar female voice shouts out, "Usagi, Usagi!" Sailor Moon looks up and gasps to see Asuna tied to a cross. Sailor Moon yells out, shocked, "Asuna!" Sailor Moon tries to step forward to help, but just then shadows come out of the ground, and these shadows turn into ghoulish version of the players of SAO that died, including Diaval and Kobats, for example. Ghoul Kobats asks, in a ghoulish version of his voice, "Why didn't you save us?" Sailor Moon yelps out in fear as Ghoul Kobats leaps at her, and she dodges, in which she then looks to see Kirito fighting against other ghoul versions of dead players, including Kiradil and the Moonlit Black Cats. Sailor Moon says, stunned, "Kirito." Kirito shouts out, "Don't worry about me, save Asuna." Kirito fights back and slashes through the undead players, but after they are sliced apart and shatter into data polygons, they reform right back. Sailor Moon asks, "What's happening?" She then sees the head of Heathcliff roll over and smile at her. Heathcliff's head then says, "You may have defeated me, but you couldn't save them, my dear princess." Sailor Moon yelps out in fear, and she then sees the tied-up Asuna being dragged away. Sailor Moon yells out, "Asuna, Asuna!" She then swallows her fear and tries to fight through the ghoul version of the dead players, but every time she strikes them down, they seem to come back and Asuna seems to be dragged into the darkness. Kirito shouts out, "Asuna!" Kirito then gets swarmed by the seemingly undead players, and he yells out as he is engulfed by them. Sailor Moon shouts out, horrified, "Kirito!" Just then a large amount of data polygons comes from the mass of ghoulish players, and they turn on Sailor Moon, in which they keep saying, "What didn't you save us?" over and over again, while they swarm her, in which she screams out in pure terror, in which Serena Tsukino, aka Sailor Moon, age 18, walks up in a cold sweat in a large bed in which she is just wearing white lingerie. Just then a pair of gently grabs her, and she whips to look to see her beloved prince, Darien Shields, aka Tuxedo Mask, just wearing a pair of tight-fitting black boxers to show his perfectly male muscular chest, looking at her with great concern. Darien tells her, Serena, are you okay?" Serena looks at Darien, tears then flow from her eyes, and she then hugs and starts to shed tears on his chest. Luna, Serena's talking black feline advisor, leaps onto the bed and she asks, concerned, "What happened?" Darien gently hugs Serena and gently brushes her hair, in which he replies, "She just woke up with a scream and in a cold sweat." When Serena looks at Darien, he asks, "Another nightmare?" Serena wipes her tears and she says with a nod, "Yeah." Luna thinks in her mind, solemnly, "Oh, dear, not another one? Poor Serena. It has been a whole month since she got back from that dreadful nightmare that was Sword Art Online, a practical virtual prison imprisoning her and so many others within a virtual world created by her own uncle, who she loved and adorned until he started this madness. She suffered for 2 long years struggling to get out and watch so many people die because of what her uncle did. And with current situation, the SAO incident isn't over for her. Darien tells Serena with a warm, loving tone, "I'm here, my love. I will always be here for you, meatball head." Serena responds, warmly and lovingly, "Darien-kun." Serena and Darien share a passionate and loving kiss, but Darien's eyes grow wide as Serena deeply and passionately kisses with intensity that he never felt from his beloved princess, with her hands roaming all over his body and her chest molding to his, which is greatly surprising him. When they release from the kiss, Serena sees his surprised expression and she asks, "Is something wrong?" Darien responds, "No, Seer, it is just, I never saw you so passionate before." Serena replies with a blush, "Sorry." Darien tells Serena, with a blush, "There is nothing to be sorry about. I was surprised that you wanted me to sleep in the same bed." Serena tells Darien with a sigh, It is just I need to feel you, touch you. I need to know that this is real. I've been trapped in a prison with so many good and innocent people for 2 long years. For the first few days that I was back, I was so afraid. Afraid I was still trapped in that nightmarish prison that my uncle, no, that Kayaba made for us all. Darien embraces Serena gently and he tells her, "You're not, my love. You are here. You are back home with us and with me." Serena gently lies her head on his chest and enjoys the feeling in which she looks to see the clock in Darienne's room says 8:15 a.m. Serena says, "Anyway, it is time to get up and have some breakfast." Darienne and Luna look at her surprised and Luna asks, "You aren't going back to sleep?" Serena responds with a curious look on her face, "Why would I? It's morning. Darien-kun, could you make breakfast? I'm starving. I'll get into a shower." Serena gently gets off the bed and walks to the shower. Luna tells Serena, "Please be careful, Serena. You only got back a month ago." Serena tells Luna, "Luna, I'm fine. Thanks to my powers, especially the silver crystal, I recovered very quickly and I don't need crutches to walk now." Luna says, "Yes, we know, but even with the enhanced recovery, which is hard to explain to the doctors and nurses, you aren't back full strength. You still need to build up some more muscle and meat in order to get back your full strength, especially more so since you need to eat more since the silver crystal enhanced your life support during those 2 long years, which is why you were in better condition than your fellow survivors." Serena says with a smile, "Why do you think that I want a really big breakfast this morning, Luna? Anyway, Darien-kun, make sure that it is full of pancakes, waffles, and all that good stuff." Darien says, with a smile, "Of course." Serena blows him a kiss and she heads into the bathroom of Darienne's apartment in which she is staying right now. When she is in the bathroom, Luna and Darienne sigh and Luna says, "She seems to be the same, but she is so different now." Darienne says, "She has been through a lot, Luna. If she can recover at all, it is going to take time." Luna says, "Yes, Darienne, I know, and the current situation isn't making it any better for her." Darienne says, "We are going to do what we can and figure out what's going on." Darienne gets to his feet and off the bed in which he says, "Asuna-san is one of the few precious friends that help my love mainly keep herself together in that 2-year ordeal. We're going to do what we can to set her and the others free." Luna says, "Yes, but since SAO is gone, I don't get what's keeping them trapped in the virtual world since there is no virtual world." Darienne says, "They might be in another virtual prison stored in the SAO servers, but access is still restricted out of the fear that we might set those nerve gears off." Luna says with a nod, "I know, Darienne, but I think that for Serena's sake, we need to bring Asuna-san and the others still trapped by the nerve gear home. Until we do, Sword Art Online will never be over for her, and she will never truly begin to heal." Darienne nods his head in agreement and heads off to start breakfast while inside of the bathroom, Serena gently washes her body and wraps a towel around her in which she looks at herself in a mirror. Serena thinks in her mind, 1 month, it is still hard to believe that I'm back. I'm home. I'm back in my Serena Tsukino's body. It has been a whole month, but it feels like yesterday. Flashback, November 7, 2024. Within Serena's hospital room, she is being helped take a drink of water by her friends, while a doctor and nurse with help from Darienne is examining her with the Sailor Scouts and her family, who have recently arrived, are with her. It is close to closing hours, but the doctors and nurses decide to allow them to stay since they are doing with all of the family and friends of the other SAO victims that are just waking up. Ikuko says, "My baby, my little girl, I'm so glad that you are home." Serena says weakly, "Mom, I'm not a little girl anymore." Kenji says, "You will always be our little princess, Serena. We are just so glad that you are alive and home." Serena says, "I'm so sorry that I worried you, Dad." Kenji tells Serena, "You have nothing to apologize about, sweetie. We are just so glad that you are okay. Not to insult you, but it is a miracle that you survived in that hell of a prison." Sammy says with a smile, "We're glad that you are okay, Meatball Head." Serena says, "Hey, Squirt." When Sammy looks at Serena, she says with a weak smile, "Told you that I beat the game." Sammy says, "No way, stop kidding around." Just then a male voice says, "I don't believe that your sister is kidding around, Sammy-san." Everyone looks to the source. They see a man with short, messy black hair, brown eyes with octagon glasses in front of them, and wearing a dark green business suit. Ami asks, Seijiro Dono, what are you doing here? Amara asks, who is this? Trista responds, Seijiro Kikuoka, the head of what is known as the SAO Case Victims Rescue Force. And basically, Ami-chan's, Ikuko's, and my boss while we worked on how to get Serena and the other victims of SAO out of there. There are gasps and the man says, that's correct, but despite all of the work and investigation, we were unable to do anything. Ikuko asks, why are you here? The man, Seijiro, says, I was hoping to talk to your daughter for a moment. Kenji yells out, seriously, I must protest. My sweet daughter just got out of that wretched death game with the other survivors just hours ago, and you want to make her relive it again? Unacceptable. Seijiro responds, no, I understand. He fixes his glasses and he says, but based on the data, she and another player were the ones that cleared the game. There are gasps and Sammy asks, amazed, whoa, no way, Meatball Head cleared the game. Seijiro replies with a plain tone, based on what little data that we have, yes. She had help in that regard. The others look at Serena, who had her head down, and she says lowly, yes, a friend that I made in SAO. A very best friend, and I defeated the final boss of the game. Seijiro asks, that's strange because you weren't close to the final level. How is this possible? Serena responds, because the final boss was disguised as a fellow player. His name was Heathcliff, one of the strongest players in the game, but he was actually Akihiko Kayaba. There are gasps and Amara says, you're kidding me. Ikuko asks, shocked, my brother. Serena says, with a nod, yeah, Mom. My friend exposed him after that horrible boss fight against the boss of Floor 75, and he gave him a chance to defeat him, but my best friend, Kirito, was having a hard time since he had designed and created the game and all of its skills. However, I helped and took over the fight, and with Kirito's help, I killed him. Another string of gasps come from the people in the room, and Serena sheds tears as the memories of her battle, as Usagi/Sailor Moon, against Heathcliff come into her mind. Seijiro says, I see Miss Tsukino, but despite defeating him in the game, it doesn't mean that he is dead. Serena responds, what do you mean? He could have only got into the game by using a nerve gear. Seijiro tells Serena, true, but it doesn't mean that he didn't modify the nerve gear to make sure that the same rules don't apply to him. None of us knew that the man that we saw was only a facade or that he was capable of such a horror. You see, Tsukino-san, like your brother, I'm a former SAO beta tester myself. There are gasps and Sammy asks, wait, you are a former beta tester? Seijiro says, with a nod, that's correct, Sammy-san. It is one of the reasons that I was chosen to be the head of the task force for the SAO incident. I didn't transfer to the full version since I belonged to what is known as the VR division of the government, and I was planning to create a thesis on the other applications of full dive technology. Rei, Amara, and even Serena herself believed that there was more than what he is saying, but they let it go for now. Seijiro says, Kayaba-senpai was kind of like a teacher to me, and I was shocked and stunned when this happened. And we still don't understand. Why did he do this? Why did he take this technology and turn it into instruments of imprisonment and death? With so little information, we have no idea. And right now, our main focus is going to shift right now. Even as we speak, thanks to your efforts, the over 6,000 survivors of SAO are waking up in hospitals all over the nation as we speak, and we are going to need to rehabilitate and readjust them to life back here. Remember, you have been trapped in that virtual world for 2 years, and it is like you have been on an alien world going through an entirely different life. It is going to take a lot of work. Serena just looks at Seijiro and she says with a sigh, if you help me, I will help you, Seijiro. Everyone else looks at her in surprise and Rei says, hey, Meatball Head. Serena gives a pleading look at Rei. Rei can't help not to say anything more, and Serena says, looking at Seijiro, I will cooperate with you if you do something for me. Seijiro asks, yes. Serena says, I want you to find my friends that I made in SAO. I've been away from my friends and loved ones here for so long that my new friends in SAO were the only comfort that I had and maybe one of the main reasons that I stayed sane. I only know most of them by their player names. They are Silica, Agile, Klein, Argo, and Lisbeth. Seijiro says, it will take a while, but you said you only knew most of them by their player names. You must know a few by their real names. Serena says, yes, there is my friend Kirito. Sammy asks shocked, wait, you know Kirito? Hataru asks, someone you know Sammy? Sammy says, yeah, he is one of the best players in the beta. Well, at least as far as I'm concerned. Serena says, with a smile, Kirito mentioned that he knew you when we first met, and he is one of my best friends from SAO. Serena tells Seijiro, his real name is Kazuto Kirigaya, and there is also Asuna. She is the only player that I know that went by her real name. Her full name is Asuna Yuuki. Ami asks, did you say Asuna Yuuki? When everyone looks at Ami, Trista says, she is the daughter of the CEO head of RCT Industries, whose full dive division has taken over maintenance and care of the SAO servers when Argus collapsed. Serena asks, surprised, wait, Argus collapsed? Ray says, with a sigh, what did you expect, Meatball Head? Some months after this nightmare started, Argus folded after all of the payments that it had to make, and its stock went down to nothing. RCT and its full dive division took over especially since the daughter of the head of RCT Industries was one of the victims of this nightmare that you went through, Serena. Serena thinks in her mind, amazed, whoa, Asuna is the daughter of a head of a top company? I never knew that. Serena then remembers about Argus collapse being mentioned, and she says, solemnly, I see. Amara says, the stigma of being associated with the company that unintentionally helped Kayaba trap all of you in that death game may never go away. Seijiro says, with a nod, true, very true. The low-level employees might have a chance to get new jobs and start over with their lives, but the heads, the programmers, and developers of Argus may never full remove the stain of being associated with Kayaba-senpai ever. Serena weakly turns her left hand into a fist, and she thinks in her mind, Uncle Kayaba, you are such a baka. Was your stupid death game really worth it? Was it really worth all of the lives that you ruined? End flashback, return to the present. Back in the present, Serena is carefully getting dressed as Darien watches her to make sure that she doesn't hurt herself, since despite her recovering faster than other SAO survivors, the people that managed to escape Sword Art Online are being known as Serena's body has yet to regain its full strength. As she is doing this, she thinks, my uncle. The uncle that I had loved for so long like a second father before this horrible nightmare occurred destroyed so many lives, and not just the lives of the people that died in SAO. The majority of the people of Argus will never lead normal lives again because of the stigma of being associated with the company that unintentionally helped him create his death game. Many of them have either armed guards or gone into protection programs out of fear of retaliation by the victims' friends, family, and loved ones. Grandpa and Grandma Kayaba are out in the country and in hiding because of this. The government had to erase all records containing the facts that my mother is Uncle Kayaba's sister. And it is the reason that I'm living with Darien-kun, though I don't mind at all, and not in my Serena Tsukino's home. Serena shakes her head and she thinks, it's crazy, but for me, I can't help to think of myself not as me, as Serena Tsukino. To me, SAO hasn't ended, not when I heard that a valued friend in there didn't come home. Flashback, November 10, 2024. Inside of Serena's hospital room, Seijiro is at the door where he is looking at Serena, who is sitting up in her hospital bed, with Darien and the sailor scouts surrounding her, in which she gasps at what Seijiro just told her. Serena asks, shocked, what? Serena shouts out, showing an irritated look, if you are trying to upset me, it's working. Serena shifts forward a bit, and she winches from her quite fragile body, not liking the sudden rush forward. Darien says, Serena, don't push yourself, please. Ray says, yeah, Meatball Head, it has only been 3 days. Serena says, weakly, sorry, everyone. Serena then glares at Seijiro with a strong glare that's totally unlike her before she was trapped in SAO, which surprises the others, and she says, I'm not laughing, Seijiro Dono. Seijiro responds, I wish that I was joking, Tsukino-san. It seems like around 300 SAO players haven't logged out, and I'm afraid to say that Asuna-san is one of them. Serena thinks in her mind, horrified, no. Seijiro says, we thought it was due to some kind of time lag since you are returning over 6,000 players to their bodies and logging them out of a virtual world. but it has been too long for that to be possible. For some reason, Asuna-san and the other players that haven't returned are still trapped. Serena says, stunned, but that can't be possible. He promised it was over. We won. There is no point to this. Seijiro says, we understand, Tsukino-san. However, as we have mentioned before, despite your victory against Kayaba-senpai in the game, it doesn't mean that he is truly dead. We have yet to find him, but then again, he went missing since the whole of the SAO incident started, and we have yet to find him. Serena says plainly, as I told you, I have no idea where he could be. Seijiro says, I doubt that you would know, Tsukino-san. Since he got you involved in all this, it shows that he wouldn't have told his family where he would be logging in. That's what we figured from the start, and he may have been smart enough to make sure that you and your family wouldn't have a single clue. Serena says, but there is no place where they could be. Aincard was destroyed. I watched the whole thing. Seijiro says, and the limited evidence that we can get from the servers tells us this, but there is nothing more that we can do. As before, we dare not tamper with them, at least too much, or activate the program used to disable the safeties of the nerve gear and kill the remaining 300 SAO players. As we speak, we are working on finding any leads, but for now, we are going to focus on your uncle. I mean, Kayaba-senpai, since it is all that we can work with. Serena says, looking at him with an intense stare that's unlike our moon princess before SAO, what do you mean? Doing that will get you nowhere. You need to figure out what happened and use that to find a way to free Asuna and the others. Seijiro says, right now, our main focus is you and the other SAO survivors, as they are being called, Tsukino-san. There is also keeping the media from finding out your family connections to Kayaba-senpai. Remember, over the 2 years that this nightmare has gone on, nearly 4,000 people died, and the deaths happened until the final moments in which about 14 people died on the final day alone. Serena thinks in her mind, solemnly, I know, Seijiro Dono, I watched them die. Serena's right hand turns into a fist as that memory comes into her mind. Seijiro says, their family, friends, and loved ones are beyond angry with what happened, and they have a right to be. But what it isn't right is that they take that anger and rage on you and your family since you had nothing to do with it, and in fact, you are among the biggest victims of them all of what Kayaba-senpai did. Amara says drolly, no kidding. Seijiro says, but those people that lost people that they cared about to SAO won't care about that. It is unfair, but that's human nature. It is somewhat of a weak excuse, but it is what it is. With the media coverage high on the SAO survivors coming back from the death game, if we don't focus on controlling that, there might be a chance that your family connections to Kayaba-senpai might be leaked out. Right now, our main focus is helping of the SAO survivors, including yourself, and focus on your protection and keeping media coverage of the survivors down to a minimum, because the survivors, like you, need to readjust to the real world. Amara says with a sigh, as much as I hate to agree with him, he has a point. Lita tells Serena, yeah, Serena, you need to recover, you have been through a lot. Seijiro says, Ami-san and Trista-san are elite members of our task force along with your mother. In fact, the two of them are our top full dive experts. Ami tells Serena with a smile, please, Serena, leave everything to Trista and me. We need you to focus on recovering, okay? Serena smiles weakly and she nods her head in agreement. Lita says with a nod, that a girl. Darien says, they will do everything in their power to bring your friend home, Seer. Serena responds with a warm smile, I know, Darien-kun. End flashback, return to the present. At the dinner table, Serena and Darien are eating a breakfast meal consisting of pancakes, eggs, waffles, and other breakfast foods. Luna tells Serena, I can't believe that I'm saying this, but eat a hearty meal, Serena. You are going to need as much energy as possible since you are still recovering, and even more so since the silver crystal is helping you by speeding up the strengthening of your muscles and body, which will cause your metabolism to need more energy than ever. Serena responds, drolly, right, Mom. As they continue to eat on, Darien and Luna notice that Serena isn't eating her food like she used to, and while she isn't eating slow, she is eating in a very paced manner which is unusual for Serena. Darien asks Serena, Serena, is something wrong? Serena looks at Darien and he asks, not to insult you, but you aren't. Serena swallows her food and she responds, I know, Darien-kun, I know. I just have a lot on my mind lately. Luna says with a nod, We understand, Serena. You have been through a lot, but while it has been a month, you have been trapped in that nightmarish death game for 2 long years, and you were forced to survive without any guidance or help from us. Serena says, with a smile, Darien and the girls did help me. They gave me the strength to venture out and find a way out of there. Darien says, with a nod, While we did inspire you, you managed to free yourself and nearly every one of the survivors on your own. Serena responds, Not alone, Darien-kun. I had all of you with me and I had help from my friends in SAO. Luna says, Yes, I was thinking about them. Serena tells Luna, with a pout, Not again. I already got Pyro full blast about what happened, and you know what happened couldn't be helped. Luna says, Yes, I know, but I can't help to be a bit annoyed at what happened with you leaping in there like that. I thought that you were going to die, Serena. You are my precious princess. If anything happened to you, Serena responds with a warm smile, I understand, Luna, I'm sorry. Luna says, At least you are safe and alive and well. It's in the past. Darien says, At least the other scouts managed to find those in the group that witnessed your battle with Kay Heathcliff, and it was very easy to convince them to keep your identity a secret from even the other players. Luna says, Not surprising since she and that friend of hers, Kazuto-san, saved all of their lives. Luna says, Speaking of him, I heard from Darien that you heard from him. Serena says, with a nod, It was nice to hear from Kirito again. Flashback, November 21, 2024. Inside of Darien's apartment, Serena, walking on crutches, is being helped by Darien onto Darien's bed and helped to sit down, in which Darien helps put her crutches aside. Serena says, winching from pain weakness in her legs, Geez, my legs feel jelly. Luna says, leaping onto a nearby table, What did you expect, Serena? Serena, despite the silver crystal helping keeping you in better shape than your fellow SAO survivors, and enhancing your recovery, it is going to you time to heal, and it only has been 2 weeks. Serena says, I know, it's just, I feel so useless. Darien tells Serena, You are never useless, meatball head. You did what needed to be done in there. Your job now is to heal and recover. Luna says, Darien is right, Serena. Let the others take over. They will find out what's happening. Darien says warmly, But they can't do that if they are worrying about you, Serena. Serena says, with a smile, Right, Darien-kun. Serena and Darien share a kiss, but then the phone rings, in which Darien goes over to answer it. Darien asks, talking into the phone, Hello. Darien asks, his eyes narrowing, Who is this? Serena asks, Darien-kun. Darien says, putting his hands on the speaker, It's someone claiming to be your friend from SAO, Kirito. Serena asks, shocked, Kirito? Quickly as a flash, Serena moves her arms to grab the phone off as Darien's hand, much to his surprise, in which Serena makes a motion to say, Sorry, sweetie, and she asks, talking into the phone, Kirito. Just then Kirito's voice comes over the receiver saying, It's me, Usagi. Serena says excitedly, Kirito, it is you. Kirito's or Kazuto Kiriguya's voice responds, Nice to hear from you, Usagi. Actually, I should be calling you Serena. And I'm Kazuto, we're in real life now. Serena responds, Yeah, but it has been only 2 weeks, Kirito. I mean Kazuto. Kazuto tells Serena, It's all right, Usagi, you're right. It's going to take a while for both of us. How are you doing? Serena replies, I'm able to walk on crutches now. Kazuto responds, Lucky you, I'm not at that point yet, I'm still trying to walk on them. Kazuto tells Serena, Usagi, have you? Serena replies, knowing exactly what Kazuto is going to ask. I know, Kirito. I think that I was the first one to know. Kazuto asks, Let me guess. The guy with glass that was head of the unit working on the SAO incident, what they are calling what happened to us. Serena asks drolly, He went to you too, huh? Kazuto replies, Since we are the ones that won the game, I'm not surprised. Serena tells Kazuto, Kirito, I don't understand. He promised. Kazuto then says, I know, Usagi. And if you are thinking what I am thinking, then you are right. It was the final hour. We had won and he had lost. There was no reason for him to keep prisoners. Plus, he didn't even let you go when this all started, so why let all of us, minus Asuna and the others, go if he was going to continue this? There is something else going on here and we know it. Serena nods her head and she says, yes, but I don't get what. Kazuto replies, there could have been a malfunction that Kayaba didn't know about, but knowing him, it was a 1 in a million chance that could happen. Or there was an outside force that prevented Asuna and the others that prevented them from returning to their bodies. Serena asks, outside force, like what? Kazuto tells Serena, no idea. And now, the main focus is on all of us and reintegrating us into the real world. Serena tells Kazuto, Kirito, my friends are working around the clock on this. They won't stop until our fellow players are home, especially Asuna. Kazuto replies, I know, Usagi. Kazuto tells Usagi, Usagi, you are now with the one that you love. Be very glad that you have him. Serena tells Kazuto, Kirito, Asuna is my best friend and I won't abandon her. And she is the person that you love for another fact. We won't stop until we bring her home. I promise. Kazuto responds with a kind tone, yeah, I know that you won't. For now, Usagi, which I think that your friends already told you, you just focus on recovering, but who am I talk, huh? Serena says, with a weak smile, anyway, I hope that have you and the others meet Darien-kun and my friends one day. Kazuto says, sounds great, Usagi. Both for now, let's give Klein, Silica, Lisbeth, and the others time to readjust. Serena says, nodding her head, yeah, here to hear from you soon, Kirito. Kazuto says, same here, Usagi. Serena hears the line disconnect, and she then slams the phone onto the bed with a look of distress on her face. Luna asks, concerned, Serena? Darien sits down by Serena, in which Serena looks at Darien, sits herself down on his lap, and she then kisses him on the lips, which surprises Darien, but he returns the kiss and gently hugs her. End flashback, return to the present. Back in the present, Darien tells Serena, I actually met your friend recently. Serena asks, surprised, you did? Darien says, he is going through rehabilitation at Chiyoda Hospital in Saitama District. Right now, he is managing to walk on crutches, but he is doing well. He might be getting off them soon. Serena says with a nod, that's good to know. Darien tells Serena, your friend is a strong and determined person. Serena says with a nod, yes, he is. Darien says, however, there is a hole in his heart. I can see it in his eyes. Serena says with a nod, I know. Darien tells Serena, taking her hands into his hands, he helped bring you back to me, Meatball Head. I won't stop until he is reunited with the person that he loves most, Serena. He brought you home to all of us and me. I can't do any less for him. Serena responds with a warm, loving smile. Thank you, Darien-kun, and thank you for putting up with me. Serena and Darien share a kiss and he says, you are my princess, Meatball Head. Anyway, we should get going. You have another day at the gym. Luna tells Serena, and you aren't stopping until I see you running like you were before when you are late for school or for any type of sale. Serena asks Luna, drolly, really? Darien gently smiles at this as he and Serena prepare to head off for the day at the gym to continue with Serena's rehabilitation. December 8, 2024, Cherry Hill Shrine. Inside of Ray's temple home, the Sailor Scouts, minus Serena, are assembled together along with Artemis as they discuss a lot of things. Ray asks, why are we still doing this? Amara says, Ami-chan has a point, Ray. SAO is gone. When the game was cleared, it was deleted after all. They have to be in another virtual world. Mina asks, but ALO is a really big game. Why would they be in there? Trista says, it is because they are so big that they could be there. Hataru asks, could they be hidden in a secret area of ALO? Lita says, it is possible, Hataru. Amara says, it is because it could be so vast, and this hidden area could be covered up by some kind of program that the administration might not be able to see if they aren't in on it. Mina asks, are you saying that the people that run ALO might be the ones holding the still trapped SAO players? Ray says, not all of them, Mina-chan. However, they are the ones that took over maintaining the SAO servers when Argus collapses thanks to Kayaba doing this, which might explain on how they were able to create a new VR MMO so quickly, and make it so good. Amara says, "It is nothing, but a copy of SAO expect that you are allowed to log out, you won't really die in the game, and no sword skills along with the addition of magic and a few other things." Lita says, "And there is also that Sugu guy, the head of the full dive division of that company." Mina says, "Yeah, he just screams bad news." Ray says, "No kidding, Mina-chan." Ami says, "I hate that we are keeping this from Serena." Ray says, "How do you think that the rest of us feel, Ami-chan? But Meatball Head has already been through enough because of this nightmare that her uncle put her through, and she may never fully recover from it. She needs to recuperate, and that's what she should be focusing on." Artemis says, "Well, it isn't like the Dark Agency isn't going to give her that time. Ever since she got out of there, their attacks have been getting worse. It is like that they can sense that Sailor Moon is back." Just then Luna's voice says, "Hopefully, we can give her that time." Everyone then looks to see Luna coming over to them. Ami says, "Hi, Luna." Mina asks, "How are the lovebirds doing?" Luna responds, "Okay." Amara asks curiously, "But?" Luna says with a sigh, "Serena hasn't been her bubbly self lately. Sure, she smiles a lot and pines plenty over Darien, but she hasn't been as bright as she has been before." Ray tells Luna, "Can you really blame her? Meatball Head has been through traumatic experience thanks to her own uncle, which she used to love and adore like a second father. He then betrays her, traps her in a death game, and she had to watch nearly 4,000, mainly good and innocent people, die trapped in there. And as Sailor Moon, Serena has always managed to finally save the day for everyone, but she learned the lesson that not even Sailor Moon can save everyone in the worst way possible." Amara says, "While I would have wanted Dumpling to learn that lesson, I never wanted her to learn in such a way." Michelle says, nodding her head, "Seeing all of those people die in that matter must have been heart-wrenching for our princess." Ray says with a sigh, "I'm not sure if Serena will ever be completely the same again, Luna." Luna nods her head and Ray says, "We can be thankful that she came back and she has retained her sanity." Artemis says, "However, she has also got something else on her mind. The friend from SAO that didn't make it back." Mina says, "Asuna Yuuki, the leader of one of the elite guilds, groups of players from SAO." Lita says, "She is one of the people that gave Serena plenty of understanding, caring, and friendship when we couldn't be there. And she is the girlfriend to another best friend of Serena while in SAO." Ami says, "Kazuto Kirigaya, who was known as Kirito, the black swordsman due to his choice of attire." Mina says with a sly smile, "I've got to admit that he looks pretty cute." Ray says with a glare, "Mina-chan." Mina says, Hey, I know, he's already taken." Hataru says, "We have to save them for the reason that they gave our princess their support and friendship during that horrible ordeal." Lita says with a nod, "Right, Hataru. And we may also finally help put at least some of the ghosts of SAO to bed for Serena too." Ray asks, "Speaking of our Meatball Head, where is she now?" Luna says nervously, "Well." December 8, 2024, Takurazawa. At a high-tech hospital at Takurazawa, there is a room for long-term patients, and it is spacious, in which there is a high-tech bed for long-term panties with the smell of fresh flowers within and on the bed. There is lovely young woman with rich, lustrous chestnut brown hair and pale skin, but it doesn't have a sickly tinge to it. This is the real body of Asuna the Flash, the sub-commander of the Knights of the Blood Oath, one of the strongest guilds there was in SAO, and one of the strongest players of the game, a match for Kirito and our Moon Princess. Speaking of our Moon Princess, Eternal Sailor Moon, now wearing the crown that she wore when she fought against Heathcliff in SAO, is looking at her with a solemn look in her eyes. Sailor Moon thinks in her mind, "Asuna." Sailor Moon then decides to fly up to the room to make sure that she isn't making a scene where her eyes widen to see Tuxedo Mask and the rest of the Sailor Scouts waiting for her. Tuxedo Mask tells Sailor Moon, "They just arrived here, Sailor Moon." Sailor Moon asks the Sailor Scouts, "What are you doing here?" Sailor Mars says, "We should be asking you the same thing, Meatball Head." Sailor Moon says nervously, "Well." Sailor Mercury says, "Sailor Moon, you can't keep doing this to yourself." Sailor Moon retorts, "Why not?" Sailor Moon's right hand turns into a fist and she says, with tears coming from her eyes, I hate this. I never felt so powerless in my life. Not even the times when I couldn't transform into Sailor Moon that I never felt so powerless. Sailor Jupiter says, we know Sailor Moon. Sailor Pluto says, we can't say anything at all that we understand how you feel, because none of us experienced what you went through in SAO. Sailor Mercury says, and you can be assured that we are going to everything it takes to bring your friend home. Sailor Moon says with a smile, I know girls, I know that you will. Sailor Moon then asks them, with a plain tone, but what are you keeping from me? The others give a look of surprise and Sailor Venus asks, mentally nervously, what are you talking about, Sailor Moon? Sailor Moon says, with a stern expression that's out of character for our Moon Princess, Venus-chan, don't think that I'm same meatball head that I was before. The others are a bit nervous and Sailor Moon says with a sigh, but I trust you. You are my friends after all. Sailor Moon walks over to Tuxedo Mask and Sailor Mars thinks, sarcastically, make us feel like heels, why don't you, Sailor Moon? Sailor Moon kisses Tuxedo Mask on the lips and she says, please wait for me at home, Tuxedo Mask. I just need to fly to clear my mind. Tuxedo Mask is concerned for her, but Tuxedo Mask says with a nod, okay, but please be careful. Sailor Moon responds with a warm smile, I will. Sailor Moon then takes off into the distance and the others are watching her go. When she is out of sight, Sailor Jupiter says, man, I feel like a major heel. Sailor Uranus says, it isn't like we have a solid clue that we can tell her about Jupiter. Sailor Neptune says, however, we are keeping a major secret since we are going into another VRMMO via the atmosphere. Sailor Saturn asks, are you sure that we should keep it a secret? Sailor Mars says, I don't like it as much as you do, Saturn, but right now, Sailor Moon needs to recover. She has been through a living nightmare for 2 long years, and to be really honest, she may never be completely the same person thanks to her wretched uncle. Sailor Uranus says, and for her, the SAO incident won't end until everyone gets home. The others can't help to nod their heads agreement, and they prepare to do what they can to figure out what's going on and bring the final 300 SAO players, whose minds are still trapped in the server somewhere, home. December 31, 2024, Jewelry OSAP. Within Jewelry OSAP, the jewelry store owned by Molly Baker's mother, we find said person working on a high-tech computer when brown cat with large blue eyes and a rainbow-colored star on top of his forehead comes out into the open. The cat says in a female voice, you are working hard. Molly replies, I'm preparing for guests, Aurora. The female cat asks, guests. The female cat then says, with realization in her eyes, I see. Molly says, I just hope that Serena will be ready for this, Aurora. The female cat, Aurora, responds, but we have much clue as the other Sailor Scouts do, Molly, even with the help of our allies. Molly says, I know, but something in my heart feels that it is going to change soon. Aurora tells Molly, I trust your judgment, Molly. Molly responds with a warm smile, thank you, Aurora. Molly thinks in her mind, I just hope that I'm really helping Serena and not hurting her. But Asuna is Serena's precious friend in SAO, someone that supported her when she was without the other scouts and her love. She is precious to Serena. Serena, I'm so sorry that we have grown apart. I understood why when I learned the truth that you are Sailor Moon during that time, when that black crystal appeared in the city, and more so when I learned the truth about myself and our shared history. It looks like I let history repeat itself and let us drift apart. However, this time, I will help you as a true friend should. Molly then looks a prism-like heart-shaped brooch with rainbow star in it and 4 rainbow-colored wings coming out of it. January 1, 2025, Jubin. In the daylight of the first day of the new year of 2025, the Sailor Scouts, minus Sailor Moon, and Tuxedo Mask are battling a powerful blue-skinned Yauma dressed in animal skin one-piece bathing suit-like outfit, and with a belt made of crocodile hide containing multiple swords, but there is none other than Jadeite with the Yauma. The streets are becoming deserted, as people are running for their lives with 2 cars are in the middle of the road and cut down the middle in half, while 2 others, also cut in half, are also engulfed in flames. Sailor Jupiter says, man, these guys are getting bolder. Sailor Mercury says, we were warned that they would start attacking in the light of day. Jadeite says, that's right, Sailor Mercury. Jadeite then asks with a malicious smile, or would you prefer Ami Mizuno instead? There are gasps and Sailor Venus says, no way. Jadeite says, with a sinister smile, Queen Beryl sealed me away before I could use that bit of information that I gained to get back in her good grace. And it was because of you, sailor sluts, who trapped me in that by ruining all of my plans. Sailor Uranus says, it is what we do, nega trash. Jadeite says, with a smirk, while I only know about Mercury, Mars, and that bratty moon princess, which I can't believe that Sailor Moon of all people is the moon princess, I have the information that I need to make your lives a nightmare. Should I go back to Cherry Hill Shrine or make a visit to Miss Mizuno's hospital? So many choices. Sailor Mars shouts out, leave them alone. Jadeite says, make me. And it looks like your pathetic leader, Sailor Moon, has played it smart and decided to quit. Just then a familiar female voice says, or maybe you are too dumb to know when to quit, Jadeite. Everyone then looks to see Eternal Sailor Moon, but now with a sword that looks like an elucidator and another sword that looks like Dark Repulsor strapped to the sides of her skirt, fly down in between Jadeite and the Yauma and the Sailor Scouts and Tuxedo Mask. Sailor Venus says, surprised, Sailor Moon. Sailor Mars asks, what are you doing here, Meatball Head? Sailor Moon responds, what do you think, Pyro? Why didn't you call me? I don't like to fight, but I don't like see you girls get hurt even more. I can't stand it. Jadeite says, well, if it isn't the Moon Princess. And yes, I know who you are in all sorts. Sailor Mercury says, Sailor Moon, Jadeite has discovered Mars, mine, and your identities. Sailor Moon asks, stunned, what? Jadeite responds, shall I go visit the Tsukino family to prove it? Sailor Moon glares at Jadeite and she yells out, leave them out of this, Jadeite. Jadeite responds, I dare you to try and stop me. Now, Shivan, take out that crybaby princess once and for all. The Yauma responds, you got it, boss. The Yauma, Shivan, draws two of her swords and charges right at Sailor Moon, who doesn't move an inch. Sailor Uranus shouts out, concerned, Sailor Moon, what are you doing? However, Sailor Moon gives a curious look in which she easily dodges Shivan's strike, much to hers and Jadeite's surprise. Shivan then unleashes another assault of sword strikes, but Sailor Moon easily dodges out of the way without the least bit difficulty. Shivan shouts out, hold still, you little brat. Shivan tries again and again to strike Sailor Moon, but she easily and gracefully, which is unusual for Sailor Moon, dodges out of the way of the sword strikes. When Shivan stops her attacks, Sailor Moon asks, curiously, really, with that kind of speed, and that kind of technique? Jadeite thinks in his mind, stunned, what's going on here? Sailor Moon was nothing more than a crybaby and joke. She got lucky most of the time, or her wretched Earth Prince always gave her an opening. How could she anticipate Shivan's attacks? Shivan shouts out, enraged, I'll show you, Sailor Failure. Just then Shivan grows half a dozen more arms, and she arms them with a sword each. Sailor Moon yelps out and she whines out, that's not fair. Shivan says with an evil smile, I don't play fair. Shivan then unleashes another assault on Sailor Moon, but she, floating slightly above the ground, easily moves and dodges out of the way of the attacks as easily as before. The other Sailor Scouts are shocked, and Sailor Saturn says, amazed, Sailor Moon. Sailor Jupiter says, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Sailor Moon easily avoids the attack, but then Jadeite, managing to get behind her, grabs her from the behind and restrains her. Sailor Moon says, shocked, hey, that's so not fair. Jadeite responds with an evil smile, we don't play fair, foolish princess. Sailor Uranus says strongly, let her go. Shivan then puts a sword to Sailor Moon's neck and she says, try it and she gets a new blowhole, especially you, pretty boy. Any attempt at a rose and bye-bye Moon Princess. Tuxedo Mask snarls at Shivan as he makes sure that his hands can be seen, and Jadeite says, with an evil smile, I can't wait to show your broken body to your family before I make them pay for bringing you into this world. Jadeite laughs evilly, but Sailor Moon's eyes narrow into uncharacteristic deadly glare. Sailor Moon says strongly, no, you won't. Sailor Moon then slams the heel of her high-heeled boots into Jadeite's right foot, and he yells out in pain as he releases Sailor Moon from his grip, only to get an elbow to the chin, causing him to stumble back, in which Shivan looks on shock, giving Sailor Moon enough time to whip out her swords and in Flash, Sailor Moon cuts off all of Shivan's arms, in which she doesn't feel anything at first. But when she sees her arms are gone, the pain hits her like a bomb, and she screams out in pain before Sailor Moon cuts her in two, causing her to explode. Jadeite creates a black crystal sword, and he shouts out angrily, "You will pay for that. You have embarrassed me for last time." Pink Moon Crystal Kiss. Jadeite then screams out as he is slammed by a powerful beam of pink and silver energy that sends him flying over Sailor Moon and slamming into another car, which explodes on impact, in which everyone looks at who just did it. The person responsible for the attack looks to be 14-15-year-old version of Sailor Minimoon, wearing an Eternal Sailor Scout Fuku similar to Sailor Moon's Fuku, but her shoulder pads are pink. The skirt is pink, gold, and silver. Her brooch is pink and silver instead of ruby red and gold, and her high-heeled boots are also pink as well, with 4 huge white wings coming out of her back. In her hands, there is a pink version of Sailor Moon's Eternal Tear Spectre. There are gasps, and Tuxedo Mask asks, "Sailor Minimoon." The teenage version of Sailor Minimoon responds in a teenage version of Sailor Minimoon's voice. "Actually, it is Sailor Neo Moon now. I'm not so mini anymore, huh? Pretty awesome, huh? I'm an Eternal Sailor Scout too." Sailor Moon asks, "What are you doing here?" The teenage version of Sailor Minimoon, Sailor Neo Moon, responds, "Talk later. Let's take care of that nega-trash, Sailor Moon." Sailor Moon and Sailor Neo Moon look to where Jadeite was sent by Sailor Neo Moon, in which they don't see him. The others see this, and Sailor Venus asks, "Did she get him?" Sailor Uranus says, "Maybe or maybe he got away. We are going to have to wait and see." The Sailor Scouts and Tuxedo Mask assemble around Sailor Moon and Sailor Neo Moon, but when they hear news people and police coming, they decide to talk somewhere private, in which they take to the rooftops. Later on top of Darienne's apartment complex, all of the Sailor Scouts are assembled together. Sailor Saturn hugs Sailor Neo Moon and she says, "You've grown, Rinny." Sailor Neo Moon says, "You too, Hataru, you look so beautiful." Tuxedo Mask asks, "Rinny, what are you doing here in the past?" Sailor Neo Moon responds, "I was sent back on a mission." Sailor Mars asks, "A mission?" Sailor Neo Moon says, "I really don't know the details, but the others told me to meet with a Sailor Scout known as Sailor Nebula." There are gasps, and Sailor Neptune asks, "Did you say Sailor Nebula?" Sailor Moon asks, "Who?" Sailor Venus says, "Right, you weren't here when." Sailor Neo Moon says plainly, "It's all right. I already know all about the SAO incident." There are multiple gasps, and Sailor Mercury says, "We shouldn't be surprised. This was a major incident, so it shouldn't be surprising that it is major historical event in Rinny's time." Sailor Neo Moon responds, "It is. It is one of the great events in the history of the 21st century, and the day that it started is a day of infamy, like the attacks on Pearl Harbor or 9/11. Sailor Jupiter says with a whistle, "Wow." Sailor Neo Moon says, "In my time, during November 6 and 7 of every year, it is a time of remembrance for the start and the end of the SAO incident, which is one of the greatest cyber and the first ever VR crime in recorded history. If you want to study up on the history of the 21st century, you want to go into a business that's greatly involved with VR, which is an important part of everyday life in my time, you are required to study up on it." Sailor Mercury asks, "Virtual reality is part of everyday life?" Sailor Neo Moon replies with a nod, "Yep." Tuxedo Mask tells Sailor Neo Moon, "Rinny, this may not be a good time to bring up the SAO incident." Sailor Neo Moon replies, "Darienne, I already know that Sailor Moon is an SAO survivor and Akihiko Kayaba is her uncle." There are gasps, and Sailor Moon asks, surprised, "You know?" Sailor Neo Moon says, with a nod, "Mom told me." Their eyes widen in shock, and Sailor Neo Moon says, "After I had returned home after the final battle with the dead moon, and I continued on with my training and living life, I went out of the palace a lot with everyone since my parents always said that true rulers rule with the people not ruling them from a crystal throne. I had some good friends in my time, and plenty of them were born in my time, and in my time, VR technology isn't just used for games, it is used for everyday life. In fact, people spend half of their long lives in the virtual world since it is important for planetary and interplanetary functions through we always carry backup systems, just in case of an emergency. And when it comes to events in the virtual world, the SAO incident is the most infamous of them all. I heard about it a lot and I know it was a big deal, but I never really understood it, and until recently, I never knew that Mom lived through it despite it being part of their time. I had a discussion with my friends and they were making like the SAO incident wasn't a big deal or some kind of joke. Upon hearing Sailor Moon shouts out, as memories of SAO come to her mind, and with an angered tone that's not like her. What? The other Sailor Scouts and Tuxedo Mask leap back in shock from Sailor Moon's tone, in which Sailor Neomoon becomes a bit nervous and Sailor Venus says, "Whoa, easy, Serena." Sailor Moon's eyes widen. Realizing her reaction, she shakes her head, and Sailor Moon says solemnly, "I am sorry." Sailor Neomoon says solemnly, "That was Mommy's reaction too, and I was shocked. I never seen Mom so angry before, and when she realized what she did, Dad had to hold her up. She then sat me down and told me that she is a SAO survivor. The man that created Sword Art Online, Kayaba, was her uncle, and everything that happened there." Everyone else is wide-eyed and Tuxedo Mask says, "I see." Sailor Neomoon says solemnly, "I can see that it was horrible for Mom. At different points, Mom's arms were shaking and she was shedding tears, I can tell. The whole experience hurt her so much and the scars never fully faded away. I was so horrified. Mom went through such a horrible experience. I could see it in her eyes, the pain and the horror. I couldn't understand it. Why would a member of Mom's family do something so horrible? Why would he cause the deaths of so many people? And why would he hurt Mom so much? I couldn't understand it, and I know that I can't ever hope to understand because I didn't go what Mom went through." Sailor Neomoon tells Sailor Moon, "I'm not here to cause you any more trouble, Sailor Moon." Sailor Moon tells Sailor Neomoon with a smile, "You were never any trouble. You were a real pain in the ass, but never any trouble." Sailor Pluto asks, "So, you are here to see Sailor Nebula?" Sailor Neomoon says, "Well, the others said that I would meet her soon enough, Pluto. I really have no idea." Sailor Neomoon says, "Anyway, I'll head down to meet Grandpa Kenji, Grandma Kyuko, and Uncle Sammy. I already know that you have told them the truth about yourself and Tuxedo Mask along with myself, and they basically said that their daughter's own daughter was with them. They both fainted with Grandpa Kenji being first, and Grandma Kyuko begins second." Sailor Moon asks, shocked, "Really?" Sailor Mars says with a nod, "Yep." Sailor Moon thinks in her mind, drolly, "Nice impression, Dad." Sailor Moon asks, "You are going to be staying at my parents'?" Sailor Neomoon says with a smile, "Yep. You've been through the meat grinder and beyond, Sailor Moon. I'm not going to give you any more than you already have. If Mom has been so affected by SAO in my time, you must have really feeling it." Sailor Neomoon says, with a grin, "While I'm allowing you your precious time with Darien, he is fair game outside of his apartment." Sailor Moon says, with a smirk, "You overgrown piece of cotton candy." Sailor Moon ruffles her future daughter's hair, and Sailor Neomoon giggles at this, in which Sailor Neomoon hugs Sailor Moon, in which Sailor Moon hugs back, and she says, "I can't believe that I'm saying this, but it is good to see you again, Rinny." Everyone smiles at this, but plenty of them wondered what kind of mission that she is on that involves Sailor Nebula. January 17, 2025, Darienne's apartment home. Within Darienne's apartment home, Serena is inside alone, and she has just finished a snack while watching television, in which we can see, as she is wearing a simple shirt and shorts, she is much healthier and looks much like she did before she was trapped in SAO. Thanks to the silver crystal accelerating the healing process, through at the price of her having to eat a lot more due to her accelerated metabolism, because of the silver crystal involved in Serena's healing and more. Then there is a rapid knocking on the door and Sailor Neomoon's voice shouts out, "Serena, Serena." Serena asks, "Rinny?" Serena goes over to the door, opens it, and a 14-15-year-old Rinny, wearing a pink shirt, a white skirt that goes 3/4 of the way down her thighs, black stockings, and pink sneakers, runs into the house and closes the door, in which she locks it. Rinny says, "About time, meatball head." Serena asks, "What is it?" Rinny takes out a letter and she says, "A talking cat with a rainbow star saying that she is Sailor Nebula's partner told me to deliver it to you, saying that it was really important." Serena asks, surprised, "Someone like Luna and Artemis?" Rinny responds with a nod, "Yep." Serena asks, "What does Sailor Nebula want with me?" Rinny replies, "Got me, Serena. I thought I was supposed to be the one to meet her, but the cat, Aurora, said that this was to go to you." Serena takes out the letter and she says, reading it, "Dear Serena, you must know that I already know that Serena Tsukino and Sailor Moon are one and the same. I also know that you are an SAO survivor." Serena thinks in her mind, shocked, How does she know that? Rinny asks, "How does she know that?" Serena says, "That's my question." Serena then says, reading the letter, "This is an important matter for you. I know that you still have your nerve gear. Take it and have you and your future daughter, Rinny, meet me on the roof of Jewelry OSAP. Look at the picture, and you'll understand what I mean." Serena then takes a picture from behind the letter and her eyes grow wide, and she gasps in shock at what she sees. The picture depicts the inside of a cage, and it looks to be a magnification from a larger picture. And while the details are blurry, Serena recognizes the person with long chestnut brown hair and hazel eyes, causing her to think, stunned, Asuna. Rinny is stunned by Serena's shocked expression and she shouts out, "Serena, Serena, hey meatball head, are you okay? Serena." Serena shakes out of her stupor and she responds in an uncharacteristic serious tone, "I'm all right. Rinny, we're going to OSAP now." Rinny asks, surprised and confused, why? Serena says, throwing the letter and picture on the table, "That will tell you." Serena then goes off into Darienne's bedroom, and she quickly puts on a full outfit in which she takes her brooch. But she then goes over to a large suitcase, and inside of the suitcase, there is a nerve gear, the one that she wore during her 2 years trapped in SAO, and she takes it into her hand, causing her arms and hands to shake as the horrible memories of SAO flow into her mind. But she controls herself. Serena then puts the nerve gear back with the rest of the rig, which was in the suitcase, and returns to the living room in which Rinny is looking at the picture that came with the letter. Rinny says, "Serena, this person." Serena says, "I know, Rinny." Serena then writes Darienne a note that she went out with Rinny for some mother-daughter stuff and prepares to head off. Rinny tells Serena, "This could be a trick, Serena." Serena replies, "I understand, Rinny, but I can't let this chance go. Asuna is a best friend and I can't abandon her. She is one of the reasons that I didn't lose myself in SAO, Rinny." Serena asks, with a smile, "Besides, why do you think I'm taking you along, Squirt?" Rinny yells out, annoyed, "Hey, I'm not a squirt." Serena responds, with a grin, "You are always going to be that little squirt from the future to me, Rinny." Rinny playfully sticks out her tongue, while Serena smiles at her future daughter. But Serena then becomes uncharacteristically really serious in her expression, as she and Rinny take off, in which Serena makes sure to take a set of keys that Darienne made for her with her. Later on, Sailor Moon and Sailor Neo Moon were in the sky with Sailor Moon thinking about the nerve gear and its accessories that was currently in her subspace pocket, thinking about the friend that she had in SAO that never came home when she did. Chapter 9, Into the World of Fairies. January 17, 2025, Jewelry OSAP. On the roof of OSAP, the jewelry store owned by Serena's childhood friend, Molly Baker, Eternal Sailor Moon and Eternal Sailor Neo Moon land on the rooftop of the building, and they look around for Sailor Nebula, the mysterious new Sailor Scout that called them here with her letter. Sailor Moon asks, "Where is she?" Just then a female voice says, "Hello, Serena." Sailor Moon and Sailor Neo Moon whip to the source to see a brand new Sailor Scout right in front of them. This new Sailor Scout has wavy reddish-brown hair that's in a style similar to Sailor Venus hairstyle, with blue bow in the top center portion of the rear of her scalp. She has 2 sets of 3 rainbow feathers on the forward portion of her scalp, a rainbow 5-pointed star on her forehead, blue eyes, deep, full, and lovely pink lips. She has a Sailor Fuku that has a blue sailor color, a silver bodysuit instead of white with the brooch that Molly had earlier, AN. Refer to Chapter 8 for details. In the chest area of the bodysuit, white shoulder pads, silver-colored gloves of similar design to Eternal Sailor Moon's gloves. She has pink, red, and blue skirt with a rainbow star on the top center portion of her skirt. She has white versions of Sailor Venus high-heeled shoes on her feet, and she has got 2 pairs of rainbow wings coming out of her back. Sailor Neo Moon asks, amazed, "Are you Sailor Nebula?" Just then Aurora comes out and she says, "That's correct. Sailor Moon, greetings. I am Sailor Nebula's partner, Aurora. Sailor Moon says, nice to meet you. Sailor Nebula says, it is good to see you again after so long, Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon says, recognizing her voice, your voice. Sailor Nebula says, with a nod, it's me, Serena. Sailor Moon gasps and she yells out, Molly. Sailor Nebula says, with a smile while putting her index finger on her lips, easy, Serena. You want to tell the whole world. Sailor Moon responds, a bit nervously, sorry. Sailor Nebula says, I'm so glad to see you up and about again. Sailor Moon asks, shocked, Molly, how long? Sailor Nebula responds, after Galaxia, Serena, it is your battle with her that actually caused me to awaken, and it was a good thing too since it kept my star seed safe. Sailor Nebula says, however, I knew that you were Sailor Moon since the battle with the Negamoon. Sailor Moon asks, stunned, you knew for that long? Sailor Nebula says, with a nod, I did, and I realized that the others must be your fellow Sailor Scouts. It is the reason that I stayed away, and it is like history repeating itself. Back in the Silver Millennium, you and I were childhood friends, but we had to grow apart since I had to fulfill my duty as Sailor Nebula, and you were the heiress to the throne in which I knew that the inner court would raise you well. Before I left, they promised me that they would. Just then memories come into Sailor Moon's mind, and she says, shedding a tear, I remember. I begged you not to go, but you told me that we had our duties to perform. Sailor Nebula says, same as now, Serena. The instant that I awoke, I was thrown into the fight, and I had my own battles to perform, which got even worse the instant that you were trapped in SAO. Sailor Moon says, the girl said that you visited me quite a few times, Molly. Sailor Nebula says, I cried, Serena. I also felt the fear that you could die at any time, but when you kept living longer and longer, I gained hope. And that hope grew with every day, but with you, gone, Serena, I knew that the evil forces would figure it out. I knew that they would sense the weakness in Earth's defenses, and I was right. You already know what's going on with the others. Sailor Moon says, yes, they wanted to keep me out of it as long as possible, but I can't just stay away. I hate fighting, but if I do nothing, I will lose what's precious to me, and after going through that, if I can help it, I will do what I can to save the good, the innocent, and those that are precious to me. Sailor Nebula says, with a smile, deep down, you never really changed, Serena. I'm glad that SAO didn't destroy the gentle person that's my best childhood friend. Sailor Nebula says, however, you can't fight in this battle yet. Remember, the silver crystal gains strength from your heart, and right now, your heart is in turmoil, Serena. And you know it. Sailor Moon says with a sigh, I know. Sailor Moon asks, remembering, wait, did you? Sailor Nebula says, with a nod, yes, I'm glad that Aurora got to you, and I'm here to help you get your friend back, Serena. Aurora told me that there is more to this, and he said that SAO was just the beginning. Sailor Moon and Sailor Neo Moon gasp, and Sailor Neo Moon asks, beginning of what? Sailor Nebula says, our next battle, Sailor Neo Moon. Begin the guardian sailor soldier of every single star seeds from birth to death. I have access to the powers of the other Sailor Scouts. Right now, the future is starting to go into flux, but it is so small that you aren't affected by it, Sailor Neo Moon. Aurora says, however, we have prepared countermeasures. We keep hoping that you wouldn't have to use the time gates to go into the past, since any radical change in the past could affect your existence. Sailor Neo Moon asks, there are ways for me to travel into the past and not get affected by any changes to it. Aurora says, there are different forms of time travel that work on one of two principles. Sailor Nebula says, with a smile, that's a story for another day. Sailor Nebula says, right now, we need to discuss that picture. Please follow me. Sailor Moon nods her head, and she and Neo Moon follow Sailor Nebula and Aurora into Molly Baker's room of her home. Inside of her house, Sailor Nebula displays an atmosphere and game package that has a male and female with fairy wings and has words, Ulfheim Online on the game package. Sailor Moon asks, what's this? Sailor Nebula says, this is Atmosphere. This is the successor to the nerve gear that you have with you. Aurora says, it is basically that same unit with additional security features, including ways to make sure that your brain can't be fried by the unit. Sailor Neo Moon says, I've heard about it back home. That's why it is considered a second-generation full dive system, like the Nerve gear. Sailor Moon asks, second generation? Sailor Nebula says, with a smile, later Serena. Sailor Nebula pushes the game package and she says, take a look at this. Sailor Moon asks Alf, Heim, online. Sailor Nebula responds, it's actually pronounced Alfheim, Serena. It means Land of the Fairies. It is a VRMMO for this unit. Sailor Moon says, with just a nod of recognition, I see. Sailor Moon asks, but what does it have to do with Asuna? Aurora says, this was taken in the game, Your Majesty, inside of Ulfheim Online. There are gasps and Sailor Moon says, no way. Sailor Nebula says, it's true, Serena. Sailor Nebula says, and before you say anything, this game isn't as cute as it sounds. It is a hardcore MMO. Sailor Moon asks, hardcore how? Sailor Neomoon says, it's totally skill-based, Serena. You don't have a level and you can only power up your skills through use with your health barely going up as you play. Actually, battling depends on the player's actual athletic ability. Sailor Nebula says, it is like Sword Art Online, but without sword skills and using magic, Serena. And player killer is encouraged. Sailor Moon asks, stunned, really? Sailor Nebula says, there are 9 different kinds of fairies in this game, and you are allowed to kill other kinds. Aurora says, and its graphics and animation are equal to SAO, or so they say. Sailor Moon says, shocked, no way. Sailor Nebula says, that's what we have heard, and this came out about 1 year after you got trapped in SAO. Sailor Moon asks, getting suspicious, hold up, how did they get it out so fast? Sailor Moon asks Sailor Neomoon, and how did you know about it? Sailor Neomoon says, with a smile, it's the top VRMMO of Crystal Tokyo. I mean, my Times version has been greatly improved, but there are about tens of millions of players, Serena. Sailor Moon says, amazed, wow. Aurora says, however, it might not happen if the evil afoot in ALO is allowed to continue. Sailor Neomoon asks, what do you mean? Sailor Nebula turns the game package to its back, depicting the land and a huge tree in the center. Here is the land of Ulfheim, the setting for the game. And in the center, there is the world tree. The current main quest of the game is one of the 9 races of fairies to be the first race to the top of the world tree, and this group of 5 players, wearing the lightest armor possible, stood on each other's backs, heaviest on the bottom to lightest on the top, and they launched themselves up. Sailor Moon asks, shocked, they launched themselves. Sailor Nebula says, oops, I forgot that since the players can fly since they are fairies. Sailor Moon asks, amazed, they can fly. Aurora says, yes, the game has a flight engine that allows players to fly. Sailor Moon says, awestruck, that's incredible. Even in VR, you could only fly in machines and stuff. How can you move things that you don't have? Amazing. Sailor Neomoon tells Sailor Moon, with a sigh, focus, Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon responds, nervously, right, sorry. Sailor Moon asks, so why didn't they fly to the tree? Sailor Nebula says, the game has a time limit on flight. 10 minutes max, as I heard. Sailor Moon says, with a snort, major bummer. Aurora says, anyway, the players couldn't get to the lowest branches, but they took pictures of what they saw. Sailor Nebula says, taking out 2 pictures, and this is what they saw. Sailor Moon and Sailor Neomoon see a picture of a golden bird cage on a branch, and Sailor Nebula says, showing the same picture that came with the letter that she had sent, and when they zoomed in, they saw her. Sailor Moon asks, what's she doing there? Sailor Moon then looks at the back of the game container, and her eyes widen in which she takes the box. Sailor Neomoon asks, Sailor Moon, what's wrong? Sailor Moon sees the RCT Progress logo on the bottom left corner of the backside of the game box, and she thinks, RCT Progress. But that's... Aurora says, I take it that you noticed that this game is run by RCT Progress, the RCT Industries full dive division, whose head is. Sailor Moon says, Sugunabayuki. Sailor Neomoon asks, who's that? Sailor Moon says, he is a power-hungry jerk that's second only to Kayaba when it comes to full dive technology. He went to the same school as Kayaba, and he always hated to be second best. He would love a chance to one-up him. He has fooled a lot of people, making them believe that he is a nice guy, but he is really a moral jerk that would do anything to get ahead in life, and he loves to step on people. My family saw him for who he is. Sailor Moon asks, Molly, do you have any evidence that Asuna and the other remaining SAO players are trapped somewhere in ALO? Aurora says, if we had that evidence, we would go straight to the police and especially the government task force whose job is to manage the SAO incident, Your Majesty. Sailor Moon says with a sigh, good point. Sailor Moon says solemnly, I guess that there is only one way. Sailor Neo Moon asks, you don't mean? Aurora says, you need to get onto Ulfheim Online and find out the truth. Sailor Nebula says, I want to go with you, Serena. However, I'm barely holding on against the Dark Agency. Sailor Moon says, then I should stay and help. Sailor Nebula says, no way, Serena. If you always keep Asuna and the other SAO players in your mind, you won't be able to fight at full strength, and that's dangerous. Sailor Moon asks, there is another reason, isn't there? Aurora says with a nod, yes, Your Majesty. Asuna Yuuki and Kazuto Kirigaya have an important role in the future. You are going to need them for the journeys ahead, but what they are, I really don't know, and I honestly don't know. Sailor Moon is silent for a few moments, and she then asks, where can I buy an Atmosphere? Sailor Neo Moon gives a surprised look, and Sailor Nebula says, it will work with the nerve gear. Like we mentioned, the Atmosphere is just a nerve gear with better security. Sailor Moon says, that's good to know, I'll log in right away. There are looks of surprise from Sailor Nebula, Aurora, and Neo Moon in which Sailor Neo Moon asks, hold up, Meatball Head, what about the others? Sailor Nebula says, I've got to agree with your future daughter, Serena, the others. Sailor Moon says, in a stern tone, no. The others are taken aback by Sailor Moon's stern tone, which is unusual for our Moon Princess before SAO, and she says, if there is something going on in this game, I don't want to put the others in any danger. There have been too many people that have suffered by this dark legacy of my family, and it's my responsibility to end this. Sailor Neo Moon asks, surprised, are you listening to yourself, Meatball Head? Sailor Nebula says, this isn't like you, Serena. Sailor Moon responds, I've changed, Molly. I'm not the same person, and right now, I'm not Serena Tsukino. There are confused looks, and Sailor Moon says, I know, it is crazy, but I just don't feel like myself. It's like Serena Tsukino is just a persona to me now, and I'm more like Usagi, the white Valkyrie of SAO. Sailor Moon says, shaking her head, I don't know, maybe I've gone insane. Sailor Nebula tells Sailor Moon, with a warm smile, no, Serena. Asuna is a valued friend, and you really care about people, which is why every death in SAO struck you to the core, Serena. It is part of the reason that you did everything to save those people. Sailor Moon says with a weak smile, yeah, but it wasn't enough. Sailor Nebula says with a sigh, you may be Sailor Moon, but you are still human, Serena. Not even Sailor Moon can save everyone, but your court can agree with me that they wished that you never had to learn it in that way. Sailor Moon says, and I don't want to ever to learn that lesson ever again, and especially not with my friends and my Darien-kun's lives. I don't want to jump into anything especially without them, but I don't want to put them through any of the same risk as I went through in SAO. I couldn't live with myself. Sailor Neo Moon asks, what about Kazuto-san? Sailor Moon's eyes grow wide, and she thinks in her mind, Kirito. She gains plenty of warm memories with her times with Kirito and Asuna, and her heart aches as she remembers Kazuto at the bedside of Asuna as she lies in her bed with her nerve gear in which she can't help to feel guilt in which she regained her life, her friends, and the man that she loved while Kazuto has to watch the one that he loves helplessly fade away. And with Asuna, one of her best friends in SAO, she can't help to despise that while she got her life back, Asuna is trapped in a virtual world, and if what she saw is true and she is trapped in ALO, she is a prisoner, and based on who is keeping her imprisoned, who knows what kind of horrors she is suffering. Sailor Moon says, shaking her head, I want to tell him. He deserves to know. But knowing Kirito, he would rush right in without thinking. I don't want to risk his life any more that he has done. A member of my family caused this problem, and I have to finish it once and for all. And if anything happened to him, Asuna would never forgive me, and I would never forgive myself. Sailor Neo Moon says with a sigh, Sailor Moon. Aurora says, it seems like you are resolved, Your Majesty. Sailor Moon nods her head, and Sailor Nebula says, "You need to put the ghosts of SAO to bed once and for all." Sailor Moon asks with a winch, "Geez, Molly, did you have to say ghosts?" Sailor Nebula says, with a smile, "Sorry, Serena." Sailor Moon says, "Anyway, I do, Molly. For me, SAO will never be over until Asuna and the others come home." Sailor Nebula says, "Okay." Sailor Neo Moon says, "And I'm coming with you." Sailor Moon yells out, "No way." Sailor Neo Moon says sternly, "Yes way, meatball head. You aren't going in there alone, and that's final. I go or I open my mouth to Darien and the others, and I mean it." Sailor Moon says with a sigh, "Okay, okay." Sailor Moon tells Sailor Neo Moon, "But you don't have anything to log in." Sailor Neo Moon says with a smirk, "That's where you are wrong, Sailor Moon." Sailor Neo Moon then takes something off, and a collar-like high-tech device appears around her neck. Sailor Moon asks, "What's that, and where did it come from?" Sailor Neo Moon says with a smile, "This is my neurolinker, Sailor Moon. You can call it the 5th-generation full-dive device. 3. Advances from the nerve gear and atmosphere, which allows to full dive anywhere at any time." Sailor Moon asks, shocked, "You're kidding me?" Sailor Neo Moon says, shaking her head, "Nope. I had under an illusion spell this whole time. Anyway, in my time, the internet and World Wide Web has evolved into a complete virtual network, where there is basically a virtual world hidden under the real one, Sailor Moon. You don't just full dive for games anymore through virtual games is main form of gaming in my time. You basically full dive for everyday life through mom and dad. Make sure to tell everyone to spend equal amounts of time in the real world, and make sure to keep their bodies healthy in all sorts of ways." Sailor Moon says, awestruck, "Incredible." Sailor Neo Moon says, "Anyway, ALO is #1 VR MMO of my time, but it is way more advanced than the one of this time since it is just starting. However, in my time, Sailor Mercury adapted a program that will allow me to use my future ALO avatar in this version, in which while ALO of the 30th century is way advanced, the core of it remains the same in this time as in my time. The program also allows me to use my neurolinker to log in a lot like you do with a nerve gear or atmosphere, just without the device attached to your head, and it will work the same way. It might need a few modifications, but it will work." Aurora says, "That's good." Sailor Nebula says, "However, I'm not letting my childhood friend go in there with that thing unless we know that same risk of using it again is negated." Sailor Moon asks, "Is that the reason that you asked me to bring my nerve gear?" Aurora says, "Molly has a new friend that will be able to modify your nerve gear to be as safe, or at least as close as safe, to an atmosphere as possible." Sailor Moon asks, amazed, "Really?" Sailor Nebula says, with a smile, "Yep, follow me." Sailor Nebula takes Aurora into her arms, and they head out into the room in which the 3 Sailor Scouts head out to Sailor Nebula's friend, where Sailor Moon can get her nerve gear modified so it will be safer. January 17, 2025, Odiaba District. Somewhere in the Odiaba District, Serena, Molly, with Aurora in her arms, and Rinny are inside of what look a high-tech home laboratory with a young man of 18 years of age with well-groomed short black hair, brown eyes with small glasses in front of them giving a cute smart guy look, and wearing a lab coat over basic gray shirt, blue jeans, and black shoes. With this young man, there is a small ultimate Digimon known as Datamon with him. He is looking over the nerve gear and he asks, amazed, "Whoa, how were you able to keep this? All of the nerve gears were recalled ever since the start of the SAO incident." Serena becomes solemn, and Molly says, nervously, "It isn't something that Serena wants to talk about, Luke." The young man responds, "Well, the only way that you would still have one is if you were." His eyes widen, he looks at Serena, and Molly whispers something to him in which the young man, Luke, responds, "I see, I'm sorry, I didn't mean." Serena responds, "It's all right, Luke-san. You didn't mean to bring up such bad memories, but then again, some of my memories over there were good." Luke says, "Anyway, Datamon and I will get to work." Serena says, "I've heard of these Digitstein. They were involved in those strange monster incidents that happened around 2 years before I became Sailor Moon." Molly says with a nod, "That's right, Serena. While you were over there, The information about the Tgthegood and the digital world became general knowledge since the number of Tgthegood skyrocketed from hundreds to millions in just a few years. However, Luke only took residence in Odiaba recently, so he isn't a native to the home of the original Tgthegood which came from this area. Rinny asks, so he is really good with full dive technology. Molly says, with a smile, he and his father were part of the team that developed the atmosphere. Serena asks, shocked, really? Luke says, only my dad was part of the team, but I had helped him as much as possible. We had taken nerve gear that were confiscated to examine them in order to figure out how to create a full dive that was based on it. Only someone won't be able to use them like the way that they were used to trap SAO survivors like yourself, Serena-san. Luke says, with a smile, and Dataman knows his way around electronics. Dataman says, it amazes the digital mind that you humans are able to come up with such. You are quite an interesting species of living being. My studies are much fruitful. Later on, Luke presents Serena's nerve gear and it looks like brand new. Luke says, done. We've modified it so the microwaves can never be lethal again, but we've put in special, safety devices just to make sure of that. Serena says, taking the nerve gear, thank you, Luke. Luke responds, no problem, Serena-san. Any friend of Molly's is a friend of mine, but what I don't get is after that horrible nightmare, you want to put this on again. Serena says, with a sigh, I don't want to, but it is because I have to. Molly tells Luke, please, Luke, I need for you to keep this quiet. Luke says, okay, I trust you, Molly. Molly takes out some money and she says, you deserve this after a job well done. Luke says, taking the money, you don't have to do this, especially not have you and your family help fund the research to develop the atmosphere. Serena and Rinny look at Molly in surprise and she giggles. Molly asks, after my childhood friend was taken away from me, you don't think that I would stand here and do nothing, would you? Serena says with a smile, I guess not. Molly tells Luke, thank you, Luke. Luke says with a smile, later, Molly. Serena, Molly, Aurora, and Rinny take off, in which Dataman says, I must say that your kind is a very confusing yet interesting species, partner. Luke says with a nod, yes, we are. Yes, we are. January 17, 2025, Jewelry OSAP. Deep in the basement of Molly's jewelry store home, Serena, Rinny, Aurora, and Molly watch as Molly pushes in a hidden panel, and a hidden door opens in which they find themselves in a high-tech command center similar to the one at Crown Arcade. Serena asks, amazed, you have your own command center. Aurora says, of course, Your Majesty. Molly says, I said that I have been fighting a while, Serena. Serena asks, why not join up with the other scouts? Molly gives a sigh and Aurora says, she wants to, and she asked me so many times, but she needed to stay in the shadows to prepare for the upcoming storm. Rinny asks, upcoming storm. Aurora says, a story for another day, young princess. Soon after, they set up Serena's nerve gear complete rig and attached it to the high-tech computer and insert Ulfheim online ROM card inside, in which when the nerve gear signaled that it is ready to go, Serena lies down a comfortable mattress and puts it on her head after letting her hair out of her classic pigtails to put it on. Molly asks Serena, are you sure about not telling the others? Serena responds, I really want to tell them and I know that I'm being selfish. I don't want to put them in any more danger that my uncle has put me, Kirito, Asuna, and the others through, and if I think who I think is responsible for Asuna's imprisonment on ALO, then this monster won't hesitate to do horrible things to them. I would never forgive myself if anything happened to them. Serena tells Rinny, especially you, Rinny. You are pain, but you are still my daughter, and I still don't like the idea of having you come with me. Rinny responds, and if anything happens to you, I won't get born, meatball head. You are going to be my mommy in the future, and right now, I'm afraid for you. After the pain that I saw in mommy's eyes when she told me about her horrible experience in SAO, you must be really hurting. I'm not letting you go it alone and get yourself hurt, Serena. Serena says with a smile, thanks, Squirt. Rinny says with a grin, I'm not a squirt. Serena says with a grin, you always will be in my book. Rinny grins as Molly tells the two of them, I already have another ROM card ready for Rinny, to make sure that there won't be any problems for either of you. Rinny is going to wait a while before she logs in. You will go in first, and Rinny will follow you. Serena nods her head and she asks, Molly, how can you afford 2 cards? Molly says, with a giggle, ever since it became known that this was where Sailor Moon first appeared, we have gotten quite a bit more business lately, and plus, Mom invested excellently, but she wants me to continue to go to public school. She started out as a regular girl, and she feels that I need to be a regular girl to be a success in what I want to be. Serena says with a nod, makes sense. Molly tells Serena, and I should thank you for helping my family through. It wasn't what you planned to do at the time, I realize. Serena says, I was more worried about you, Molly. I never thought about fame. Molly says with a smile, I know, Serena. It is all about the people that you care about like this. Good luck, Serena. Serena thinks in her mind, I'm going to need it, Molly. Serena then gently pats down her nerve gear and she thinks, this is the thing that kept me bound to a nightmare for 2 long miserable years. But this thing is an old friend that went through good times and bad until SAO ended, and during that whole nightmare, it worked perfectly without pause that kept me alive too. I need your help one more time, please. Serena then closes her eyes and she shouts out, Link start. Like over 2 years ago, Serena goes into a slumber as her mind is transported into a virtual world, and after going through a check of the system and such, she finds herself inside of a mainly dark virtual stage with the words, Welcome to Ulfheim Online. Just then a female voice calls out as a virtual keyboard appears in front of her. Welcome to Ulfheim Online. Please enter your gender and the name that you wish to go as. She puts her gender as female, and she enters the name Usagi, in which when she is done, 9 female fairies with different clothing styles, hair, and whatnot appear in front of her, in which the female voice says, there are 9 races of fairies to choose from. Please select the race that you wish to play as. Our moon princess looks at them and she then selects a blue-haired fairy woman, and the female voice asks, you have selected Undine. Your character's appearance will be chosen at random. Do you wish to continue? When our moon princess pushes the yes button, the female voice says, you will now be teleported to your hometown in Undine territory. Good luck, player. Our moon princess thinks, I'm going to need it. She is enveloped in a virtual glow as her new virtual body avatar takes form, and our moon princess looks to see a castle-like structure fills her view, in which when she gets closer and closer, she is enveloped in a blue light as she is teleported into virtual town below. January 17, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Undine Capital. In a town that's inside of a massive castle-like structure, our moon princess, in her new virtual body appears, and when she regains her virtual senses, our moon princess, now called Usagi once more, looks around to see herself within a virtual town where she sees a lot of people, male and female, in which she notices that all of them have blue hair and pointed elf-like ears. Usagi looks around and she thinks in her mind, whoa, what I heard is right, this place looks just as good as Sword Art Online. Usagi thinks in her mind, suspiciously, okay, getting a game out that looks just as good in a year, this just makes me more suspicious than ever. Usagi shakes that thought from her head and she thinks, well, here I am again. After all that I went through, I'm back in a virtual world. You think that I would have learned from last time? Usagi decides to shake out the thought, since what kind of dark thoughts could lead with that kind of thinking, and she starts to walk off in order to gather information about this virtual world first before she heads off to find Rinny, wherever she is in this virtual world, and then head off to the world tree to find out about the truth about that picture, and if what is believed is true, rescue Asuna. Usagi feels guilty about not telling the scouts, her love, and especially Kazuto about this, but she didn't want to put her friends in any danger, and she didn't want to cause Kazuto any distress if the remote chance that this proved to be a wild goose chase. Just then a male voice says, hi, you must be new here. Usagi yelps and she whips to see a man with short blue hair, blue eyes, and white sleeveless shirt under a silver armored breastplate, blue jean-like pants with armored knee pads, black boots, black gloves with a sword strapped to his waist, and a shield around his left arm, in which, like the other players, he had also elf-like ears. Usagi replies nervously, yeah, that's me. The man responds, I'm not surprised since you have your starter gear. The man is Dawn. Usagi responds nervously, I'm Usagi, nice to meet you. The man says, nice to meet a cute Undine like you. You must have gotten lucky or unlucky since the guys are going to hit on you. Usagi gives a surprised look, and when she sees her reflection, she is surprised by her new appearance. Usagi, like the other players in this virtual community, has blue hair, but it is long and tied in her classic pigtails. Her blue eyes are also the same as her real-life self. She has deep, full, and gorgeous pink lips, and she is wearing a simple white and blue shirt, light blue shorts, white flat shoes, and across her waist, there is a belt containing a sheath for a simple long sword. The outfit shows the lines and curves of her feminine body, including her very well-developed chest, through not in an obscene manner, and like the other players around her. She has elf-like ears, but they give her a really lovely female elf-like look. Usagi thinks in her mind, stunned, "That's me." The player Dawn tells Usagi, "Since you're new here, how about me being your guild?" Usagi responds with a kind smile, "No, it's okay. I'm just going to get to know this place." Dawn says with a nod, "Okay, but if you need help, Usagi-san, just let me know. Don't worry, plenty of players know me." Usagi says with a smile, "Okay." Usagi then steps away to find a private place, not knowing that she was being observed by someone. Later on, Usagi is sitting down on a bench and testing her starter long sword, in which she says, shaking her head, "Yikes, what a piece of garbage. Oh well." She puts the long sword back in its sheath and swings her right hand to call up the player menu, but nothing happens. Usagi gives a confused look and tries again, but nothing happens. She tries for a third and fourth time, and when nothing happens, in which she says, "Why isn't it working? I hope that it isn't a bug." Just then a female voice says, "You need to use your left hand, my princess." Usagi then uses her left hand, calls up a player menu that looks exactly like the one in SAO, and she says, "Oh, thank you, Yipe." Usagi then whips her head to the source of the voice to see an Undine woman with wavy blue hair that falls only just past her shoulders, deep blue eyes, perfectly colored ruby red lips, elf-like ears, and she is wearing a gorgeous light blue dress with matching high-heeled shoes tightly hugs her gorgeous feminine frame. Usagi then gasps as she recognizes the person in front of her, and she asks, shocked, "M. Michelle?" The woman responds with a kind smile, "Yes, but I'm Mikaru here." Usagi leaps to her feet and she asks, stunned, "What are you doing here?" The woman, now revealed to be Michelle Caillou, aka Sailor Neptune, who is called Mikaru in ALO, responds, "I should be asking you the same thing, my princess." Usagi becomes nervous, gives a nervous laugh, and she thinks with a sigh, "I'm so busted." Usagi sighs and she talks with Mikaru, revealing why she is here in ALO. When she is done, as she looks at the picture on a screen that Usagi produced, Mikaru says, "Yes, it looks like that Asuna girl." Usagi says with a sigh, "It can't be a coincidence, so I came here to find out what's going on." "I'm sorry, Michelle. I mean, Mikaru, I didn't tell you, the girls, or Darien-kun because I didn't want to put you in any danger." Mikaru says, "And you also felt that since your uncle started all this, it was your responsibility to end it." Usagi says, with a nod and sigh, "Yes, it is the reason that I didn't tell Kirito. And if this proved to be some kind of wild goose chase, I didn't want him to get in danger for nothing, even though it might be a remote possibility. He has been through enough already." Mikaru tells Usagi, with a smile, "While I am grateful that your caring for others hasn't changed, you can't keep doing this to yourself." Just then another female voice says, "That's right, we're always here for you." Mikaru and Usagi then look to see a young Undine with short light blue hair, blue eyes, lovely and full blue lips, elf-like ears to give her a cute female look, and wearing an aqua blue open kimono with slits in the legs area to show white stockings and brown sandals on her feet, walking up to them. Usagi gasps, but Mikaru silences her as two male Undine in aqua blue knight armor fly down. The young lady tells them, "She is a friend of me and Mikaru IRL. I'll be fine, please take the day off." One of the knights responds, "As you wish, Lady Mizuno." When the Undine knights are gone, the young lady goes over and she asks, "Ami-chan?" The young lady responds with a nod, "Yes, it's me. I'm called Mizuno and I'm the leader of the Undine people." Usagi asks, amazed, "Really?" The young lady, revealed to be none other than Ami Mizuno, aka Sailor Mercury, known as Mizuno in ALO, says with a nod, "Yes." Usagi asks, "Wait, how did you know I was here?" Mikaru tells Usagi, with a smile, "Isn't it obvious? I had called Mizuno when I had spotted you talking with Dawn." Mizuno goes over and she tells Usagi, "I'm guessing that you are here since you have gotten a clue about Asuna-san, haven't you?" Usagi says, with a nod, "That's right." Usagi then shows Mizuno the picture that Molly showed her before and tells the story behind it, causing Mizuno to nod her head. Mizuno says, "It is her." Usagi says, "You can see why I'm here." Mizuno says, "And you didn't want us involved out of fear of getting us hurt." Usagi says with a sigh, "You got me." Mizuno says with a sigh, "You should know better. We are your friends and your guardians. For 2 long years, we had to watch you waste away, and we were basically powerless to do anything to help you, as you could have died at any time. We never want to feel that helplessness again. To watch a person most precious, not just because of our duty, but because she means the world and beyond to us." Usagi says with a warm smile, "I'm sorry." Mikuru says, "We understand, Princess. You went through a lot and you don't want us to get hurt, but you also feel responsible for what happened, despite what we feel that you have no reason to feel any guilt for what happened." Usagi says, "Even if it isn't true, I can't feel at rest until Asuna and the other SAO players are home, especially Asuna. She is one of my few friends in SAO and one of the closest other than Kirito. They helped keep me from losing myself to the game, and when I was with them, they were among the few happy moments over there." Mizuno says with a smile, "We understand, and that's why we're going to help you." Mikuru says, "Whatever you like it or not, our princess." Usagi says with a warm smile with a tear down her cheek, "Thank you." Mizuno says, "We're your best friends and your fellow sailor scouts. We will always be here for you." Usagi nods her head gently, and she smiles warmly at her beloved friends. Usagi then asks, "Wait, how long have you been playing ALO?" Mikuru says, "Ever since the game was brought out. We noticed that this game had a lot of similarities to SAO." Usagi says, looking around, "Well, the quality is just as good." Mizuno says, "Well, there are more similarities than just what you see here. There were a lot of things similar between SAO and ALO, and we decided to play this game in the hopes of gathering information about the programming, because if we knew the programming of ALO, then we knew what codes that keeps the players of SAO entrapped and what code disabled the safeties on the nerve gear too. You know." Usagi asks, "And that's why you played this game?" Mikuru says, "Indeed. In fact, we managed to gather enough information without getting in trouble to prepare to attempt to infiltrate into SAO, but you and Kazuto-san managed to defeat the game before we could try." Usagi says, "Well, to be honest, I might have had a heart attack if that happened." Mizuno says, with a smile, "Everything worked out, but when Asuna-san and the other SAO players didn't come home, we continued to come into the game because it was so similar to SAO, we had our suspicions about it." Usagi asks, "Wait, you mean?" Mikuru says with a smile, "All of us are here, Heim." Usagi asks, stunned, "Everyone?" Mizuno says, "That's right. Everyone started to play this game, and even your brother has an account." Usagi gives a look of shock, and Usagi asks, "Is he a well-known player?" Mikuru says with a smile, "Actually, all of us are well-known here in ALO, Heim." Mizuno says, with an embarrassed look, "All of us are well-known elite players here, actually." Usagi says, "Not surprised since you have been since this game started." Mizuno says, "If Asuna-san is in the World Tree, we are going to need to travel there. However, you are only a beginner in this game. I would say that you should leave this to us, but I doubt that you will stay behind." Usagi says, "I'm not going to abandon any of my friends." Mikuru says, with a smile, "We know. We should look at your abilities and see what we can do." Usagi nods her head, and she opens her player menu, in which she looks through her stats, causing her to gasp in shock. Usagi asks, "What the heck?" Mizuno asks, "What's wrong?" Usagi says nervously, "I think that my data has a big bug." Mizuno asks, "Can you let me see?" Usagi, out of SAO habit, makes sure that no one else is watching and allows her player screen to be seen by Mikuru and Mizuno, in which they see, causing them to be surprised, in which they see her name, chosen fairy race of Undine, and basic started health and mana points. But what's really shocking is the various number of skills that she has and the skill level of these skills, which ranges from 0 to 1,000, with 1,000 saying that the skill is mastered. Are high level, with quite a few of them at 1,000, saying that they have been mastered. Mikaru says, amazed, all of these skills. Mizuno says, and it looks like they are saying that a lot of them are mastered or at least at a high level, but you just started this game. Maybe it is a bug. Usagi looks at the numbers and she says with a gasp, wait, these numbers, these are my stats from SAO. Mizuno and Mikaru look at Usagi in surprise and Mizuno asks, are you sure? Usagi says with a nod, I remember these numbers anywhere. There are some skills missing, but these are my skills and how good I was at them at the last moments of SAO. Mikaru asks, why are you stats from SAO here? Mizuno says, I have a theory. Usagi and Mikaru look at Mizuno and she asks Usagi, are you using your nerve gear rig? Usagi says, with a nod, yes, but there are modifications to my nerve gear to prevent it from killing me. Mizuno says, well, if the data in it wasn't changed, I think that all of your old SAO avatar data that could be adapted to ALO was merged with your new ALO avatar. It is possible since ALO is very similar to SAO, thus making it possible that the way that you save data is the same, allowing basically what parts of your SAO avatar that are compatible to be merged with your ALO avatar, giving you such a power-up. Usagi says with a sigh, Kirito used to be a beater, but now I'm kind of worse than him and I've become a plain old cheater. Mikaru says, with a smile, this is actually very good for us as long as a GM doesn't look into your account too deeply. Usagi nods her head and she replies, yeah, you're right. I'm not here for a gaming experience. Mikaru says with a smile, that's a bit sad, Haim. Despite us doing this for serious research and all, it is quite a fun game. Usagi says with a smile, thanks, but forgive me for not being into it right now. Mikaru says, we understand. Mizuno tells Usagi, anyway, you had better check your items. Usagi brings up her items menu, and she finds all of her item slots have items in them with question marks or messed up code. Usagi says, oh. Mizuno says, this must your items from SAO. However, since they weren't compatible with this game, their encoding got messed up. You had better get rid of them before the error detection catches on to you. Usagi nods her head, but she then notices two items that weren't messed up. It was her swords, Escalon and Lunar Excelsior, in which she immediately materializes them, and they appear the same as ever, in which she quickly trashes the other items to make sure that the game's error detection doesn't pick her up. Mikaru asks, those are your swords? Usagi says with a nod, yes, but I don't know how. Mizuno says, maybe unlike most of your items from SAO, there are probably blades that are similar to these. I heard that there are swords named Escalon and Lunar Excelsior in ALO. Usagi straps the swords to her waist, and she tests them, in which they feel the same to her, in which she remembers when she got them from Lisbeth. Usagi thinks in her mind, it's like you want me to find them too, Liz. Mikaru says, since we are going to the world tree, you are going to have to learn to fly, since it is the main way of getting to place. Usagi says, yeah, I have to see how that works. Soon after, a pair of crystal blue wings appears on her back and she asks, so, these are my wings, huh? How do I fly with them? Mizuno says, there are actually two ways, training controller and voluntary flight. With the training controller, you use a joystick that you can call up in your left hand to help you fly, and voluntary flight is where you are able to control your wings with your virtual body without the need for a controller. You have to use the controller in your left hand, so it limits your combat abilities since you only have one free hand and your aerial mobility is limited because of that. Using voluntary flight is an expert skill, and there are those in ALO who have been playing as long as we have, and they haven't been able to use voluntary flight or at least master it. Usagi says, amazed, wow, that must be a hard skill to learn. Mikaru says, it is, but all of us managed to learn voluntary flight through it was more difficult for some of us than others. Mizuno says, we should start with the training controller for you, so you can get used to it. You have to hold up your left hand and act like you are grasping something. Usagi does so, and virtual controller appears in her left hand. Mizuno says, pull back to ascend and push away to descend. Usagi pulls the controller to herself and she asks, like this. However, she yelps as she quickly flies up into the air, bashes against a sign, and falls back to the ground with a nasty thud, in which she loses a small portion of her health, causing Mizuno and Mikuru to winch from that. Mikuru says, with a nervous smile, maybe we should train on a training field where you can easily beat the monsters there. Usagi says, with a groan, good idea. Something told Usagi that this was going to be a long day for her. January 18, 2025, Cherry Hill Temple. Right now, Serena, Molly, Rinny, and Darien are walking together up the stairs to Cherry Hill Temple for a meeting with the other Sailor Scouts. After spending the day in ALO and learning how to fly with the training controller, she and Rinny returned to Darien's apartment where he was waiting for them and a bit disappointed for keeping this from him. But then again, he was keeping something from Serena in the form of he's an ALO player too. He started later than the other Sailor Scouts, but joined later on to find a way to free his princess from SAO. However, he stopped playing once she and the other SAO survivors left SAO and focused on helping her recover. But Darien started playing again since he wants to help bring back Asuna and the other SAO players that haven't woken up. Yet to ease the ache in the heart of his beloved princess, in which, like the other scouts, is highly suspicious of ALO and its creators, which they were since ALO was put into the market, but they were focused on SAO at the time. As they were walking up to the temple, Serena asks Molly, "Molly, did you know this?" Molly responds with a giggle, "Yes, but you never asked me that I knew." Serena gives an annoyed groan while with the two of them is Aurora and Luna, in which Luna says, "Interesting to see you, again, Aurora." Aurora tells Luna with a warm smile, "Nice to see you too, Luna. Anyway, I hear you have been getting frisky with Artemis. It is about time." Luna yells out with a blush, "I have not." Aurora says, with a smile, "Well, you are going to have to if you are going to have Diana, your daughter." Luna gives a flustered expression in which Aurora gives a smirk as the group arrives where the other Sailor Scouts are waiting, with Ray having her arms crossed in front of her chest and a cross look on her face. Ray tells Serena, "Well, Meatball Head, start explaining." Serena thinks in her mind, nervously, "Here we go." Later on, they are inside of Ray's room with the pictures that Molly had provided earlier. Lita says, "That looks like Asuna-san." Amara says, "I've heard about this. The administration became shocked at this and put a barrier around the world tree to make sure that they didn't allow this again, and now we know why. I always thought that there was something sneaky going on over there." Hataru asks, "So, could the other SAO players be there?" Molly says, "It is most likely Hataru. However, they are most likely being held inside of the world tree. This birdcage is used especially for Asuna-san." Ray says, "Which means one really sick mind." Mina asks Molly, "So, you knew that Serena was Sailor Moon for all this time?" Molly says, with a nod, "Ever since the Negamoon, Mina. And after Chaos was driven out of Sailor Galaxia, I awoke as Sailor Nebula. I really don't know how, but maybe Chaos defeat, Serena's sealing of chaos into everyone to seal it away for good, or both. Anyway, I awoke, Aurora found me afterwards, and I started my journey as Sailor Nebula." Hataru asks Trista, "Did you know Trista Mama?" Trista responds, "I had my major suspicions, Firefly, but there are things even kept from me, and the identity of Sailor Nebula's reincarnation was one of them. For obvious reasons, since she is the Sailor Guardian of all star seeds, making her a very powerful and important Sailor soldier." Molly says, "Princess Serenity and I were childhood friends, but once I had go deeper into my duties as Sailor Nebula, we grew apart due to our duties. Before I left, I asked you girls to take care of her." Lita says, with a nod, "I remember. The four of us were with you, and asking you why didn't you say goodbye to Serenity Personality, in which you told us that you already did." Molly says, with a nod, "That's right. I was actually one of the first to fall during the fall of the Silver Millennium. I had helped Prince Endymion escape to the moon when his attempts to reason with his people out of Metalia's control failed, and he went to the Moon Kingdom, knowing if that and the silver crystal fell to Metalia, all good in the universe would fall. I had faced off against Jadeite, Nephrite, Zoisite, and Malachite, Endymion's 4 generals, who betrayed him by falling for the sweet words of Metalia and Beryl. I thought that I had managed to get through to Nephrite, but the other 3 struck me down. While I didn't die right away, I was given lethal wounds. I had crawled my way back to the Moon Kingdom only to find it in ruins, and I could only cry for my fellow sailor soldiers and my childhood friend before I died. The others are amazed by this story, and Trista says, with a nod of recognition, "Yes, I remember that horrible moment all too well. You weakly called out the Inner's names and Serenity's name, but it wasn't your time to join the great beyond forever. Like the others, you were sent to Earth to be reborn into a new life in which it was hoped that you could be happy, but it looks like that time has repeated itself." Molly says, "Serena had to perform her duties as Sailor Moon, and when I awoke, I knew that I had to perform mine. I really wanted to tell her and all of you, but I knew that I had my duty to perform, and if I didn't, I would see the horror that I remembered in my past life happen again, and I promised that would never happen even if a painful separation would have to happen again. However, the pain got worse when I learned that Serena was trapped in SAO and a fear of never coming back together due to us drifting apart for a second time. But I gathered my courage and believed that she would pull through. However, I had to make sure that there was a home for her to return to. Aurora told me that once the evil forces knew that Sailor Moon was out of commission, even if they didn't know the reason, they would sense the weakness in Earth's defense and start a terrible war that could be like the end of the Silver Millennium. Ami says, "Just like you told us." Aurora says, "That's right, Sailor Mercury. Molly and I knew that we had to hold the line until Her Majesty got back from Sword Art Online, and based on how long she was there, the time it took for her to recover from the experience." Serena asks, shocked, "You fought this enemy all alone?" Molly tells Serena, "The others had to focus their efforts on saving you if you and the other people trapped in SAO couldn't get yourselves out, Serena. You were all on a limited time frame, even you, and if you got stalemated, it wouldn't be good. Don't worry, it wasn't too bad." Molly gives a kind smile, and Aurora thinks in her mind, "Molly, you are a poor liar." Molly says, "Anyway, we should focus on Serena's friend from SAO and the other SAO players." Ray says, "I always felt something off about the game." Serena asks, "So, what's the point of the game?" Lita responds, "Well, the main quest of ALO is to get to the top of the world tree. All of the fairy races can only fly for about 10 minutes tops." Serena says, "Only 10 minutes, what a drag." Mina says, with a smile, "Yep, but if you get to the top of the world tree, you meet the fairy King Oberon and you get reborn as a new class of fairy, known as ALF, and you can fly as long as you want." Serena says, with a whistle, "Enticing story." Amara says, "But up to today, no one has completed the main quest." Serena asks, stunned, "What? No way, over a year." Lita says, "Yep. The way to the top of the tree is guarded by powerful NPC guardians that are really strong. Overly too powerful. People believe that we are either missing a key quest or more than one race must team up to fight them. But the thing is, the second choice is a contradiction. The reward for the main quest is for the first fairy race to reach the top of the world tree, and if two races help each other, only one of them is going to get the reward." Serena says, her eyes widening, "You're right." Trista says, "For now, the players think that they are just missing that key quest, but it seems like that they don't want any players to reach the top of the world tree." Amara says, pointing to the picture, "And now we have an idea why." Ray says, "That settles it. We need to get to the world tree and get inside of it somehow." The others nod their heads, and Mina asks Serena, "Serena, have you told your friend Kazuto?" Serena becomes solemn, lowers her head, and she says solemnly, "No." There are looks of surprise, and Rinny says, Serena doesn't want to get his hopes up if on the remote chance that this is some kind of wild goose chase, even though it is getting more unlikely, but she also feels that he has been through enough already. It was her uncle that started this nightmare, and she feels that she needs to end it. The other Sailor Scouts look at Serena, and Ray says, "Geez, Meatball Head, you have to stop with the guilt trip." Lita says, with a nod, "No joke, Serena. We can't ever hope to understand the pain and horrors that you went through in SAO and the level of betrayal that your uncle did to you, but we can't stand you hurting like this." Mina says, "Yeah, Serena, we're your friends and your guardians. You are very precious to us, not just because you are our princess, but our best friend in 2 lifetimes." Ami says, "Let us help you carry your burden, Serena." Darien then wraps his arms around Serena, and she can't help to smile warmly as she nuzzles Darien, causing her to gently nod her head and shed tears of happiness in her eyes as Darien gently hugs her body with the others smiling at this. Amara asks, "So what's the plan?" Ray says, "Well, my avatar is living in Adelne, the city at the trunk of the world tree where the doors to the grand quest. I can wait for you there and keep my ear open for things." Hadaru says, "Rinny and I are in Imp territory, our avatar's home territory, and Darien and Tristamama are in Spriggan territory, their avatar's home territory." Mina says with a smile, "This works out for me since I'm going with Lady Rue and the Kate Sith, my people so to speak, with an important meeting with the leader of the Sylph." Amara says, "I remember that. There is going to be an alliance treaty between the Sylphs and Kate Sith." Lita says with a nod, "I know. I think that we are going to try to team up to take on the world tree." Ami asks, "Really?" Mina says, "Yeah. Since Kate Sith and Sylphs are not only neighbors, but they are friends with each other, it isn't surprising that alliance could be formed against them." Amara says, "Through we had better watch out. The salamanders are the single greatest power in ALO, and they know that once Sylphs and Kate Sith are allies, they won't take it too kindly. If warfare starts to break out, it could make our plans to get to the world tree a little more complicated." Michelle says, "Well, I think that it is best that we get together as soon as possible." Ray says, "Yeah, but Meatball Head has to learn how to fly first. From what you said, her first flights were too encouraging." Serena says drolly, "Thanks a lot, Pyro." Mina asks Molly, "What about you, Molly?" Molly responds, shaking her head, "I have an atmosphere and an account, but I can't join you. I need to be ready to assist the new Sailor Scouts that are coming." The others are stunned and Lita asks, "New Sailor Scouts?" Molly says, "There are more Sailor Scouts than us from the Silver Millennium that have been reborn today, but they were never meant to be awakened unless a real serious emergency." Aurora says, "With what's coming, it qualifies. Those other scouts are ready to awaken and Nebula needs to remain on the front lines to assist them since the enemy will certainly target them since more scouts mean a lot more trouble for them." Amara says, "Meaning that the instant that they awaken, they will be instant targets." Aurora says, "And they won't be able to just get their powers and walk out into the battlefield unless they are a really powerful sailor soldier, which means that they need a veteran to train and protect them, in which Molly is an excellent scout, until the rest of you are able to enter the fray. For now, just focus on the task at hand, because we believe that this new war will be fought in the virtual realm as well as reality." Serena says drolly, "Just great." Molly says with a kind smile, "Sorry, Serena. I come back in your life and I just bring more trouble." Serena says with a sigh, "No, I'm kind of used to this kind of thing by now." Serena tells Molly, "Molly." Molly tells Serena, "I know, Serena. However, I feel that you and I are going to be working together on the battlefield soon enough. Not the way that I wanted to restart our friendship, but it's the story of our lives, huh?" Serena says, with a nod, "No kidding, Molly." The two of them share a giggle with plenty of the other Sailor Scouts giggling and/or smiling at this. January 19, 2025, Shield's apartment home. In Darienne's apartment home, Serena and Darien are relaxing in bed together, and Serena is taking a deep breath as they look into the night sky from windows. Serena says, with a sigh of relief, "Man, I never thought that flying could be such hard work." Darien tells Serena, "Well, flying without the remote control is tough since you need to move your back with virtual bones and muscles connected to those wings. But based on what the others have said, you have done well in voluntary flight." Serena says, with a smile, "Well, I have been flying since become Eternal Sailor Moon, so I guess it comes naturally to me, Darien." Just then the phone rings and she says, with a smile, "I'll get it." Serena rolls over, grabs the phone, and she asks, "Hello." Kazuto's voice says, "Hey." Serena says, with a smile, "Kirito." Serena then asks, noticing his tone of voice, "What's wrong?" As Darien looks over at his beloved, he sees Serena's eyes widen in shock and horror, and she screams out, shocked, "What?" Serena then gains an irritated expression and she says in an uncharacteristic, very irritated tone, "That piece of sewer scum. I knew that he was low, but I never thought that he would do such a thing. Yes, Kirito, I know about that worthless rat, Sugu. I met him when I was younger with Kayaba. He was always jealous of him and his accomplishments as well as always being second best to him. I saw him for what he is, a coward that's also greedy jerk that just wants power. You can't lose to a piece of trash like him. Sir Rina says, taking a deep breath, please, Kirito, don't worry, my friends will find out what's going on soon. Just be careful, okay? Don't surrender Asuna to scum like him. Okay, bye. Sir Rina disconnects the throne, and she tightens her grip on it. Luna leaps onto the table and she asks, what's wrong, Sir Rina? Sir Rina says, with an angered expression that's completely unlike her before SAO, it's Sugu. Darien asks, his eyes narrowing, what did he do? Sir Rina says, he sweet-talked Asuna's father to get them unofficially married. Luna and Darien gasp in shock and Luna yells out, that's not possible. You can only marry with the partner's consent even if it is an arranged marriage. Sir Rina says, with a nod, that's right. However, Sugu made it that he gets adopted into the Yuuki family. Darien says, with a snarl, he is taking advantage of her condition. Sir Rina says, that's right, Darien-kun. He revealed his true nature to Kirito, and he gloated over that fact in which he mentioned that Asuna saw him for what he truly was in which she would agree to the marriage. He also said that SAO servers and Asuna's life was under his control. Darien says, this is too much to be a coincidence. He is the head of the RCT's full dive division and the owners of ALO, a person that looks like Asuna-san appears in ALO, and now this. Luna says, with a nod, I agree. Sugu must be the one that entrapped her in ALO and most likely, he has the other 300 SAO players too. I don't get why he wants them. If he wanted to just gain more influence over the Yuuki family, he would trap only Asuna, but I don't get why he is keeping other players that may not have a connection to Asuna at all. Darien says, with a serious tone, whatever the reason, it can't be good at all. And I fear the longer that we wait, the less the chances that we can save them. Sir Rina says, I agree, Darien-kun. I can't stand Asuna being in that sicko's grip. Sir Rina says, with a sigh, but I also don't like it that I had to lie to Kirito. Darien responds, gently hugging her, I know, my love. However, this man is dangerous and to be honest, I don't want you joining us, but she is really precious to you. Sir Rina says, as precious as any of the girls, Darien-kun. Darien says, and we'll get her back. Sir Rina smiles warmly at Darien, and they share another kiss in which Darien can't help to admire that while Sir Rina has changed from the scars that she suffered from SAO, her core self hasn't truly changed. January 20, 2025, Kirigaya residence. The following morning, Kazuto watches his younger sister cousin, Suguha, run out of the room with a red blush covering her face. He notices that there is a message on his still active computer, and he looks to see that it is from none other than Agile, the merchant axe-welded friend of his from SAO. Kazuto thinks in his mind, Agile, huh? What does he want to show me? Kazuto opens the message and he gasps to see the same picture that Serena saw just 3 days ago, and he leaps to his feet, and he thinks, flabbergasted, Asuna. As Kirito looks at the picture, outside, the same gray cat with a silver crescent moon sigil on top of its forehead that was watching Suguha is watching the Kirigaya household now before leaping away.